At the border of the land of fire, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously, flickering with lightning, intertwining to form a tumultuous sea of thunder, a harbinger of destruction that swept across the skies. In the next moment, the heavens were torn apart, and a figure descended from above. This young man, clad in a flowing white robe, had long hair cascading down his shoulders and an exceptionally handsome visage. His every gesture radiated an air of unparalleled dominance, and his eyes, reminiscent of an abyss, flickered with the faint glow of flames. Disperse. With a languid glance at the tempestuous sky, he uttered a single word, and instantly, the gathering storm clouds dissipated, allowing the sun's radiant light to illuminate the surroundings. Where is this place? The young man surveyed his surroundings, a slight frown etching his brow. Lin Tian, once an ordinary inhabitant of Earth, had fortuitously crossed over to the continent of Duki. Utilizing the plunder system, he seized the opportunities of the original protagonist, and with remarkable perseverance, he collected exotic flames, altering his fate. He mastered the arts of alchemy and cultivation to an extraordinary degree, effortlessly crushing formidable foes, ascending to the rank of Do Emperor, revered as the Celestial Emperor by all, firmly seated atop Celestial Emperor Peak, receiving homage from all directions that he shattered the void and departed, crafting an illustrious and immortal legend, admired by countless souls across the Duki continent. However, just as he shattered the realm, he unexpectedly encountered a spatial storm, landing him in this unfamiliar place. System, where am I? Lin Tian attempted to communicate with the plunder system. Ding. Host. Due to your encounter with a spatial storm, the system detects that you are now in the world of Naruto. A voice devoid of emotion soon echoed in Lin Tian's mind. The world of Naruto. Instantly, Lin Tian's face was etched with astonishment. Although he was the Celestial Emperor, he was also a denizen of Earth, well acquainted with this sensational anime from his previous life. He had not anticipated stumbling into this realm. Suddenly, Lin Tian's gaze swept across the landscape, his formidable spiritual strength revealing an anomaly in the nearby forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, several figures darted from the forest. They were 7 ninjas, each adorned with the forehead protector of the Cloud Village, with a red-haired woman relentlessly pursuing them from behind. The red-haired woman engaged them fiercely, but soon found herself outmatched, embroiled in a desperate struggle. Cloud ninjas of the land of lightning? Lin Tian's gaze finally settled on the red-haired woman. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with fair skin, a slender figure, and an unparalleled beauty, especially her flowing red hair that cascaded like a waterfall, dancing in the wind, drawing attention. Yuzuki Kushina, a playful smile graced Lin Tian's lips. This moment. Having just arrived in this world, he had already encountered Kushina, the mother of Naruto, as depicted in the original narrative. In her dire predicament, Kushina caught sight of Lin Tian and cast a pleading glance in his direction. Yet, Lin Tian chose to disregard her gaze, turning away with indifference that he, exalted as the Emperor of Heaven, is revered by countless enchanting beauties on the Duki continent. With an endless stream of admirers, each one rivaling the allure of Uzumaki Kushina, lacking sufficient cause, he finds no motivation to engage. After all, according to the original narrative, Uzumaki Kushina is destined to perish during the Nine Tails turmoil. Thus, this impending crisis is bound to be averted. As Lin Tian turned away nonchalantly, Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment, in his gaze. She perceived an unprecedented chill, as if he were a divine being, looking down upon mortals with utter indifference. How could such an individual exist in this world? Damn it, is this guy part of Konoha's rescue team? One of the Cloud Shinobi wondered aloud. His attire suggests otherwise. Let's eliminate him. Our mission must remain undisclosed, another insisted. Indeed, he exudes no chakra, he must be a mere waste, easily disposed of, they concurred. Having concluded their discussion, one of the Cloud Shinobi stepped away from the fray, directing his attention toward Lin Tian. That moment, Lin Tian's movement paused momentarily, his long hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, and a fierce glimmer flashed in his profound eyes. Waste, such a distant term it has been ages since anyone has dared to label me as such. Lin Tian mused softly. He reminisced about the time when he first traversed to the Duki continent, where his slow cultivation of fighting energy earned him the title of Waste. However, since ascending to Emperor, revered by all beings on the continent, who would dare to utter such a term in his presence? Lightning release. Earth walk. At that instant, the cloud shinobi bellowed, his hands weaving through intricate seals as brilliant lightning converged in his palms, crashing violently toward the ground. Boom! The surging lightning, brimming with destructive force, surged toward Lin Tian in an instant. Ninjutsu. Is it? Faced with this formidable technique, Lin Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black hair billowing in the air, unperturbed. Is this fool unaware that he should evade? Kushina's heart raced with urgency. She had hoped for Lin Tian's assistance, but it seemed he might merely be an ordinary man, one on the brink of demise. As the seething lightning approached Lin Tian, he uttered a single word: "Begone!" A transcendent advanced combat technique, the soundwave skill, lion tiger shattering gold chant. In an instant, it resonated as if lions and tigers roared in unison, a cacophony of beasts reverberating through the air. The ground trembled violently, and under Lin Tian's influence, the earth within 100 paces shattered, enormous fissures spreading forth, dust swirling and obscuring the sky. The resounding shock wave swept through with the force to obliterate, effortlessly dismantling the oncoming lightning. With a sickening crunch, the cloud shinobi who had attacked Lin Tian was the first to suffer, his body exploding before he could even let out a cry, a mist of blood scattering, the scorching crimson staining the earth. The AS for the sixth cloud shinobi engaged with Kushina. 5 lay lifeless on the ground, blood streaming from their orifices, while one remained, blood trickling from his lips. Collapsing in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, only the unscathed Uzumaki Kushina stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Heavens! She had not witnessed Lin Tian performing any hand seals, nor had there been any fluctuation of chakra. With a mere utterance of the word roll, he had annihilated 6 Chunin from the hidden cloud village and severely injured a Chunin. Was this truly a human being? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a terrifying individual existed in the world. Whoosh, the lone surviving Chunin from the hidden cloud quickly scrambled to his feet and fled into the distance. Having witnessed Lin Tian's prowess, he was utterly paralyzed with fear that he felt that even if the strongest from their village were to engage, they would hardly stand a chance against this man. As a Chunin of a hidden cloud, he possessed knowledge of various ninjutsu and had honed his physical abilities, enhancing his speed to remarkable levels through the application of chakra. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, followed by a flash of lightning before his eyes. Lin Tian appeared like a wraith, striding through the air with his garments billowing, coldly obstructing his path. The Earth-level low-tier combat skill, 3,000 thunderclaps. As the Emperor of Heaven, Lin Tian would not easily lower himself. Yet once he chose to act, he would eradicate every threat, no matter how insignificant. This was Lin Tian's modus operandi in the continent of fighting spirit, earning him the moniker of the Iron-Blooded Emperor. Who are you? The Chunin from the hidden cloud collapsed to the ground, trembling and rendered speechless, engulfed in despair. Lin Tian could actually soar through the air in the entire ninja world. Only a handful possessed such capabilities. He perceived the man before him not as a mere mortal, but as a deity. How could a mere human contend with a god? In response to his question, a slender index finger was raised. Pop! The head of the Chunin from a hidden cloud burst open like a watermelon, hot blood splattering, and his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Uzumaki Kushina stood frozen, her vacant gaze fixed upon the celestial figure hovering midair. The 7 shinobi from Kumabikure were mere ants before Lin Tian, effortlessly slaughtered like melons and vegetables, such unfathomable power. Even the 3rd Hokage himself might pale in comparison. And Lin Tian could fly mysterious, an utterly enigmatic powerhouse. I am Uzumaki Kushina, a shinobi of Konoha. Thank you for saving me, esteemed one. Snapping out of her daze, she hurried forward to express her gratitude. That single word from Lin Tian could have annihilated her, yet he had spared her, a mercy she deeply appreciated. But the response she received was nothing but an icy glare, freezing the inquiries about his identity on her tongue. What is with this guy and his cold act? Doesn't he know how to be gentle with women? Pouting. Kushina's curiosity burned even fiercer. Stubborn by nature, the more someone denied her, the more she craved the truth. Especially when that someone was a man shrouded in impenetrable mystery, wielding power beyond reason. What is happening? Why has my strength diminished so drastically? Lin Tian frowned slightly. The moment he struck, he sensed his combat techniques had weakened considerably. Ding. Due to the spatial turbulence encountered, the system extracted a portion of your origin energy to ensure your survival. As a result, your cultivation has regressed to the 9-star Do Zone realm. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Fallen to 9-star Do Zone? So, I can't shatter the void and leave this place for now. His gaze lifted toward the heavens, profound brilliance flickering in his fathomless eyes. His ambition was the pursuit of ultimate power, through the lens of a Do Emperor. The power system of the shinobi world was pitifully weak. Only Tsutsuki Kagaya, the sage of 6 paths, Uchiha Madara, and certain Kekkei Genkai like the 3 great Dijutsu, held any merit. This world held little interest for him. But now, he had no choice. The spiritual energy here was thin, making conventional cultivation painfully slow. It seems alchemy is my only path. The medicinal herbs in this world, however, exude potent vitality. There must be abundant resources. Sensing the ambient energy, he contemplated silently. With sufficient ingredients, his peerless alchemy could transform the mundane into the divine, propelling him back to the pinnacle to reclaim his throne as the unrivaled Do Emperor. Though his realm had fallen, his comprehension and foundation remained intact. The road to ascension would be seamless, and retreading the path might even allow him to surpass his former limits. Lin Tian was a sovereign of the heavens, his will unshakable as bedrock. A trivial setback like this could never unsettle him. Kushina, are you all right? Figures darted through the forest, 2 Konoha shinobi, their forehead protectors glinting. Rushed toward them. At the forefront was a handsome youth with golden hair and azure eyes. Namake's Minato, the future father of the protagonist Naruto. I'm fine, Kushina replied. Thanks to this esteemed one, I'm unharmed. Uzumaki Kushina hastily spoke. Sir? At this moment, Namake's Minato finally noticed Lin Tian. His gaze swept over the devastated battlefield once more, his eyes brimming with profound shock. Thank you, sir. May I ask which hidden village you hail from? Faced with Minato's inquiry, Lin Tian did not even lift an eyelid. Minato's expression instantly turned awkward, until Uzumaki Kushina stepped forward to mediate. Sir, the Hidden Leaf Village is very close by. Would you care to visit as our guest? Her invitation was laced with sincerity, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. And even a trace of pleading colored her voice. Kushina. Minato was slightly startled. Never before had he witnessed Kushina display such an attitude toward a stranger, especially one of the opposite sex. An inexplicable sense of unease prickled at him. At this stage, though Minato harbored deep affection for Kushina, their relationship had not yet blossomed into romance. They remained merely friends. Seeing Lin Tian's continued silence, Kushina's face fell with disappointment. It seemed this enigmatic figure had no intention of accepting her invitation. And why would he? A being of such immense power would hardly concern himself with the invitation of a mere shinobi. Just as her spirit sank, Lin Tian finally spoke. Very well. Lead the way. Yea. Right away, sir. Kushina blinked in surprise before breaking into radiant joy, practically skipping as she guided Lin Tian forward. Kushina. Minato and the other leaf shinobi exchanged alarmed glances. Setting aside Kushina's uncharacteristic behavior, bringing an unknown individual into the village was inherently risky. What if he was a spy from another village? Rest assured, a voice, icy and detached, suddenly resonated with overwhelming pressure, freezing their words mid-air. Their souls trembled as if plunged into an abyss, their bodies chilled to the bone, as though they had brushed against death itself. If I wished, I could raise the hidden leaf single-handedly. But so long as none provoke me, your village shall remain unharmed. Minato and the leaf shinobi exchanged another glance before swiftly following. Before long, a sprawling, metropolis-like village came into view. Under Kushina's guidance, Lin Tian entered without hindrance. Sir, we must report our mission. Please wait here. I'll return to treat you to a meal, Kushina said hastily before departing, her urgency evident. Instantly, Minato's gaze toward Lin Tian darkened with deeper hostility before he, too, took his leave. So this is the hidden leaf, Lin Tian mused, his eyes lingering on the three colossal Hokage faces carved into the cliffside. At this moment, the village stood at its zenith. The legendary Sannin had made their mark. The third Hokage was in his prime. The schemer Dan stirred restlessly. And the third great shinobi war had yet to erupt. Perhaps lingering in this world, witnessing the might of its warriors, would prove worthwhile. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon Lin Tian's lips as he strolled leisurely through the village. His conspicuously unconventional attire drew curious glances from all directions. He had accepted Kushina's invitation for a simple reason. This world would be his dwelling place for the considerable future. As the foremost ninja village, Konoha housed numerous powerful shinobi who could serve as loyal subordinates to gather medicinal herbs or accomplish other tasks. Having suffered a decline in cultivation yet still bearing the dignity of a heavenly emperor, it would be beneath him to personally attend to trivial matters like herb gathering. In the Dochi continent, a mere word from him would send even Do Saint experts scrambling to present rare herbs at his doorstep. But in this ninja world, Lin Tian shook his head at the thought. Shameful disgrace to our village, you eternal genin. Were I in your place, I'd have drowned myself long ago. Ha. Scram. You're unworthy to share our drinks. The sudden torrent of insults and mockery from a nearby street caught Lin Tian's attention. Before a tavern on the street, a middle-aged man clad in green tights, with thick brows, a center-parted hairstyle, and a black beard, was grinning warmly at three Konoha shinobi before him, seemingly unfazed by their jeers and taunts. I really don't know how you became a shinobi of Konoha. After all these years, you're still a genin. You only hold us back on missions. I suggest you quit being a shinobi and just live as a civilian. The surrounding Konoha ninjas cast disdainful glances at the man as he turned to leave. Might Dai? A glint of recognition flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Might Dai, in the original story, was known as the Eternal Genin for his lack of talent in ninjutsu and genjutsu, earning him little respect in Konoha. While the villagers dismissed him as worthless, Lin Tian saw him differently compared to the others. Might Dai was a genius, a terrifyingly potential-laden prodigy. Though inept in ninjutsu and genjutsu, Might Dai devoted himself entirely to taijutsu. Through 2 decades of relentless effort, he mastered the ultimate taijutsu technique, the 8 Gates. In one mission, he unleashed its power, nearly annihilating the 7 ninja swordsmen, paving the way for the legendary Might Dai. If such a man were to receive guidance, overcoming his shortcomings in ninjutsu and genjutsu, how formidable could he become? As for Might Dai's shinobi aptitude, in the Dochi continent, the strong sought disciples and subordinates among the most gifted talents. But Lin Tian defied convention. He valued perseverance over innate talent. With his unparalleled alchemy, he had transformed seemingly dull-witted failures into peerless powerhouses, etching his name into myth. The path of cultivation was universal. What he achieved in the Dochi continent, he could replicate in the shinobi world. Such was the confidence of a heavenly emperor. If he were to recruit followers in this world, he would choose those with the greatest potential. Other so-called geniuses were beneath his notice. Might Dai's eyes dimmed. His figure solitary. Though gentle and kind-hearted, averse to conflict, it did not mean he was immune to sorrow. He longed for his comrades' recognition, to share drinks and laughter with them, yet he was met with scorn and rejection. My youth is not over yet. When I return, I'll do 1,000 push-ups. Might Dai consoled himself. But then, a cold voice suddenly cut through the air. A man may lack temper, but he must never lack dignity and spirit. They belittle you. Why not strike back? Do you intend to bear the title of Eternal Genin forever, living as a pitiable joke? Who? Might Dai jerked his head up and saw a long-haired youth staring at him with icy detachment. Those profound eyes sent a tremor through his heart, as if all his secrets had been laid bare in an instant. The words lingered like a divine revelation, tearing open the scars buried deep within his soul. I'm used to it, and I'm weak. Might Dai clenched and unclenched his fists under Lin Tian's piercing gaze, inexplicably compelled to speak. Yes, I lack that capability. Due to innate physical limitations, I'm inept at ninjutsu and genjutsu, with chakra reserves naturally scarcer than others. The 8 Gates technique I've painstakingly mastered carries severe physical repercussions, meant for protecting what truly matters, not confronting comrades. Without this ultimate move, I remain but an eternal genin. And if this sovereign were to bestow upon you such power? Lin Tian inquired impassively, his eyes locked onto Might Dai. What do you mean? The green-clad ninja stood dumbfounded. Before he could respond, the 3-leaf shinobi who had earlier mocked Might Dai approached upon hearing Lin Tian's words. Who are you? Clearly not from Konoha, yet here you are inciting Might Dai. Their hostile glares fell upon Lin Tian. With a mere sweep of his eyes, Lin Tian sent tremors through the trio, freezing them mid-step. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads as words died in their throats, such terrifying intensity in that gaze. Whoosh. Lin Tian's hand brushed past the spatial ring on his finger, flicking a perfectly spherical pill toward Might Dai, who caught it reflexively. This sovereign offers you an opportunity to alter your destiny by following me. But first, you must prove yourself, for cowards find no place among my ranks. This elixir was crafted during my idle hours. Consume it, and temporary assistance it may provide. His tone remained detached. This was the third-grade explosive strength pill from the Dochi continent, designed to violently amplify energy. At their core, both chakra and Dochi stemmed from physical energy, merely that chakra required mental guidance. If this pill could enhance the more advanced Dochi, why not a shinobi's capabilities? This served dual purposes, a test for Might Dai and Lin Tian's personal inquiry into the relationship between pills and chakra, while recognizing the green beast's potential. Lin Tian would depart without hesitation should the man prove unworthy. Everything hinged on whether Might Dai could seize this fleeting chance. Ha! You're giving Might Dai a candy to beat us up? Don't make me laugh. One Chunin guffawed. We're proper Chunin while he's the village joke. If this eternal Jinin defeats me, I'll smash my head against the wall. The trio burst into uproarious laughter as surrounding Leaf Shinobi gathered, their mocking smiles mirroring the sentiment. Might Dai? The infamous perpetual failure? Defeating one Chunin would be fantasy enough, but three? Had this stranger lost his mind? The torrent of ridicule stabbed at Might Dai like daggers, his body trembling slightly as breath came uneven. Yet gazing at the fragrant pill in his palm, the dimness in his eyes gradually gave way to glimmers of hope. Years of repression for lacking ninjutsu talent had weighed upon him like mountains. His usual good temper was merely a facade. Deep within, he yearned desperately for recognition. Given even the slightest chance to alter his circumstances and prove himself, he would never relinquish it, not even if the odds were 1 in 10,000. Might Dai lifted his gaze, eyeing the enigmatic Lin Tian with an inscrutable expression before tilting his head back sharply and swallowing the violent pill in one decisive motion. A moment passed, yet his body showed no reaction whatsoever. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Have I truly lost my mind? Placing faith in the words of an eccentric? Might Dai's eyes dimmed once more. Perhaps I should resign myself to being an eternal Jinin, content with guarding what truly matters. But then his body shuddered violently. His skin burned as if scorched by fire, the pill within him erupting like a living volcano. Its immense energy surging through his veins, obliterating every obstruction in its path. A tremendous aura burst forth from Might Dai, swirling dust into the air. This is. Clenching his fists, he felt an unprecedented surge of power flooding his being, so overwhelming that his spirit nearly buckled under its force. It was as though the 8 gates had been unlocked. Stunned, he turned his disbelieving gaze toward Lin Tian. The gathered shinobi of Konoha fell deathly silent, their throats tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand. Shock and terror painted their faces. The silence shattered into gasps and exclamations. By the heavens! Is this truly the same Might Dai we mocked as the eternal Jinin? The chakra radiating from him now unmistakably reached the level of a nin. A faint smile curled Lin Tian's lips. Just as I suspected, the elixirs of the Dochi world still hold potent effects in this realm. Now, prove yourself before this sovereign. Lin Tian's voice resonated in Might Dai's mind, sending a tremor through his heart. Here stood a being of unfathomable power, one who could overturn his fate with a mere gesture. And now, to earn the privilege of following him, Might Dai had to demonstrate his worth. In an instant, his resolve crystallized. I, Might Dai, am strong as well. With a roar, his body wreathed in surging energy. He lunged toward the 3 Konoha nin who had scorned him moments before. Damn it, Might Dai. What are you doing? Panicked. The 3 nin scrambled to defend themselves, only to be sent flying by a single devastating punch, blood spraying from their lips. The pill forged by Emperor Lin Tian was no ordinary concoction. Moreover, Might Dai's years of relentless physical training had honed his body to perfection. Now, with his spiritual and physical energies fused, his chakra rivaled that of a nin, and his taijutsu's lethality soared beyond imagination. Lin Tian watched, satisfied. Might Dai, you have not disappointed me. How is this possible? A hidden ANBU operative observing from afar nearly lost his composure. Am I witnessing a ghost? The eternal Jinin of Konoha, Might Dai, actually held his own against 3 Chunin single-handedly? It was him. The ANBU ninja's gaze fell upon Lin Tian, his soul trembling with realization. He had seen it clearly. Might Dai's sudden surge in power came from something Lin Tian had tossed to him. I must report this to the Hokage immediately. The ANBU ninja dared not approach and swiftly departed. Such incredible strength. I feel like I can even use ninjutsu now. Might Dai stared at the 3 defeated Chunin, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Could he, the eternal Jinin, truly experienced such a day? Had it not been for his lack of talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, why would he have devoted himself so relentlessly to taijutsu? And all of this was because of Lin Tian. The next moment, Might Dai felt that overwhelming power gradually fade, replaced by an intense weariness, though far milder than the backlash of the Eight Gates. Clearly, his strength had been temporary. A single pill couldn't permanently alter his physique. Where is that esteemed one? Struggling to his feet, Might Dai scanned his surroundings and spotted Lin Tian's retreating figure in the distance. My lord, wait for me. He hurried after him. I shall reluctantly accept you as my subordinate. But you are too weak. It would disgrace me. You have 2 years to reach Kage-level strength in your base form, Lin Tian remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Might Dai. Back in the Dochi continent. Such words from the Lin Tian emperor would have driven countless Do saints into ecstasy. Yet here, they nearly caused Might Dai to stumble and choke in disbelief. What? Reach Kage level in 2 years? Are you mocking me? Forget the 8 gates. I'm just an eternal genin right now. And how? Did Lin Tian seem to know about his training in the 8 gates? Naturally, Lin Tian had no interest in explaining. Instead, he ordered Might Dai to lead the way. Newly arrived in this world, he planned to temporarily reside in Might Dai's home while formulating his next steps. As Konoha's eternal genin, Might Dai only received low-ranking missions, earning meager rewards. His dwelling was exceedingly humble. Lin Tian, however, had no particular demands regarding accommodations. For Lin Tian's sake, Might Dai vacated the entire house, relocating to a small wooden shed nearby. No sooner had they settled than a youthful voice rang out. Dad, today at school, Hatake Kakashi mocked me again. He said I'd never become a strong ninja. So I've decided, I'll make him my rival. A boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle and clad in green spandex bounded inside. That prodigy. Hatake Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang? That's my boy. Such determination. I support you. Might Dai raised a thumbs up, then suddenly remembered Lin Tian's presence. Quickly, he pulled the child forward. Guy, this is Lord Lin Tian. Pay your respects. Might Dai urged, his eyes brimming with hope. His son's situation was quite similar to his own, unable to utilize jinjutsu or ninjutsu, perpetually at the bottom of the ninja academy and frequently subjected to ridicule. He earnestly hoped that Lin Tian could resolve his son's predicament as well. Lord Lin Tian? The child bowed respectfully, eyeing Lin Tian with curiosity. Might Guy. Lin Tian smiled faintly. This child was none other than the future king of taijutsu from the original story, surpassing even Might Dai in physical prowess. With the terrifying power of the 8 Gates released formation, he had earned the acknowledgement of Uchiha Madara himself, nearly altering the course of history with a single kick. Raising the king of taijutsu might not be a bad idea. Once he matures, he could handle trivial matters in my stead, Lin Tian mused silently. The more formidable his subordinates, the fewer burdens he would bear. Meanwhile, the news of Might Dai's transformation spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still in his prime, sat with the Hokage hat upon his head, leisurely puffing on his pipe. Before him stood Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. No hand seals. Just a single word to slay 6 Cloud Ninja Chunin. A single move to eliminate a Cloud Jonin. Capable of flight, with an eccentric appearance. Could he be a rogue ninja possessing a unique Kekki Genkai? Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his sharp eyes gleaming with contemplation. After reporting their mission, Kushina and her team had relayed their encounter with Lin Tian, immediately capturing his attention. Even at the peak of his power, renowned as the professor of the shinobi world, Hiruzen himself could not achieve flight. Lord Hokage, I am certain this Lord Lin Tian poses no threat to Konoha, Kushina declared confidently. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and bearing close ties to the wife of the first Hokage, Kushina held considerable influence in the village, despite her fiery temperament, which often left even Hiruzen exasperated. Kushina, why are you so certain? Hiruzen inquired curiously. Because I sense that this man is even stronger than you. If he wished to harm Konoha, he could simply attack outright. Why bother with deception? Kushina blinked playfully, eliciting a wry smile from Hiruzen. With that, she bid farewell and turned to leave, eager to keep her promise of sharing a meal with Lin Tian. Kushina, didn't we agree to have dinner together after completing this mission? Minato quickly reached out to stop her. Oh, next time. Waving dismissively, Kushina exited the office, leaving Minato's expression darkened. His affection for Kushina was no secret in Konoha. Their relationship had always been amicable, teetering on the edge of romance. Yet, within less than a day of Lin Tian's appearance, Minato sensed a shift between them. Whoosh. At that moment, an ANBU operative materialized in the office. Lord Hokage, I bring urgent news. The operative then relayed the events concerning Might Dai in meticulous detail. Clatter. Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his fingers. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand trembled slightly upon hearing the news, causing his pipe to slip from his grasp and clatter crisply against the floor. Minato Namikaze stood equally stunned. That enigmatic stranger, Lin Tian, possessed such terrifying capabilities? How could such a thing be possible? Though the third Hokage struggled to maintain his composure, his voice quivered with barely contained shock. This revelation was utterly earth-shattering. What manner of power could cause a ninja's strength to surge so dramatically in mere moments? Never in the history of the shinobi world had such a phenomenon been recorded. Hokage-sama, Minato began, but Hiruzen raised a silencing hand. Addressing the ANBU operative with grave solemnity, he commanded, "Dispatch a team to bring this Lin Tian before me immediately. And ensure absolute secrecy. This must not reach other villages under any circumstances." The ANBU operative nodded sharply before vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of the Uchiha compound, the clan's elite had convened in urgent assembly. A youthful Fugaku Uchiha, his piercing gaze locked onto a kneeling Nin, demanded, "You're certain of what you witnessed?" "Clan head, I swear it upon my honor," the subordinate affirmed. After consuming that peculiar elixir from the stranger, Might Dai's chakra erupted exponentially. He defeated 3 Nins single-handedly. His power now rivals elite Nin level. A collective gasp rippled through the chamber as every Uchiha elder surged to their feet. To elevate a perpetual Jin into such heights, these elixirs are undoubtedly treasures beyond measure. "Clan head, we must secure this stranger's allegiance without delay. The Uchiha are Konoha's paramount clan. He would be a fool to refuse." Since the second Hokage's era, the Uchiha had endured systemic oppression from Konoha's leadership. Resentment festered like an open wound. With these miraculous elixirs, they could overthrow the existing order and seize control of the leaf. Fugaku raised his hands, quelling the rising fervor. "Patience. The Hokage will act soon enough. We observe and strike when the moment favors us. Recklessness invites disaster." His strategic acumen, honed through years of political maneuvering, silenced the impulsive murmurs. Elsewhere, in the Hige clan's moonlit courtyards, young Hayashi and Hizashi exchanged solemn glances across a low table, equally shaken by reports of Might Dai's transformation. As Konoha's noble lineage, they lacked the Uchiha's revolutionary ambitions, yet even they recognized the need for cautious vigilance. Deep beneath Konoha's bustling streets, within the heavily fortified stronghold known only as Root, Danzo Shimura's laughter echoed through torchlit corridors. "At last, my hour approaches," he exulted. "With these elixirs and my legion of loyalists, the Hokage's seat shall be mine." His shadowy organization hoarded forbidden techniques like dragons guarding treasure. Surely this mysterious alchemist would find such knowledge irresistible. Towering in stature and in the prime of his life, Danzo sat upon his seat, throwing his head back in raucous laughter, the flames of ambition flickering wildly within his pupils. Since the third Hokage's ascension, he had established the Root organization. The position of Hokage perpetually occupied his thoughts, and Lin Tian's emergence undoubtedly kindled a glimmer of hope within him. Within Might Dai's humble abode, Lin Tian employed his formidable soul energy to probe the physiques of both Duel and his son, Might Dai, with effortless precision. He discerned the root of their limitations, blocked meridians, and critically deficient cellular vitality, which rendered them incapable of wielding ninjutsu or genjutsu. For a battle emperor of his stature, rectifying such an ailment was elementary. Merely concocting 2 types of medicinal pills would suffice. These elixirs, however, were beneath Lin Tian's usual consideration, and thus none were readily available. Projecting the precise imagery of the required herbs directly into Dewey's mind through his soul energy, Lin Tian then secluded himself for meditation. Whether Dewey could procure them would depend entirely on fate. As a celestial emperor, he would never stoop to personally scavenging for ingredients on behalf of a subordinate. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Dewey wasted no time despite the late hour, immediately setting out with Guy in search of the herbs. Even the heavenly flames have fallen dormant? Lin Tian activated the burning art, only to discover that all 22 of his heavenly flames had regressed to mere embers. Reigniting their formidable power would require nurturing them with vast reserves of battle energy, hardly an insurmountable task. The medicinal herbs I brought from the Battle Chi continent are insufficient. To refine the Battle Venerable pill and reclaim my Battle Venerable rank, I still lack 2 crucial ingredients. Lin Tian murmured softly, his long hair cascading loosely around him. Are there insects seeking death? At that moment, his gaze sharpened toward the window, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. On the streets of Konoha, 2 strikingly beautiful young women strolled together. "Kushina, is that strange man you mentioned truly as formidable as you claim, even surpassing the third Hokage?" Makoto inquired curiously. Makoto, the gentle and kind-hearted wife of Uchiha Fugaku in the original timeline, was Kushina's closest confidant. No sooner had Kushina left the Hokage's office than she dragged her friend along to seek out Lin Tian. Of course, that lord is incredibly powerful. And though he is a bit aloof, he is truly remarkable. I heard he is staying at Might Dai's place. Let us hurry. Kushina tugged Makoto along as they dashed toward their destination. Soon, they arrived at Might Dai's modest home, where locating Lin Tian proved effortless. Before him, even the typically fearless Kushina grew uncharacteristically timid. Lord Lin Tian, Makoto, and I, we wish to invite you to dine. Makoto, too, studied him with keen curiosity. Seated cross-legged upon the bed, his long hair flowing freely, Lin Tian exuded an icy yet mesmerizing aura. His striking features carried an otherworldly allure, sending both girls' hearts into a fluttering frenzy. Swish! Lin Tian's icy gaze swept over them, instantly startling the two girls. What a nuisance! He frowned slightly, displeased by the unwarranted disturbance, even if they were pivotal figures in the Naruto storyline. Come out, Lin Tian said coolly, lifting his eyes toward the outside. Come out? What do you mean? Uzumaki, Kushina, and Makoto exchanged puzzled glances when swish, swish, swish. Three masked shinobi materialized in the room, their feline visages cold and impersonal. Are you Lin Tian? We are ANBU operatives of Konoha Corps. The third Hokage summons you. Come with us. ANBU. Kushina and Makoto gasped in unison. The ANBU, directly serving the Hokage, comprised only the most elite shinobi, masters of countless jutsu. Their appearance signaled grave matters. You expect me to follow you. And if I refuse? A mocking smile curled on Lin Tian's lips, his voice laced with frost. In the Dochi continent, even Doshing experts would prostrate themselves to seek an audience with him. Now, a mere Hokage dared demand his presence? Though his strength had waned to the 9-star Do Zone level, the aura of an emperor still clung to him, far beyond the reach of this world's so-called Kaga-level fighters. Then we have no choice but to resort to force. One of the masked ANBU stepped forward, poised to strike, only for Lin Tian, still seated on the bed, to lazily raise a hand and clench his fingers. Whoosh! A violent suction force erupted, wrenching the ANBU operative off his feet. His blood surged backward as if seeking escape from his veins, his body helplessly hurtling toward Lin Tian. XZHing, Earth Tier Do skill, grasping palm. In the next instant, Lin Tian's grip shifted to a push. The crushing pull transformed into a devastating gale, shredding the ANBU's flesh as he was hurled like a cannonball through the wall. Lifeless before he even struck the ground. Earth Tier low-level Do skill, blazing wind palm. As a heavenly emperor, even the most basic techniques in Lin Tian's hands transcended mediocrity, turning the mundane into the divine. While Kushina managed to maintain some composure, Makoto's mouth hung open in shock. By the heavens! Lin Tian had obliterated an ANBU operative with nothing more than a flick of his wrist, all without leaving his seat. Such terrifying power. For the first time, she truly believed Kushina's earlier claims. You killed Dai. The remaining two ANBU operatives recoiled, a chill seizing their hearts. One hurled 7 shuriken in a lethal arc, their edges glinting ominously in the dim light. The other wove hand seals at blinding speed, preparing a jutsu. Their coordination was flawless. Lord Lin Tian. These two are ANBU's elite jonin. Kushina cried, impulsively stepping forward to assist. Yet at this very moment, the ground trembled faintly. Seated cross-legged, Lin Tian's raven black hair stirred without wind, his eyes flashing with icy brilliance as they opened and closed. A majestic aura surged skyward like a waking true dragon, its roar shaking the heavens. Thick crimson battle energy erupted outward. Crash! The entire house shuddered violently before collapsing in a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Might Dai's home was located in a remote corner of Konoha, where such a commotion would have surely caused an uproar. Cough! Cough! Uzumaki, Kushina, and Mikachi crawled out from the wreckage, choking on dust, their faces frozen in shock. The 7 shuriken that had been hurled toward Lin Tian, along with the ANBU ninja who had thrown them, had vanished without a trace. Only the ninja who had initiated the jutsu remained, coughing blood as he lay sprawled on the ground, his cat-faced mask shattered, revealing a face twisted in terror as he stared at Lin Tian, who remained seated calmly upon his intact bed. The gap was too vast. At that moment, he had felt like an insignificant ant, foolishly attempting to topple an ancient, towering tree. Do you know why I spared your life? Lin Tian gazed down at the surviving ANBU ninja, his voice indifferent. The ANBU shivered uncontrollably, too terrified to speak. Because I want you to deliver a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he wishes to see me, he may crawl here himself. Should he send more trash next time? I will not hesitate to crush him with a single palm. His tone was calm, but his eyes were merciless. To him, even an ANBU elite was nothing more than a slightly stronger insect, hardly worth the effort of killing. Slap the Hokage to death? The ANBU's lips twitched at the absurdity. But his entire body prickled with fear. Scrambling to his feet, he fled in panic, wishing his parents had blessed him with 2 extra legs. Lin Tian rose gracefully from the bed, ignoring Kushina and Mikachi entirely as he strode swiftly toward Konoha's forest, leaving the 2 girls unable to catch up. Wow, Lord Lin Tian is so cool. I absolutely have to invite him to dinner. Kushina suddenly cheered after a long silence, startling Mikachi beside her. Kushina, you're not falling for him, are you? In nonsense. Kushina glared at Mikachi, though the tips of her ears burned red. Killing an ANBU within the village was no small matter. Yet, considering Lin Tian's overwhelming strength, Kushina wasn't overly concerned. After lingering with Mikachi for a while, she departed. Sometime after both girls had left, a rough voice echoed in the distance. My house. The setting sun bathed Konoha, the greatest shinobi village, in a bloody hue. Deep within the forest behind the village, a tall, long-haired figure moved with effortless grace, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings. Blue flame grass. Lin Tian raised his hand slightly, and a peculiar blue herb from afar levitated into his palm. As I sensed, this world holds no shortage of medicinal herbs. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Lin Tian's countenance. His purpose in venturing into the forest behind Konoha village was to ascertain whether this ninja world, as he had sensed, harbored medicinal herbs. Though revered as the heavenly emperor, he had brought precious few herbs from the Dochi continent. To his pleasant surprise, the depths of Konoha's woods yielded several rare ingredients, more than sufficient for crafting 3rd and 4th tier elixirs. With foresight, he stored them all within his spatial ring. The shinobi world's ignorance of these herbs had left them untouched. Reclaiming his imperial throne through alchemy now seemed assured. Yet, a slight frown creased his brow. The 2 crucial components for the Dozun pill, Night Spirit Leaf and Flame Lotus Fruit, were absent. This 8th tier elixir, his own creation from the Dochi continent, brimmed with immense energy. Though his strength had waned and his soul power lay suppressed, his alchemy remained peerless. With this pill, he could swiftly restore his Dozun cultivation and reclaim mastery over spatial forces. While this world's power hierarchy paled in comparison, formidable beings still lurked. At his current 9-star Dozone level, he could effortlessly overpower Kage-rank ninjas, yet ascending further remained imperative. A sardonic smirk played upon his lips. Why should an emperor scavenge like a commoner? The thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatching ANBU to summon him ignited cold amusement. Like lightning, his form vanished into the ether. Beneath a star-studded canopy, an unspoken tension permeated Konoha. Lord Hokage? Might Dai, returning with his son after herb gathering, gaped at their demolished home. As he and Might Dai began clearing debris, Hiruzen's arrival halted them. Dai, the 3rd Hokage's voice carried grave weight as he surveyed the wreckage. I heard of your misfortune. My men will assist. The ANBU report had struck Hiruzen like thunder. Lin Tian had slaughtered 2 elite operatives. Yet fury gave way to icy calculation. The evidence pointed to a shadowy figure of at least Kage-level prowess, ruthless and inscrutable. Such a predator loose in Konoha was an intolerable thorn, though the mysterious pills tempted. The Hokage couldn't ignore this threat. Swish. A dog-masked ANBU materialized, hands weaving seals. A roaring waterfall jutsu obliterated the rubble. Konoha will rebuild your home, Hiruzen assured. Clasping Dai's shoulder. The unspoken tension thickened, the storm was coming. Might Dai was utterly dumbfounded. The Hidden Leaf village teemed with prodigies and formidable warriors. How could he, an eternal genin, warrant such attention from the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Had his fiery youth finally caught the Hokage's discerning eye? Yet before his excitement could fully blossom, Hiruzen's next words doused his fervor like icy water. Might Dai, Hiruzen began, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with deliberate nonchalance. I've heard that the formidable warrior known as Lin Tian resides in your household. Why is he not present? Lin Tian. Realization dawned on Might Dai. So the Hokage had come for him. His usual guileless grin hardened into wariness. Lord Hokage, are you here to apprehend Lord Lin Tian? This matter does not concern you. Take Guy and leave, Hiruzen replied, his brow furrowing at Dai's uncharacteristic defiance. Though once a perpetual genin, Dai's loyalty to the village had never been in question until now. Lord Lin Tian has shown me kindness. I cannot stand aside while you move against him, Dai insisted. Fists clenched. Dai, this is a matter for the village elders. Do you intend to betray Konoha? The masked ANBU operative behind Hiruzen flared with oppressive chakra, forcing Dai to stagger back, breath hitching. Betrayal was not his intent. But Lin Tian had kindled a rare hope within him, a chance to break free from the cycle of failure. If he yielded now, how could he face Lin Tian's trust? How could he let Guy suffer the same fate? As the ANBU advanced, Hiruzen remained silent, pipe in hand, tacitly permitting the confrontation. Then, a voice, cold, detached, cut through the tension like a blade. Have you come to pay homage to this emperor? Hiruzen stiffened. His eyes lifted to the figure hovering effortlessly in the air, ebony hair cascading, robes billowing as if woven from the wind itself. The man's lips curled in a mocking smirk. Flight. So this is Lin Tian. Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Lord Lin Tian, beware. Dai shouted. The Hokage means to capture you. ANBU surround us, flee. Now. Even his unwavering faith wavered before the third's presence. Damn you, Might Dai. Protect the Hokage. The dog-masked ANBU barked, unsheathing a kunai as he shielded Hiruzen. Yet in that moment, a foreboding chill slithered down Hiruzen's spine. As the third Hokage Saratobi, Hiruzen felt an ominous premonition. Lin Tian, standing midair with a cold smirk, declared, no need to summon those insignificant ants, for they shall soon perish. With those words, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing instantly. The Earth-rank movement technique, 3,000 thundersteps. Almost simultaneously, a blood-curdling scream echoed as a corpse plummeted from a distant tree, a hidden ANBU ninja, slain effortlessly by Lin Tian. Such terrifying speed. But what horrified Hiruzen even more was yet to come. Thud, thud, thud. Like the Grim Reaper himself, Lin Tian reappeared each time only to claim another ANBU life. No matter their strength or the jutsu they unleashed, none could escape his merciless slaughter. The agonized cries of the ANBU became a macabre symphony, each note piercing Hiruzen's heart like a blade. Lin Tian was massacring his subordinates, right before his very eyes as the Hokage. Within mere moments, 7 ANBU lay dead. No. Watching Lin Tian flicker into existence once more, Hiruzen erupted in fury, his shadow-level chakra surging as his hands blurred through seals. Yet before his technique could manifest, Lin Tian had already vanished, leaving behind another lifeless ANBU. Where is he? Even the seasoned Hokage was now flustered, desperately scanning for any trace of his foe. Ah, another scream. Hiruzen lunged toward the sound, only to grasp at empty air. Lin Tian had long mastered the 3,000 thundersteps to perfection. No matter Hiruzen's prowess, he stood no chance of catching him. This was sheer mockery. Every time Lin Tian revealed himself, it was only to vanish the instant Hiruzen gave chase, each departure marked by another fallen ANBU. As the third Hokage, inheritor of Konoha's Will of Fire, Hiruzen would gladly lay down his life to protect his village and comrades. Yet here, forced to watch helplessly as Lin Tian slaughtered his men, his hatred burned with unparalleled intensity. A silent, suffocating dread permeated the battlefield. Lord Lin Tian is beyond formidable, Might Dai murmured, awestruck. To annihilate every hidden ninja with such casual ease, what level of power was this? Even the invincible third Hokage paled in comparison. Though a loyal Konoha shinobi, Dai couldn't bring himself to intervene. Whoosh. When Lin Tian materialized again, all 15 ANBU Hiruzen had brought lay dead save one, a masked ninja with a canine visage, who had remained at the Hokage's side. One bothersome insect remains, Lin Tian mused, descending from the sky with predatory grace. Tell me, were you foolish enough to raise that kunai against me? His long hair danced wildly, his robes fluttering as he strode through the air like a deity descending. No. Saratobi Hiruzen roared in fury, his body erupting with a surge of powerful chakra. His hands swiftly formed seals as he unleashed his attack upon Lin Tian. Water release, great waterfall technique. Whoosh. In an instant, a colossal waterfall materialized out of thin air, its roaring currents surging violently like a raging water dragon charging toward Lin Tian. As the Hokage in his prime, Hiruzen's mastery amplified the technique's power to extraordinary levels. Yet, Lin Tian merely curled his lips into a mocking smile. When this emperor wishes to kill, do you truly believe you can stop me, Saratobi Hiruzen? This time, Lin Tian did not evade with his usual agility. Instead, he faced the oncoming deluge head-on, an overwhelming aura radiating from him like an unstoppable force. Boom! The raging waterfall, upon reaching Lin Tian, split apart as if striking an immovable reef amidst the sea, its currents diverted by sheer dominance. Not only did the technique fail to move him, but the torrent was also swiftly evaporated into nothingness by his scorching battle energy, leaving only dense mist in its wake. Step by step, Lin Tian advanced through the air, his palm striking outward toward the masked ANBU operative. Bang! The ANBU shinobi in the dog mask let out a blood-curdling scream before his body exploded violently, splattering scorching blood across Hiruzen's face. The Hokage stood frozen, his body rigid as stone, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Even in direct confrontation, what did it change? Lin Tian had still slaughtered every last one of his subordinates right before his eyes. This man named Lin Tian was a terror beyond comprehension, toying with him effortlessly. Helplessness, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, consumed him entirely. Annoying insects dealt with. Lin Tian's voice was chillingly indifferent. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now you may speak. Have you come to pay homage to this emperor? Or are you here to hold me accountable for those deaths? His gaze, laced with amusement, settled upon the Hokage. Though his spiritual power was suppressed in this world, it remained formidable. Did they truly believe he wouldn't detect the hidden shinobi? A mere Hokage, leading a handful of disposable ANBU. Did they truly intend to challenge him? How laughable. He would see if Hiruzen had the courage to voice such folly. Under that piercing gaze, Hiruzen's soul trembled once more. His lips parted, yet no words emerged. Yes, he had come to demand justice. But did he dare say it? He knew, if he uttered those words, Lin Tian would strike again. And whether he could withstand the assault or not, Konoha would surely be doomed. This was a choice, one wrong decision, and both he and the village would face eternal ruin. Lin Tian. My lord, Hiruzen forced out, his voice strained. I have come only to pay my respects. There is no intention to hold you accountable. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and, under Might Dai's incredulous gaze, bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Hiruzen Sarutobi, compelled by Lin Tian's ruthless methods, had yielded. Even as Lin Tian slaughtered without restraint, he dared not show the slightest displeasure. Oh, so you've come to pay homage to this emperor, Lin Tian remarked, a scornful smile curling his lips. He could see right through Hiruzen's intentions. The Hokage had arrived with his ANBU, prepared for confrontation. Yet, the man's opportunistic shift in attitude amused him. No wonder he had risen to the rank of Hokage. Had Hiruzen foolishly persisted in defiance, he would already be a corpse. What of the third Hokage in his prime? With Lin Tian's current strength, eliminating him would be no great challenge. Unaware that he had just skirted the gates of death, Hiruzen stood in anxious uncertainty, his mind racing for the next move. He was genuinely shaken by Lin Tian's brutality. The price of provoking this man was one he refused to pay. Whoosh. At that moment, Lin Tian unleashed his formidable soul energy, manifesting as a radiant beam that surged toward Hiruzen, imprinting itself directly into his mind. A thunderous resonance filled Hiruzen's consciousness as the images and names of two medicinal herbs materialized with crystalline clarity. These are the herbs this emperor requires. Dispatch your shinobi to retrieve them. Should you succeed, I may deign to reward you with a few pills, Lin Tian said coolly. Of course, should you refuse, well, you may test my patience. The herbs transmitted through his soul energy were precisely those missing for his Dozun pill refinement. Gathering ingredients was no arduous task, merely a matter of recognition. With willing pawns at his disposal, why waste his own time? Slaying Hiruzen paled in comparison to bending him to his will. Not that a man like Hiruzen Sarutobi was worthy of being his subordinate. As for controlling Konoha, that was a triviality, achievable at his leisure. This Hiruzen was once again awestruck by Lin Tian's power, though a surge of elation soon followed. The message was clear. Refusal meant further bloodshed, while compliance might earn them those miraculous pills, like the ones given to Might Dai. Willing. Of course, I am willing. I shall mobilize Konoha's elite genin immediately upon my return, Hiruzen hastily assured, knowing he had no choice. After a hesitant pause, he ventured cautiously. Lord Lin Tian, might I arrange more suitable accommodations for you? Might Dai's eyes narrowed. Was the Hokage implying his home was inadequate? Unnecessary. With a dismissive glance, Lin Tian extended his hand toward the ground. Boom. A torrent of dense dochi erupted from his palm. The earth trembled violently as fissures spiderwebbed outward, dust and debris exploding into the air. The violent tremors reverberated through half of Konoha village. Heavens, was that an earthquake? It seemed to originate from over there. Should we investigate? What could possibly cause such massive disturbances? The tranquil night of Konoha was shattered as ninjas emerged from their homes, their gazes drawn toward Might Dai's residence. Just as they prepared to investigate, ANBU operatives intercepted them. Under the stunned gazes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Might Dai, and Guy, Lin Tian merely extended his palm in a commanding gesture. Countless fragments of stone surged and coalesced, forming an immense and imposing castle of rock, majestic and domineering. Should you find the medicinal herbs, inform me through Might Dai. Otherwise, do not disturb this sovereign. Defiance will be met with death. With those chilling words, Lin Tian vanished in a flash, retreating into the depths of his newly forged fortress. By the heavens, just how powerful is this Lin Tian? Hiruzen murmured, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. With a heavy heart, he departed, knowing full well that provoking this godlike figure would be unthinkable. Returning to the Hokage's office, Hiruzen wasted no time. He summoned parchment and ink, meticulously sketching the appearance of the herbs from memory. Deliver this scroll to the Mission Assignment Division. Classify it as an Ultra S-rank mission. Gather all available shinobi and dispatch them to search for these ingredients, he ordered an ANBU operative. Yes, Lord Hokage. The operative accepted the scroll and swiftly departed to execute the command. Sighing deeply, Hiruzen slumped into his chair. I can only hope that Lin Tion's presence does not spell disaster for Konoha. The ANBU had suffered devastating losses. All the operatives he had brought to Might Dai's residence had been slain, though the operation had been conducted in secrecy. The magnitude of the battle had not gone unnoticed. What? That freak named Lin Tion eliminated 15 ANBU operatives? Even Lord Hokage might not be his match? How is such power possible? This complicates matters. The restless Uchiha clan and Danzo, who had been scheming in the shadows, abruptly reconsidered their plans. Forced to tread carefully. Within the stone castle, Lin Tion remained undisturbed. Might Dai, accompanied by Guy, ventured out and successfully retrieved the herbs as depicted by Lin Tion's soul-imprinted instructions, presenting them to the enigmatic figure. They watched as Lin Tion effortlessly refined 2 third-grade body-enhancing elixirs using beast flame. My body. I feel the fires of my youth reigniting. Upon consuming the pill, Might Dai felt his blocked meridians burst open, his chakra flowing unimpeded as if reborn. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face. His gratitude toward Lin Tion immeasurable. Do not forget, if you fail to reach Kage level in your base state within 2 years, I will personally erase your existence. Lin Tion's indifferent words froze the jubilant expression on Might Dai's face, a grim reminder of the stakes. Father, I will definitely surpass Kakashi in the future. Might Guy, exhilarated from consuming the medicinal pill, roared with excitement. Defeat Kakashi in the future? Lin Tion's gaze shifted toward him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Unnecessary. With my intervention, you shall surpass him within 2 days. Through his observations, Lin Tion had discerned that the current era was the 39th year of Konoha, the Second Shinobi World War had ended, and the third had yet to commence. Both Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi were merely 5 years old, attending the Ninja Academy. However, Kakashi was a prodigy, adorned with dazzling accolades, his talents unparalleled. He would graduate this very year, ascending to the rank of Ch-Nin the next, his name resounding across the shinobi world. In stark contrast, Might Guy languished at the bottom of his class. Like his father, Might Dai, he lacked proficiency in genjutsu and ninjutsu, earning him the mockery of his peers. Yet, he had resolved to make the genius Kakashi his rival. Though Guy would eventually, through relentless dedication to taijutsu, rise to the rank of elite Ch-Nin decades later. Catching up to Kakashi step by step, at present, he remained the Academy's laughingstock, utterly incomparable to his prodigious counterpart. Lin Tion, however, saw in Guy potential far surpassing even Might Dai's. He had already decided to nurture him meticulously, for in time, this boy would prove immensely useful. And defeating Kakashi? That was merely the first step Lin Tion had set for Guy. If he couldn't even surpass a single Kakashi, wouldn't that tarnish the dignity of Lin Tion? The Heavenly Emperor? Back in the Dochi continent, those who sought to serve under him had to meet the exacting standards he imposed. His demands were nothing if not stringent. As far as Lin Tion was concerned, if he willed it, enabling Might Guy to defeat Kakashi within 2 days was child's play. What? Lord Lin Tion. Is that truly possible? Might Guy clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes as he stared at Lin Tion, on the verge of weeping outright. Having witnessed Lin Tion's godlike prowess firsthand, his mind reeled from the sheer impact. He harbored not a shred of doubt toward Lin Tion's words. Defeat Kakashi in 2 days? Might Dai's lips twitched, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Though it was true that the father-son duo had just had their physiques transformed by Lin Tion's miraculous pill. The path of cultivation demanded perseverance. Progress had to be earned through steady, incremental effort. At present, Guy hadn't even mastered chakra extraction. The notion of him surpassing the prodigy Kakashi in 2 days was nothing short of a fantasy. Even if Lin Tion were to provide a berserker pill, it would be useless to Guy in his current state. Moreover, at the tender age of 5, his body couldn't possibly withstand such violent energy. Yet, if Lord Lin Tion spoke with such confidence, then surely he had a method. Guy, if you wish to follow me as your father does, you must defeat the genius of your generation Kakashi. Tomorrow, challenge him at the academy, then return to me. With those words, Lin Tion dismissed them. Within the castle he had conjured, Lin Tion sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, his dark hair cascading loosely as he immersed himself in meditation. The sparse spiritual energy of the world coalesced around him, drawn inexorably into his body. ZZZZT. Within Lin Tion's body, 22 dormant seeds of exotic flames were being nurtured by an immense and formidable surge of battle energy. Like seeds of a plant receiving nourishment, they were gradually awakening. Outside the fortress-like stone house, Kai, Lord Lin Tian, must be planning to cultivate you. You must seize this opportunity, understand? Your youthful passion will be ignited by Lord Lin Tian himself. Might Dai, tears streaming down his face, gazed at Kai with fervor. Understood, father. Might Kai, equally tearful, embraced his father tightly as the two shared an emotional moment. The next morning, Might Kai rose early and set off for the ninja academy. There, he confronted the masked figure of Kakashi, who concealed half his face, and bellowed, "Kakashi, I challenge you. In 2 days, I will defeat you." Kakashi was stunned. The students of the Ninja Academy were stunned. The teachers of the Ninja Academy were stunned. A hopeless underdog of the academy, a failure who hadn't even managed to extract chakra, dared to challenge Kakashi, the prodigy bathed in the halo of genius? It was common knowledge that despite being only 5 years old, Kakashi already possessed the strength of an elite genin. Who in the entire academy didn't know of his prowess? Might Kai actually believed he could defeat Kakashi in 2 days? Impossible. Ha ha ha. Might Kai, are you still dreaming? Might Kai, have you lost your mind? A talentless failure who can't even harness chakra thinks he can defeat Kakashi in 2 days? This is hilarious. After a brief silence, uproarious laughter erupted, soaring into the heavens. Faced with the mockery of the crowd, the young Might Kai flared with anger. Stop laughing. Lord Lin Tian said that if he wills it, he can make me defeat Kakashi in 2 days. Just wait and see. With that, Might Kai didn't even bother asking for leave from the academy instructor and hurried off. Lord Lin Tian, that mysterious man with the miraculous elixirs? The instructor's expression darkened with seriousness. The incident involving Might Dai had already spread throughout Konoha, making Lin Tian's name known to many, including him. Yet, even so, he found this challenge utterly absurd. All right, students, study on your own for now. The instructor dismissed the class and headed straight to the Hokage's office to report. Might Kai challenging Kakashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just finished handling the aftermath of the ANBU operatives killed by Lin Tian, was dumbfounded upon hearing the report. What is Lin Tian planning now? Could this man truly allow a hopeless underdog to defy fate in just 2 days and defeat the academy's prodigy, Kakashi? Very well. Arrange it. In 2 days, let Kakashi and Might Kai face off in a duel. I will personally observe it. Recalling Lin Tian's display of power the previous night, Hiruzen spoke solemnly. What? The instructor was stunned. Lord Hokage actually believes this ridiculous challenge might succeed, and he intends to witness it himself? This was originally just a trivial matter between 2 children, something anyone would find laughable and dismissive. Yet, simply because the name Lin Tian was involved, this challenge swept through Konoha like a storm, shaking the entire village. Every street and alley buzzed with discussions, drawing immense attention. Could Lin Tian truly enable a dead-last underdog to surpass the prodigy Kakashi in just 2 days? Meanwhile, Might Dai left the Ninja Academy and arrived before Lin Tian's castle. Might Dai, whose physique had been enhanced by Lin Tian and subjected to his rigorous demands, had already dashed off at dawn for an intense training session. Lord Lin Tian, I've already issued a challenge to Kakashi. Might Dai's heart was filled with unease and tension. What method did Lin Tian possess to allow a failure like him to defeat the genius Kakashi in just 2 days? Enter. A calm, indifferent voice echoed from within. Might Dai stepped inside Lin Tian's castle and immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. Before Lin Tian stood 3 enormous wooden barrels filled with an emerald green liquid, shimmering with a faint glow and exuding a refreshing fragrance, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Second-grade elixir, the modified foundation-building spiritual liquid crafted by Lin Tian. The previous day, Lin Tian had ventured into the forests of Konoha, gathering medicinal herbs with ease. Using his beast flame, he refined this improved version of the foundation-building spiritual liquid. At only 5 years old, Might Dai's body was still developing, his bones and physique fragile, unable to withstand potent medicinal forces. Thus, a gentler elixir like the foundation-building spiritual liquid was the perfect choice. Even in the Dochi continent, this elixir had been known to aid cultivation. After Lin Tian's personal modifications, its effectiveness for ninjas was beyond doubt. Today, you will go nowhere. Sit here and focus solely on refining chakra. Do not disappoint me. With those words, Lin Tian departed, retreating into seclusion to nourish his strange fire with Dochi while harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his strength. What is this? Left alone, Might Dai circled the 3 barrels before stripping off his clothes and leaping inside. Splash! As he settled into the barrel, an immediate surge of pure energy radiated from the emerald liquid, climbing along his skin and seeping into his pores. This is incredible. His young face was alight with astonishment. Even at his age, he could sense the extraordinary potency within the liquid. Without hesitation, he calmed his mind and began refining chakra using the method taught at the academy. Chakra, the fusion of physical energy extracted from each of the body's 130 trillion cells and the spiritual energy honed through rigorous training and experience. The reason Might Dai and his son typically possessed far less chakra than other ninjas was due to the poor vitality of their cells. And the foundation-building spiritual liquid Lin Tian had prepared was precisely the remedy for this flaw. As Might Dai formed the hand seals to extract chakra, he felt the cells within his body transform like ravenous demons, voraciously devouring the pure energy from the foundation elixir. A refreshing current surged within him, flowing effortlessly without obstruction. Chakra. He had actually refined chakra. Might Dai was ecstatic, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Chakra was the foundation of a shinobi. Without it, everything else was meaningless. For half a year in the ninja academy, he had failed to refine even a wisp of it, yet now, it had come so effortlessly. How could he not be overjoyed? Then, something even more unbelievable happened. As the pure energy from the foundation elixir was absorbed, the thin, hair-like strand of chakra within him expanded at an astonishing speed, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. From within Linton's castle, Might Dai's excited whoops echoed until a cold snort from Linton silenced him, though his face still burned with excitement. Now, Might Dai understood. Lord Linton's claim that he could defeat Kakashi within 2 days was no empty boast. Driven by this grand ambition, he patiently submerged himself in the wooden barrel, continuing his training. At noon, Might Dai returned from his own training. Sensing the chakra fluctuations from his son, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Damn, this is like rocket speed progress. At this rate, Might Dai would soon possess the chakra reserves of a genin. Is this the power of Linton? Is Lord Linton here? A timid voice called from outside the door. Might Dai stepped out to find a red-haired girl, Uzumaki Kushina, peering inside. Her expression slightly dazed. Just yesterday, she and Makoto had witnessed Linton demolishing Might Dai's house. Yet now, this stone castle stood in its place. When was this built? Unaware of last night's events, known only to the major clans of Konoha, she hesitated. Lord Linton dislikes disturbances. What do you need? Might Dai stepped forward. Having witnessed Linton's power, he wouldn't hesitate to block even the third Hokage himself, let alone a single Uzumaki. Oh, I just wanted to give Lord Linton a bento to thank him for saving me. Kushina's face fell slightly as she held out the lunchbox. Very well. I'll pass it to him, but whether he accepts it is beyond my control. Might Dai took it with a nod. Kushina smiled. Thank you. And please tell Guy, keep it up. I believe with Lord Linton's support, he can definitely defeat Kakashi. With that, she turned and left. Kushina. I told you, Lord Linton's too aloof to meet you. Why bother? Makoto approached from a distance. Very well, I am Kushina who never admits defeat. I shall persist in delivering bento boxes to Uncle Lin Tian every single day until he finally accepts them. Kushina clenched her delicate fist with unwavering confidence. Her beauty utterly breathtaking. As the two women conversed, they eventually departed. Meanwhile, Might Dai carried Kushina's bento and placed it outside Lin Tian's door, only to find his room as silent and motionless as ever. Lord Lin Tian is truly aloof. Might Dai shook his head before turning his attention to overseeing Might Dai's training instead of continuing his own. By the end of the first day, Might Dai had already immersed himself in the third wooden barrel. Boom. A surprisingly formidable aura suddenly erupted from Might Dai, startling Might Dai so much that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Already a genin. Impossible. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. As the morning sun rose in the east, Konoha village buzzed with excitement. Ninjas not assigned to missions flocked toward the Ninja Academy. Today was the day of the decisive battle between Might Dai and Hatake Kakashi. One was the Academy's infamous underdog, the other a prodigy of legendary renown. Their duel was dramatic enough on its own, yet the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had sanctioned and arranged this challenge. The reason? None other than Lin Tian. Wait, am I hearing this right? That little brat Might Dai is challenging the son of the White Fang? I was only away on a mission for a few days. How has the world changed so much? You heard correctly. Rumor has it that Might Dai, the dead last, received training from that eccentric Lin Tian who came to our village. Now he's brimming with confidence. Careful with your words. Yesterday, a comrade of mine called Lin Tian eccentric and got hauled away by the ANBU. He still hasn't returned. No way. Since when did Konoha lose the freedom to gossip behind someone's back? The ninjas gathering at the academy whispered among themselves. The day Lin Tian first arrived in Konoha, he effortlessly transformed Might Dai's strength, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Many believed that Might Dai's newfound confidence must stem from those mysterious elixirs Lin Tian possessed. Some even came purely for the spectacle. After all, when Might Dai consumed that elixir, his power surged briefly before plummeting just as quickly. What use was a fleeting burst of strength, no matter how formidable? Like a shooting star, it would vanish in an instant. Moreover, Might Dai had previously failed to even refine chakra. Even if those so-called elixirs were miraculous, could they truly bridge the vast gap between him and Kakashi? The Hokage has arrived. On the academy grounds, the still vigorous Hiruzen Sarutobi strode forward leisurely, his Hokage hat casting a shadow over his face, flanked by two elite jonin. All hail the Hokage! All hail the Hokage! As Hiruzen appeared, the assembled ninjas bowed in unison, paying their respects. Hiruzen Sarutobi allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he nodded at the assembled crowd. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He hadn't anticipated his arrival. Was it the allure of Lin Tian's medicinal pills that drew him here? From the opposite end of the training grounds, a towering figure strode forward. A man of imposing stature, his expression was grim, exuding an aura of palpable menace, none other than Danzo, Hiruzen's longtime rival. With a cold smirk directed at the Hokage, Danzo took his seat and closed his eyes, settling into silent meditation. His entrance stirred unrest among the spectators. Soon after, Fugaku Uchiha and the Hige brothers made their appearance, leading their respective clansmen onto the field. A glint of sharp understanding flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. Konoha is not as united as it seems on the surface. He knew full well these figures hadn't gathered merely to witness a childish spar. Their true interest lay in observing Lin Tian's methods. Remarkable. A simple duel between two youngsters has drawn the attention of Konoha's root, the Uchiha, and the Hige alike. No doubt, they all coveted the so-called miraculous pills. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Kushina, why drag me here to watch some kids fight? Makoto sighed, casting an exasperated glance at her friend. Minato Namikaze, too, turned a questioning gaze toward Kushina. Since when had she taken an interest in such trivial spectacles? You wouldn't understand. My guy has been trained by Lord Lin Tian, of course I had to come. Kushina beamed, her excitement uncontainable. Lin Tian again. Minato's lips twitched, his handsome face darkening with exasperation. As time passed, a masked boy with silver-gray hair stepped onto the field with deliberate slowness. Kakashi Hitaki, the prodigy of the academy. His dull, disinterested eyes swept the surroundings before he let out an unimpressed scoff. I still don't understand why the Hokage arranged this. A duel against a dead last? Pointless. Though only 5 years old, Kakashi had already been assessed as possessing the skill of an elite genin, towering above his peers. Whispers of his potential to reach Kaga-level strength had even spread beyond the village. As for Might Dai, a mere dead last. Kakashi had never once considered him a rival. Kakashi's here, so where's Guy? The crowd scanned the grounds, and even the academy instructors exchanged baffled glances. He challenged Kakashi, yet he is nowhere to be seen. Just as Kakashi's patience wore thin, Guy finally arrived, panting heavily. Sorry, I just finished Lord Lin Tian's training regimen. Got held up. Doesn't matter. Whether you show up or not, the outcome is the same. Kakashi's deadpan voice cut like a blade. Yet, far from being discouraged, Guy merely grinned and fell into his stance. Bring it on. Today, I will defeat you. That confidence must be from one of Lin Tian's strange pills, huh? I've heard about them. Go ahead and take it. I'm giving you this chance, Kakashi said with his usual deadpan expression. There wasn't any pill. But Lord Lin Tian helped me improve my strength. Might Dai replied with a mysterious grin, clenching his fist and roaring as an overwhelming surge of power erupted around him. He lunged forward, striking Kakashi with a devastating punch. What? Such intense chakra. Kakashi barely had time to react before the force of the blow sent him flying. Whoosh. Kakashi twisted midair and landed gracefully, immediately countering with a sweeping kick that connected with Guy, who had pursued him relentlessly. Might Guy, even with your increased chakra, you're still no match for me. You're too weak, Kakashi remarked coldly. But before he could finish, poof, a cloud of smoke burst forth. And in Guy's place lay a wooden log. Kakashi froze in shock. In just 2 days, Might Dai had not only gained formidable chakra but also mastered the substitution technique. Almost simultaneously, Guy appeared behind Kakashi, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you fool. Under Lord Lin Tian's training, I mastered the 3 basic techniques in a single day. With that, he delivered a crushing blow to Kakashi's back, sending him sprawling across the ground in a cloud of dust. The training grounds of the Ninja Academy fell into stunned silence, broken only by the collective gasps of disbelief. Mastered the 3 basic techniques in one day? Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand trembled, his expression turning blank. Danzo was speechless. Fugaku Uchiha was dumbfounded. The Higa brothers stood frozen. Minato Namikaze was in shock. Every observing ninja was utterly bewildered. What happened to the so-called dead last? What about the one who couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu? In just 2 days, Might Dai had not only developed chakra strong enough to rival a Jinin, but had also learned ninjutsu? The 3 basic techniques, though fundamental, required precise chakra control and manipulation. Even the fastest learners among academy students took at least half a year to master them after first manifesting chakra. And Lin Tian had made Guy achieve this in a single day? Was this really just the result of some pill? Was this still the same dead last? If this was what being a dead last meant, then what did that make the rest of them? Utter failures. At that moment, Kakashi sprang back to his feet, his eyes burning with indignation. He was the prodigy of the academy, Ataki Kakashi, yet he had been struck by the so-called dead last? I refuse to believe it. You must have taken that pill, and this chakra won't last. Kakashi snarled, flicking his wrist to send 5 shuriken hurtling toward Guy with deadly precision. Clang, clang, clang. Guy retaliated with his own shuriken, intercepting each of Kakashi's projectiles flawlessly. Clone technique. Kakashi's hands blurred as he formed seals, conjuring 2 identical clones that charged at Guy in unison. Clone technique. Meanwhile, Might Dai also swiftly formed hand seals with no delay, materializing 2 shadow clones that charged toward Kakashi. Under the collective gaze of the spectators, the 2 slender figures clashed in fierce combat. As time elapsed, the faint glimmer of hope in Kakashi's heart was utterly shattered, while the expressions on the faces of the onlookers grew increasingly astonished. After a prolonged battle, Might Dai's chakra showed no signs of depletion. On the contrary, it surged with even greater intensity. His body, tempered by the foundation elixir, exhibited heightened cellular vitality, continuously generating an inexhaustible flow of chakra during combat. In contrast, Kakashi, despite his exceptional chakra control, found himself at a disadvantage in terms of sheer volume. The crowd shared Kakashi's initial assumption that such rapid chakra enhancement within 2 days must have been the result of medicinal aids, a fleeting brilliance rather than a permanent transformation. Yet Might Dai's performance resoundingly refuted this notion. It was undeniable. Might Dai had genuinely attained the strength of a Genin. Could it be that the eccentric Lin Tian's elixirs possessed the ability to permanently augment chakra? At this moment, the Uchiha clan, the Higa clan, and even Dans were seized by fervent longing, their reverence for Lin Tian deepening alongside their desire for his miraculous concoctions. Thud. The battlefield shifted abruptly as Kakashi was struck by a sweeping kick from Might Dai, staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Might Dai pressed his advantage with an unrelenting barrage of strikes, finally sending Kakashi crashing to the ground. Enough. I declare Might Dai the victor of this duel. Hiruzen Sarutobi promptly announced, rising to his feet. It was evident to all that Might Dai's momentum was unstoppable, rendering further combat meaningless. A wave of realization swept through the crowd. Kakashi, the prodigy of the Ninja Academy, had been defeated by a former underdog. All within 2 days under the guidance of that enigmatic figure, Lin Tian. Such a feat bordered on divine intervention. After a brief silence, the training grounds erupted into an uproar, the clamor soaring into the heavens. I finally defeated Kakashi. Might Dai clenched his fists, his youthful face alight with exhilaration. Defeating Kakashi had been the goal set by Lord Lin Tian, the condition for earning the privilege to follow him, just as his father, Might Dai, had. And now, he had succeeded. Recalling the previous day, when Lin Tian had personally intervened, suppressing him with martial energy and subjecting him to an entire day of grueling trainings, Might Dai shuddered involuntarily. Guy, could you share how you trained over these 2 days? Before Might Dai could even lift his head, he found himself encircled by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Fugaku Uchiha, the Higa brothers, and Dans, each pair of eyes burning with ambition. Well, Lord Lin Tian prepared a medicinal solution called Foundation Elixir for me. I sat in it while refining my chakra, and after training nonstop, I just broke through. Might Dai scratched his head, his small face breaking into a grin as he tactfully omitted the details of yesterday's brutal conditioning. Training nonstop, and just breaking through? Hearing Might Dai describe his transformation from an underdog to a genius with such nonchalance, the high-ranking officials of Konoha couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Were they to understand that simply by obtaining the Foundation Establishment Elixir and relentlessly training an underdog, one could forge a genius? Hokage-sama, I've heard Konoha has received an Ultra S-rank mission. My root division has been inactive for too long. Allow me to dispatch them immediately to undertake this mission and contribute to Konoha's prosperity and development. Danzo turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the words slipping effortlessly from his lips. Damn it, you old fox. Hiruzen's face darkened with frustration, barely restraining the urge to lash out at Danzo. Since when have you ever cared about Konoha's welfare? You're only interested because you know this Ultra S-rank mission involves gathering medicinal ingredients for Lin Tian. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan is also deeply interested in this Ultra S-rank mission. Hokage-sama, the High GA clan as well. In the next moment, Fugaku Uchiha and the High GA brothers eagerly voiced their intentions, further darkening Hiruzen's expression. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the situation. Have all these Konoha elites lost their minds? Hokage-sama, I too am intrigued by this mission. Might I also attempt it? Just then, another voice joined the fray. A man with a ponytail and a weathered appearance helped Kakashi to his feet before addressing Hiruzen. The crowd's astonishment deepened. Even Tsukumo Hatake, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, a figure revered by the Sannin, had arrived. Faced with such fervent interest from Konoha's strongest, Hiruzen could hardly refuse outright in front of so many witnesses. Very well. If you all wish to undertake this mission, retrieve the mission scroll from the mission assignment desk. After offering a few encouraging words to Might Dai, Hiruzen hastily departed. As soon as the Hokage left, the other Konoha elites wasted no time in following suit, their swift exits leaving the surrounding shinobi stunned. Kitagawa immediately mobilized more ANBU operatives to search for the medicinal ingredients. We must find them before the others do. And inform Minato, have him retrieve the Ultra S-rank mission scroll. Even Tsukumo Hatake had taken interest. Hiruzen couldn't afford to fall behind. Back in his office, the Hokage issued stern orders to the ANBU. Minato Namikaze, a disciple of the Sannin Jiraiya and a shinobi aligned with the Hokage's faction, was Hiruzen's preferred successor. Upon receiving the command, Minato's lips twisted slightly. Due to his connection with Kushina Uzumaki, he harbored a faint hostility toward Lin Tian. And now, he was being tasked with gathering ingredients for him? Nevertheless, his mind remained sharp. Recognizing the gravity of the Ultra S-rank mission, he retrieved the scroll and set off without delay. Our chance has arrived. Dispatch all available Chunin, led by Jonin, to retrieve the Ultra S-rank mission scroll. Within the Uchiha compound, Fugaku declared his clan's intentions. The Hyuga clan must not fall behind. Immediately dispatch our branch family's elite Jonin to comprehend the Ultra S-rank mission scroll. A commanding voice resonated from the Hyuga compound. We must complete this mission before Sarutobi Hiruzen and establish good relations with that eccentric Lin Tian to obtain his miraculous pills and elixirs. A sinister voice echoed from the root organization's base. Though Konoha stood as the strongest hidden village with numerous powerful shinobi, beneath its harmonious facade lay intense rivalries and power struggles. Many had coveted Lin Tian's alchemical treasures, but restrained themselves after witnessing how effortlessly he toyed with Hiruzen that fateful night. However, after seeing how his foundation establishment elixir transformed an underdog into a genius, their patience wore thin. This S-rank mission became their golden opportunity to forge connections with the mysterious alchemist. Soon, ordinary villagers and shinobi sensed a palpable tension spreading through the village. Shops sold out of kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags as numerous ninja departed on missions. Father, I'll defeat Might Dai through my own efforts. I don't need you befriending that weirdo Lin Tian, Kakashi shouted within the Hatake residence. His pride still wounded from losing to Guy. The thought of his father undertaking Lin Tian's mission was unbearable. Sighing, Tsukumo glanced at his son with a bitter smile. Defeat Guy through your own efforts? Wasn't that Guy's usual line to Kakashi? In the past, Kakashi surpassing Guy would have been inevitable, but now, that alchemist had made an underdog surpass Kakashi within 2 days. What hope did Kakashi have of catching up now? I have a mission to attend to, Tsukumo said, adjusting his Jonin uniform before departing with a wave. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Near Konoha's back mountains, within the stone castle Lin Tian had created, the alchemist sat cross-legged as wisps of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Thick battle chi nourished 22 flickering flame seeds within him, each noticeably stronger than when he first arrived in this world. Soon one of the strange fires will awaken. Lin Tian murmured, fiery light dancing in his eyes as he stood with confident grace. Though he'd remained secluded, he was well aware of Konoha's recent developments. Exiting his castle, Lin Tian spotted young Might Dai training vigorously with his father. Since defeating Kakashi, Guy treasured this hard-won opportunity, training with redoubled intensity. As for Might Dai, Lin Tian's set goals kept him equally diligent, leaving no room for complacency. Lin Tian occasionally intervened, mercilessly training the father and son duo, accelerating their progress significantly. They had now mastered several ninjutsu techniques with proficiency. Lord Lin Tian. Upon seeing Lin Tian approach, Might Dai and Might Dai immediately halted their practice and bowed respectfully. utterly awed by his prowess. Your progress is far too slow, Lin Tian remarked with a slight frown. Though they might not be of immediate use, their potential for the future could not be overlooked. Might Guy and Might Dai exchanged helpless glances. Lord Lin Tian's standards were nothing short of monstrous. Here are 10 vials of foundation elixir. Continue using them to refine your chakra, Lin Tian stated, retrieving 10 jade bottles from his spatial ring and tossing them over. Might Dai caught them eagerly, his face alight with joy. The efficacy of the foundation elixir was beyond doubt. Lord Lin Tian. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Lin Tian turned his gaze to see a red-haired girl sprinting toward him with unbridled energy. It was Uzumaki Kushina. Her striking features were dusted with grime. Her vibrant crimson hair tied back. Clearly, she had just returned from a mission. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Over the past month, Kushina had been absent. Likely dispatched on a mission. Lord Lin Tian, I took on an S-rank mission and found the herbs you were looking for. Pretty impressive, right? Kushina beamed as she approached. Her excitement palpable. You found them? Lin Tian was genuinely surprised. Had she ventured out specifically to gather these ingredients for him? With meticulous care, Kushina retrieved 3 ebony-leafed flowers and 3 fiery red fruits from her pouch, their rich medicinal fragrance instantly permeating the air. Nightshade leaves, flame lotus fruits, and 3 of each. No less. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with recognition. These were precisely the rare ingredients he needed to refine the Dozun pill. Despite the efforts of Konoha's elite shinobi over the past month, none had succeeded in locating these herbs. Yet here was Kushina, presenting them to him. Here. Lord Lin Tian for you. Kushina grinned, extending the herbs toward him. Upon learning that the S-rank mission had been issued by Lin Tian, she had eagerly accepted the scroll and departed the village without hesitation. Assisting him brought her immense joy. Lin Tian studied her silently. Kushina appeared disheveled, her clothes bearing the marks of arduous travel. She must have endured considerable hardship to procure these herbs, and instead of reporting her mission completion, she had come straight to him. Her sincerity was not lost on him. What a tenacious girl. With a flick of his wrist, the herbs levitated and soared into his grasp before vanishing into his spatial ring. Kushina's eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 precious medicinal herbs soared towards Lin Tian and vanished in an instant. What kind of technique was this? However, having witnessed Lin Tian's extraordinary prowess, she quickly composed herself. Kushina, this emperor never leaves debts unpaid. I shall bestow upon you a pill that can unleash vast reserves of chakra, elevating you to Kaga-level strength in no time. Lin Tian remarked indifferently, his fingers brushing over his spatial ring as he prepared to retrieve the elixir. Uzumaki Kushina, now a jonin of Konoha, hailed from the renowned Uzumaki clan, naturally blessed with immense vitality and chakra, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with the aid of his pill. Her power would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. No, Lord Lin Tian, Kushina stammered, her flawless cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. I sought these herbs only to repay the life you once saved. If you truly wish to thank me, simply allow me to treat you to a meal. Beside them, Might Guy and Might Dai gaped in astonishment. Countless Konoha shinobi had exhausted themselves searching for these herbs, all in hopes of earning Lin Tian's favor and his miraculous pills, yet Kushina merely wished to share a meal with him? Had the other ninja known? They might have coughed up blood in disbelief. Lin Tian chuckled softly. This girl was nothing if not persistent. Such a request was unheard of. Not just in the shinobi world, but even in the Dochi continent. It intrigued him. After a brief pause, under Kushina's hopeful gaze, he nodded lightly. Very well. Consider it a stroll. Let us go. With that, he strode toward the busiest district of Konoha, leaving Kushina momentarily stunned. She had hardly dared to hope, yet he had actually agreed? Haha. Makoto, I told you I'd succeed. Lord Lin Tian finally said yes. Kushina cheered, bounding after him with uncontainable glee. Father, did I see that right? Is Kushina pursuing Lord Lin Tian? Might Guy blinked in confusion. Watching the usually aloof Lin Tian acquiesce to her request, Might Dai promptly rapped his son on the head. Foolish boy, what nonsense are you thinking? Focus on your training, or Lord Lin Tian might just thrash you later. Look, isn't that Lin Tian? Wow, it really is. He is actually walking the streets, how rare. Why is Kushina with him? As Lin Tian and Uzumaki Kushina appeared side by side in Konoha's bustling marketplace, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Though only the village's elite and noble clans knew the full extent of Lin Tian's terrifying power, his miraculous pills were common knowledge. His presence naturally drew intense scrutiny. Amid the whispers, Kushina instinctively edged closer to Lin Tian, eliciting another round of dropped jaws from onlookers. Uzumaki Kushina, renowned for her striking beauty, commanded considerable fame within Konoha. Many regarded her and Namikaze Minato as the golden couple of the village, though appearances seemed to suggest otherwise at present. At this moment, silent condolences for Minato arose among the onlookers, unconcerned with others' opinions. Kushina led Lin Tian to the entrance of a ramen shop. Lin Tian arched an eyebrow in mild surprise. Could this be the legendary Ichiraka ramen from the original narrative? Indeed. Upon stepping inside, he spotted a young man beaming cheerfully at Kushina, unmistakably a youthful incarnation of the famed Tuchi. Countless analytical threads from his past life on Earth speculated that despite Konoha enduring multiple calamities, Ichiraka ramen stood unshaken, with theories even jesting that Tuchi was the ultimate hidden antagonist wielding terrifying power. Lin Tian unleashed his formidable spiritual energy, probing the young Tuchi, only to chuckle and shake his head in amusement. The man was merely an ordinary civilian, devoid of even the most basic chakra refinement. 2 bowls of ramen, please, Kushina declared loudly as she took her seat. Coming right up. Soon, 2 steaming bowls arrived. Lin Tian sampled a bite, finding the flavor genuinely delightful. Kushina, unusually restrained in his presence, ate with delicate, ladle-like poise, occasionally stealing furtive glances at him, her expression a mix of curiosity and hesitation, as if longing to ask something yet lacking the courage. Who would have imagined Lord Lin Tian enjoys ramen? Just then, several figures strode into the shop. Lin Tian's gaze lifted impassively, settling on 3 towering shinobi. Their demeanor radiated unbridled arrogance, further accentuated by the fan insignia emblazoned on their attire, a symbol of their clan's supreme prestige. The Uchiha. All 3 were elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan. In the original tale, the Uchiha were nature's darlings, blessed with the Kekkei Jinkai of the Sharingan. Any clansman who awakened these eyes experienced a dramatic surge in power, resulting in a lineage teeming with formidable warriors who commanded Konoha's military police force. Despite suppression from the village's higher echelons, they remained an indomitable force. Having just returned from a mission, these 3 Uchiha Jonin immediately approached upon spotting Lin Tian. Put Lord Lin Tian's expenses on our tab, one announced loudly as they seated themselves. Your tab? Kushina blinked in disbelief, then bristled with urgency. After painstakingly securing Lin Tian's company, she wouldn't let the Uchiha steal this gesture. Hey, listen, Yushi rose, poised to rebuke them, when a firm hand enveloped hers. Relax. Sit and enjoy the show, came Lin Tian's voice, laced with quiet amusement. Zap. Kushina stiffened as if electrified, her mind reverberating, cheeks aflame. She glanced down to see Lin Tian's handsome features curled in a roguish smirk. Oh, Uzumaki. Kushina's heart fluttered wildly as she obediently took her seat. Ho ho. The Uchiha clan truly is domineering. Even when Lord Lin Tian is eating ramen, you insist on paying for him. A cold chuckle echoed from the entrance of the ramen shop. 3 more figures strode in, their foreheads adorned with Konoha headbands, their hair dark and eyes pale, members of the renowned High-Ga clan, unmistakably elite shinobi of the leaf. Kushina couldn't help but giggle. It seemed Lin Tian had already known the High-Ga were nearby. Who would have thought his prestige in Konoha had grown so immense that even a simple meal could spark a bidding war for his favor? High-Ga Takeda. What is the meaning of this? The 3 Uchiha shinobi darkened, their expressions turning hostile. They had finally seized an opportunity to approach and curry favor with Lin Tian, only to be confronted by their bitter rivals, the High-Ga. The tension between the 2 great clans thickened, their rivalry palpable. Both families held towering reputations not just in Konoha but across the entire shinobi world, their status far surpassing that of ordinary ninja. Their sudden appearance and confrontation quickly drew a crowd of onlookers outside the ramen shop. Are you all offering to treat me? Lin Tian's indifferent voice cut through the standoff, his lips curling into a faintly mocking smile. With his abilities, he saw through their motives. Both clans sought to ingratiate themselves, all for a glimpse of the elixirs in his possession. In the Dochi continent, such schemers would have been crushed beneath his palm long ago. But these 6 shinobi were so pitifully weak that they weren't even worth the effort. At his words, the Uchiha and High-Ga shinobi turned to him, their faces painted with deferential smiles. Lord Lin Tian. They had received strict orders from their clan heads. Lin Tian's power was at least Kaga level, and under no circumstances should they provoke him. Instead, they were to use every means to foster goodwill. Swish. Lin Tian's hand passed over his storage ring, and a porcelain vial appeared on the table. This is the medicinal solution I used to train Might Dai Foundation elixir. Its effects need no explanation. Whoever pays for my meal today may have it, he declared coolly. The eyes of both clans' shinobi gleamed with desire, yet none moved immediately. Was Lin Tian suggesting they fight for it? Unlike him, They couldn't recklessly resort to violence within Konoha without facing severe consequences. Not enough? Lin Tian's smirk deepened. With another flick of his hand, a pill materialized between his fingers. This is the explosive force pill, the same one I once gave to Might Dai. His casual remark struck the Uchiha and High-GA shinobi like thunder, their breaths turning ragged, their eyes burning with greed. The explosive force pill. Even an eternal genin could temporarily possess Chunin-level chakra after consuming this treasure. If they were to ingest it, the effects would undoubtedly be even more terrifying, essentially granting an extra life on the battlefield. With such immense temptation laid bare before them, Konoha's rules meant nothing. Just as the Uchiha and Hyuga shinobi were on the verge of losing control, Lin Tian retrieved yet another perfectly round pill. This pill was refined by me in my leisure time. Though its effects remain untested, it should grant a Chunin the chakra of a Jonin, albeit temporarily. Damn! The 3 Uchiha Jonin and 3 Hyuga Jonin felt their heads spin, utterly dumbstruck by Lin Tian's revelation. Do you even realize our hearts have limits? Hyuga Takeda. Today's bill for Lord Lin Tian. We're paying it. Nonsense. In the next instant, the 2 clans erupted with overwhelming chakra fluctuations, clashing violently. Within moments, the ramen shop was obliterated by powerful ninjutsu, reduced to ruins, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. 2 of Konoha's most prestigious clans, each wielding Kekkei Jinkai, were brawling over who would pay for Lin Tian's meal. Lin Tian, robes fluttering gracefully, remained untouched by the dust as he and Uzumaki Kushina soared away from the chaos. With a mere wave of his hand, all the pills vanished into his spatial ring. Did a handful of mere Jonin truly believe they could lay eyes on his treasures? Uncle Lin Tian, you're really too much. Kushina burst into laughter. By the time the ANBU and Konoha military police arrived to quell the commotion, the severely wounded Uchiha and Hyuga Jonin realized Lin Tian had long since vanished, prompting them to cough up blood in sheer frustration. Though the meal had been interrupted by the 2 clans' antics, Kushina couldn't help but feel a quiet joy, because she sensed that Lin Tian's demeanor toward her had softened ever so slightly. That tiny shift alone was enough to fill her with happiness. At first, she had been merely curious, drawn to unravel the enigma of this formidable man, approaching him out of stubbornness and pride. But the closer she got, the more she felt an inexplicable pull, as if Lin Tian wielded an irresistible magnetism over her. Hee, Uncle Lin Tian, I'll keep working hard to find those herbs for you. Parting ways with Lin Tian, Kushina waved her small fist in determination before rushing off to find Mikoto, eager to share her excitement. Meanwhile, the spectacle of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans brawling over Lin Tian's bill became the talk of Konoha. When Sarutobi Hiruzen learned of the incident, he was left utterly speechless. His focus, however, wasn't on the clan scuffle, but on the fact that Lin Tian possessed such an array of potent pills. What a terrifying individual. Let's hope Namake's Minato and the others step up and find those ingredients soon, Hiruzen mused silently. He was acutely aware that to obtain the elixir from Lin Tian's hands, brute force was out of the question. Only by fulfilling Lin Tian's demands could he succeed. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that Uzumaki Kushina had already procured 3 batches of medicinal ingredients for Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku and the High-GA brothers had also caught wind of this news, their reactions a volatile mix of shock and fury, particularly for the Uchiha clan, who had long dominated Konoha with their arrogance. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Were it not for their fear of Lin Tian's overwhelming power, they would have retaliated without hesitation. Though Fugaku himself remained composed, the other formidable members of the Uchiha clan were already stirring, restless and vengeful. An unseen undercurrent of tension began to surge through the village. Within the stone fortress nestled in the mountains behind Konoha, Lin Tian had stationed Might Dai outside the entrance while he himself sat cross-legged in meditation. With a flick of his wrist, a towering cauldron, easily the height of a man, materialized before him, landing with a resonant thud upon the ground. This cauldron was a masterpiece of ancient craftsmanship, exquisitely forged and indestructible, its surface gleaming with an icy sheen. It radiated an aura of dominance, as though it were the sovereign of all alchemical vessels. Even without the process of refinement underway, the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs already wafted from its depths. Old friend, Lin Tian murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. This cauldron, which he had personally forged in the Dochi continent from the rarest of treasures, bore the name Heavenly Emperor Cauldron, supreme atop the rankings of divine vessels, capable of simultaneously containing 22 different kinds of exotic flames. Now, as he prepared to refine the 8th grade Dozun pill, this very cauldron was indispensable. Though the 22 flames have yet to awaken, and my soul remains suppressed at the spiritual realm stage, With my capabilities, crafting an 8th grade pill should pose no difficulty. With another wave of his hand, the lid of the Heavenly Emperor cauldron lifted, and a succession of medicinal ingredients floated out, each precisely deposited into the vessel. In the next moment, Lin Tian flicked his fingers, summoning 3 ferocious, beast-like supreme flames from his palm, which shot directly into the cauldron's ignition ports. His expression remained serene as he channeled his soul energy, meticulously controlling the intensity of the fire. Having once refined even Emperor-grade pills in the Dochi continent, his current diminished strength was no hindrance to the task at hand. A thick, intoxicating aroma of elixirs soon drifted from the stone fortress, causing Might Dai, standing guard outside, to shudder involuntarily. With just a single breath, he felt as though every pore in his body had opened, his chakra reserve swelling noticeably. This. What in the world is Lord Lin Tian doing? Might Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Tian's abilities had already transcended the boundaries of the shinobi world, bordering on the divine and unfathomable. Boom! As time passed, the sky abruptly darkened, ominous clouds converging with unnatural speed. The low rumble of thunder reverberated across the horizon, while fierce bolts of lightning streaked across the heavens, their overwhelming might sending tremors through the entire village. The Dozun pill, an 8th grade elixir, contained such immense energy that it naturally drew the descent of pill lightning. Boom! Yet in the next instant, an ocean-like surge of Dochi erupted skyward, enveloping the fortress in an impenetrable barrier. No matter how violently the pill lightning struck, it could not so much as tremble the defenses. Shocked gazes from the villagers of Konoha turned toward the direction of Lin Tian's stone castle, as numerous figures swiftly approached, eager to uncover the mystery. With Might Dai here today, none of you shall disturb Lord Lin Tian. 8 gates released formation, gate of view, open. At that moment, a solitary figure stood resolute before the stone castle, his body wreathed in an overwhelming surge of chakra. For the first time, Might Dai, the eternal Genin, revealed the fruits of his relentless training to the entire village. Having already mastered the 8 gates and further enhanced by Lin Tian's guidance and elixirs, his power had soared to unimaginable heights. Nearly opening the gate of view now rivaled the strength he once achieved at the gate of wonder. This can't be real. Could this also be the result of Lin Tian's influence? Witnessing Might Dai's chakra fluctuations, which nearly matched that of a Kaga-level shinobi, the onlookers were dumbfounded, instinctively attributing his newfound might to Lin Tian. Damn, that's a Kaga-level powerhouse. Even in Konoha, such individuals are exceedingly rare. In that instant, many chose to retreat. Half a day later, the Dozun pills are complete. Within the castle, Lin Tian's eyes snapped open. With a flick of his wrist, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron's lid lifted, releasing 3 radiant, spherical pills pulsating with terrifying energy into his grasp. Consume these, and the rank of Dozun shall be reclaimed. Without hesitation, Lin Tian swallowed all 3 pills in one motion. He understood well that while his current 9-star Dozong strength could dominate Kaga-level opponents, the ninja world harbored many anomalies and overpowered beings. Only by reclaiming his Dozun status could he truly reign supreme. Boom. The pills dissolved instantly, transforming into a raging torrent of energy that surged through his meridians. In mere moments, Lin Tian's 9-star Dozong aura skyrocketed, effortlessly breaking through to the Dozun realm without the slightest resistance. A terrifying presence erupted from the castle, shaking the earth as if a deity had awakened, casting an indifferent gaze upon the mortal ninja world. Incredible, utterly incredible. Might Dai, having deactivated the 8 gates, inhaled sharply at the overwhelming aura emanating from the castle. This energy, though distinct from chakra, far surpassed it in profundity. Retreat, now. Even the most stubborn shinobi lurking in the shadows felt their hearts quail, hastily fleeing the scene. Instinct screamed that lingering would spell doom. The Dozun rank is restored. Within the castle, Lin Tian reveled in the boundless Dochi swirling like an ocean within him, his soul power significantly replenished. A confident smile graced his lips as he extended a hand, clenching the void before him. Space itself twisted under his will. A Dozun's mastery over spatial energy rendered all ninjutsu reliant on space manipulation, such as the Flying Thunder God and Kamui, utterly obsolete before him. With my current Dozong level of Dochi, activating a unique flame should not be difficult. Lin Tian pondered for a moment, forming a hand seal with both hands, channeling the vast Dochi within his body toward the 22 unique flame seeds inside him. ZZZZT. Under the impact of such immense Dochi, the 22 unique flame seeds instantly began to expand wildly, unleashing a scorching storm that spread throughout the castle. Outside, Might Dai hastily retreated, his gaze filled with shock and uncertainty, completely unaware of what was happening. As time passed, the entire castle seemed to transform into a volcano, its temperature skyrocketing. This process continued for 2 full hours. A flicker of azure flame suddenly erupted from Lin Tian's seated body, swiftly enveloping him and forming the pattern of a lotus flower. The green lotus core flame, ranked 19th on the unique flame ranking. To think the flame he awakened was this one. Lin Tian opened his eyes once more, extending his palm. The flame shrouding his body swiftly gathered, coiling obediently in his palm, radiating blistering heat that distorted the very air around it. Since he had already subdued the unique flames listed on the Dochi Continent's unique flame ranking, there was naturally no resistance from them. Though the green lotus core flame was ranked 19th, its power was unpredictable and far surpassed the fire-based techniques of the Naruto world. If only I had enough medicinal ingredients, I could refine a dozone pill and further restore my strength. Lin Tian withdrew the green lotus core flame, silently musing. The dozone pill was an 8th grade pill formula he had created himself. Not only could it assist dozone practitioners in breaking through to the dozone realm, but it could also enhance the strength of existing dozone experts, making it highly versatile. Now, he could only hope that the strong individuals of Konoha could gather the necessary materials for its refinement. Might Dai, your strength is still lacking. Come here. Lin Tian strode out of the castle, his black hair whipping wildly as he spoke. All right. My blood burns once more at the chance to spar with Lord Lin Tian. This time, I'll definitely last 10 moves. Might Dai roared, ready to charge forward, only for Lin Tian to raise his palm slightly. Boom. Space twisted instantly, and an overwhelming pressure crashed down upon Might Dai, cutting off his words mid-sentence and slamming him into the ground, his organs nearly displaced from the force. Might Dai. The celestial phenomena caused by Lin Tian's refinement of the dozone pill, the activation of the unique flame, and Might Dai's use of the 8 gates formation once again stirred considerable commotion in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi acted decisively, dispatching ANBU operatives to warn the major clans of Konoha, instructing them not to disturb Lin Tian under any circumstances. Yet, one individual paid no heed to the 3rd Hokage's warning. The intel from the Mountain Wind team suggests progress on the S-rank mission. Once I obtain those pills from Lin Tian, Hiruzen Sarutobi, your seat as the 3rd Hokage will soon be mine to claim. From the depths of Konoha's underground root base, a cold chuckle echoed. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days slipped by unnoticed. During these days, Konoha remained relatively tranquil, with numerous shinobi still departing daily on missions. After returning to the village, Uzumaki Kushina continued her routine, punctually arriving with Makoto to deliver bento boxes to Lin Tian. Notably, Might Dai had risen to prominence, becoming the new prodigy of the Ninja Academy. His physique transformed by Lin Tian and his chakra soaring from daily immersion in the foundation-building spiritual liquid, he had surpassed even Kakashi, who suffered repeated defeats in their challenges. This further fueled the Konoha shinobi's fervent desire for Lin Tian's elixirs. Though Lin Tian seldom appeared in the village, his influence stirred the winds and clouds of Konoha. Under the star-studded night sky, within his castle, Lin Tian sat cross-legged, nurturing the strange fire with vast amounts of dochi. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, flickering with amusement as he glanced outside. Almost simultaneously, a booming shout echoed from beyond the gates. Who dares skulk in the shadows with ill intent toward Lord Lin Tian? It was the voice of Might Dai, who now regarded Lin Tian with near devotion, forsaking even Konoha's missions to stand guard at the castle's entrance. He cherished this life-altering opportunity with unwavering dedication. Lin Tian strode forth. Beneath the glittering stars, 3 figures stood halted by Might Dai, locked in a tense standoff. Root? With a single glance, Lin Tian recognized the trio as operatives of Root. The 3 ANBU shinobi exchanged exasperated glances. A mere eternal genin, refined by Lin Tian, had detected their approach with terrifying precision. Lord Lin Tian, one of the Root operatives, spoke deferentially. Our leader, Danzo, has acquired the medicinal herbs you seek. He has sent us to escort you to him. Found the herbs, have they? Might Dai cast a questioning look at Lin Tian. Oh? Lin Tian's lips curled into a cold smirk. Danzo's courage is remarkable, sending mere ants in his stead rather than coming himself. Does he truly believe I am unaware of the incident involving the ANBU sent by Hiruzen? Well versed in the original narrative, Lin Tian understood Danzo all too well, the schemer of Konoha, a man of boundless ambition who ruled his subordinates with ruthless methods, masking his greed beneath the banner of all for Konoha. The Uchiha clan massacre in the original timeline had been orchestrated by Danzo's machinations. Now, with his underlings dispatched as messengers, it was clear Danzo could no longer restrain himself. Trouble was brewing. Lin Tian was eager to witness the extent of Danzo's audacity, or perhaps his delusions of strength. As for the herbs in Danzo's possession, they would be his, one way or another. Very well. Since Danzo wishes to present this emperor with herbs, I shall pay Root a visit. Lead the way. With robes fluttering like an immortal stepping from a painting, Lin Tian strode forward, his tone indifferent yet commanding. As you wish, Lord Lin Tian. This way, please. The 3 Root ninjas were overjoyed and hastily led the way. The figures of the 4 soon vanished into the boundless night. Although the Konoha shinobi harbored resentment toward the Root organization, Might Dai, desiring Lin Tian's strength, remained unperturbed. He sensed that Lord Lin Tian had grown even more formidable than before. If Danzo dared to oppose him, it would be nothing short of courting death. The moon was cool as water, stars shimmering in the sky. The Root organization's base lay deep underground, far from the bustling heart of Konoha village. As Lin Tian approached its vicinity, he immediately detected the presence of heavily fortified guards, yet he merely smirked in disdain. Passing through the entrance of Root and traversing a long corridor, they arrived at a vast underground expanse, dimly illuminated by flickering torches. Lord Lin Tian, thank you for accepting my invitation to our Root base. I am Danzo, the leader of Konoha's Root organization. A tall ninja, flanked by a group of subordinates, stepped forward with a genial smile. Lin Tian cast an indifferent glance at Danzo, who appeared much younger than in the original timeline, then vanished in an instant, reappearing atop Danzo's seat. His gaze, lofty and imperious, swept over the man below as though a deity surveying a mere mortal. Such speed. Danzo's pupils contracted, his expression stiffening as solemnity flickered in his eyes. Truly, he lives up to the rumors. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could do nothing against him. I heard you wish to offer this emperor medicinal herbs? Lin Tian inquired coldly. I am aware that Lord Lin Tian requires 2 particular herbs, even prompting Sarutobi to issue an Ultra S-rank mission. Coincidentally, our elite Root operatives happened to retrieve them during an assignment. Hence, I extended this invitation, hoping to propose a transaction. Danzo accepted a package from a subordinate behind him, cutting straight to the point. If Lord Lin Tian provides 20 of those pills, these herbs shall be yours. Moreover, you will earn Root's friendship, access to our collection of jutsu, and command over all Root operatives henceforth. At the mention of the pills, ambition blazed in his eyes. With 20 violent pills in hand, he was confident he could stage a coup and seize the Hokage's seat. A transaction? You believe yourself worthy? Lin Tian let out a derisive laugh, his face twisting into a mocking sneer. Danzo, ever the ambitious schemer, dares to bargain with me? How utterly foolish. Transactions require equal standing. Have you ever seen an ant barter with a god? Hearing Lin Tian's icy tone, Danzo's heart lurched. Before he could respond, Lin Tian flicked his wrist. The package in Danzo's grasp soared through the air, landing effortlessly in his palm before vanishing into his spatial ring. What? Even Danzo was stunned by this display of telekinetic prowess, his face a mask of disbelief. Now that the herbs are mine, do you still wish to negotiate? Lin Tian pocketed the herbs, his gaze taunting as he regarded Danzo. Danzo nearly choked on his own fury. Do you think it's easy for us to find medicinal herbs? After painstakingly locating these 2 herbs, which had kindled a glimmer of hope within him, he now felt as though he had plummeted from heaven straight into the depths of hell. He couldn't bring himself to believe that after Lin Tian had taken the herbs, he would still honor any transaction. The thick resentment twisted Danzo's expression into something grotesque. Lin Tian, we of the Root have shown you great goodwill, assisting you in finding these herbs out of kindness. Do not overstep your bounds. If you refuse to hand over the elixir today, no matter how formidable your strength, you will not leave our domain alive. The Root is not as feeble as Sarutobi Hiruzen's ANBU. Danzo's voice dropped to a chilling growl, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Swish, swish, swish. As Danzo's words faded, shadowy figures materialized one after another, standing in formation behind him. So, when negotiation fails, you resort to force? Danzo, do you know why Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage? Because he was wiser than you. Lin Tian shook his head with disdain. It seemed he had been too unassuming in Konoha, allowing even the lowest of vermin to dare challenge him. To prevent such nuisances in the future, it appeared he would have to make an example tonight. Attack. Struck where it hurt most, Danzo snarled like a cat with its tail stepped on. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the shinobi behind him hurled a barrage of explosive tagged kunai, blotting out the space where Lin Tian stood in a storm of steel and fire. Boom. The next moment, flames erupted skyward, the deafening explosions shaking the very foundations of the underground base. Rubble rained down, burying the chamber in a cascade of stone. Humph, I anticipated this outcome. If you refuse to give me the elixir, then I'll take it from your corpse. Danzo and his subordinates had already retreated, watching coldly as the underground space collapsed into ruin. Yet at that very moment, an icy voice pierced the chaos, freezing Danzo's expression in place. Danzo, have you ever heard the saying, it's easier to invite a god than to send one away? The voice, Lin Tian's voice, sent a jolt of horror through Danzo. His face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. His gaze snapped toward the source, and his pupils contracted violently. There, suspended midair, stood Lin Tian. His dark hair whipping wildly in the unseen wind, robes billowing as if untouched by the world below. His arms were crossed. His fathomless eyes locked onto Danzo with a gaze so frigid it seemed to freeze the very air. He looked like a deity peering down upon an insignificant insect. Not only was Lin Tian unharmed, but not even a speck of dust marred his garments. You. Danzo's heart plummeted into an abyss. This can't be. He had seen the explosive kunai engulf Lin Tian. The entire underground chamber had caved in. Even a Kaga-level shinobi, caught off guard like that, should have been gravely injured if not killed outright. What kind of monster is this to emerge unscathed? Attack. All forces, eliminate him. At this point, Danzo had no time for further contemplation. The moment the order left his lips, he turned and fled down the passageway. As a cunning and treacherous existence, Danzo would never recklessly endanger himself. After all, if even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't handle this opponent, Danzo certainly stood no chance. His subordinates were all under the control of his secret techniques, ensuring absolute loyalty without question. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, root ninjas flashed forward, their hands weaving intricate seals with blinding speed as they unleashed a barrage of jutsu toward Lin Tian. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth style wall. Fire release, ash pile burning. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Powerful chakra fluctuations rippled through the air as devastating techniques tore through the sky, surging toward Lin Tian like an overwhelming tide. How dare mere fireflies challenge the brilliance of the moon? Watching Danzo flee, Lin Tian remained utterly composed. With a mere gesture, he extended his hand and clenched his fist toward the void. A Dozun, master of spatial manipulation. Crack, crack, crack. Space itself twisted violently, swallowing the incoming jutsu whole. Not even the hem of his robes was disturbed. The root ninjas paled in horror, a bone-chilling dread creeping up their spines. What kind of monster is this? Even our combined techniques are useless against him. Were it not for Danzo's control, they would have fled without hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Tian retrieved a massive black ruler from his spatial ring. A suffocating pressure radiated from it, blazing with scorching brilliance as he swung it downward. Earth-rank low-level battle skill, flame-splitting devouring wave ruler. Boom! The entire underground base of Root trembled violently as a deafening explosion erupted. The sheer force of destruction rippled outward, collapsing the foundation beneath them. In an instant, every Root ninja standing in Lin Tian's path was reduced to dust before they could even scream. Danzo, who had just reached the surface, froze at the catastrophic noise behind him. My Root, just like that, gone. Under the cold moonlight, a lone figure wielding a massive black ruler strode through the air toward him, an omen of death itself. Kill him. Kill him now. Danzo roared in desperation. Hidden Root operatives surged from the shadows, launching another wave of jutsu. Insignificant ants. A cold smirk curled Lin Tian's lips as his black ruler descended once more. Squelch, squelch, squelch. His robes fluttered, his dark hair danced wildly in the wind as he advanced step by step through the void. Every ninja foolish enough to stand in his way was crushed into pulp without exception. Even at the 9-star Dozong level, he had effortlessly dominated Kaga-level opponents. Now, Danzo dared to threaten me? Then descend into hell. Blood painted the earth, yet not a single drop stained his robes. For the first time in his life, an overwhelming terror seized Danzo's heart. At this moment, if Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before him, he would have cursed the man to oblivion. He knew Lin Tian was formidable. Yet since Sarutobi Hiruzen had managed to retreat unscathed last time, he surmised that Lin Tian was at most slightly stronger than Hiruzen. Confident in this negotiation, even if it failed, with the elite Root ninjas' cooperation, eliminating Lin Tian shouldn't pose much of a problem, hence such arrangements. But now, it seemed far from the case. The terrifying power Lin Tian displayed at this moment could hardly be measured by the Kage level. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you've led me astray. Danzo now finally understood why Lin Tian had said Hiruzen was smarter than him. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have dared to oppose Lin Tian even if beaten to death. Alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Boom. As the underground base of Root collapsed, the massive shockwaves spread far and wide, like an earthquake, jolting the slumbering Konoha shinobi awake. When they looked toward the direction of Root S base, they were stunned. Thick flames surged into the sky, illuminating half of Konoha village, while the terrifying shockwaves swept outward, pressing upon the village's strongest with an overwhelming force, as if doomsday had arrived. What happened? Who was attacking Root? Quickly informed the Hokage. The tranquility of Konoha's night was shattered. That fool Danzo, could he have provoked Lord Lin Tian? Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving the news, grew frantic. Given the scale of destruction and the target being Root, within Konoha, aside from Lin Tian, he could think of no one else capable of such an assault. Though Danzo was a scheming, ambitious man who often opposed him, he was still a Kage-level shinobi. The loss of such a figure would be a tremendous blow to Konoha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, the Hige brothers, and others led their clansmen rushing toward Root's location. When they arrived at the ruins of the base, a deep shudder ran through them. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this man is a grave threat to Konoha. Join me now and kill him. At this moment, Danzo, as if spotting a lifeline, dashed toward them. Near the remnants of Root's base, Lin Tian stood tall and unyielding, like a deity descended, his might unmatched. That even a cunning figure like Danzo was reduced to pleading for Hiruzen's aid spoke volumes of the sheer terror Lin Tian's power instilled. Join forces to kill Lin Tian? Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward the figure hovering midair, and fury surged within him. This imbecile Danzo, dragging me into his mess after provoking Lin Tian himself. Yet Danzo was still a part of Konoha, a Kage-level warrior. If he were slain just like that, it could destabilize the village, leaving openings for other hidden villages to exploit. Just as he prepared to intervene, Lin Tian's icy gaze swept over them. Danzo fled for help before even facing me head-on. How cunning. A cold chuckle. Ah, the third Hokage of Konoha, the ANBU, the police force, the Uchiha clan, the Hige clan, the Inoshika you've all arrived. Do you dare to stand in my way, Emperor? If so, come forth at once. I shall cleanse Konoha of all existence. Lin Tian's voice was icy as death. With a mere flick of his right hand, an ethereal azure flame blossomed upon his palm, its searing radiance causing the very air to tremble. The temperature soared, wrapping the battlefield in a suffocating embrace of heat, forcing beads of sweat to cascade down every brow. The green lotus core flame. With a disdainful flick of his fingers, the celestial fire streaked through the air like a comet, descending gracefully upon the charging Root shinobi. Then a horror unfolded. Boom. 7 elite Root operatives, renowned for their prowess, were engulfed in the azure inferno before they could even scream. Their bodies disintegrated into ashes, drifting like cursed snow upon the wind. But the devastation did not end there. Where the embers kissed the earth, the ground itself recoiled. Moisture evaporated in an instant. The soil cracked and sundered, collapsing into a gaping abyss 10 zhang wide, its depths unfathomable. Dust and smoke billowed like a storm, sealing the fate of all who witnessed it. A single strike. 7 lives extinguished. The souls of Konoha's strongest quivered as if struck by a divine hammer. Their minds reeled in disbelief. By the heavens, was this still fire release? Not even the Uchiha, masters of flame, could conjure such devastation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted violently, his throat seized by an invisible grip. The words he had prepared to defend Dan's withered upon his tongue. Lin Tian's power was beyond comprehension. This was no mere execution. It was a warning, carved in fire and blood. Yet the Emperor stood unmoved, his gaze sweeping over Konoha's trembling forces with cold amusement. He did not advance upon Dan's immediately, savoring the terror like a predator toying with its prey. The wrath of the heavenly Emperor turns the skies to ash. Let them choose. Would Konoha shinobi dare stand with Dan's now? Did they mistake his patience for weakness? Then let this be their final lesson. Dan's. Hiruzen's voice was heavy as the grave. Though we have clashed for years, we were both the second Hokage students. You cannot ask this of me. To side with Dan's would be to declare war upon Lin Tian and doom Konoha to annihilation. With a single gesture, Hiruzen signaled his ANBU to retreat 10 paces. The weight of his decision settling upon the battlefield like a shroud. The third Hokage had yielded, without uttering a single word of threat. Lin Tian compelled the third Hokage to retreat in fear, such was his overwhelming presence. Even Dan's was left stunned. Desperate, Dan's turned his gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku, like a drowning man clutching at straws. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen refused to intervene, perhaps the Uchiha clan, with their formidable strength and Sharingan, could be persuaded. Uchiha Fugaku, I know your clan has long resented the suppression by Konoha's higher-ups. If you aid me now, I can help you seize the position of Hokage. Dan's blurted out in haste. The Konoha shinobi collectively reeled in shock. To openly voice such treasonous words in front of Hiruzen and the village elders, was Dan's truly so desperate? With a dismissive wave, Fugaku led the Uchiha clansmen in perfect unison, stepping back 10 paces. Assist you? Fugaku's voice was icy. If we side with you tonight, the Uchiha may not live to see dawn. Having witnessed the terrifying might of Lin Tian's flames, they had no intention of wading into this perilous conflict. Danzo was dumbfounded. Even the Uchiha refused to help? His desperate eyes then shifted toward the young High-GA brothers, Hizashi and Hayashi. The High-GA branch family's caged bird seal. I can undo it for you. But before he could finish, the High-GA shinobi retreated in unison, as though avoiding a plague. At that moment, Danzo's heart clenched violently. His expression stiffened, his eyes hollow, as if abandoned by the entire world. Before Lin Tian's might, every Konoha shinobi chose self-preservation. Was this the price of provoking Lin Tian? The root headquarters blazed with fire, its elite operatives strewn across the ground, lifeless, their blood pooling into a crimson stream. The stench of death thickened the air. The onlookers maintained their distance, watching Danzo with pity, yet none dared step forward. They knew, this once feared schemer, who had dared challenge Hiruzen, was likely meeting his end today. Lin Tian hovered midair, his dark hair whipping wildly. His heart is still as an ancient well, untouched by the carnage below. After decades of storms in the Dochi continent, rising to a position revered by all, he had witnessed far worse. Lin Tian, don't think for a moment that I fear you. Cornered, Danzo erupted with chakra rivaling even Hiruzen's, kicking up swirling dust that left the Konoha shinobi stunned. They had always assumed Danzo, though a Kage-level fighter, was weaker than the third Hokage. Since when had he grown so powerful? As his hands flew through rapid seals, Lin Tian's sharp perception locked onto Danzo's right arm and fused with the cells of the first Hokage. An abnormal energy pulsed within his chakra. In the original narrative, Danzo clandestinely transplanted the cells of the first Hokage and later seized the eyes of Uchiha Shisui, along with numerous other Sharingan, grafting them onto his own body, an act of sheer madness. However, the tragic massacre of the Uchiha clan has yet to occur. At this point, Danzo can only regard the first Hokage cells as his trump card. Let this emperor witness just how much power the cells of the shinobi world's god can unleash within you. Lin Tian sneered coldly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that very moment, Lin Tian detected an almost imperceptible sound of slicing air from behind. Turning his gaze, he saw a swarm of venomous insects surging toward him like a dark, ominous cloud, dense enough to send shivers down one's spine. In an instant, the insects engulfed his figure. Is this the work of the Aburame clan? These are poisonous insects. A single bite would induce instant paralysis. The Konoha shinobi's expression shifted subtly, so Danzo's hand seals were merely a distraction, while his remaining subordinates launched a covert assault on Lin Tian. Huh, well done, Aburame-ita. Danzo exulted inwardly as the insects swallowed Lin Tian's form. Seizing the opportunity, his hands flew through a rapid succession of seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Whoosh. Two formidable jutsu erupted in succession. Danzo's mouth contorted as countless bullets of compressed air and razor-sharp wind blades surged toward Lin Tian with terrifying force, leaving even Konoha's elite momentarily awestruck. Uncle Lin Tian, Uzumaki Kushina, amidst the crowd, couldn't suppress a gasp of alarm. Yet, at that very moment, the swarm of insects surrounding Lin Tian convulsed violently. An overwhelming, majestic aura erupted skyward, causing the insects to rain down like lifeless droplets, revealing Lin Tian's unshaken figure beneath. Not a single thread of his robe had been disturbed by the venomous onslaught. With a mere flick of his wrist, space itself distorted before him. Danzo's dual techniques disintegrated into nothingness before they could even near their target. Is this all you're capable of, Danzo? How disappointing, Lin Tian murmured, his voice laced with disdain. If this is truly your limit, then it's time for your journey to end. Without so much as a gesture, vast torrents of chakra erupted like a volcanic fury, rippling outward in visible waves that swept across the battlefield. Instantly, the Aburame shinobi lurking in the shadows screamed as their bodies burst apart. Danzo was no exception. The crushing pressure of Lin Tian's chakra sent tremors through his form. Thud. Yet, instead of a cry of agony, Danzo's body dissolved into a wisp of smoke, replaced by a wooden log. Simultaneously, Lin Tian sensed the unmistakable sound of approaching strikes from behind. Clearly, Danzo had employed a substitution technique, his true form now launching a surprise attack. Substitution jutsu? Lin Tian's lips curled into a derisive smirk. Danzo proved himself to be a truly ruthless schemer, capable of devising such a vicious assault in such a short preparation time. Yet, when faced with Danzo's ambush, he didn't even bother to turn around, standing aloft as if completely unaware. Lin Tian, you're the one who deserves to die. Danzo's face twisted into a grotesque snarl as he brandished a razor-sharp kunai. its cold glint flashing as he thrust it mercilessly toward Lin Tian's back. Closer, closer still. Danzo could almost envision it, his kunai piercing Lin Tian's flesh. The man collapsing in a pool of blood. His mind was consumed by a single thought: kill Lin Tian. But reality, as always, proved far crueler than imagination. Just as the kunai was about to strike, a sudden burst of azure flames erupted, the searing heat causing the blade to sizzle and melt, dripping away as molten metal. What? Danzo's face paled in shock. The next moment, he saw Lin Tian turn leisurely, his fathomless eyes locking onto him with mocking disdain, as if observing a pitiful clown. The azure flames, spreading like wildfire, leaped from the kunai to Danzo's body, swiftly engulfing him entirely. The might of an otherworldly flame, how could a mere Danzo withstand it? Danzo became a writhing inferno, his desperate struggles and ninjutsu utterly futile. Even the cells of Hashirama Senju could not save him now. He plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground in a frenzied, agonized thrash, his harrowing screams echoing chillingly through the air. The Konoha shinobi trembled in disbelief, their faces frozen as if trapped in a nightmare. A Kage-level powerhouse, defeated so effortlessly, with such overwhelming superiority? How tedious. Lin Tian shook his head, preparing to depart. He was genuinely disappointed. Though Danzo was a Kage-level fighter, at best, he was merely proficient in ninjutsu and battle-hardened. Without the Sharingan, he was utterly unremarkable, nothing extraordinary about him. Perhaps only those with unique abilities or Kekkei Genkai could pique his interest now. But just then, his gaze sharpened abruptly, locking onto a distant direction. At the base of the root, he suddenly sensed an aura he had once felt emanating from Danzo. Could it be? A sharp glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as his vast, ocean-like spiritual energy unfurled, enveloping the ruins where the root had once stood. Indeed. A faint smile curled on Lin Tian's lips before his figure vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the many powerful shinobi of Konoha were still reeling from the shock of Danzo's demise at Lin Tian's hands, witnessing him heading toward the ruins of the root's base. Numerous figures stealthily followed. Now, the underground stronghold of the root lay in complete devastation. Flames roared, smoke billowed, and corpses lay strewn in pools of blood, painting a scene akin to the depths of hell. I'm still alive. A small, brown-haired figure struggled to push aside a slab of stone, squeezing out from the wreckage, his body coated in dust. When his eyes fell upon the lifeless bodies of root shinobi, fear etched itself across his face. Am I the only one left? In truth, he was now the sole survivor of the entire root organization. Just then, a tall, imposing figure descended from the sky, startling him into cowering behind a boulder. Please, don't kill me. From within the ruins of the root's base, he had witnessed this godlike figure annihilate the entire stronghold with a mere gesture, slaughtering shinobi with terrifying ease. The sight had left an indelible scar on his young mind. What is your name? Lin Tian gazed down at the boy, his voice resonating with overwhelming spiritual energy like the tolling of a grand bell, compelling the child to answer instinctively. My codename in root is Kino. So it was him. A knowing smile graced Lin Tian's lips. Kino Yamato, also known as Tenzo. In the original tale, he had been Kakashi's comrade during their time in the ANBU, later serving as the interim leader of Team 7. In the original timeline, after being subjected to Orochimaru's experiments, where he was the sole survivor among countless children implanted with Hashirama Senju's cells, he had been recruited by Danzo into the root, receiving the codename Tenzo. Though Tenzo possessed a diluted version of the would-release Kekkei Genkai, its power paled in comparison to Hashirama's. Thus, in the later stages of the story, he faded into the background, overshadowed by the meteoric rise of Naruto and Sasuke. But that had merely been his fate in the original tale. From the moment Tenzo encountered Lin Tian, destiny had shifted. With my abilities, could I elevate Tenzo's would-release to rival even Hashirama's? A faint smirk tugged at Lin Tian's lips. Having such a subordinate might prove interesting. You have 1 hour. If you can reach me by then, I shall take you under my wing. With those words, Lin Tian cast an indifferent glance toward the distant Konoha shinobi before vanishing into the sky, heading toward the village's rear mountains. Take me in? Tenzo stood frozen, staring at the spot where Lin Tian had disappeared. The man who had effortlessly slaughtered the entire root wanted to take him in? In his tender years, he bore witness to the tragic demise of numerous experimental children, etching an indelible scar of anguish upon his soul. This cultivated within him an abnormal yearning for formidable strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily ensnared by Danzo's deception into joining root. If only he could be taken in by Lin Tian. At this thought, a resolute gleam ignited in Tenzo's eyes. Staggering yet determined, he pursued Lin Tian's direction with astonishing explosive energy emanating from his frail frame. During his time en route, the name Lin Tian had been ceaselessly echoed by Danzo, leading him to learn that Lin Tian resided in the secluded mountains behind Konoha. Could another Kage-level powerhouse be emerging? The villagers of Konoha watched the frail figure of Tenzo and collectively swooned. They had heard it clearly. Lin Tian intended to take Danzo as a subordinate. Such favoritism left them seething with envy. What could this child possibly possess to earn Lin Tian's attention? Might Dai, having unlocked the 8 gates, already wielded Kage-level prowess. Might Dai, once a dead last in the academy, had transformed into a prodigious genius, pressuring his peers with the undeniable potential of ascending to Kage-level strength. And now, with Tenzo added to the roster, none doubted that under Lin Tian's tutelage, he too would inevitably rise to such heights. Lin Tian was not merely terrifying in strength, he possessed the effortless ability to alter a shinobi's destiny. Was Konoha on the verge of upheaval? Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips twitched. Though Lin Tian seemed to act without intention, his mere presence had effortlessly reshaped Konoha's power dynamics, leaving the Hokage himself drowning in helplessness. Soon after, Hiruzen dispatched ANBU to sift through Root's ruins for anything of value. Henceforth, any who dare scheme against Lin Tian shall face the full wrath of clan discipline. Fugaku Uchiha cast a sweeping glance at his clansmen before departing. Those who had once harbored discontent toward Lin Tian now stood frozen, their mouths agape, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They could only count their blessings, thank the heavens they hadn't acted against Lin Tian. Otherwise, Root's fate would have been theirs. To single-handedly annihilate all of Root, this was a feat beyond even Kage-level shinobi. From this day forth, neither main nor branch families shall dare offend Lin Tian. Violators will face the severest clan penalties. Hayashi Hyuga declared sternly before leading his kin away. One lesson was branded into every Konoha shinobi's mind tonight. Never, under any circumstances, provoke Lin Tian. The moon hung high, its silver radiance blanketing the land. 50 fleeting minutes elapsed. A frail figure finally stumbled before an imposing stone fortress, gasping for breath. Without pause, he cried out, "Lord Lin Tian, I beg you, take me in." You arrived within the allotted time. Not bad. Within the fortress, Lin Tian's eyes flickered open at the voice outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Go. Arrange accommodations for the child at the gates. Henceforth, he shall train alongside you, Lin Tian instructed Might Dai. As you command, Lord Lin Tian. Though puzzled, Might Dai still stepped outside. For convenience, he and his son Might Dai constructed a simple wooden cabin right beside Lin Tian's stone castle. With Tenzo joining them, the space remained far from cramped. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the Root incident concluded, the godlike power Lin Tian had displayed thoroughly intimidated all the shinobi of Konoha, cementing his status as an untouchable entity. They understood that the only way to obtain the elixirs in his possession was to procure the rare herbs mentioned in his S-rank missions. Otherwise, they dared not even approach his domain. Only Kushina Izumaki, often accompanied by Makoto, frequented the area. During these 3 days, Lin Tian had once again worked his alchemy. Using the herbs Root had gathered to refine dozun pills. Admittedly, Root's harvest this time was quite impressive, 3 sets of night spirit leaves and fire lotus fruits. Activating the green lotus core flame, Lin Tian effortlessly produced 3 more dozun pills. After consuming them, his strength was restored to the level of a 2-star dozun. Konoha's back mountain. Ha. Dad, take this. 2 figures, one large and one small, clashed fiercely, their fists cutting through the air with razor-sharp precision. Surging chakra amplified the sheer force of their taijutsu. Amazing. Truly amazing. Tenzo, with his mousy brown hair and somewhat dull expression, watched the intense spar between Might Dai and Might Dai, his face a picture of awe. Though around the same age as Guy, the latter's chakra was already approaching Ch-Nin levels, undoubtedly the prowess of an elite genin, perhaps even capable of challenging a Ch-Nin. And Might Dai was only 5 years old. A 5-year-old elite genin? Had such a prodigy ever appeared in Konoha? No, in the entire shinobi world? Could this be the power of Lord Lin Tian? Tenzo's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the stone castle, his eyes brimming with hope. Over these 3 days, he had grown familiar with the father-son duo. He knew full well that their newfound vitality was entirely thanks to Lin Tian. At this moment, he felt his choice had been absolutely correct. By following Lin Tian, he too would grow stronger, swiftly. Yet in these 3 days, Lin Tian had remained secluded within the stone castle, never summoning him. Good, very good, Guy. That's my boy. After an hour of sparring, Might Dai finally halted, flashing his son a thumbs up. Kakashi already applied for early graduation. I'm going to do the same today. The academy's too boring. I want to get out there, fight. and gather herbs for Lord Lin Tian. Might Dai grinned triumphantly. Thanks to the foundation-building elixir, his chakra refinement had accelerated dramatically. Moreover, as a gesture of goodwill toward Lin Tian, Hiruzen Sarutobi had sent them powerful ninjutsu scrolls to train with. At his current level, graduating early was child's play. Then, his eyes turned toward Tenzo. Tenzo, come join us in burning with youth. If you want to follow Lord Lin Tian, you've got to train twice as hard. Oh, okay. Upon hearing the summons, Tenzo rose to his feet, preparing to approach. At that very moment, an indifferent voice suddenly emanated from within the stone castle. Tenzo, enter. Yes, Lord Lin Tian. Tenzo replied with delight, hastening inside. Having spent 3 days cultivating with the Dozun pill, Lin Tian found himself with leisure to delve into the study of wood release. Within the castle, Lin Tian summoned Tenzo and enveloped the latter's entire body with his vast spiritual energy, rendering him immobile. The reason Lin Tian had taken Tenzo under his wing was due to the presence of Hashirama Senju's cells within him, enabling the use of an imitation version of wood release. Originally, Danzo had invited Tenzo to join Root for this very reason, even imparting several wood release techniques to him. Ordinary wood release could be considered a Kekkei Genkai, combining the nature transformations of water and earth chakra. However, Hashirama Senju's unparalleled strength stemmed primarily from his status as the reincarnation of Azura, the younger son of the Sage of Six Paths, granting him the Sage's physique. This allowed him to convert chakra into the essence of life, elevating wood release to its legendary heights. As Lin Tian probed Tenzo with his spiritual energy, he mused inwardly. Indeed, he swiftly detected the presence of Hashirama's cells within Tenzo, capable of executing the dual nature transformations of earth and water chakra. Yet, there was none of the surging vitality characteristic of the Sage's physique. The Sage's physique? Lin Tian withdrew his spiritual energy, a faint sneer curling his lips. In the original narrative, Hashirama Senju's constitution was indeed extraordinary, a unique existence, but only before Lin Tian himself had appeared. In Lin Tian's eyes, Hashirama was merely a man of formidable vitality, hardly deserving of the title Sage. It was only due to the limited perspective of the shinobi world that Hashirama's wood release had been mythologized. With the right elixirs, Lin Tian could forcibly elevate Tenzo's wood release to Hashirama's level. From the vast repository of alchemical formulas in his memory, Lin Tian swiftly identified 3 pills capable of replenishing vitality. Vitality Pill, Purification Pill, Celestial Insight Pill, all 3 were classified as 4th tier, perfectly suited for Tenzo's current state. However, their refinement required a few mundane herbs, ingredients Lin Tian had disdained even in the Dochi continent. Locating them should pose no difficulty. Lin Tian then summoned Might Dai, projecting images of the required herbs directly into his mind with a surge of spiritual energy from his brow. Seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi and have him dispatch Konoha shinobi to gather these ingredients. Whoever succeeds shall receive some of my discarded foundation establishment elixir. Might Dai, long accustomed to Lin Tian's methods, hurried off to relay the order. Tenzo trembled with excitement. Was Lord Lin Tian truly beginning to nurture him? Yet barely half an hour later, Might Dai returned in a panic. Lord Lin Tian, something terrible has happened. Something terrible? Lin Tian frowned slightly. Had Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to send shinobi to gather the herbs? He refused to believe Hiruzen could be so foolish. Lord Lin Tian, I have sketched the appearance of the medicinal herbs and submitted them to the Hokage. He assured me that arrangements would be made promptly. However, upon my return, I overheard unsettling news. Our village's White Fang, Hataki Tsukumo, failed a mission while attempting to rescue his comrades. Consequently, he has stepped down from his position as the head of the ANBU and now faces severe censure from the villagers. The situation is dire for him. Might Dai reported with concern. A failed mission? Lin Tian mused, recalling the original storyline where such an event indeed transpired. During the time when Hataki Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Hataki Tsukumo, faced relentless criticism from his peers and the villagers after a mission failure. Unable to endure the overwhelming psychological torment, he ultimately chose to take his own life. Yet, this tragedy was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. As the ANBU commander, Hataki Tsukumo wielded strength even the Sannin admired. And his prestige in Konoha was immense, so much so that he stood as a formidable candidate for the next Hokage. In the original narrative, he was a figure of remarkable brilliance. How could such a formidable warrior succumb to despair over a mere mission failure? The truth was far darker. Hataki Tsukumo had become a casualty in the power struggles among Konoha's higher echelons, sealing his tragic fate. To think this would still unfold even after I eliminated Danzo, Lin Tian murmured to himself. In his view, Tsukumo's eventual suicide was largely propelled by Danzo's meddling, the instigator who pushed events to this grim conclusion. Now, it seemed Hiruzen Sarutobi was resolute in his decision to elevate Minato Namikaze as the next Hokage. Lord Lin Tian, could you save Hatake Tsukumo? Might Dai implored. His gaze filled with desperation. As Konoha's ANBU leader and a Kage-level shinobi, Tsukumo had rendered illustrious service to the village. Even Might Dai held him in the highest esteem and wished to avert this impending calamity. The only one capable of rescuing Tsukumo from this abyss was the unfathomably powerful Lin Tian before him. If Lin Tian intervened, no one would dare lay a finger on Tsukumo. Save him? Lin Tian's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. He acted solely on his own whims. And aiding Hatake Tsukumo held little interest for him. What was so remarkable about a Kage-level shinobi? If Lin Tian willed it, he could forge an entire army of Kage-level warriors with minimal effort. Lord Lin Tian, Hatake Tsukumo of Konoha requests an audience. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed from beyond the door. Tsukumo is here? Might Dai blinked in surprise, never expecting the man himself to seek them out. Send him away. This emperor dislikes disturbances, Lin Tian stated coolly. As the celestial emperor, he had no patience for Konoha's trivial affairs. Might Dai hesitated, on the verge of pleading for Tsukumo. But upon meeting Lin Tian's fathomless gaze, he could only sigh and retreat. After a brief moment, Might Dai returned with an expression of deep concern etched upon his face. Lord Tianlin, Senior Hatake Tsukumo wishes to request that you might, in the future, extend some care towards Kakashi. He has vowed to kneel outside your door until you grant his plea. This plea from Hatake Tsukumo filled him with an ominous premonition. The legendary White Fang of Konoha. Now kneeling in supplication, such desperation could only stem from being cornered beyond all recourse. Let him be. Before Might Dai could finish speaking, Tianlin, without even lifting his eyelids, uttered these words softly, yet they carried an overwhelming spiritual force that severed the other's speech mid-sentence. Boom. In that instant, Might Dai shuddered violently, his very soul quaking as if standing before a deity towering above mortal realms. Cold, merciless. Life, to him, was but grass beneath his feet. And what concern would a god have for the lives of mere mortals? Understood. Might Dai found himself replying involuntarily, then obediently withdrew. Outside the stone fortress. Upon hearing Tianlin's response, Hatake Tsukumo's eyes dimmed with profound disappointment. A pity. Had I managed to procure the medicinal herbs Lord Tianlin sought during my mission, perhaps he would have granted my request. Gone was the former glory of the ANBU commander, the Kage-level shinobi. In its place stood a man who seemed to have aged decades overnight. Yet, in the next moment, a resolute light ignited in his eyes. My persistence will move Lord Tianlin. With unwavering determination, he knelt before the gates of Tianlin's stone fortress. Motionless as a statue, he had long anticipated this day. For himself, he felt at peace, but for his only son, Hatake Kakashi, he could not rest easy. Upon returning from his mission, he had learned of Tianlin's solitary annihilation of the entire root organization. Such power far surpassed the boundaries of a Kage. If Tianlin would but agree to watch over Kakashi, then across all of Konoha, nay, the entire shinobi world, none would dare harm the boy. It was this hope that had emboldened him to come here. Yet now, he found himself turned away. From a distance, Might Dai sighed. Who are you to alter Lord Tianlin's decree? If kneeling is your choice, then kneel. Time flowed like a slow river. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Hatake Tsukumo remained kneeling at the fortress gates, unmoved even by Might Dai's repeated attempts at persuasion. He might as well have been carved from stone. His presence here deterred even the ordinary shinobi of Konoha from approaching, and rumors of his defection spread like wildfire, escalating tensions further. Soon, a full day had passed, and Konoha was engulfed in a tempest. Perkum. Thunder roared across the heavens, jagged lightning splitting the darkened sky as torrential rain poured down. Amidst the storm, Hatake Tsukumo still knelt before the fortress. A full day of kneeling, now compounded by the relentless downpour, had taken its toll. Even a Kage-level shinobi was not immune, his lips pale, his vision swimming, his body racked by fever. With unwavering determination, I shall surely move Lord Lin Tian. Hatake Tsukumo clenched his teeth, enduring the hardship as he gazed up at the stone castle amidst the pouring rain, his body trembling from the biting cold. At last, a voice echoed from within the stone fortress, stirring Hatake Tsukumo's heart with overwhelming excitement. In recognition of your unyielding perseverance, this emperor shall grant your request. However, I too have a condition. I shall take a fragment of your flesh and blood, for it may serve a purpose in the future. Perhaps you and Kakashi may yet meet again. In the end, Lin Tian was moved by Hatake Tsukumo's resolve. In the world of Dochi, He admired those with indomitable willpower the most, and all his subordinates were of such caliber. Hatake Tsukumo, a shadow-level shinobi, had knelt before his gates for an entire day just to earn his favor. Such perseverance was beyond ordinary men. Truly, a father's love was as steadfast as a mountain. Since that was the case, Lin Tian decided that in the future, he might extend a small measure of care toward Kakashi. Merely a word from him would suffice. After all, in the original tale, though Kakashi's path was fraught with trials, he always emerged unscathed. As for the demand for Hatake Tsukumo's flesh and blood, it was an experiment that had suddenly occurred to Lin Tian. The Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu from the original world, was an extraordinarily overpowered technique. By using the DNA of deceased shinobi, one could summon their souls back to the mortal realm, reviving them in physical form. However, this technique had its flaws. Limited by the quality of the sacrificial vessel, the reanimated shinobi's strength would be restricted, unable to reach their peak potential in life. Moreover, they would be bound by a contract, controlled by the caster of the jutsu. As the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Tian possessed the power to forge a new body for someone using 3 different types of ihwa. Perhaps he could remedy this flaw in the Edo Tensei. In the future, he might even resurrect the likes of Hatake Tsukumo and Senju Hashirama in their prime. Now that would be amusing. A faint smirk of mischief curled upon Lin Tian's lips. Reviving the long-deceased, such a feat was nearly impossible even in the world of Dochi. One had to admit. Though the power system of the Naruto world was relatively inferior, it still held remarkable techniques worth acknowledging. Perhaps this experiment could prove invaluable when Lin Tian eventually departed from this world, venturing into higher realms of existence. Naturally, Hatake Tsukumo did not refuse Lin Tian's demand. As for Lin Tian's remark about reuniting with Kakashi in the future, Hatake Tsukumo assumed that Lin Tian was unaware of his impending decision to take his own life, hence the seemingly hopeful words. After surrendering a fragment of his flesh to Lin Tian, Hatake Tsukumo departed with a heart full of satisfaction, like a warrior marching toward his final battle. True enough. Not long after, shocking news erupted throughout Konoha. The White Fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukumo, has taken his own life, unable to bear the condemnation of his comrades. The announcement sent waves of sorrow through the village's shinobi. Truly, these were turbulent times for Konoha. First, Danzo along with Root were slain by Lin Tian, followed by the suicide of Konoha's White Fang. The village suffered the consecutive loss of 2 Kaga-level warriors, compounded by the departure of the Sannin, plunging Konoha into an unprecedented crisis. Throughout it all, Lin Tian observed these events with detached serenity, refraining from interfering with the unfolding narrative. Within the Hokage's office, Tsukumo, why did it have to come to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat wearily in his chair, flanked by the 2 advisors, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. Tsukumo Hatake was immensely powerful, his reputation within Konoha towering. Had he sought the title of Hokage, there would have been little resistance. By contrast, Hiruzen naturally preferred his own protege, Namikaze Minato, to ascend as the next Hokage. Yet no one could have anticipated that Tsukumo would ultimately choose to take his own life. Shunshin. At that moment, an ANBU operative materialized in the office. Lord Hokage. We've uncovered where Tsukumo Hatake disappeared to during that missing day. Speak, Hiruzen urged immediately, while Koharu and Hamura leaned in with equal intensity. During the height of the village's condemnation of Tsukumo, the man had mysteriously vanished for an entire day, leading Hiruzen to suspect defection, only to reappear and calmly embrace death. Thus, the question of where Tsukumo had gone that day burned in their minds. He went to see Lin Tian, the ANBU operative uttered, his voice trembling slightly at the name. Lin Tian, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura stiffened, momentarily stunned. Why would Tsukumo seek out Lin Tian before his death? Had some dark bargain been struck between them? A foreboding chill settled over the 3 elders. From this moment onward, ensure Kakashi Hatake receives additional support. Since he has applied for early graduation, assign Minato as his instructor, Hiruzen commanded after a waited pause. Konoha could ill afford further upheaval. In the wake of Tsukumo's death, the village settled into an uneasy calm. Kakashi and Might Dai graduated from the academy nearly simultaneously, embarking on their shinobi paths together. Meanwhile, Hiruzen issued Lin Tian's latest medicinal requisitions as official missions. Through Hiruzen's deliberate cultivation, Minato's star ascended rapidly. The young elite Jonin became Konoha's brightest rising talent, amassing a devoted following. On the bustling streets of the village, Minato spotted Kushina carrying a bento box, light-footed and laughing with Makoto, and hurried to intercept her. Whenever not on missions, he sought her out, only to be met with the same 2-word dismissal, not now. Minato, I'm delivering this to Lord Lin Tian. Don't get in my way. Kushina replied with a slight frown. Since delivering medicinal herbs to Lin Tian last time, Kushina felt their relationship had grown closer. Occasionally, Lin Tian would even accept her homemade bento, which filled her with boundless joy. Whenever she had free time, she would rush to bring him meals. Lin Tian again. Minato Namikaze sighed inwardly. Every time he encountered Kushina, she would inevitably mention Lin Tian. If not for his naturally calm and patient temperament, anyone else might have already lost their temper. I happen to have some business with Guy. Since he's at Lord Lin Tian's place, I'll accompany you, Minato said. He was not only Kakashi's instructor but also Guy's mentor. Hearing this, Kushina showed no suspicion and nodded. All right. The three of them set off toward the forested hills behind Konoha. Shortly after their departure, a masked ANBU operative materialized on the village streets. Trouble, Lord Namikaze is heading to Lin Tian. I must report this to the Hokage immediately. In the next moment, the ANBU vanished, hurrying toward the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze was Hiruzen Sarutobi's chosen successor for the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was an existence within Konoha that no one dared provoke, with Kushina frequently visiting him. Hiruzen's greatest fear was that Minato might impulsively seek trouble with Lin Tian. Thus, he had dispatched ANBU operatives precisely to prevent such a scenario. What? Minato is going to see Lin Tian? How could he be so reckless? Hiruzen, in the midst of paperwork, paled at the news. Abandoning his tasks, he mobilized a squad of ANBU and rushed toward the forested hills. Meanwhile, at the hillside, Uncle Lin Tian, I've brought you bento. Kushina, spotting Lin Tian's stone fortress, quickened her pace alongside Mikoto. Kushina, you're here. Might Dai and his son, along with Tenzo, paused their sparring to greet her warmly. Given how often Kushina visited these days, they had all grown familiar with her. Lord Lin Tian seemed to regard this girl with particular tolerance, silently permitting her frequent presence. Teacher Minato, what brings you here? Might Dai, halting his training, regarded his mentor with curiosity. Both he and Kakashi, prodigies of their generation, had been deliberately assigned to Minato by Hiruzen. Just dropping by. Minato replied, resting a hand on Guy's shoulder before casting a glance at Tenzo. A flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. So this is the sole survivor from Root. The child taken in by Lin Tian. Tenzo's current strength was remarkable, far surpassing his peers at the academy. Minato could scarcely fathom how Lin Tian had trained him. This wasn't something achievable merely through elixirs. Today, accompanying Kushina, he intended to uncover just what it was about Lin Tian that so captivated her. At this moment, the bento delivered by Uzumaki Kushina had been handed over by Might Dai and brought inside, after which he retreated. The stone castle remained utterly motionless from beginning to end, standing like an indifferent deity gazing coldly upon all below. Sigh. Is Uncle Lin Tian in meditation again? Uzumaki Kushina felt a pang of disappointment. Though occasionally Lin Tian would accept her bento, he rarely showed himself. Swish. Suddenly, a figure flashed beside her. Namikaze Minato had arrived, his golden short hair stirring without wind, his piercing blue eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the stone castle. The girl he admired seemed entirely preoccupied with Lin Tian, a fact he accepted with quiet resignation, knowing that matters of the heart could not be forced. Yet what he could not tolerate was Lin Tian's cold indifference toward Kushina. Lord Lin Tian, I am Namikaze Minato of Konoha. I challenge you, Minato declared boldly. Challenge Lin Tian. The words sent a shockwave through the surroundings. Everyone near the castle froze in stunned silence. Lin Tian had single-handedly annihilated the entire Root organization, a feat even the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not accomplish. And now, Minato dared to challenge him? This was even a battle on the same level. Minato, Lord Lin Tian is meditating. What are you doing? Kushina quickly grabbed his arm. Kushina, this is a matter between men. I believe Lord Lin Tian will understand. Stay out of it. Minato replied with a faint smile before turning his gaze back to the castle. Yet his words seemed to vanish into the void. The castle remained as silent and unmoving as ever. Lord Lin Tian, do you not dare to accept? If not, then at least show yourself when Kushina comes to see you in the future. Minato pressed. Challenge me? Inside the stone castle, Lin Tian, his long hair cascading loosely as he channeled his battle chi to nurture the seed of a strange flame, opened his eyes. A glint of sharp light flickered in their unfathomable depths. For Kushina's sake? In the original timeline, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina had become a loving couple. Even now, Minato's affection for her was plain for all to see. His challenge could only stem from that devotion. A man as brilliant and composed as Minato in the original story wouldn't make such a reckless mistake. Unless he has some special method? A cold smirk curled Lin Tian's lips. Very well. Let this emperor witness the prowess of the future father of the protagonist. Outside. Minato frowned slightly as the castle remained unresponsive. Minato, stop this. Kushina urged. She could see that his challenge was for her sake. And she refused to let her presence disrupt Lin Tian's meditation. Namikaze Minato, a detached voice finally echoed from within the stone castle, startling Might Dai and the others. If you can breach this castle, then I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Lord Lin Tian actually responded to Namikaze Minato? Only by charging into the castle would he accept my challenge? Namikaze Minato's expression stiffened. He knew Lin Tian was formidable, but this tone was simply too arrogant. Could Lin Tian possibly stop him from entering the castle without even showing himself? Fine. In the next instant, Namikaze Minato stomped the ground fiercely, dashing toward the stone castle like a predatory leopard. Before the castle built of stone, the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment as Namikaze Minato charged toward the fortress like a golden bolt of lightning, already embodying the nascent brilliance of the yellow flash of Konoha. Under the deliberate promotion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato had risen powerfully within the village, calm, wise, and formidable in strength. With speed as his defining trait, a mere distance of over 10 meters, easily traversed by any ordinary person, posed no obstacle to him. Swish. Indeed. In the blink of an eye, Minato had already reached the castle gates, his foot nearly crossing the threshold. Lord Raiden, I'm coming in. A confident smile graced Minato's face. But at that very moment, boom. As if a deity had awakened, an overwhelming surge of battle aura erupted from within the castle, soaring into the heavens and pressing against the void, causing the air itself to ripple like water, visible waves spreading outward. These seemingly gentle ripples brushed against Minato, freezing his smile in place as an unstoppable, mountainous force crashed into him. Thud. With a muffled grunt, Minato was flung back 10 meters by the devastating ripple, skidding across the ground before coming to an ungraceful halt. His blood churned violently within him, his face paling as he nearly coughed up blood. This. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto both widened their beautiful eyes in shock. They knew Minato well, understood his strength. Yet now, even this mighty Konoha shinobi had been repelled, unable to breach the gates of Raiden's castle. Swish, swish, swish. Gritting his teeth, Minato gathered his chakra and dashed forward once more, his hands weaving seals in rapid succession. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly poof, 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 poof. Smoke billowed as the sound of clones forming echoed. With each puff, an identical Minato appeared, until 10 stood in unison, all roaring as they charged the castle gates. Minato, that's cheating. Kushina pouted. Unlike ordinary clones, the shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, created tangible duplicates, each sharing the user's chakra and capable of independent action. With 10 Minatos assaulting the gates, if even one succeeded, wouldn't that mean victory over Raiden? At this moment, Kushina and Mikoto couldn't help but feel a flicker of concern for Raiden. In Konoha, Raiden stood as an invincible deity, his very name treated as taboo. Would this unbreakable legend now be shattered by Minato? Only Might Dai and Might Guy, having endured the torment of Raiden's battle aura, remained unshaken. To them, not even Minato, nor all 5 Kage of the shinobi world combined, could breach this castle unless Raiden willed it. As expected, even with Minato and Namikaze employing the shadow clone technique, the outcome remained unchanged. Boom, 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 boom. The void trembled as ripples of force swept outward, striking every clone of Minato. Wisps of smoke rose as the shadow clones dissipated one after another, and even Minato's true form was sent flying once more. Kushina, Uzumaki, and Mikoto stood stunned yet again. This time, Minato hadn't even managed to close within a meter of the stone castle. Minato, what are you doing? At that moment, the sound of rushing wind approached from the distance. Dressed in his combat attire, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with a squad of ANBU, his expression grave as if facing a dire threat. Yet Minato paid no heed to Hiruzen. Instead, after steadying himself, he charged toward the stone castle once more. Lord Hokage. Seeing Hiruzen arrive with the ANBU, Kushina was startled, fearing they had come to confront Lin Tian in battle. She hurried over to explain the situation. Minato is challenging Lord Lin Tian. After hearing Kushina's explanation, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback before relaxing slightly. If Lin Tian had truly wished to kill Minato, he would have done so already. Clearly, Lin Tian did not seem angered by Minato's challenge. Though there was no fluctuation of chakra, the sheer magnitude of the presence emanating from the castle was overwhelming. Standing nearby, Hiruzen and the ANBU felt as insignificant as ants before a towering giant, their breaths growing labored under the crushing pressure. Under such an aura, Even an elite shinobi of Kaga level would find it impossible to breach the castle's defenses. Boom. Once more. Minato was repelled, landing heavily on the ground as he gasped for breath. A few simple charges had drained an immense amount of his chakra. Minato, you won't make it inside. Let's return, Hiruzen advised, stepping forward. He couldn't help but worry that Minato's repeated provocations might finally provoke Lin Tion's wrath, resulting in a single fatal strike. For the heir to the fourth Hokage to fail even in approaching the castle's entrance would surely be a heavy blow to Minato's pride. Yet, instead of disappointment, a mysterious smile curled on Minato's lips. Lord Hokage, rest assured, I can already enter the castle. His words sent shockwaves through those present. Anyone with eyes could see that Minato stood no chance of breaching the castle's defenses. Where, then, did this sudden confidence come from? Could it be? You've completed that technique? After a moment of stunned silence, Hiruzen's gaze snapped toward the castle as realization struck him. Indeed, surrounding Lin Tion's castle, for uniquely marked kunai were embedded in the ground, the closest one mere steps away from the entrance, gleaming with a cold, lethal light. What set these kunai apart were the intricate, serpentine patterns etched upon their surfaces. Sealing formulas. The formulas of the Flying Thunder God technique. At the sight of these kunai, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly comprehended everything. Namake's Minato must have mastered the space-time ninjutsu pioneered by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Flying Thunder God technique. This was no ordinary jutsu. Through the Flying Thunder God's seals, the user could achieve instantaneous teleportation, though it was notoriously difficult to master. No wonder Minato had repeatedly attempted to breach the castle despite the impossibility. He had been secretly laying down the Flying Thunder God's markings all along. Such tactical awareness and composed brilliance were beyond ordinary men. To master such a technique at such a young age, truly remarkable. A surge of excitement flickered across Hiruzen's face. As a space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique was practically flawless for infiltrating Lin Tion's castle. Even Lin Tion himself would never anticipate Minato wielding such an ability. He would be caught off guard. For so long, Lin Tion's oppressive presence had cast a suffocating shadow over Konoha. Perhaps, letting him suffer a minor setback at Minato's hands wouldn't be so bad. Maybe it would remind Lin Tion that Konoha was not so feeble after all. At this thought, a faint thrill coursed through Hiruzen's heart. Under his watchful gaze, Minato's expression turned solemn as he formed the hand seals for the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, vanished. What? Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto gasped in shock, while even Might Dai and his son lost their composure. Before their very eyes, Namake's Minato had disappeared into thin air. There, Might Dai exclaimed, pointing at Minato, who had suddenly reappeared just a step away from the castle gates. A ninjutsu that allowed instantaneous movement. They had never seen anything like it. Could it be that Minato truly stood a chance of breaching the castle with this technique? Swish. Now mere inches from the gates, Minato did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, in the blink of an eye, he flipped his wrist and hurled another kunai, this one etched with the Flying Thunder God's seal, straight into the castle's interior. Clink. The kunai landed precisely on the ground inside. A confident smile curled Minato's lips. Wherever a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God's seal lay, Namake's Minato could traverse freely. With this kunai now inside the castle, it was as good as breaching the defenses. All he needed was to capitalize on the split second before Lin Tion could react. For him, victory did not mean defeating Lin Tion. He knew that was impossible. Merely entering the castle and proving that Namake's Minato was not to be underestimated would suffice. Swish, swish, swish. Minato's hands blurred as he formed another rapid succession of seals, completing them in less than a second. Umph. The Flying Thunder God technique. A cold, mocking voice echoed. Impressive, Namake's Minato. To devise such tactics mid-battle, pity it's nothing but a joke before this emperor. Space. Seal. At that very moment, an indifferent voice suddenly emanated from within the castle, carrying a terrifying power that spread outward, freezing the space like turbulent waters abruptly solidified. At the castle gates, Namake's Minato's expression stiffened as he was once again flung back over 10 meters, blood spurting from his mouth, only to be caught by Sarutobi Hiruzen's instantaneous body flicker technique. This can't be. Blood trickled from Minato's lips, his face etched with disbelief. He had already formed the hand seals for the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet the jutsu had failed to activate. Moreover, his connection with the kunai had been severed, as if forcibly cut off. Could it be that Uchiha Retsu could manipulate space itself? The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, raising his gaze toward the distant castle. The short stretch of land before him now seemed an insurmountable chasm. challenged Retsu. He couldn't even reach him, let alone stand against him. Seated calmly within the castle, Retsu had effortlessly defeated him. For Minato, who had arrived brimming with confidence, this was a crushing blow. I lost. His voice was hollow. I'll return after training harder. A shadow of desolation flickered in his eyes as he struggled to his feet. Without a word to Hiruzen, or even a glance at Uzumaki Kushina, he turned and walked away. Minato. Hiruzen opened his mouth, but found no words. With a sigh, he led the ANBU away, his mind reeling. Even he hadn't anticipated this outcome. Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he couldn't even breach Retsu's castle. Retsu's strength seemed boundless. At the same time, Hiruzen felt overwhelming gratitude. Thankfully, Retsu had not been angered enough to obliterate Minato on the spot. If even the Flying Thunder God technique was rendered useless, then Uchiha Obito's Kamui likely stood no chance either. Inside the castle, Retsu gave a faint shake of his head, his expression serene as he closed his eyes once more. Resuming his meditation, a Dozone expert wielded spatial manipulation, an innate counter to space-time ninjutsu. Lord Retsu is truly incredible. That was the second Hokage's legendary space-time technique. Outside the castle, Might Dai's face flushed with excitement, his eyes shining with admiration. All right, focus on your training. In a few days, you'll start taking on missions. I also need to gather herbs for Lord Retsu, Might Dai said, patting his son's head. Time flowed like water, slipping away unnoticed. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. For Konoha, these months disrupted the village's relative peace. Both shinobi and civilians alike could sense a growing tension. A silent storm brewing. Nearly every day, squads of ninja departed the village, while wounded shinobi returned. Boom. A vast, overwhelming surge of dochi erupted from the stone castle in Konoha's rear mountains, enveloping the entire village. The sheer pressure sent tremors through the hearts of all who felt it, invoking an instinctive dread. It was Lord Retsu. Is Lord Lin Tian concocting elixirs again? No. If Lord Lin Tian were refining pills, there should be thunder. What a pity that Lord Lin Tian does not belong to our Konoha. Though it said the Hokage obtained some elixirs from him, the villagers of Konoha, though long accustomed to such scenes, remain awestruck. Under the overwhelming aura of Lin Tian, ninjas of all ranks profoundly realized their own insignificance. Restored to a 3-star dozone. Within the stone castle, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Over these 3 months, the other ninjas of Konoha had finally gathered 5 batches of medicinal herbs for refining dozone-level potions, as well as ingredients for vitality-enhancing elixirs. Commanding the greatest ninja village in the world to assist in gathering herbs was indeed a wise decision. In return, Lin Tian casually bestowed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen 5 portions of foundation-building spiritual liquid and 2 berserk pills, bolstering Konoha's strength so they could serve him more efficiently. And indeed, it proved effective. Upon receiving the elixirs, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with gratitude, redoubling his efforts in the search for rare ingredients. Now, the winds of war howl through Konoha. Has the third great ninja war begun? Though Lin Tian seldom left his stone fortress, his vast spiritual perception enveloped the entire village, leaving no movement beyond his awareness. A peculiar expression flickered across Lin Tian's face. In the original timeline, the third great ninja war differed from the others, beginning with prolonged skirmishes and regional conflicts before erupting into full-scale war. Yet even these preliminary battles should not have commenced so early. Could it be that my arrival, the death of Danzo, and the fall of the White Fang of Konoha hastened the war's outbreak? Lin Tian shook his head. From his perspective, the so-called Great Ninja Wars were little more than children's squabbles, hardly worth his attention. Still, the Third War held a few intriguing events, such as the Canopy Bridge incident, where the scheming Madara would manipulate Uchiha Obito from the shadows. Madara. Now he was a figure who could pique Lin Tian's interest. Soon, another kind of heavenly flame will awaken. But first, let us delve into wood release. Lin Tian assessed the state of the flames within him, then swept his hand over his spatial ring. Instantly, medicinal herbs floated midair. The green lotus core flame emerged from his palm, engulfing the suspended ingredients. The essence within was swiftly extracted, forming droplets of liquid that swirled and merged in the air. With Lin Tian's mastery, refining pills below the 8th tier required no cauldron. He could conjure them effortlessly, a feat bordering on divine. Half an hour later, 3 lustrous green pills brimming with surging vitality took form. Vitality pill, purification pill, heaven's secret pill. These 3 elixirs all rank as 4th-grade treasures. Lin Tian carefully stored them away before stepping out of the chamber. Lord Lin Tian, Outside the castle, Tenzo, with his chestnut-brown hair, was immersed in training. Upon seeing Lin Tian emerge, he immediately halted his practice and bowed respectfully. During his time en route, Tenzo had been nurtured by Danzo and had already mastered chakra extraction. After joining Lin Tian, he frequently bathed in the foundation-building spiritual liquid and now possessed chakra equivalent to a genin. As for Might Dai and his son, they had ventured out to gather medicinal herbs for Lin Tian, leaving only Tenzo behind, who was still attending the village's ninja academy. Consume these 3 pills, Lin Tian commanded, flicking his fingers to send the elixirs soaring toward Tenzo. Yes, Tenzo was momentarily stunned before his face lit up with excitement. Lord Lin Tian, have you developed new elixirs? Having deeply experienced the formidable effects of these pills before, he swallowed all 3 without hesitation. Boom. The moment the pills touched his tongue, they dissolved into a surging torrent of energy that roared through his veins. A verdant glow erupted from Tenzo's petite frame, illuminating the surroundings. This sensation is incredible. Tenzo's expression was one of utter disbelief. Yet soon, his excitement turned to confusion. The raging torrent gradually transformed into gentle streams, seeping into his cells before vanishing entirely as though it had never existed. After checking his condition, Tenzo found no noticeable changes in either his chakra or physical body. Bewildered, he turned to Lin Tian. In his experience, Lord Lin Tian's elixirs always enhanced a ninja's chakra extraction or amplification. Why had they failed this time? Could it be that the elixirs had lost their potency? However, Lin Tian merely smiled faintly. Tenzo, try using wood release now. Oh, right. Nodding, Tenzo stepped onto the training ground. His nerves taut with tension. Wood release was a Kekkei Genkai exclusive to Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. Though Tenzo possessed Hashirama's cells and could technically wield this power, his proficiency paled in comparison. Back en route, Danzo had repeatedly drilled him in wood release techniques, only to be met with disappointment each time. Now, Tenzo feared failing Lin Tian just as badly. Wood release, thorn murder technique? Steadying his breath, Tenzo swiftly weaved hand seals. What followed was nothing short of terrifying. Rumble. The earth trembled violently as colossal vines erupted from the ground, spiraling upward with monstrous speed. Within seconds, the area within 100 paces of Tenzo was completely overrun by a dense thicket of writhing vegetation. This is... Tenzo collapsed onto his backside, utterly dumbfounded. This was a basic wood release technique, one he had performed countless times under Danzo's tutelage. Yet compared to his previous feeble attempts, this was on an entirely different level. As he had formed the seals, he had felt an overwhelming surge of vitality erupt from his cells, merging with his chakra to unleash this staggering display of power. It must be Lord Lin Tian's doing, the reason he administered those elixirs. With this realization, Tianzong gazed at Lin Tian with reverence. So it was indeed this way? A faint, enigmatic smile curled upon Lin Tian's lips. His deduction had not been mistaken. In the original narrative, the overwhelming might of Hashirama Senju's wood release stemmed from the immense vitality granted by his sage body, also known as yang release. By refining elixirs that enhanced life force, Lin Tian could forcibly elevate Tianzong to that very level. Of course, the 3 4th-grade elixirs alone were insufficient to bestow upon Tianzong a sage body. Higher-tier elixirs would be necessary for such an ascension. Having concluded his thoughts, Lin Tian unleashed a torrent of soul energy from his brow, channeling it into Tianzong's consciousness. 10 distinct medicinal ingredients materialized within the boy's mind. Given your current strength, your wood release should now rival that of a chunin. There is little purpose in remaining at the academy. Apply for graduation tomorrow. These herbs are tied to your future. Once you leave the village, seek them out, along with the ingredients I require. With those indifferent words, Lin Tian vanished, returning to his stone fortress to resume his meditation. After pledging allegiance to Lin Tian, Tianzong, like his peers, had enrolled in the ninja academy. How far he would progress depended entirely on his own destiny. Lin Tian had no intention of interfering further. With both Might Dai and his son now beyond the village walls, Tianzong would only mature through the crucible of blood and battle. Only then could he truly serve Lin Tian in the future. Yes, thank you, Lord Lin Tian. Tianzong bowed deeply toward the stone fortress, his face alight with fervor. His traumatic childhood had instilled in him an insatiable hunger for power, and Lin Tian had granted him precisely that. Resuming his training, Tianzong tested his wood release once more. The 3 life-infused elixirs had invigorated his cells, suffusing them with potent vitality. Though his chakra reserves remained at genin level, the enhanced wood release now allowed him to contend with chunin. Overjoyed, he revered Lin Tian as nothing short of divine. At dawn the next day, Tianzong rushed to the academy as instructed, demanding early graduation. Another one? Instructor Tanaka's lips twitched in exasperation. This year alone. After Might Dai and Kakashi, Tianzong was the third child seeking premature advancement. Though the shinobi world was in turmoil, sending 6-year-olds to the battlefield seemed excessive. Yet, as one of the academy's prodigies, Tianzong's prowess could not be ignored. Tanaka swiftly arranged the formalities, notifying Hiruzen Sarutobi without delay. What? That boy too? The Hokage, already overwhelmed by the chaos engulfing the ninja world, stiffened at the news. Due to Lin Tian's influence, he remembered Tianzong, an otherwise unassuming child, all too well. Could it be that Tenzo, like Might Dai, possessed the strength of an elite genin at such a tender age? Lost in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his tasks and hastened to the scene with his ANBU, determined to personally oversee Tenzo's graduation exam. Meanwhile, news of Tenzo's application for early graduation reached the ears of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, prompting their respective heads to converge upon the Ninja Academy as well. The villagers of Konoha were baffled. Wasn't this just some brat applying for early graduation? Why the sudden uproar? Yet, little did they know that the reason for such intense scrutiny lay entirely with Lin Tian. They were desperate to know, had he forged yet another prodigy? On the academy grounds, countless eyes fixed upon the slender, brown-haired figure as the Chunin instructor droned on about the graduation procedures. Sensei, you're so tedious. I have herbs to gather for Lord Lin Tian. With a flicker of impatience, Tenzo's hands blurred into motion, weaving seals with practiced ease. Would release, thorny entanglement technique. A surge of vitality erupted from his body, intertwining with chakra as colossal vines burst from the earth, writhing like serpents to ensnare the stunned instructor in an unyielding grip. Silence. The entire field stood frozen, breathless. Would release. Up on the platform, Hiruzen, Fugaku Uchiha, and the Hyuga brothers nearly lost their composure. Damn it. Tenzo can wield would release. In Konoha, would release was nothing short of mythical, a bloodline limit once wielded by Hashirama Senju, the man who had dominated the shinobi world and earned the title of God of Shinobi. And now, this power had manifested in a mere child? This was no ordinary prodigy. This was a monster. At that moment, the hearts of Konoha's leaders pounded violently. Dear heavens, Lord Lin Tian. Not only can he effortlessly enhance a shinobi's chakra, but he can also bestow bloodline limits upon others? This is beyond terrifying. In their minds, Lin Tian had transcended mere legend. He was now divine. Ahem. Tenzo, you've passed. How about I arrange for you to assist our comrades on a mission in the land of Earth? Hiruzen asked with forced geniality as Tenzo released the instructor. Would release was devastatingly powerful, excelling in large-scale combat. Despite his youth, Tenzo could turn the tide of battle. Yet, in response, Tenzo merely turned his back on the Hokage. No time. I have herbs to gather for Lord Lin Tian. Hiruzen was on the verge of tearing his hair out. No time. Those cursed words again. 2 months prior, he had tried to dispatch Might Dai on a mission, only to be met with the same refusal. After all, it was common knowledge in Konoha that Might Dai, nurtured by Lin Tian, had completely shed his reputation as the eternal genin. Not only did he possess the strength of a Chunin in his normal state, but once he activated the 8 gates, his power reached Kuga level. Regrettably, when Might Dai was questioned, his response remained the same. I must gather herbs for Lord Lin Tian. I have no time. Refusing the Hokage's orders and undertaking missions alone, this was unprecedented since the founding of Konoha. But did Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to force him? Of course not. After all, Might Dai was venturing out to procure medicinal ingredients for Lin Tian. To coerce him would mean offending Lin Tian himself. Watching Tenzo's retreating figure, Hiruzen sighed deeply. Lin Tian had crafted 2 little monsters, Might Dai and Tenzo, yet neither was under his control. The feeling was as bitter as swallowing bile. Fortunately, he had obtained some elixirs from Lord Lin Tian. With careful utilization, they could potentially forge new formidable warriors for the village. Though the shinobi world was turbulent, for Konoha's future, he still had to allocate resources to gather herbs for Lin Tian. With this thought, Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku. With the 4 great villages stirring unrest, our front lines are strained. Dispatch a squad of Uchiha shinobi to the land of Earth tomorrow, Hiruzen commanded, though Tenzo eluded his grasp. Through him, Hiruzen glimpsed Lin Tian's terrifying capabilities. After all, unaware that Tenzo possessed Hashirama's cells, he attributed the boys would release entirely to Lin Tian's influence. Perhaps, if they procured the herbs Lin Tian sought, his satisfaction might lead to the creation of more would release users for Konoha. Damn it. At Hiruzen's words, The Uchiha clansman's expressions darkened, inwardly cursing the old fox. Bullshit about strained front lines. The shinobi world may be uneasy, but it's only minor skirmishes, nothing serious. This is clearly just an excuse to divert more shinobi to gather herbs for Lin Tian. Everyone knows you've tasted the benefits from Lord Lin Tian. If this continues, how will our Uchiha clan ever fulfill our plans? Hokage-sama, Fugaku, still young, replied bluntly, the Uchiha clan is currently unable to accept village missions or reinforce the front lines. Simultaneously, Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan faces the same predicament. We believe gathering herbs for Lord Lin Tian takes precedence. Don't you agree? If before, the miraculous effects of Lin Tian's elixirs had driven them to set aside prejudices and collaborate for Konoha's sake, now, the revelation of would release shattered that fragile alliance entirely. The will of fire? To hell with it. Hiruzen's brow furrowed, a surge of frustration rising within him. Damn it all. Am I not even worthy of provoking the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, if I dare not challenge Lin Tian? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, growled with a chilling aura of Kaga-level chakra radiating from his form, his piercing gaze fixed upon the two clan leaders. Are you two clans plotting rebellion by defying my orders as Hokage? We harbor no thoughts of rebellion, Uchiha Fugaku retorted steadfastly. His crimson Sharingan eyes blazing as clansmen rallied behind him. But while your ANBU forces remain idle instead of reinforcing the front lines, you divert resources to gather herbs for Lord Lin Tian. Now you demand our Uchiha shinobi be deployed to the battlefield? This is sheer oppression. Though silent, Hyuga Hayashi stood with his clansmen, veins bulging around their Byakugan-activated eyes. The tension crackled like drawn blades, witnessing the terrifying power of Lin Tian through Yamato's display. Who wouldn't seek to curry favor by procuring medicinal ingredients? On this matter, retreat was unthinkable. A wave of chaos swept through the gathering. Academy children wailed in terror. Was this the vaunted will of fire? The famed unity of Konoha? Had everyone gone mad? Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, my office. Now, sensing the deteriorating situation, Hiruzen withdrew his chakra and stormed away, the clan leaders following resolutely. They would not yield, lest their influence wane. Their subsequent 2-hour negotiation in the Hokage's office birthed some undisclosed agreement. Meanwhile, news of Yamato's would release spread through Konoha like wildfire, deepening the awe surrounding Lin Tian. Learning of this, Lin Tian shook his head ruefully. Yamato's ability stemmed from Hashirama's implanted cells. He'd merely refined what Orochimaru had sown. This was the snake Sannin's legacy, not his burden to bear. Orochimaru, you possess Hashirama's cells, do you not? The long-haired figure mused softly. How intriguing. As Yamato embarked on his S-rank training journey under Lin Tian's directive, the enigmatic figure remained sequestered in his stone fortress, periodically dispatching herb-gathering missions through Hiruzen. With Might Dai and his son departed, and Yamato absent, Uzumaki Kushina voluntarily assumed caretaking duties alongside Mikoto, delivering daily meals. Thus 6 months flowed by. The pages of history turning to Konoha year 40. With the consecutive losses of Danzo and the White Fang of Konoha, 2 Kaga-level powerhouses, the other 4 major ninja villages began to stir, dispatching assassination and ambush squads one after another. These covert operations marked the preliminary skirmishes of the Third Great Ninja War, officially unveiling its grim prelude. Though merely probing conflicts rather than full-scale warfare, they swiftly became a merciless meat grinder, where lives were as expendable as weeds, with ninjas perishing daily. While the front lines were brutal, an air of tension and unease also permeated Konoha village itself. The Ninja Academy accelerated its training programs, graduating students with even modest combat prowess early, assigning them to mentors for field missions, honing their skills in preparation for imminent deployment. As the foremost ninja village, Konoha, with its inexhaustible arsenal of formidable jutsu scrolls, the godlike Sharingan and Byakugan bloodline limits, and the legacy of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, reigning over the land of fire, the most prosperous nation, naturally became the prime target of envy and hostility. The entire village was shrouded in palpable tension. Many cast longing gazes toward the stone fortress on the rear mountain, sighing wistfully. With Lord Lin Tian's terrifying power and abilities, his intervention could effortlessly dominate the entire shinobi world. Yet, though residing within Konoha, he remained aloof, no ally to the village, indifferent to its fate. Like a detached deity observing the relentless march of history without the slightest inclination to interfere. Despite this, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued diverting a significant portion of ANBU operatives to execute Ultra S-rank missions rather than deploying them to the battlefield. 6 months prior, the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi clans had reached an agreement, While contributing some clan members to the skirmishes, the remainder were similarly engaged in these high-risk missions. They had witnessed Lin Tian's fearsome capabilities firsthand. Even his disciple, Danzo, wielded the legendary wood release. The clans now understood, procuring the herbs Lin Tian sought could earn them precious elixirs. Half a year ago, Hiruzen traded herbs for pills, distributing 2 vials of foundation-building elixir to Kakashi, propelling the young ninja's strength dramatically. Excluding Might Dai, Kakashi became Konoha's youngest chunin, a feat that ignited the Uchiha and Hyuga clans' envy. Beneath Konoha's facade of unity simmered fierce rivalry. How could they idly watch the Hokage's faction grow stronger? Fortunately, over these months, they too had gathered herbs for Lin Tian, who casually tossed them discarded elixirs, enough to send Fugaku Uchiha and Hayashi Hyuga into euphoric celebration. At the border of the Land of Fire, within a secluded valley, 9 shadowy figures flitted like phantoms before concealing themselves in a hollow. Ryuko, are you certain the Konoha squad on their covert mission will pass here? A tall Kirin, his forehead protector glinting, turned to his companion with a low query. Absolutely, Captain Toffing, came the swift reply. I have discovered that over the past 6 months, the Hokage of Konoha, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan have all dispatched shinobi not to reinforce the front lines, but to search for something, seemingly engaged in some covert mission. Today, 3 shinobi under the command of the Konoha Hokage will pass through this area, a Mist Chunin asserted confidently. Very well. Today, I shall uncover what Konoha is truly scheming. Perhaps we may unveil their secrets. The Mist Jonin named Tian Feng's eyes gleamed with a sharp, calculating light. For half a year now, the 5 great shinobi villages have been engaged in tentative, localized skirmishes. Yet, the other 4 villages quickly realized that Konoha appeared entirely indifferent to these probing conflicts. Not only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, but even the Hokage himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had diverted a significant portion of their forces, scouring the shinobi world for something unknown. Given Konoha's history of producing legendary figures like Shinja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, this anomaly naturally drew attention. The Mist Shinobi of the Land of Water had long been monitoring this development, and after extensive investigation, they had finally uncovered some leads. 9 Mist Shinobi lay concealed within a sunken depression, motionless. Time flowed slowly. An hour later, 3 figures finally darted toward the area, entering the valley. They wore Konoha forehead protectors, clad in standard Chunin uniforms, each carrying a bulging satchel. At last, we've reached the rendezvous point for the medicinal herbs. I wonder what elixir Lord Lin Tian will bestow upon us for retrieving these ingredients. Who cares? Any elixir from Lord Lin Tian possesses extraordinary effects. True. Who knows, perhaps we might even awaken would release. Ha. The 3 Chunin conversed casually as they halted in the valley. Arriving here, their expressions relaxed, as though the place were utterly secure. But at that very moment, whoosh, 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 9 Mist Shinobi erupted from their hiding places, encircling the 3 Konoha Chunin. Konoha brats, we've been waiting for you. Hand over those satchels. Tian Feng, the Mist Jonin, sneered with a predatory grin. Mist Shinobi. The 3 Konoha Chunin were momentarily stunned, then regarded Tian Feng with mocking disdain. These fools dare to steal Lord Lin Tian's medicinal herbs. In the valley at the border of the Land of Fire, tension crackled in the air as the 9 Mist Shinobi surrounded the 3 Konoha Chunin. The atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Humph, Konoha whelps, surrender your belongings at once. Let us see what treasures your Hokage has gone to such lengths to procure. Tian Feng's cold gaze fixed upon the satchels strapped to the Chunin's backs, his eyes glinting with ruthless intent to unravel Konoha's mysterious actions. The Mist Village had dispatched a squad led by him, a Jonin, along with 8 others. Against 3 mere Chunin, victory was assured. I advise you not to attempt to seize our package and to vanish with all haste, lest you come to regret it profoundly. The 3 Konoha Chunin remained composed. Faced with such peril, they showed not a trace of panic, standing with serene confidence, their eyes brimming with derision as though gazing upon the dead. Regret? It seems your minds have failed you. Can you not discern the reality before you? Very well, then we shall eliminate you first. Tian Feng threw back his head in laughter. With a wave of his hand, 8 Mist Shinobi simultaneously drew their razor-sharp kunai, their chakra surging as they advanced menacingly. Yet the 3 Konoha Chunin remained unshaken, their mocking expressions only deepening. A flicker of unease stirred within Tian Feng. Had Konoha set an ambush here? But no, their scouts had confirmed that Konoha's forward camp was nowhere near this vicinity. Whoosh. Suddenly, a small figure burst into the valley from beyond. Who dares to steal Lord Lin Tian's medicinal herbs? Seeking death, are you? The 9 Mist Shinobi stiffened in shock. Turning toward the voice, only to freeze in disbelief. A brown-haired child had charged into the valley. Who is this Lord Lin Tian? And what are these medicinal herbs? Tian Feng's face twisted in bewilderment. Noticing the reverence that flashed across the Konoha Chunin's faces at the name Lin Tian, he couldn't help but scoff. So this is why they were so confident? Because of this brat? Konoha must truly be desperate, sending a mere child. Tian Feng laughed until his sides ached. Yet in the next instant, his mirth turned to ice. The brown-haired child's hands blurred in a rapid sequence of seals, would release, binding tree burial. Boom. A surge of immense chakra, infused with overwhelming vitality, erupted skyward, shaking the very earth beneath them. Crack. The ground split apart, dust swirling as thick. Serpentine branches erupted from the soil, writhing like monstrous pythons as they coiled toward the mist shinobi. Aya! In an instant, 3 mist shinobi were ensnared. Their bodies crushed beneath the merciless force, flesh and blood scattering in a gruesome spectacle. Tian Feng and the remaining 5 barely evaded the assault, their faces pale with horror. This is. Would release. Unthinkable. A single technique had annihilated 3 of their comrades. Had he been a fraction slower, even he might have fallen. No wonder the Konoha Chunin had been so composed. This child wielded would release, its power formidable enough to rival a Chunin, perhaps even a Jonin. Since when had Konoha spawned such a monstrous prodigy? Would release. Wasn't that the exclusive domain of Hashirama Senju? Though this brat possesses would release. If we attack together, we can surely defeat him. Tian Feng steeled himself, bellowing as his hands flew through a rapid series of hand seals. Just then, another childish shout echoed through the air. Danzo, someone dares to steal Lord Lin Tian's medicinal herbs? How bold. Again with the same opening line, can't you idiots come up with something new? Tian Feng's movements faltered as he turned toward the voice, his expression freezing in shock. From beyond the valley, a short figure with a bowl-cut hairstyle, clad in a green jumpsuit and sporting thick eyebrows and large eyes, charged forward. Another brat. The child grinned at the 6 mist ninja before vanishing in an instant. A surge of powerful chakra erupted beside Tian Feng, accompanied by a piercing scream. Whirling around, he saw one of his mist Chunin companions coughing blood as he was sent flying by a single punch from the suddenly reappearing child, crashing to the ground, utterly defeated. A single strike, instantly defeating a Chunin. Such speed, such formidable taijutsu. Tian Feng gasped, his face a mask of disbelief. This green-clad child not only possessed chakra on par with a Chunin, but his speed was so overwhelming that even Tian Feng, a Jonin, struggled to track his movements. Damn it, another little monster. Wasn't Kakashi supposed to be the only prodigy among Konoha's brats? Tian Feng and his 4 remaining comrades hastily retreated, putting distance between themselves and Might Dai and Danzo, their expressions grim. Troublesome, but if I get serious, I can still deal with them. Tian Feng's eyes glinted coldly as his hands blurred through another set of seals. Might Dai and Danzo were already this strong as children, if they were allowed to grow. They would become a dire threat to Kirigakure. They had to be eliminated now. Water release, hidden mist technique. With Tian Feng's roar, thick fog billowed through the valley, rapidly obscuring all vision. Attack. Tian Feng growled, signaling his subordinates to charge. Guy, Danzo, is someone trying to steal Lord Lin Tian's herbs? 8 gates formation. Gate of view, open. A deep, resonant voice thundered through the valley as an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, generating a violent gust that instantly dispersed the mist. A man clad in the same green jumpsuit strode forward, his body wreathed in crimson chakra flames. Every movement radiated an oppressive aura, freezing Tian Feng in terror. A Kage-level shinobi. The chakra emanating from this man was unmistakably at the level of a Kage. At that moment, Tian Feng felt like weeping. All I wanted was to steal Lord Lin Tian's herbs. Was that too much to ask? You dispatched 2 little monsters from Konoha. And now even a Kage-level powerhouse has joined the fray. This is outright bullying. Just who is this Lord Lin Tian? The 3 Konoha Chunin watched as Tian Feng trembled on the verge of tears, their faces twisting into vindictive smirks. Serves you right. You audacious Kirigakure ninja. How dare you set your sights on Lord Lin Tian's possessions? Though Lord Lin Tian himself did not appear. The ones responsible for retrieving and delivering the medicinal herbs were none other than the formidable trio, Might Dai, Might Dai, and Danzo. Over the past 6 months, under the influence of Lin Tian's elixirs, Might Dai and Danzo had advanced by leaps and bounds, their strength now rivaling elite Chunin. One wielded the power of wood release, while the other was a prodigy in taijutsu, both fully capable of completing missions independently, no longer requiring guidance. As for Might Dai, Konoha's eternal Genin, even in his base state, he had attained the prowess of an elite Chunin. Moreover, with the aid of Lin Tian's elixirs, He had reached a level where opening the first 6 gates of the 8 inner gates imposed no significant strain on his body, undoubtedly placing him at Kaga level strength. With these 3 present, what threat could a mere 9 Kirigakure ninja possibly pose? Father, you said I could handle these thieves who dared target Lord Lin Tian's herbs. My youth is burning to take them on. Might Dai protested before clenching his fist and charging forward, having had his physical limitations resolved by Lin Tian. Might Dai had not lost his relentless drive. If anything, he had grown even more diligent, his ninjutsu and taijutsu now truly astonishing, not to be outdone. Tenzo surged into battle as well. What a headache. But Lord Lin Tian dislikes disturbances. Best to eliminate them. We can't risk other villages learning of his search for medicinal ingredients. Might Dai scratched his head before joining the fray. Witnessing this, the 3 Konoha Chunin twitched at the corners of their mouths. Those poor Kirigakure ninja, to be ganged up on by these 3 monsters. The battle held no suspense whatsoever. In less than 10 seconds, every Kirigakure shinobi was brought to their knees. Lord Might Dai, these are the herbs we found. We hope you can put in a good word with Lord Lin Tian. Perhaps our Hokage could receive a few elixirs in return? The 3 Chunin presented their bundles with deference. Once scorned as Konoha's eternal failure, Might Dai now commanded respect even from Hiruzen Sarutobi, let alone mere Chunin. Though you've retrieved the herbs. Whether Lord Lin Tian grants any elixirs depends entirely on his whim. Dismissing the 8 inner gates, Might Dai waved them off indifferently before departing with Might Dai and Tenzo. Since aligning himself with Lin Tian, the once unshakable will of fire that had defined his soul had grown increasingly faint. His will now was Lin Tian. The 3 Chunin could only offer bitter smiles as they watched Might Dai's retreating figure. Indeed, not even Hiruzen Sarutobi had the standing to bargain with Lin Tian. Whether elixirs were bestowed remained solely at his discretion. In the land of water, within the Hidden Mist Village's military camp engaged in localized conflicts with the Leaf Village. What? Tian Fone and his team never returned. They perished in the valley near the border of the Land of Fire? The high-ranking mist ninja overseeing the camp was furious. Tian Fone, after all, was one of their elite jonin, merely dispatched on what seemed like an insignificant mission with his subordinates. Yet, the entire squad had been annihilated? Clearly. Whatever the various factions of the Leaf were searching for was no trivial matter. Report this to the Mizukage immediately. Let him decide our next course of action. The Mist Commander swiftly made his decision, dispatching a messenger back to the village. Amidst the upheaval in the shinobi world, the 5 great villages had begun probing skirmishes. Yet, these conflicts held little relevance to Might Dai and his companions, who had already returned to the Leaf with the medicinal herbs in tow. Might Dai and Tenzo retired to rest, while Might Dai delivered the gathered ingredients to the stone fortress. Have you found the remaining herbs needed to refine the star-shattering pill? Within the castle, Lin Tian opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he examined the materials brought by Might Dai. Over the past 6 months, thanks to the efforts of the Leaf's shinobi, Lin Tian had successfully concocted several battle-venerable pills, coupled with absorbing the world's spiritual energy. His strength had already recovered to the level of a 3-star battle-venerable. However, as his power stabilized at this tier, the battle-venerable pill, a rudimentary 8th-tier elixir, could no longer sustain further recovery. He now required more potent medicines. The star-shattering pill would suffice. The herbs delivered by Might Dai were enough to refine 2 such pills. Lin Tian was pleased. It seems my 3 subordinates will soon make their mark upon the shinobi world. Beyond continuing the search for these ingredients, instruct Hiruzen Sarutobi to have his men monitor these as well. With a surge of soul energy, Lin Tian imprinted images of specific herbs into Might Dai's mind. Yes, Lord Lin Tian. The man promptly withdrew. Hum. Within the castle, Lin Tian raised his hands. A cluster of azure lotus-like flames and another resembling volcanic fury materialized in his palms before being flicked into the heavenly emperor cauldron. After tempering with battle energy, Lin Tian had awakened yet another strange fire, ranked 17th on the exotic flames list, the volcanic stone flame, surpassing even the green lotus core flame in destructive might. Thus, he commenced his refinement. With his strength restored to the 3-star battle venerable realm, his soul energy had also recuperated further, given his mastery in the dual exotic flames. Crafting the star-shattering pill posed no significant challenge, though the process summoned a thunderous tribulation, its deafening roar reverberating across the entire Leaf Village. The villagers had grown accustomed to such phenomena, but their eyes burned with fervor. Lord Lin Tian must be concocting another miraculous elixir. Half a day later, 2 star-shattering pills pulsed with vast energy in Lin Tian's grasp. Just as he stored them away, his gaze sharpened, darting toward a distant corner of the village. This chakra, the Nine Tails? It has been some time since Lin Tian arrived in the world of Naruto, and he had gained considerable understanding of ordinary chakra. At this moment, he could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of destructive chakra rising from a certain direction within Konoha village, a torrent of violent, malevolent energy laced with negative emotions. Such chakra, in the entire shinobi world, could only belong to a tailed beast. And within Konoha, the only tailed beast was the Nine Tails, Kurama. Is it Kushina Izumaki? The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Lin Tian murmured, his long hair cascading as he frowned slightly. The current year was the 40th of Konoha, still far from the timeline of the original Nine Tails rampage. After a brief contemplation, Lin Tian took a step forward and vanished in an instant. The Nine Tails' devastating chakra grew denser, spreading across most of the village, plunging it into chaos. Shinobi and civilians alike trembled in terror, their gazes fixed in horror upon the source of the ominous energy. Boom. In the distance, the sky darkened ominously as crimson chakra tendrils writhed upward like sinister appendages, twisting in the air as if heralding the emergence of an ancient monstrosity. A guttural roar, as though emanating from the depths of the underworld, reverberated through the heavens, casting an oppressive dread upon all who heard it. Nearby buildings trembled on the verge of collapse. By the heavens! What is this? Is it a tailed beast? Is our village's tailed beast breaking free? The cries of children and the panicked shouts of adults intertwined, weaving a tapestry of terror throughout Konoha. Tailed beasts were omens of calamity in the shinobi world. Wherever they appeared, rivers of blood would inevitably follow. At Kushina, Uzumaki's residence, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already arrived with a contingent of elite shinobi. Kushina, her fiery red hair whipping wildly in the chaotic energy, writhed in agony on the ground. From her abdomen surged torrents of crimson chakra, coiling into the air and taking the form of the Nine Tails. Kushina, you stubborn girl. I warned you not to act recklessly. Hiruzen's voice was laced with urgency. The four symbols seal is weakening. Everyone, reinforce the seal with me. Only the higher echelons of Konoha knew that Kushina was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Should the beast fully emerge, the village would face annihilation. The seal had to be stabilized at all costs. Kushina, please, don't scare me like this. Makoto's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she tried to rush forward, only to be repelled by the overwhelming chakra. You wretched humans. You will not seal me away again. The Nine Tails' voice thundered, its wrath igniting like a volcanic eruption. This is my chance. I will break free. Despite Hiruzen and his force's desperate efforts, they were too late. The seal shattered completely, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of crimson energy that erupted from Kushina's body like a raging tsunami. In an instant, the surrounding structures crumbled into dust, debris scattering violently as Hiruzen and his men were sent flying by the sheer force of the explosion. Makoto was sent flying through the air, her body soaring uncontrollably. Thud! Suddenly, she felt herself colliding with someone's embrace. A distinctly masculine scent enveloped her, and within those strong, broad arms, she felt an unparalleled sense of safety, so profound that even the restless chakra of the Nine Tails nearby dissipated instantly. Lord Lin Tian, lifting her gaze. Makoto was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome face framed by flowing black hair, his expression serene yet commanding. Her heart trembled violently, an unfamiliar warmth spreading through her entire being. The sheer intimacy of their contact painted her cheeks a delicate shade of crimson. Lord Lin Tian, if you're here, Uzumaki Kushina will surely be safe. Hope ignited in Makoto's eyes as she disregarded all else, urgently pleading, Lord Lin Tian, please save Kushina. She only tried to control the Nine Tails to grow stronger, to gather herbs for you from other hidden villages. That's why the seal weakened. Lin Tian was taken aback. Uzumaki Kushina had attempted to tame the Nine Tails. For his sake? He remembered well how perilous and arduous it had been for Uzumaki Naruto to subdue the beast in the original timeline. The desperate Nine Tails must have exploited her determination, leading to this catastrophe. This girl was truly relentless in her devotion to him. Makoto gazed at Lin Tian with desperate hope. She knew of his aloof and detached nature, but now she prayed he would intervene. At last, under her beseeching stare, Lin Tian spoke coolly, "Step aside. Let this emperor witness the extent of the Nine Tails' power." With a mere flick of his wrist, a surge of profound battle energy gently carried Makoto to safety. Boom. The earth trembled violently as Konoha was engulfed in chaos. Buildings crumbled, and a monstrous crimson chakra erupted into the sky, coalescing into a colossal, wrathful figure, its 9 massive tails lashing furiously, its deafening roar shaking the heavens. Terror gripped the villagers. Had the Nine Tails truly broken free? Ha 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 ha. Finally, I am free. Kurama. The Nine Tails roared with ecstatic triumph, his voice thundering with unrestrained joy. These wretched humans had dared to imprison him within Kushina's body, depriving him of sunlight and freedom. But now, at last, he was liberated. He would destroy everything. He would slaughter every last human, ensuring he would never again be sealed away. Yet, just as Kurama prepared to unleash his pin-up fury upon the world, his gaze fell upon a figure standing like a demonic god amidst the devastation, his black hair whipping wildly in the tempest, his cold eyes fixed upon the beast. An unprecedented sense of danger surged through Kurama's very core. Boom. The Ninetales' crimson chakra erupted violently, churning like a storm as it ravaged Konoha. The sun itself was blotted out by dark clouds, and the very fabric of the world seemed to tremble beneath his wrath. A wave of dread swept through everyone. Their faces contorted in terror. The Ninetales had emerged, a harbinger of calamity. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his subordinates were violently repelled by the beast's rampaging chakra. Their expressions a mix of shock and fury. Just as they prepared to summon their might to shield the village, their movements faltered, eyes widening in disbelief. The Ninetales, now fully unleashed from Kushina Uzumaki's body, stood eerily still, uncharacteristically restrained, as though cowed by an unseen force. Lord Hokage, look! One of Hiruzen's subordinates pointed skyward, voice trembling with exhilaration. Hiruzen's gaze snapped upward, his pupils constricting. Lord Lin Tian. High above, Lin Tian hovered effortlessly, his long hair cascading like a waterfall, robes billowing in the wind. His posture was as unyielding as a spear. His presence, though dwarfed by the Ninetales, radiated an aura of divine supremacy, as though a deity had descended upon the world. It's Lord Lin Tian. Lord Lin Tian has come. Our village is saved. Across Konoha, fleeing shinobi and civilians alike halted in their tracks, their despair replaced by fervent hope at the sight of the figure in the sky. In the eyes of Konoha, Lin Tian had long transcended mortality, revered as a god. Though he remained aloof, an indifferent observer to the tides of history, none doubted that should he intervene, even the chaos of the Ninetales would be quelled. He was a being more formidable than the first Hokage himself, Hashirama Senju. And now, with Lin Tian poised to act, what reason had they to fear? You must be strong for a human, the Ninetales, Kurama, growled, its voice dripping with malice. But before me, Kurama-sama, you are nothing but an insect. Die. With a thunderous roar, Kurama lashed out, its Ninetales sweeping forward with cataclysmic force, reducing buildings to dust in their wake. The shockwaves alone rattled the earth, enough to maim lesser shinobi. Boom. To Hiruzen's horror, the tails struck Lin Tian head-on, slamming him into the ground with such force that the village trembled, fissures splitting the earth for hundreds of meters. Kurama sneered, eyes gleaming with sadistic triumph. Too weak to even dodge. Pathetic. But then, is this all the strength the Ninetales possesses? A voice, cold and unimpressed, cut through the dust. Kurama stiffened as an overwhelming power erupted from beneath its tails, forcing them upward. Lin Tian stood unscathed, a single finger raised, his aura defying the beast's might. Impossible. Kurama's voice trembled with disbelief. A mere human, with a single finger, blocked his frenzied strike? Not even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, whom he feared, possessed such capability. This was impossible. With a furious roar, Kurama's crimson, tangible chakra surged forth like a flood from a broken dam, rushing toward his Ninetales. He intended to crush Lin Tian into the ground with the sheer force of his overwhelming chakra. Boom. Yet, despite the colossal wave of Kurama's chakra, it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. Not only did his Ninetales fail to press Lin Tian back down, but they were instead slowly lifted into the air by Lin Tian's raised index finger. No matter how violently Kurama bellowed or how much chakra he mustered, it was utterly ineffective. This, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the shinobi of Konoha stood frozen in shock. Tailed beasts were renowned as the very embodiment of chakra in the shinobi world, and Kurama, the strongest among them, couldn't even budge a single finger of Lin Tian's. Just how terrifying was this man? They could sense it. Lin Tian had grown even more fearsome than he was half a year ago. Pathetic strength. With a cold smirk, Lin Tian soared into the air, his hand stretching out indifferently toward Kurama's wildly thrashing tails. Heavenly Nether Azura's hand. Boom. Vast torrents of dochi intertwined, forming a colossal, sky-obscuring palm that seized Kurama's Ninetales in an iron grip. Begone. With a mere flick of his wrist, the enormous hand shifted horizontally, lifting Kurama's massive body clean off the ground before hurling him like a ragdoll beyond the village. Kaboom. Kurama howled as his enormous frame toppled towering trees, kicking up clouds of dust, before finally crashing into a distant mountain. The impact shattered the peak, leaving the beast sprawled on the ground, dazed and disoriented. The jaws of Konoha's shinobi nearly hit the floor. Did Lord Lin Tian just toss Kurama aside like trash? Hiruzen, who had been ready to charge forward and earn some favor in Lin Tian's eyes, awkwardly retracted his foot. What a joke. Lin Tian moved like a deity. What help could he possibly need? If Hiruzen, a mere Kage-level shinobi, rushed in now, he'd only make a fool of himself. Under the stunned gazes of Konoha's forces, Lin Tian strode through the air, his robes billowing majestically as he advanced toward Kurama. With each step, ripples spread through space as though it were water. At his current restored strength, 3-star Dozun, Kurama was nothing more than a pitiful joke before him. Kurama's eyes snapped open, blazing with murderous fury as he watched Lin Tian approach. This insignificant insect dared to hurl him like this? Unforgivable. He had to kill him. With a wrathful roar, Kurama's jaws gaped wide, and within moments, a gargantuan sphere of condensed chakra formed in his maw, aimed directly at Lin Tian. The sheer energy made the very heavens tremble. A tailed beast bomb, is it? Lin Tian's expression remained unshaken. In the original narrative, the tailed beast bomb is one of the most formidable techniques wielded by the tailed beasts, a highly concentrated and compressed form of chakra, nearly impossible to withstand. Even a mere graze from it would obliterate a high-ranking jonin instantly, its destructive power capable of leveling mountains and draining seas. Alas, upon witnessing this within Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck with sheer terror. Having once beheld the cataclysmic might of the tailed beast bomb, he knew it stood among the S-rank ninjutsu of the shinobi world, a force few could ever hope to repel. Though Kurama's target was clearly Lin Tian, the slightest miscalculation, the faintest deviation, would send the bomb crashing into Konoha, reducing the village to rubble in an instant. How many would survive such devastation? None could say. And there stood Lin Tian, aloof and indifferent as a deity, utterly unmoved by the lives of Konoha's shinobi. Ruer. At that moment, the colossal tailed beast bomb coalesced within Kurama's maw before being unleashed with world-shattering force. Hurtling toward Lin Tian, the very air trembled, thunderous winds howled, and space itself seemed to distort under the pressure. Hiruzen's heart clenched in dread. He had no authority to negotiate with Lin Tian. All he could do was pray that the enigmatic figure would withstand Kurama's onslaught. A gale of ferocious wind surged forth, tousling Lin Tian's long, raven-black hair. His fathomless pupils reflected the approaching doom, yet his lips curled into a cold smirk. Under the collective gaze of Konoha's shinobi, Lin Tian made his move. With a mere flick of his right hand, a wisp of flame, akin to molten fury from an active volcano, erupted from his palm, radiating blistering heat before being launched forward with a snap of his fingers. This was the volcanic rock flame, ranked 17th on the heavenly flames list, surpassing even the blue lotus core flame in raw devastation. A minuscule ember, seemingly insignificant, clashed head-on with the rampaging tailed beast bomb. For an instant, the world fell silent. Time itself appeared to freeze. Then, boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, a blinding conflagration ascending skyward as a catastrophic shockwave radiated from the point of impact. Towering ancient trees were pulverized in an instant, raging rivers vaporized into nothingness. The devastating force surged forth, toppling buildings across Konoha, fissures spiderwebbing through the village. Even the revered Hokage monument fracturing under the strain. What just happened? The shaken villagers craned their necks, eyes wide with disbelief. They had witnessed it clearly. Lin Tian had confronted the Ninetales tailed beast bomb head-on. Above, the heavens churned with scorching energy, turbulence rippling through the air. Then, emerging unscathed amidst the chaos, stood a figure as unyielding as a demon god, his robes billowing, his hair cascading freely. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb had dwindled to the size of a fist, rapidly evaporating under the volcanic rock flame's searing heat before vanishing entirely. A collective gasp swept through Konoha. That unassuming flicker of flame, devoid of any overwhelming aura, had annihilated the Ninetales' ultimate technique? Was this truly mere fire release? This is impossible. Even Hashirama Senju couldn't have obliterated my tailed beast ball so effortlessly. Kurama was utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He knew Lin Tian was formidable, but this was beyond comprehension, to casually deflect his ultimate technique with such ease? Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Tian vanished as if teleporting, reappearing directly above Kurama's head. His expression was icy, gazing down as though observing an insignificant insect. Ninetales, it seems this is the extent of your abilities. Lin Tian remarked softly before extending his right hand. Heavenly Nether Azura hand. Boom. An overwhelming surge of fire attribute battle energy coalesced into a colossal, sky-obscuring palm. descending like divine retribution. The very fabric of the world trembled as the enormous hand slammed mercilessly onto Kurama's body. Roar. Kurama let out a piercing howl of agony as his massive form was crushed into the earth by the celestial palm. The sheer force shattered the ground beneath him, sending fissures spiderwebbing outward in all directions. Dust and debris billowed into the air, the earth quaking violently as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. Roar. Dazed and disoriented, Kurama barely managed to claw his way free when the unrelenting palm descended once more, hammering him deeper into the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal hand struck repeatedly, driving Kurama's gargantuan frame further into the depths until he was buried entirely, powerless to resist. The once flat terrain had transformed into a vast crater, fissures stretching like chasms toward the distant Konoha village, whose foundations shuddered in response. Kurama's tormented roars echoed across the land, striking the hearts of every Konoha shinobi like a hammer blow. Their souls trembled in awe, their minds struggling to comprehend the surreal spectacle before them. Is Lord Lin Tian a deity? The mighty-tailed beast, feared by all, was being thrashed like a helpless child before Lin Tian's overwhelming might. Great One, I submit. I shall lend you my power. Kurama's desperate plea emerged from the 100-meter deep abyss, his voice weak and broken. He was terrified. The being before him was no mere mortal. His prideful, colossal chakra reserves were insignificant in Lin Tian's presence. Though inherently savage, Kurama had no choice but to yield, lest he be annihilated entirely. Your power is but a flickering ember, unworthy of my attention. Return to Kushina and pledge your strength to her instead. With a dismissive wave, Lin Tian dispersed the celestial palm. Casting one final indifferent glance at the battered Kurama below, he departed without another word. Tears streamed down Kurama's face. He, the mightiest of all tailed beasts, had willingly submitted to a human for the first time, only to be deemed unworthy? Clan leader, that girl you admire, Mikoto. It seems. Atop the Hokage monument, an elite Uchiha shinobi hesitated, his words trailing off as he glanced uncertainly at Fugaku Uchiha beside him. Who in the Uchiha clan doesn't know that Fugaku Uchiha has feelings for his fellow Ninja Academy classmate Mikoto and is preparing to make his move? Yet they just witnessed Mikoto being sent flying by the Nine-Tails chakra and landing in Lin Tian's arms, an act that feels like a slap to Fugaku's face. A humiliation to the entire Uchiha clan. Had it been anyone else, the proud Uchiha would have obliterated them without hesitation. It's just a woman. Never mention her again. Fugaku said calmly, gazing at the enormous valley Lin Tian had effortlessly carved into the distance. Yet no one noticed the fist clenched tightly within his sleeves, nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. Only this pain kept his rationality intact, preventing him from acting on impulse. Between Lin Tian and him, one was a titan, the other an ant. There was no comparison. For the sake of the Uchiha clan's future, he could not risk provoking Lin Tian in any way, lest disaster befall them. So, he had to sever all thoughts of Mikoto. Good. Truly fit to be our Uchiha clan's leader, murmured a few elder Uchiha ninjas in quiet approval. The Nine-Tails rampage in Konoha had been effortlessly quelled by Lin Tian alone. Though the villagers knew Lin Tian hadn't intervened for their sake, their gratitude toward him was boundless. After all, without him, even if the third Hokage and Konoha's forces had resealed the Nine-Tails, the village would likely have been reduced to ruins. Under the third Hokage's leadership, Konoha began its post-disaster reconstruction. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails' destruction had been limited, sparing many lives, a small mercy amidst tragedy. A month passed in the blink of an eye. What happened to me? In a house within Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina awoke, sitting up in bed with confusion etched across her face. Kushina, you're finally awake. You reckless fool, Mikito rushed to her side, eyes red-rimmed. The thought of nearly losing her closest friend sent a chill down her spine. What? The Nine-Tails escaped from me. After hearing Mikoto's explanation, Kushina paled, her soul trembling in horror. Though Kurama had returned to her body, the four-symbol seal that once bound the Nine-Tails was completely gone. This meant the Nine-Tails could emerge at any moment, wreaking havoc upon the shinobi world. Quick, we need to find the Hokage. He must help me reapply the seal before the Nine-Tails breaks free. Panicked, Kushina leaped from the bed, ready to bolt outside. Kushina, calm down. Mikoto grabbed her, torn between laughter and exasperation. Before Lord Lin Tian defeated the Nine-Tails, he gave it an order to lend you its power. With his command, the Nine-Tails won't dare act recklessly. Mikoto spoke of Lin Tian with an expression brimming with admiration. A single decree from Emperor Lin Tian surpassed any sealing technique in the world. Such was his unparalleled magnificence. Uncle Lin Tian gave an order for me? He commanded the Nine-Tails for my sake? Uzumaki Kushina stood frozen, her fair cheeks flushing with a delicate rosy hue, disbelief painted across her face. Master, from this moment onward, you may freely wield my chakra. As if to affirm Mikoto's words, a voice suddenly echoed within Kushina's body, its tone reverent. Kushina focused inward and nearly burst into laughter. The once ferocious Nine Tails, which had frequently rampaged within her, had now transformed into a tiny fox, its 9 tails wagging meekly, utterly devoid of its former savagery. You look ridiculous, Uzumaki Kushina remarked. Thud. The 9 tails collapsed, spitting metaphorical blood. Lin Tian's command had instilled in it the natural belief that Kushina held great importance to him. Thus, it had contorted itself into this pitiful form, hoping to curry favor and avoid another brutal thrashing from Lin Tian. Yet, all it received was this merciless critique. With the 9 tails subdued and the Uzumaki clan's innate vitality, Kushina had fully recovered after a month of rest. Stepping outside, she tested the 9 tails chakra and found it obedient beyond expectation. So much so that the distant ANBU operatives nearly dropped their jaws in shock. In the entire shinobi world, how many Jinchuriki could perfectly control their tailed beasts? Even those who succeeded had done so only after years of arduous communication and trust building. Yet Kushina had achieved this feat with nothing more than a single word from Lin Tian. It was as if they could already foresee the rise of an extraordinary kunoichi in the future. Mikoto, I'm going to prepare a bento and deliver it to Uncle Lin Tian. To thank him for saving me, Kushina declared, her steps light as she dashed back inside. Kushina, wait for me. I'll go with you. Even the gentle Mikoto mustered unexpected courage, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. After their preparations, the two girls set off together toward the forest behind Konoha. The imposing stone castle loomed as always, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. The moment Kushina approached, Kurama inside her trembled in terror. Yet within the castle, Lin Tian remained unmoved by their arrival, as though detached from the world. Gazing down upon all with icy indifference. Uncle Lin Tian, thank you for saving my life. I'll work even harder to gather herbs for you. Kushina, long accustomed to his demeanor, placed the bento outside the castle, her fair face tinged with a blush so radiant it stole one's breath. Time flowed like a river, and before they knew it, another year had passed. The skirmishes among the 5 great shinobi villages intensified, with the other 4 directing their hostility primarily toward Konoha, the foremost among them. Several large-scale clashes had already erupted, to the astonishment of the 4 great shinobi villages. Konoha's recent surge in the number of chunin and even jonin compared to the Second Shinobi World War has allowed them to effortlessly repel several surprise attacks and fortify their borders with formidable defenses. This baffles them, though Konoha rightfully holds the title of the foremost village in the shinobi world, with deep-rooted strength. It should be impossible to cultivate so many chunin and jonin in the years following the war. What has Konoha undergone in this time? Moreover, in this localized conflict, several names from Konoha have risen like blazing suns, dazzling all who witness their prowess. Tenzo, a Konoha shinobi barely 7 years old, already possesses chakra reserves rivaling elite chunin. Coupled with his terrifying would-release techniques, he can hold his own against jonin, evoking echoes of the legendary shinobi god, Hashirama Senju. Might Dai, another Konoha prodigy of the same age, wields elite chunin-level chakra and exhibits monstrous prowess in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, making him a force capable of challenging jonin. Might Dai, once Konoha's eternal genin, now wields terrifying taijutsu, his base strength nearing jonin level. When unleashing the 8 gates, he ascends to Kaga-level might, effortlessly overwhelming even the strongest jonin. And then there is Kushina Uzumaki, Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki, who has mastered the beast within. Her few battlefield appearances have left all in awe, her potential seemingly limitless. These 4 figures outshine even the legendary Sannin of the Second War. With the exception of Might Dai, the other 3 possess strength wildly disproportionate to their youth, earning them the moniker Konoha's 4 monsters. Even the brilliance of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the genius Kakashi Hitaki, though formidable on the battlefield, pales in comparison to these 4, their radiance utterly eclipsed. Yet, just as the 4 great villages reel from the terror of Konoha's 4 monsters, they are stunned to discover that these prodigies seem wholly disinterested in the war. Instead, they scour the shinobi world in search of something. At the border of the Land of Fire, within the encampment of Kirigakure's forces, 5 elite jonin tasked with overseeing this conflict gather in a tense, somber atmosphere. Indeed, witnessing Konoha's sudden emergence of so many powerful shinobi has placed immense pressure on the 4 great villages. According to our intelligence, Kirigakure jonin Keiki states gravely, Konoha's newfound strength may be tied to whatever they are searching for. More than that, adds another Jonin, Roman. The four monsters all rose to prominence within the last year or two. Their power may also be connected to Konoha's pursuit. At these words, the eyes of the Kirigakure shinobi burn with fervor. Ever since their failed ambush on Konoha's medicinal convoy a year ago, where their forces were annihilated by a Kaga-level opponent, Kirigakure has been gathering intelligence on this matter, staying one step ahead of the other villages. Now, at last, they are certain. The reason Konoha has grown so powerful, even producing extraordinary ninjas like the four legends of Konoha, is entirely due to what they have been seeking. That thing has the power to alter the very landscape of the shinobi world. If Kirigakure were to obtain it, the thought alone sent waves of excitement through them. They believed they had uncovered a monumental secret. Word had already arrived from the third Mizukage, effective immediately. All probing skirmishes against Konoha were to cease. Instead, they were to focus all efforts on uncovering Konoha's hidden secret, and to do so before any other village caught wind of it. If necessary, Kirigakure was prepared to mobilize their Jinchuriki, all-elite Genin, even Kaga-level warriors to intercept the next Konoha expedition sent to retrieve this mysterious artifact. With that, the Kirigakure Genin Keiki concluded his briefing. Yes, understood. One by one, the Genin in the tent nodded before vanishing in a blur of Shunshin, setting their plans into motion. Little did they know, they were about to provoke an existence far beyond their reckoning. Compared to the brewing storm in the shinobi world, Konoha itself had enjoyed a year of relative tranquility, free from the tension of impending war. The reason was simple. Through relentless effort, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan, and the Hige clan had gathered numerous medicinal ingredients required by Lord Lin Tian. In return, Lin Tian had casually tossed them discarded pills that, to his disdain, had nonetheless forged an entire generation of formidable shinobi. This newfound strength allowed Konoha to handle border skirmishes with ease, leaving them ample resources to continue gathering materials for Lin Tian. The stone fortress in Konoha's rear mountains had become sacred ground, a place where only the four legends of Konoha and Mikoto dared to tread freely. Boom. Within the fortress, a vast surge of chi rippled outward, enveloping the entire village. The shinobi within felt their spirits lift, immediately seizing the opportunity to train. They had discovered that whenever such energy pulsed from Lin Tian's domain, the immense pressure served as an excellent catalyst for cultivation. Still not quite at 5-star Dozone. The recovery is slower than I'd like, Lin Tian murmured, his brow furrowing as he opened his eyes. The energy required to restore his strength was immense. Though his progress was objectively swift, his standards were far higher. Without such relentless self-discipline, how could he have once stood as a supreme Do Emperor? Closing his eyes once more, he sifted through the vast repository of alchemical knowledge in his mind, searching for the perfect formula. Soon, his eyes snapped open. Poria Azure Pill, a legendary elixir said to restore a Dozoon's degraded strength to its peak, capable of replenishing 2 to 3 stars of lost power. This is the most suitable pill for me now. I have most of the ingredients, save for one crucial catalyst, Lin Tian mused silently. Though the 8-star breaking pill could still enhance his current strength, it no longer satisfied him. The Poria Azure Elixir was an 8th-grade pill. When Lin Tian first descended upon the Dochi continent, his spatial ring contained numerous rare medicinal herbs gifted by Do Saint experts. However, to refine the Poria Azure Elixir, one crucial ingredient was still missing: Poria grass. This herb was common on the Dochi continent, but could it be found in the ninja world? Lost in thought, Lin Tian's untamed black hair stirred as if caressed by an unseen breeze. A vast, spiritual soul force erupted from between his brows, surging toward the heavens like a celestial dragon soaring across the sky. Inside the Hokage's office at the Konoha headquarters, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, reviewing documents submitted by Minato Namikaze. It seems we'll soon acquire another batch of medicinal herbs. We must secure them before the Uchiha and Hige clans do. I've heard Lord Lin Tian has been in a rather favorable mood lately. A faint smile of satisfaction crossed Hiruzen's face as he set the documents aside. Though the ninja world was embroiled in turmoil with sporadic conflicts erupting, victory in war no longer concerned him as Hokage. The true priority lay in procuring herbs for Lin Tian. After all, even a few pills slipping through Lin Tian's fingers could forge several formidable warriors for Konoha. How could he not prioritize such an opportunity? As for war, with Konoha's strength continuously rising, what fear did they have of other villages? The real concern was the Uchiha and Hige clans covertly competing to gather herbs for Lin Tian. Understood. Minato nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a frigid voice echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of soul energy that enveloped the entire Hokage Tower. In an instant, every shinobi within or near the building trembled, their very souls gripped by an indescribable dread, suffocating under the crushing pressure. Lord Lin Tian. Almost simultaneously, Minato and Hiruzen recognized the presence, though they saw no physical form. They immediately bowed in reverence toward the doorway. Abandon your previous herb searches. From now on, Konoha's priority is to find this ingredient. If discovered, notify me at once. As the icy command resonated, a torrent of soul energy surged forth, piercing Hiruzen's mind. The image of Poria grass materialized vividly in his consciousness before the oppressive force dissipated just as abruptly. By the time Minato and Hiruzen regained their composure, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Lord Lin Tian has grown even stronger. The unspoken thought passed between them. They sensed that Lin Tian had not physically appeared, yet his mere projection wielded such terrifying power. Dispatch orders immediately. All active shinobi are to prioritize locating this herb. Hiruzen wasted no time, swiftly sketching the Poria grass from memory onto a scroll and handing it to Minato. The urgency in Lin Tian's tone made the herb's significance unmistakable. Whoever secured it first would solidify the Hokage faction's dominance over the Uchiha and Hyuga. Understood. Minato Namikaze swiftly departed with the scroll, using the body flicker technique. Instantly, all the Konoha ninjas who had been searching for medicinal herbs to refine the star-breaking pill for Lin Tian abandoned their previous objectives and redirected their efforts toward locating Poria Kokos. Deep within the stone fortress nestled in Konoha's rear mountains, Lin Tian's strength gradually recovered, along with a portion of his spiritual energy, though he was still some distance from reaching the heavenly realm. His vast and luminous soul power radiated from his brow, allowing him to perceive even the slightest disturbance in Konoha. Leaving the task of gathering herbs to the Konoha shinobi, he focused instead on nurturing the strange fire with his battle chi, hastening the restoration of his Do Emperor cultivation to ascend to a higher plane of existence. Suddenly, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. At the outskirts of Konoha's bustling village sprawled an imposing complex of grand structures, their architecture exuding majesty and dominance, adorned with the emblem of the Uchiha clan, a symbol of boundless glory. The Uchiha, one of the founding clans of Konoha, commanded the village's police force and possessed the Sharingan, a Kekkai Genkai of unparalleled power. Once awakened, their abilities surged exponentially, making them a constant source of apprehension for Konoha's higher echelons. In the courtyard of one such Uchiha residence, a young boy with short black hair, clad in the clan's uniform, diligently practiced his taijutsu. Being born into the Uchiha clan was itself a mark of honor. Most Uchiha children were taught chakra extraction techniques by the age of 4 or 5, even before entering the ninja academy. This boy was no exception. Shursui, you may rest now. A tall man with short black hair, Uchiha Ryo, emerged from the house, his face alight with pride. Uchiha Shursui was his son, though only 4 years old. The boy had already mastered chakra extraction, displaying prodigious talent that promised to surpass his father and become one of the Uchiha's greatest shinobi. Understood, father. Shursui obediently trotted over. But as he prepared to follow his father inside, he noticed the man's pallid complexion and the faint tremor in his limbs. Father, what's wrong? Confusion flickered in the child's innocent heart. His father, always towering and unshakable, had never shown such an expression before. Then, following his father's gaze, Shursui froze. Standing silently in their courtyard was a man draped in white robes, his long black hair cascading freely, his fathomless eyes seeming to devour all light. Uchiha Shursui. Lin Tian's lips curled into a faint smile. This child was none other than Uchiha Shursui. In the original tale, Shursui had been a dazzling figure, his genius rivaling even Itachi Uchiha's. Upon awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, he possessed Kodo Amatsukami, the most formidable genjutsu, capable of permanently altering a person's thoughts. Yet, hounded by Danzo's machinations, he ultimately chose to end his own life. Had he lived, he would undoubtedly have shone brilliantly, ascending to the ranks of the Kage and beyond. When Lin Tian's vast soul energy enveloped the hidden leaf village, he detected the presence of Uchiha Shursui. To his surprise, the boy was already 4 years old. Lord Lin Tian. Why you? Why have you come? Uchiha Li quickly shielded Shursui behind him, his face pale, his voice trembling unnaturally. His reaction was understandable. Lin Tian rarely intervened, but each time he did, his power was terrifying enough to overwhelm even Kaga-level fighters. Cold and aloof, his sudden appearance left Uchiha Li uneasy, uncertain of his intentions. Without sparing Uchiha a glance, Lin Tian raised his hand slightly, causing the surrounding space to warp. An overwhelming force of restraint surged forth. Uchiha gasped in shock, instantly activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet his resistance was futile, like an ant trying to shake a tree. The crushing pressure of space immobilized him completely, rendering even his Jonin-level chakra useless. No. Uchiha could only watch in horror as Lin Tian stepped toward Shisui. The young Uchiha, unaware of the gravity of the situation, merely gazed at Lin Tian with innocent curiosity. Whoosh! A surge of formidable soul energy erupted from Lin Tian's brow, rushing into Shisui's mind. The child shuddered, his small frame trembling as his face drained of color. The agony felt as though his skull might split apart, leaving Uchiha petrified with terror. An innate soul energy of considerable strength. No wonder he could wield the supreme genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, Lin Tian mused, withdrawing his power. In this world, what they called spiritual energy was, in truth, the power of the soul. For even the mighty Lin Tian, the Emperor of Souls, to acknowledge Shisui's potential spoke volumes of the boy's latent abilities. Feed this pill to Uchiha Shisui. Lin Tian's fingers brushed over his spatial ring, flicking a dark red pill toward Uchiha Lee. Simultaneously, the oppressive force vanished, and the pill landed in Uchiha Lee's instinctively outstretched hand. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Tian had already disappeared. Uchiha Shisui, let this emperor witness how far you can grow. High above the heavens, Lin Tian gazed down, his dark hair dancing wildly in the wind, a faint smile gracing his lips. The pill, a 6th-grade treasure known as the soul-nurturing elixir, had long been forgotten in the depths of his spatial ring. It could temper one's soul, though its effects could only be claimed once in a lifetime. He was intrigued. What heights would Shisui reach after consuming it? Perhaps, in time, he might even consider taking the boy under his wing. But for now? No. He had no interest in being trailed by a 4-year-old child. Back in the Uchiha residence, Lord Lin Tian came, just to bestow a pill? Uchiha Lee muttered in disbelief, as though trapped in a dream. Countless members of the Uchiha clan had fought desperately for even a fraction of Lin Tian's favor. Yet his own son had earned such grace effortlessly? Ha. Truly, my son is exceptional. In the next moment, Uchiha Lee threw his head back and laughed heartily, brimming with exhilaration. Soon, the news of Lin Tian's arrival at the Uchiha clan spread like a tempest, shaking the entire Konoha to its core. Uchiha Fugaku arrived with the clan's elite elders. Lee, it's been so long. Your son has grown so much. Ha. Lee, let bygones be bygones regarding our past misunderstandings. I sincerely apologize here. Lee, do you remember when we went on missions together? Lee, do you happen to know Lord Lin Tian? One after another. The Uchiha clansmen greeted Uchiha Lee with warm smiles, their attitudes exceedingly courteous. Even Fugaku himself was no exception, showering Lee with solicitous inquiries and overwhelming hospitality. Uchiha Lee was utterly dumbfounded. As the son of Uchiha Kagami, he had inherited the will of fire from his father and upheld it steadfastly, which clashed with the Uchiha clan's traditional ideology. Naturally, he had endured countless scornful glances and ostracism, making him an outcast within his own kin. But now, his treatment had completely reversed, all because of Lord Lin Tian. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Uchiha Lee left Fugaku's banquet and returned home. With devout reverence, he retrieved the soul-nurturing pill and presented it to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, be a good boy and take this, Uchiha Lee urged eagerly. Though Fugaku coveted the pill bestowed by Lord Lin Tian, he dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts. What changes would occur once his son consumed the divine elixir? Okay. Shisui nodded obediently, swallowing the pill without hesitation. Time flowed languidly, yet nothing seemed to happen. Lord Lin Tian wouldn't jest with me. Uchiha Lee stared intently at Shisui. Suddenly, Shisui's small face contorted in agony as he clutched his head, writhing on the ground before collapsing into unconsciousness. Shisui. Panic-stricken, Uchiha Lee summoned medical ninjas. But they were powerless. Shisui remained in a deep slumber. 3 days later, Dad. A childish voice pierced the silence, jolting Uchiha Lee from his vigil. He rushed to the bedside. There, little Shisui sat up, his expression dazed as if unaware of what had transpired. But his eyes, now a blazing crimson, bore 2 tomos swirling ominously in each iris. S.H. Sharingan. Shisui, you've awakened it, and with 2 tomo. Uchiha Lee felt as though struck by lightning, his mind reeling. Awakening the Sharingan at 4 years old, and with dual tomo at that. In the entire history of the Uchiha clan, the earliest recorded awakening had occurred only after the age of 10. Even the clan's most formidable legend, Uchiha Madara, paled in comparison to Shisui's unprecedented feat. Could this Be the miraculous effect of Lord Lin Tian's pill? The thought sent tremors of awe coursing through Uchiha Li's entire being. The news that Uchiha Shisui awakened his Sharingan at the tender age of 4, and with 2 tomo no less, exploded like a seismic shockwave throughout Konoha, sending tremors in all directions. What? Uchiha Fugaku, the first to receive the report, collapsed onto the floor in sheer disbelief. This was beyond absurd. Though the Uchiha clan possessed the Kekkei Jinkai of the Sharingan, awakening it was no simple feat, let alone manifesting 2 tomo at 4 years old. This was nothing short of monstrous. It must be due to Lord Lin Tian's elixir. The sheer potency of the pill left Fugaku reeling. Realizing that Lord Lin Tian's favor toward this father and son far exceeded his initial assumptions. Send word at once. Prepare the finest residence for them. We must ensure they feel a sense of belonging within our clan. Fugaku commanded without hesitation, no matter the angle. The treatment of Uchiha Riku and his son could no longer remain as it once was. Yes, sir. A high-ranking Uchiha shinobi swiftly departed to carry out the order. Many clansmen who had once ostracized Uchiha Riku now lamented. This father-son pair was undoubtedly about to soar to unprecedented heights, all thanks to Lord Lin Tian's influence. Meanwhile, within the High GA compound, damn it all, why must the Uchiha receive Lord Lin Tian's favor while our High GA clan remains overlooked? High GA Hayashi's face darkened as he shattered a teacup in frustration, due to Lin Tian's interference. The Uchiha had birthed a prodigy like Shisui, one that none among the High GA's current generation could hope to rival. If this continued, the balance of power would shift irreversibly. How could the High GA ever compete with the Uchiha in the future? Pass down my decree. Every child, whether of the main or branch family, must undergo rigorous training. Implement the strictest regimen possible. Perhaps one day, our clan too will produce a child worthy of Lord Lin Tian's attention, the young Hayashi declared. Little did he know, his words would one day become reality. Equally unsettled by the news was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village elders, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado, arrived with grim expressions, convening a secret meeting. Since the era of the second Hokage, Konoha's leadership had systematically suppressed the Uchiha. Now, with Lin Tian fostering such a monstrous talent among them, their headaches had only multiplied. Had their greatest fear, Lin Tian's direct interference in Konoha's affairs, finally come to pass? Yet the concerns of Konoha's higher-ups mattered not to Lin Tian. Secluded within his stone fortress, he continued his cultivation, diligently restoring his strength while awakening yet another strange flame. Time slipped through his fingers like fine sand. Konoha's shinobi scoured the land for fallen grass, while the 4 eccentrics of Konoha persisted in gathering ingredients for the Polaris elixir, delivering batches before promptly departing once more in search of additional materials. Could it be that fallen grass simply did not exist in the shinobi world? Another month had passed, yet there was still no news about the Poria Coco's herb, which made Lin Tian grow increasingly impatient. If the herb truly did not exist in this world, it would mean he would have to spend a much longer time recovering his strength through the star-breaking pill. Lord Lin Tian. Just as he was lost in thought, a respectful voice called from outside the door. Lin Tian indifferently opened his eyes, his vast spiritual energy effortlessly sensing that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen standing outside. However, Hiruzen was not dressed in his usual Hokage attire, but rather in the standard uniform of a Konoha shinobi, as if ready for battle. What is it? Lin Tian's voice was cool and detached. This place had been declared a forbidden zone by Konoha, and aside from the 4 monsters of Konoha and Mikoto, no one dared to approach. Hiruzen's arrival likely meant he bore important news. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the stone fortress quickly replied, "We've received word from the front lines. The medicinal herb you seek has been located. However, our scouts only just discovered it and were unable to retrieve it before being ambushed by a large force of Kirigakure shinobi from the land of water. They were pursued for miles, suffering heavy casualties. The frontline reports that Kirigakure's numbers are overwhelming, and they request reinforcements from the village. I intend to lead the reinforcements myself, which is why I came to inform you, Lord Lin Tian. I swear I will bring back the herb." Hiruzen's voice was resolute. Since Lin Tian had tasked them with finding the Poria Coco's herb, he, along with Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi, had mobilized numerous elite shinobi in the search. Now, it seemed he had gained the upper hand. Upon receiving the report, Hiruzen could no longer restrain himself. He wanted to seize the opportunity and personally ensure the herb's retrieval. For a Kage, the leader and unshakable pillar of a hidden village, to personally venture into danger was unheard of. Hiruzen's decision spoke volumes about the importance he placed on this mission. Before Hiruzen could even finish speaking, his vision blurred. Lin Tian appeared before him as if teleporting. His deep eyes piercing, his white robes fluttering like an immortal descending from the heavens. Unnecessary. I shall go myself. Such a simple statement struck Hiruzen like thunder. His face paling in shock. Heavens! Lord Lin Tian intends to descend upon the battlefield. If Lin Tian were to appear, what chance would the Kirigakure shinobi have of survival? Find someone to guide me, Lin Tian commanded, hovering in midair as he glanced at Hiruzen. Waiting for Hiruzen to reach the front lines, engage Kirigakure, and then return would take months. The Poria Koko's elixir was no ordinary medicine, now that there was a lead. He had no intention of waiting any longer. Why yes. Lord Lin Tian, please wait a moment. I shall arrange it immediately. Hiruzen could only comply. But just as he turned to leave, a soft, hesitant voice interrupted. Lord Lin Tian, I know the way. May I guide you? The faint, timid voice startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. He distinctly remembered issuing strict orders forbidding other Konoha ninjas from approaching this area to avoid disturbing Lin Tian. Yet someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Just as he was about to reprimand the intruder, a graceful figure emerged from the forest. A young woman, perhaps 18 or 19, with a slender and elegant silhouette, her lustrous black hair tied into a ponytail, exuding youthful vitality. Her delicate cheeks flushed crimson, as though uttering those words had drained all her courage. Yet her eyes shimmered with hopeful anticipation as she gazed at Lin Tian. Makoto? Hiruzen blinked in surprise before letting out a resigned chuckle. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina and her companions, Makoto was likely the only girl in Konoha bold enough to venture here. You know where it is? Lin Tian's deep, penetrating gaze swept over Makoto before he spoke calmly. Then you shall lead the way. Now that he had news of the Poria Koko's herb, he had no intention of wasting time. Why yes. Thank you, Lord Lin Tian. Makoto's heart fluttered wildly as she nodded eagerly. Ever since the incident where the Nine-Tails chakra had sent her tumbling into Lin Tian's arms, she had found herself restless, unable to control her thoughts. Every day, as if bewitched, she wandered near the stone fortress at the back of Konoha, stealing glances at him from afar. Only then could she find peace. Unlike Kushina, who was fiercely determined and courageous, growing stronger by harnessing the Nine-Tails chakra to gather herbs for Lin Tian outside the village, Makoto lacked such power. She yearned to be of service to him, but had never found the opportunity, until today. Overhearing Hiruzen's words, she mustered every ounce of courage to step forward. She, too, wanted to be as brave as Kushina. Lord Lin Tian, the journey to the front lines is long. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare some provisions and soldier pills. I'll return shortly. The thought of spending the next month or two alone with Lin Tian filled her with joy. Unnecessary. Come here. Makoto froze mid-step, halted by Lin Tian's commanding tone. Oh, okay. Though uncertain of his intentions, she obeyed, stepping toward him with trembling resolve. Hold me. His voice, deep and authoritative, left no room for refusal. What? Her entire body stiffened, her cheeks burning as her heart raced uncontrollably. Was Lin Tian truly asking her to embrace him? How could this be? Yet when her eyes met his fathomless gaze, all hesitation melted away. After a brief pause, she tentatively wrapped her slender arms around his firm waist. Solid, majestic, warm. Listening to the powerful heartbeat resonating from Lin Tian's chest, Mei Qin felt her own heart flutter wildly. Hold tight, or you'll fall to your death. Lin Tian glanced at Mei Qin, who was clinging lightly to him, and spoke indifferently. Before she could react, his white robe billowed without wind as an overwhelming aura surged from within him. Two intertwined beams of mysterious energy erupted from his back, piercing the sky and stirring clouds of dust. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered back several steps in shock. Under his horrified gaze, two enormous wings unfurled from Lin Tian's back, each spanning 3 meters, casting a shadow over the land. The sheer majesty of their presence evoked the cries of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an aura of dominance and grandeur. These were the wings Lin Tian had obtained from the heavenly demon phoenix clan in the Dochi continent, swift in flight, barely consuming energy, and perfect for long-distance travel. Old friend, it's been a while. A faint, roguish smile curled on Lin Tian's lips. With a single beat of his wings, a tempestuous gale erupted beneath him, propelling him skyward like a rock ascending the heavens, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This, left behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. At this speed, Lin Tian would likely reach the front lines in less than a day. Seems like I won't be needed this time either. Hiruzen shook his head wryly and turned away. The land of fire, the most prosperous nation in the shinobi world, boasted vast primeval forests stretching hundreds of miles and towering mountain ranges. Its abundant resources had long made it a coveted target for other villages. Now, with the shinobi world in turmoil and skirmishes breaking out, the eastern border of the Land of Fire had become the front line between Konoha and Kirigakure. Inside Konoha's camp, we've already sent word back to the village, but even at the fastest speed, reinforcements will take a month to arrive. And allies from other fronts will need time as well. A tall young man sighed, his face etched with worry. Shinosuke, don't fret. Though Kirigakure has gathered some intelligence, they don't know exactly what we're searching for. We still have a chance. We just need to hold out until help arrives. Namikaze Minato analyzed calmly. Yes, we have no choice. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded with a bitter smile. As the highest-ranking commanders in the camp, Shinosuke, an Earth-style specialist, and Minato, master of the Flying Thunder God technique, led their squad in fending off Kirigakure's ambushes while secretly searching for the elusive Fulling Grass. But just as they discovered its location, Kirigakure uncovered their mission. In a frenzy, they launched a massive assault, forcing Konoha's forces to retreat miles away, cut off from the herb. As the two strategized, sudden cries of alarm erupted outside the camp. Damn it! Did Kirigakure attack again? Shinosuke and Minato's expressions darkened. In the next moment, Sarutobi Shinosuke and Namikaze Minato rushed out of the tent, their bodies trembling with shock. The howling winds and the deafening roars of dragons and phoenixes filled the sky as a figure resembling a demon god hovered mid-air, gazing down upon them. His wild black hair danced in the wind, and enormous wings stretched behind him like a deity descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence that left the Konoha shinobi in the camp nearly breathless. Lord Lin Tian. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Namikaze Minato shuddered in awe. They had never imagined Lin Tian would arrive at the front lines in such a breathtaking manner. Lord Lin Tian. Makoto, who had been clinging to Lin Tian's shoulder, paled, still shaken from the journey. With his heavenly demon phoenix wings unfurled, Lin Tian had flown at an unimaginable speed, making the scenery below nothing but a blur. What would normally take elite shinobi over a month to traverse, the distance between Konoha and this battlefield had been covered in mere half a day. Had Lin Tian not paused several times for directions, the journey would have been even shorter. Makoto had secretly hoped for 1 or 2 months of solitude with him. But that wish had been dashed. Yet, the fleeting intimacy of those hours left her heart brimming with sweetness. Where's the poria grass? Lin Tian retracted his wings and, with a gentle wave of his hand, sent Makoto safely down into the Konoha camp with a surge of chakra. The war between Konoha and Kirigakure held no interest for him. His sole purpose here was the poria grass. Lord Lin Tian. The poria grass is located in a forest about 10 miles ahead. However, the area is heavily guarded by Kirigakure shinobi, over 50 ch among them. So Sarutobi Shinosuke hastily explained. Whoosh. Before he could finish, Lin Tian had already vanished from sight. Lord Lin Tian. Is he going to confront the Kirigakure shinobi? The Konoha ninja in the camp stared blankly as Lin Tian soared away, already pitying their enemies. A being as formidable as a god or demon, Lin Tian's presence meant nothing but misfortune for those who stood in his path. 10 miles from the Konoha camp, a lush forest stretched endlessly. Damn it, what exactly are those Konoha bastards searching for here? We've scoured this place for hours and found nothing. No choice. The third Mizukage has given strict orders. We must uncover Konoha's secret. Keep looking. 2 Kirigakure ch, their forehead protectors glinting, meticulously combed through the undergrowth. Little did they know that what Konoha sought might be the very flora surrounding them. Without Lin Tian's guidance, even if they stumbled upon it, they wouldn't recognize it. Swoosh. As the two continued their search, the trees suddenly trembled violently. A gale tore through the forest, carrying with it an oppressive aura that sent chills down their spines. As the gale subsided, a robed figure materialized before them. Who are you? The 2 mist ninjas recoiled in shock, hastily assuming combat stances. When had this person appeared? They hadn't detected his presence at all. With a chilling gaze, Lin Tian's eyes swept over them. The mist ninjas' minds exploded with agony as those pupils seemed to devour all light. An overwhelming spiritual force crushed their consciousness, sending their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. The soul grass, it's truly here. Lin Tian's piercing eyes scanned the mountainous terrain before focusing intently. Upon a distant slope swayed 2 ebony herbs, their delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Not yet fully matured. Harvesting them prematurely would significantly diminish their potency. As Lin Tian approached to gather them, his brow suddenly furrowed. The art of alchemy tolerated no carelessness. The slightest deviation could drastically reduce a pill's efficacy, rendering all efforts futile. especially for an 8th-grade elixir like the Soul Verdant pill, which demanded absolute perfection in ingredients. Fortunately, Lin Tian had come personally. Had he entrusted this to the leaf ninjas, these precious herbs would have been wasted. Approximately 1 more month until full maturity. It seems this emperor must remain here for that duration. After careful analysis, Lin Tian extended his palm and gently clenched the air. Space distorted instantly, causing the entire slope with its precious herbs to vanish, not truly gone, but sealed away through spatial manipulation. With his power, not even shadow-level warriors could approach this area. Mist ninjas of the water country. Completing his task, Lin Tian ascended into the sky, casting an indifferent glance toward the Mist Village encampment before departing through the air. A mere 10-mile distance meant nothing to him. He could traverse it in an instant. There was no need to stand guard over the herbs. Returning to cultivation proved more worthwhile. The so-called formidable Mist ninjas were but insects beneath his notice, utterly unworthy of his attention. At the Leaf Ninja Camp, following Lin Tian's departure, Minato Namikaze and Saratobi Shinosuke had dispatched scouts to monitor the front line. Will Lord Lin Tian engage the Mist forces? They couldn't know. Currently, the front line remained eerily quiet. Of course, someone of Lin Tian's caliber required no assistance. Waiting patiently for developments was their only option. Makoto, having arrived at the Leaf Camp, frequently peered toward the Mist encampment with anticipation. Then, an utterly frigid voice suddenly resonated throughout the entire Leaf Camp, freezing everyone in stunned silence. For the coming month, this emperor shall remain here. Clear the battlefield and secure this perimeter. I tolerate no disturbances. Every Leaf Ninja instantly recognized. This was Lin Tian's voice. Clear the battlefield. Secure the perimeter. A commanding voice reverberated in their ears, rendering them momentarily stunned. Was Lord Lin Tian truly ordering them to slaughter all the hidden Mist ninjas? How utterly impossible. If they possessed such capability, why would they have sent for reinforcements from the village? They would have retrieved the Poria Coco's herb long ago. Lord Lin Tian, Saratobi Shinosuke and Namikaze Minato rushed out of the tent, gazing up at the godlike figure hovering midair. Our current camp only has 2 jonin, for chunin and 4 genin. Meanwhile, the hidden Mist village of the Land of Water boasts over 50 chunin alone, plus 3 jonin. To accept Lin Tian's command would be tantamount to suicide. Were it not for their exceptional skills, they would have already fallen to the Mist ninjas' blades. Their situation was undeniably precarious. The other Konoha shinobi could only offer wry smiles toward Lin Tian. Above them, Lin Tian's raven hair danced wildly in the wind as he surveyed the Konoha forces below with fathomless, tranquil eyes. His fingers brushed against the ring on his hand. And suddenly whoosh, 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 whoosh. Pills emitting a refreshing aroma precisely landed in each Konoha ninja's palm, 2 per person, with distinct variations for genin, chunin, and jonin. Pills. The Konoha shinobi trembled as they caught them, their eyes blazing with fervent light, barely able to contain their excitement. Lin Tian's miraculous pills had long been mythologized in Konoha. Their extraordinary effects proven countless times. Even the 3rd Hokage and the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had nearly come to blows vying for them. These are but discarded pills of no use to me, Lin Tian's robes billowed as he descended into a tent within the camp to meditate. They shall augment your chakra reserves sufficient for your needs. Proceed. To him, a mere hidden Mist force capped at jonin level wasn't worth his attention. Discarded pills. The Konoha ninjas' lips twitched in unison. What they considered priceless treasures were being tossed to them like garbage. Yet recalling the pill's legendary potency, their excitement resurged as they turned questioning gazes toward Shinosuke and Minato, their appointed commanders. Having been relentlessly pursued by the Mist ninjas, forced to retreat miles while losing comrades, they burned with pent-up fury, yearning for retribution. Clutching their pills, Shinosuke and Minato exchanged a glance and reached their decision. Advance. Shinosuke growled, eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Though typically composed, even he couldn't remain calm now. With Lord Lin Tian's pills, let us show the hidden Mist our true might. If they could purge the entire battlefield, perhaps and pleased Lin Tian might bestow even greater rewards. This was an opportunity not to be missed. As the 3rd Hokage's son, Shinosuke's vision extended far beyond the others. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let those Kirigakure ninjas witness our might. Damn it, I've been waiting for this day. The Konoha shinobi were brimming with excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Led by Namikaze Minato and Saratobi Shinosuke, the Konoha ninjas swiftly departed the camp, leaving only Makoto behind to stand guard. Everyone, be careful. Makoto clenched her delicate fists nervously as she watched their retreating figures. Given her current strength, accompanying them wouldn't be of much assistance. It was better to remain and tend to Lin Tian's needs. Meanwhile, 10 miles away, The Kirigakure camp was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The bodies of two Chunin, slain by Lin Tian's spiritual energy, had been discovered. Upon examination, they found no visible wounds. It was as if the victims had suddenly dropped dead. Moreover, there was no trace of the assailant. Was it Namikaze Minato who killed them with some secret ninjutsu? The Kirigakure Jonin, Keiki, seethed with rage, his eyes glinting coldly. Aside from Minato, renowned for his flying thunder god technique, they couldn't think of anyone else capable of such a feat. To be ambushed despite their overwhelming advantage was a humiliating blow. Lord Keiki, bad news. The Konoha forces are advancing toward us. They'll reach our front lines in approximately half an hour, a censorine hurriedly reported, bursting into the tent. What? Could Konoha's reinforcements have arrived so swiftly? Keiki and the two other Jonin exchanged startled glances. And no, I've scanned repeatedly, including Namikaze Minato and Saratobi Shinosuke. There are only 10 in total, no others, the censorine affirmed. The three Jonin were stunned. Their camp housed 80 Kirigakure shinobi. And yet, a mere 10 Konoha ninjas dared to launch an offensive? Have Minato and Shinosuke lost their minds? Perhaps they're desperate, rushing to complete some mission to retrieve something. This might be our chance to uncover Konoha's secrets. Keiki mused after a moment's contemplation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's extract their secrets and slaughter those Konoha brats. I've waited long enough. The other two Jonin smirked darkly, sensing victory within reach. In the next instant, the Kirigakure forces surged forth like a tidal wave, guided by their censorine toward the battlefield, advancing relentlessly toward Konoha's position. Within half an hour, the shinobi of both villages came into each other's line of sight and halted simultaneously. Namikaze Minato, Saratobi Shinosuke, have you resorted to desperate measures? Keiki's gaze swept across the field, confirming only 10 Konoha ninjas before him. A sinister grin spread across his face. This was a battle of overwhelming disparity. Even with the yellow flash, Namikaze Minato, they were confident of annihilating him. Seeing they had been discovered, the Konoha shinobi revealed themselves openly, making no attempt to conceal their presence. By the order of Lord Lin Tian, we shall clear the battlefield. With a wave of Minato's hand, he commanded, consume the pills. Lord Lin Tian's order? Clear the battlefield? The Mist Village Jainin, Keigi, along with the other two Jainin, were expressions of utter bewilderment, their faces twisted in confusion. Completely unable to comprehend the meaning behind these words. Were these 10 Konoha shinobi truly intending to wipe out the entire Mist Village of the Land of Water? Preposterous. Under their watchful gaze, the 10 Konoha shinobi moved in perfect unison, each retrieving a pill and swallowing it without hesitation. Resorting to soldier pills before the battle even begins? Truly desperate, Keigi sneered, his hands weaving through a rapid series of hand seals as he prepared to unleash a jutsu. Yet, his movements abruptly froze as his gaze locked onto one of the Konoha Genin. Boom. A low, guttural roar erupted from the Konoha Genin, his body writhing in apparent agony. His skin flushed a deep crimson, as though scorched by flames. While the chakra radiating from his form surged violently, breaking through to the level of a CH Nin in an instant. Someone broke through in the middle of battle? Keigi, Roman, and Suigetsu, the Mist Jainin, narrowed their eyes in shock. A mere Genin, right before their eyes, had ascended to CH Nin. Boom. Almost simultaneously, another powerful wave of chakra erupted skyward, sending a tremor through their hearts. Another Konoha Genin had broken through to CH Nin. Boom. Boom. In rapid succession, 2 more surges of chakra exploded forth, the dense, thunderous pulses striking the Mist Shinobi like physical blows. The last 2 Konoha Genin roared as they too shattered their limits. Their chakra now unmistakably at the level of elite CH Nin. In that moment, a silent wave of shock rippled outward, leaving every Mist Shinobi petrified. If one Genin breaking through is coincidence, what of 2? 3? 4? Wait, it must be connected to what they just consumed. Keigi exclaimed in realization, his voice laced with disbelief. Boom. Yet before his words could fully settle, an even more overwhelming surge of chakra erupted, causing Keigi's eyelids to twitch violently, nearly biting his own tongue in shock. This time, it was the unmistakable chakra of a Jainin. Boom. 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 The 4 Konoha CH Nin now roared like beasts. Their chakra bursting forth as they ascended to Jainin level, their overwhelming presence kicking up swirling clouds of dust. At this sight, the 80 Mist Shinobi were on the verge of losing their minds. For Genin breaking through to CH Nin was one thing, but now even CH Nin were ascending to Jainin. Wait, didn't Namikaze Minato and Saratobi Shinosuke also consume something earlier? Keigi's voice trembled as he turned to his companions, a dreadful realization dawning upon him. Yes, they did. Roman, The companion beside Kagi spoke in a hesitant tone. He swallowed hard, his gaze subtly shifting toward two figures among the Konoha shinobi. If consuming that substance could elevate a genin to CH nin and a CH nin to J nin, then what about J nin? Could it possibly? At that moment, Namake's Minato and Saratobi Shinosuke stood with their hair whipping wildly, as if a volcano had erupted within them, unleashing torrents of terrifyingly pure energy that surged through their limbs and bones, forming a violent vortex of chakra. Their presence became overwhelmingly ferocious. Is this the effect of Lord Linqian's elixir? Minato and Shinosuke were both astonished and exhilarated. The pills they had ingested were different from those taken by the other Konoha shinobi, dark crimson in hue. The energy they released was something they had long yearned for but could never attain. Kaga level. The sheer volume of chakra now coursing through their bodies was undeniably on par with that of a Kage. Kaga level. The confirmation of their suspicions struck Kagi, Rumen, and Suigetsu like a thunderbolt, sending them staggering backward in shock and disbelief, while the simultaneous breakthroughs of the other Konoha shinobi were staggering enough. Minato and Shinosuke had ascended to Kage level. In the 5 great shinobi villages, Kage level ninja were pillars of strength and deterrence, rarely deployed to avoid the risk of loss. Yet now, 2 such beings stood before them. How were they supposed to contend with this? The gap between a J nin and a Kage was vast, utterly incomparable. The numerical advantage they had once held now crumbled into insignificance. Kirigakure, you wanted to uncover Konoha's secret, didn't you? Well, here it is. The handsome and charismatic Minato lifted his head, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Already an elite J nin. His mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique had allowed him to rival Kage-level opponents in certain aspects. Now, with his chakra deficiency remedied and his power surging to new heights, he brimmed with unshakable confidence. Revealing this secret also meant he had no intention of letting a single Kirigakure shinobi escape. Swish. The moment his words faded, he vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, a scream erupted from Kagi's direction, freezing his expression in horror. Minato had materialized behind Rumen, a razor-sharp kunai already buried deep in his back. Blood gushing forth. A Kirigakure J nin, slain in an instant. No one had even noticed when Minato had placed the Flying Thunder God seal on Rumen. Attack now. Kill them. We must bring this information back to the Mizukage. Kagi bellowed hoarsely, weaving hand seals in desperation. A shroud of death settled over the hearts of every Kirigakure shinobi. Could they truly eliminate these 10 Konoha ninja? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a fierce roar, Shinosuke charged forward at the head of the 8 remaining Konoha shinobi, and the battlefield erupted into a storm of bloodshed. At this moment, within the Konoha encampment, Lin Tian's long hair cascaded loosely as a cold smirk surfaced on his handsome face. It seems these elixirs I once deemed unworthy have proven remarkably effective on these shinobi. Not a single one from the hidden mist village of the water country shall escape. The battlefield was veiled in an ethereal mist. Water dragons soared through the skies, and torrential rains raged mercilessly. Powerful water-style jutsu erupted across the field. Yet they could not overshadow the overwhelming aura radiating from the 10 Konoha shinobi. Having consumed Lin Tian's elixirs, their chakra surged boundlessly, granting them the ferocity of tigers and the majesty of dragons. The battle did not last long, though the mist shinobi held numerical superiority. They crumbled like a collapsing mountain before the might of Namake's Minato and Saratobi Shinosuke, whose combat prowess had ascended to Kage level. Their battle-hardened experience, amplified by the surge of chakra, rendered even elite J nin powerless against them. Thud. The body of Mist J nin Kagi collapsed lifelessly onto the blood-soaked earth. His battered form bore countless wounds, his vacant eyes fixed upon some distant point, his heart brimming with unending regret. They had indeed uncovered Konoha's secret. Yet, not a single one of the 80 Mist shinobi had escaped. All had been slaughtered. Kagi had fought to his last breath, but fate had not spared him. Lin Tian. As death's embrace tightened, that name echoed relentlessly in Kagi's fading consciousness. Instinct whispered that this man held the key to Konoha's enigma. Who is Lin Tian? Alas, the answer would forever elude him. With the annihilation of the mist forces, the Konoha shinobi exhaled in relief. 10 against 80, only 1 casualty, the rest merely wounded. A miracle beyond belief, even to themselves. Then, as swiftly as it had come, their overwhelming power receded like a retreating tide. Exhaustion seized them, their bodies aching as though on the verge of collapse. Clearly, the elixir's enhancement was fleeting, not permanent, a realization that left them disheartened. Just what manner of existence is Lord Lin Tian? Minato and Shinosuke exchanged glances, utterly odd. This miracle had been wrought solely by the elixirs bestowed upon them by Lin Tian. Rest briefly, Minato commanded solemnly. Then, as per Lord Lin Tian's orders, secure the entire battlefield. Their morale soared after slaughtering 80 elite mist shinobi with just 10 men. And with one remaining elixir in reserve, they could handle any unforeseen threat. Yes, the Konoha shinobi roared in unison, though they did not understand why Lin Tian insisted on lingering at the battlefield. Serving such a figure was an honor they embraced willingly. After a brief respite to recover their strength, Minato and the others returned to camp, dispatched news of their victory to the village, and began rotating shifts to guard their position. Swiftly, the corpses of the hidden mist shinobi on the battlefield were discovered by a messenger dispatched from the land of water. Terrified, he turned and fled. What? 10 Konoha shinobi annihilated Kagi and his men without a single escape? Are you mocking me? In another hidden mist encampment within the land of water, elite Jonin Nakano-May erupted in fury, kicking over the subordinate who delivered the report. Their village had mobilized such a formidable force, infiltrating the borders of the land of fire, all to uncover Konoha's secrets. Yet before any discovery could be made, they had suffered devastating losses. How the hell am I supposed to report this to the Mizukage? Should I say 10 Konoha shinobi slaughtered 80 of our strongest warriors? The Mizukage would strike me dead on the spot. Konoha must have deployed a Kaga-level fighter, no matter how powerful Namikaze Minato is. 10 shinobi couldn't have achieved such a feat otherwise. 3 other hidden mist jonin arrived in the camp. Humph. Daring to mobilize a Kaga-level fighter, does this mean they intend to escalate into full-scale war? It seems Konoha fears our uncovering their secrets. I shall request the Mizukage's permission to mobilize our forces and the Jinchuriki to the front lines. This time, we will make Konoha pay, if necessary. The Mizukage himself will join us, Nakata-May declared coldly. The hidden mist shinobi in the tent grew solemn, realizing that the skirmish with Konoha was about to erupt into all-out war. What exactly is Konoha hiding? Time flowed steadily onward, in what felt like an instant. 5 days had passed since Ri-Jin arrived at the eastern front lines of the Land of Fire. Throughout these 5 days, Namikaze Minato and the others remained vigilant, guarding the perimeter to ensure no one disturbed Ri-Jin. I must grow stronger. Within the camp, a graceful figure tirelessly practiced taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. Her delicate form drenched in sweat, breaths ragged. Her fragile appearance stirred pity in all who saw her. She was Mikoto, having witnessed the brutality of war firsthand. The once gentle girl had changed. Beyond tending to Ri-Jin's daily needs, she devoted herself to relentless training, most painfully 5 days prior. When Ri-Jin bestowed medicinal pills upon the Konoha shinobi, he had deliberately overlooked her. She knew her strength was lacking, that she could offer little. But she refused to remain unnoticed by Ri-Jin forever. She would grow stronger, strong enough to stand beside him like Uzumaki Kushina, strong enough to aid him in gathering herbs, strong enough to earn his attention and support. Mikoto, you should rest. Pushing yourself like this will only harm your body. Sarutobi Shinosuke approached, hesitating before sighing. Mikoto's talent was modest, merely an elite genin, and as a distant relative of the Uchiha clan, she lacked the Sharingan's bloodline limit. Her potential was limited. Such relentless training yielded meager results, exhausting her body and weighing heavily on the hearts of those who watched. Lord Shinobu, thank you for your concern. But I wish to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Mikoto forced a smile, a shadow of sorrow flickering in her eyes. She understood Shinobu's implication all too well. Yet she refused to yield. You wish to become stronger? Just as Mikoto prepared to resume her training, the figure of Lord Raiten materialized silently before her. Lord Raiten. Mikoto was startled, frozen in place, her heart fluttering wildly. Could it be that Lord Raiten had been watching over her all this time? Raiten stood with his long hair cascading down, his profound gaze fixed upon Mikoto, his expression serene. Though he had been in deep meditation, his formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive everything around him. Despite being a young woman, Mikoto's diligence and resolve were truly commendable. Yes, Lord Raiten. I wish to become strong enough to stand beside Kushina and aid you. Mikoto mustered her courage, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. Her cheeks burned as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Raiden studied her for a long moment before shifting his gaze away. Then, without a word, he turned and strode toward Mikoto's tent. Come with me. Why yes. Heart pounding, Mikoto hurried after him, her small steps quickening to keep pace with his retreating figure. Shinobu could only gape in astonishment. Was Lord Raiten about to mold yet another prodigy or powerhouse among the legendary 4 oddities of Konoha? Only Uzumaki Kushina had possessed innate talent. The other three had been ordinary shinobi before Raiden's guidance elevated them to fame and glory. Would Mikoto, with her modest abilities, rise to such heights as well? What a fortunate girl, Shinobu sighed, gazing skyward. Why has Lord Raiden never favored me? I am, after all, a jonin of Konoha. But Raiden's favor was as elusive as fate itself, something one could neither demand nor predict. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure flashed into the camp, Namake's Minato. Shinobu. It's your turn for watch duty. Keep an eye on the movements of Kirigakure. I suspect they may be planning something significant. He paused, glancing around. HM? Where's Mikoto? Unlike usual, she wasn't training relentlessly in the camp. Shinobu shook his head wistfully. She may soon join the ranks of the Four Oddities. With that, he departed, leaving Minato utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Mikoto followed Raiden into her tent, her heart a tempest of nervous anticipation. Raiden halted, raising his hand. A lotus of azure flame, the blazing lotus heartfire, manifested above his palm before descending gently to the ground. Hiss. Where the flames touched, the earth melted away without resistance, forming a smooth, sunken pool in an instant. Swish. In the next moment, Lin Tian withdrew the green lotus core flame. With a sweep of his hand over his spatial ring, 3 porcelain bottles materialized and shattered into dust. Emerald green liquid mingled with the clear water in the tent, forming a pool of shimmering medicinal elixir. As the liquid rippled, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, brimming with pure energy fluctuations. Remove your garments and immerse yourself in this pool to refine your chakra, Lin Tian stated impassively. This was the second-grade foundation establishment elixir, concocted casually by Lin Tian using the herbs procured by Might Dai. It was perfectly suited for Mikoto's current needs. I'll remove my clothes. This, Lord Lin Tian. Lin Tian's nonchalant words struck Mikoto like thunder, leaving her momentarily dazed. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have no intention of leaving. Glancing at the elixir-filled pool, Mikoto bit her ruby lips, determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. Overcoming her innate shyness, she turned around and swiftly shed her garments. Moments later, a flawless figure, sculpted like the most exquisite masterpiece, appeared before Lin Tian's gaze. Splash! Like a startled rabbit, Mikoto leaped into the pool and finally exhaled in relief. He couldn't have seen clearly with how fast I moved, right? Only then did she realize her cheeks were burning with embarrassment. Refine your chakra. Sensing Lin Tian's gaze, Mikoto hurriedly began channeling her chakra within the pool. The moment she did, a sharp cry of pain escaped her lips. The overwhelming purity of the elixir's energy surged like raging rivers, threatening to rupture her meridians. When Might Dai and others in Konoha used the foundation establishment elixir, they consumed only 1 vial at a time. But here, 3 vials had been combined. How immense was this energy? Focus on refining your chakra. We are on the battlefield. I have no time to let you progress leisurely. Lin Tian's voice resonated, followed by a surge of profound do-chi that enveloped Mikoto's body. Instantly, the rampaging energy was tamed like wild stallions, flowing along the pathways Lin Tian dictated, nourishing her physique. This sensation. It's incredible. Mikoto felt every cell in her body voraciously devouring the pure energy, growing stronger by the second. Delighted, she immersed herself fully in refining her chakra. When she finally regained her senses and looked up, Lin Tian was no longer in the tent. So, Lord Lin Tian was only assisting my cultivation. Relief washed over her, yet an inexplicable emptiness lingered. Am I truly so lacking in allure? Next time, I'll do better. With renewed resolve, Mikoto submerged herself in chakra refinement. Under the stabilizing force of Lin Tian's do-chi, she no longer feared her meridians being overwhelmed by the torrential energy. Meanwhile, outside the tent, a day later, Sarutobi Shinnosuke returned and took over from Namake's Minato. The two shared information before their gazes simultaneously turned toward Mikoto's tent. At this rate, Mikoto will likely become a chunin within a month, Minato remarked with a sigh. Shinnosuke nodded in agreement. Neither of them doubted Lin Tian's capabilities. But just then, boom. A surge of powerful chakra erupted from Mikoto's tent, shooting skyward. Minato and Shinnosuke froze, their expressions stiffening in disbelief. A single day. And Mikoto is already a chunin. They clearly remembered that when Mikoto first arrived at the camp, she was merely an elite genin. Her chakra still far from chunin level. Even with rigorous training, her progress had been slow. After all, the path of a shinobi demanded time, no matter how talented one was. Mastery couldn't be achieved overnight. Yet Mikoto, who had always been considered average in talent, had broken through after just 1 day under Lin Tian's guidance. This chakra fluctuation wasn't the fleeting effect of a temporary enhancement pill. It was a genuine breakthrough. Such a feat was nothing short of miraculous. Lord Lin Tian is truly peerless, Minato murmured with a bitter smile. Due to the turmoil in the shinobi world, he was often away on missions. So most of what he'd heard about Lin Tian's training of the four monsters of Konoha had been rumors. But now, witnessing this firsthand, coupled with his previous failed attempt to even breach the gates of Lin Tian's castle, he was utterly humbled. Thank the heavens Lin Tian descended upon Konoha. If he had appeared in one of the other great shinobi nations, the mere thought sent a shudder down his spine. Our camp is short-handed. With just the 9 of us, Mikoto's advancement will be a great help, Minato said to Shinosuke before leaving to reinforce the battlefield's defenses. Inside the tent, Mikoto was overwhelmed with joy, her eyes reddening with emotion. Lord Lin Tian, I've broken through. All of this, her growth, her newfound strength, was a gift from Lin Tian. She would cherish this opportunity with every fiber of her being. I must not disappoint him. Stealing her resolve, Mikoto settled back into the medicinal pool, resuming her chakra refinement. The bath, infused with 3 vials of foundation elixir, provided an inexhaustible source of energy for her cultivation. Her cells devoured the pure energy voraciously, converting it into physical vitality. With the guidance of her spiritual energy, it transformed seamlessly into chakra. What delighted Mikoto most was Lin Tian's daily visit, where he would infuse a surge of do-chi to stabilize the turbulent medicinal energy. Those moments became the highlight of her days. Her chakra refinement speed was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Minato, Shinosuke, and the other Konoha shinobi in the camp utterly dumbfounded. Lord Lin Tian, is he molding Mikoto into a Jonin, or even a Kaga-level powerhouse? Such privilege stirred envy even in Minato and Shinosuke. Alas, Lin Tian seemed utterly indifferent to their envy. Every day, apart from cultivating chakra, Mikoto devoted most of her time to practicing ninjutsu and honing her shuriken-throwing skills. After all, an increase in chakra alone did not guarantee a surge in strength. It had to be wielded skillfully to unleash its true power. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mikoto carried a tray of freshly made sushi and walked briskly into Lin Tian's tent. Glancing at him in deep meditation, she set the sushi down quietly as usual and was about to slip away when she suddenly paused. Lord Lin Tian, though a bit aloof, is still so handsome. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at his chiseled, striking features, momentarily entranced. Memories of her bathing in the foundation spirit liquid before him resurfaced, making her heart race and her face burn with a mix of shyness and exhilaration. He seems to be asleep. Surely he won't notice. After a quick glance around, she tiptoed closer. Lord Lin Tian, thank you. Unable to resist, she leaned in, pressing her lips lightly against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. But at that very moment, boom, a surge of majestic battle chi erupted from Lin Tian's body, instinctively shielding its master and striking Mikoto with enough force to send her flying backward with a startled cry. Whoosh! Before she could even process what had happened, she found herself caught in a firm, warm embrace, the violent recoil dissipating instantly. When she opened her eyes, she was met with a pair of deep, penetrating eyes gazing down at her. Lord Lin Tian, like a thief caught red-handed, she panicked, her face burning crimson with embarrassment. To be caught stealing a kiss. How mortifying. I gave orders that no one was to approach me, Lin Tian said coolly, his voice low, though a flicker of intensity burned in his eyes. This is playing with fire. Do you understand? Mikoto, fresh from her bath in the foundation spirit liquid, had damp hair clinging to her fair skin, her youthful body exuding a delicate fragrance. Her slender waist and soft curves were all too visible from Lin Tian's vantage point. Though revered as the heavenly emperor, he was not without desire. In the Battle Chi continent, many women had worshipped him openly, some he had indulged with, satisfying primal needs. I. As his grip tightened slightly, Mikoto trembled, her mind blank, unsure where to place her hands or how to react. Before she could gather her thoughts, a voice called urgently from outside. Lord Lin Tian. Bad news. Our scouts report that the Hidden Mist Village's forces from the Land of Water are advancing toward this battlefield, likely seeking revenge. Minato has gone to confirm their numbers. Just as Mikoto was at a loss, the voice of Sarutobi Shinosuke came from outside the tent. Mikoto, nestled in Lin Tian's arms and utterly flustered, was startled awake by the sound. Her heart pounded like a startled deer, her delicate cheeks burning crimson as she stumbled out in a daze. What an intriguing girl. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of Lin Tian's lips. He made no move to stop her, settling back with an inscrutable expression as tranquil as ancient still waters. Sarutobi Shinosuke, standing bewildered outside the tent, watched Makoto flee with her face aflame. Judging by Makoto's state, had he perhaps interrupted something between her and Lord Lin Tian? Let the mist ninja come if they dare. Should they disturb my meditation, they shall perish without mercy. Lin Tian's icy voice resonated from within the tent. Understood. Shinnosuke responded with a wry smile. Indeed. To them, the formidable mist army was likely insignificant before Lord Lin Tian's might. Why bother reporting such trivialities? Soon, Namikaze Minato returned and convened a brief meeting. Based on my reconnaissance, the mist forces number at least 200. Though I couldn't approach closely enough for precise intelligence, one thing is certain, they've mobilized a Jinchuriki. Minato's expression was grave. At these words, the 9 Konoha ninja felt their hearts sink. The mist had deployed a Jinchuriki? In the shinobi world, tailed beasts were akin to weapons of mass destruction. Mobilizing a Jinchuriki signaled all-out war. This was the mist's unequivocal declaration of total confrontation. They'd anticipated the mist wouldn't retreat quietly, but none expected such rapid, overwhelming retaliation, an entire army descending upon them with crushing force. Could their single remaining pill possibly hold them off? Reinforcements from the village are still en route, Shinnosuke summarized, and support from other fronts will take time to arrive. For now, we 9 must stand alone. After Lin Tian's arrival on the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched ANBU reinforcements, but the distance made swift arrival impossible. The group nodded solemnly. Though Lin Tian's presence was reassuring, they understood he likely wouldn't intervene directly. This battle was theirs to fight. Not 9, Makoto declared from the corner, rising with determined resolve. Count me in. Hadn't she trained relentlessly precisely for this moment, to be of use to Lin Tian? Now the opportunity had come, right? And you? The others chuckled. None could underestimate Makoto's abilities now. Though the mist army loomed large, the knowledge of Lin Tian's presence in their camp lent them a measure of calm. Should the mist forces truly overstep, they'd be marching blindly to their doom. Very well, everyone remain vigilant and ensure no one disturbs Lord Lin Tian. Namikaze Minato rose to assign tasks, and the group dispersed. Meanwhile, the formidable forces of Kirigakure arrived at the battlefield and halted to establish their encampment. Excellent. Our army has advanced covertly and arrived just in time. Konoha likely hasn't had the chance to dispatch reinforcements. This is a perfect opportunity. Within Kirigakure's camp, a high-level meeting was convened. Powerful shinobi, each exuding an imposing presence, gathered inside the command tent. Kirigakure had long been fixated on Konoha's secrets. To this end, they had discreetly mobilized elite shinobi to infiltrate the front lines, effortlessly assembling a formidable force. This bolstered their confidence immensely. Even if Konoha deployed a Kage-level combatant, they were certain they could eliminate them. Their efforts to uncover Konoha's secrets had been painstaking. However, we lack sufficient intelligence on Konoha's current situation. We don't know which Kage-level figure is stationed here. I propose dispatching envoys to assess their strength before deciding on an assault. Elite Jonin Nakatenmai scanned the assembly as he spoke. His suggestion met with unanimous approval. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, Kirigakure resolved to dispatch a squad consisting of 2 elite Jonin and 10 Shunin to approach Konoha's camp. Additionally, they secretly deployed a skilled sensory ninja to trail the squad from a distance. In the shinobi world, when wars reached a stalemate, diplomatic envoys were often exchanged, and the unspoken rule of sparing messengers was an established convention. Yet when Kirigakure's squad arrived near Konoha's camp and stated their purpose, they were halted by Namikaze Minato and his men, denied even entry through the gates. Negotiations? If you truly seek negotiations, withdraw from this battlefield. Konoha will not attack you. Minato stated calmly. What? Withdraw? The 2 elite Jonin of Kirigakure, Daido and Mufu, exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard. With Kirigakure's overwhelming military advantage, Minato was demanding their retreat? Had he lost his mind? Namikaze Minato, we know Konoha's camp houses a Kage-level shinobi. But Kirigakure has mobilized an overwhelming force, 8 elite Jonin, and even a Kage-level combatant. And yet you dare refuse negotiations? Daido's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke, his gaze subtly sweeping over Konoha's camp. Their true objective was not negotiation, it was reconnaissance. They needed to identify the Kage-level figure stationed within. If they couldn't even enter the camp, their mission would be a failure. My apologies. This is Konoha's stance. You may leave. Minato dismissed them with a casual wave. If these Kirigakure shinobi continued their incessant chatter and disturbed Lord Lin Tian, it would spell trouble. Attack. The 2 elite mist ninja exchanged a tacit glance. One of them swiftly advanced with 10 Shunin towards Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinnosuke. while the other charged straight toward the Konoha camp. As he dashed, his hands blurred through a series of hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Since they were barred from entering the camp, he would force the shadow-level powerhouse within to reveal himself, thus fulfilling their mission. Damn it. Minato and Shinosuke were stunned. They hadn't anticipated that the Mist Ninja had come with this scheme rather than genuine negotiations. By the time they realized, it was too late to stop him. Daring to disturb Lord Rijin's meditation, this man is already dead. At that moment, Minato and Shinosuke silently mourned for this elite Mist Jonin. Minato, Shinosuke, and 7 other Konoha shinobi were intercepted by the elite Mist Jonin Dato and his Tenshunin, plunging into fierce combat. Meanwhile, the other elite Mist Ninja, Kaze, surged toward the Konoha camp. Their coordination was seamless. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. U1T disturbed Lord Rijin's peace. Makoto, who had been guarding the camp, burst forth, hurling 8 shuriken with lethal precision. The gleaming blades whistled through the air, targeting Kaze's vital points from impossible angles. Damn it, another Konoha ninja hiding in the camp. Kaze's hand seals faltered as he drew a kunai, deflecting the shuriken in a flurry of metallic clangs. The blades scattered harmlessly across the ground. Fire release, Great Dragon Flame technique. Seizing the moment, Mikoto channeled her chakra, her hands weaving through intricate seals. The air ignited as a colossal fire dragon roared into existence, its scorching maw devouring everything in its path. The inferno surged toward Kaze with apocalyptic fury. Splash! Kaze seemed to vanish beneath the dragon's wrath, his body dissolving into liquid before evaporating in the blistering heat. No, this is a water clone. Mikoto's face paled. If this was merely a clone, where was the real Kaze? A sinister chuckle slithered from behind her. Heh, not bad for a Konoha kunoichi. But I don't have time to play. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Whirling around, Mikoto saw Kaze already at the camp's entrance, his hands completing the final seal. No. With a desperate cry, she lunged toward him, guilt tearing at her heart. Against an elite jonin, her strength still fell short. Was she truly so powerless that she couldn't even prevent someone from disturbing Rijin? Mikoto was still too late. With the activation of the windless ninjutsu, an immense surge of chakra gathered at his mouth like a collapsing dam. A roaring deluge erupted, churning with the fury of a monstrous beast. Its towering waves crashing toward the leaf camp. Water release, exploding water shockwave, a B-rank water technique, yet when unleashed by an elite jonin like Windless, it could conjure an entire lake from nothing. At that moment, both Leaf and Miss Shinobi, locked in fierce combat, instinctively slowed their movements. Their gazes drawn toward the impending devastation. Mission accomplished. Dato, who had led Tenshunin to intercept both Minato Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi, smirked. Their objective was simple: identify the Kaga-level presence within the Leaf camp to strategize their assault with minimal losses. Even if they provoked the Leaf's shadow-level powerhouse, they were confident in their escape. After all, with the Mist's overwhelming forces at the border, the Leaf would be foolish to slaughter envoys under the guise of peace talks. A flawless plan, or so it seemed. Yet Minato and Hiruzen could only sigh. Must he go this far? As the flood surged forward, swallowing tents in its path, it suddenly halted before the last one, as if meeting an invisible barrier. What? Windless triumphant grin froze. No chakra fluctuations, no hand seals. How had the flood been stopped? Then came something even more chilling. The stagnant waters began to boil violently, transforming into mist that spiraled skyward. In mere seconds, the deluge evaporated completely, leaving not a single droplet behind. Impossible! The Mist Shinobi stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched across their faces. Annoying insects. Disturbing this sovereign's meditation warrants death. A cold voice echoed from the tent, sending a tremor down Windless' spine, as if a predator had locked onto its prey. Then, boom! The skies above the camp darkened. Thunder rumbled as an overwhelming aura erupted, coalescing into a colossal, heaven-shrouding palm. It descended like divine judgment, carrying a force that crushed mountains and parted seas, a direct, merciless suppression. Crash! The earth trembled violently, mountains shook, and the deafening roar seemed to strike at the very hearts of all present. Terrifying fissures split the ground for miles, as billowing dust spiraled into the sky. Everyone focused their gaze, and in an instant, their pupils contracted, their souls quaking with terror. The spot where Mufang had stood was now a deep, massive palm-shaped crater. Mufang himself hadn't even had time to scream. His body had been reduced to a bloody mist, absorbed into the imprint of that colossal hand. The world fell into silence. All sound vanished. The onlookers forgot to breathe, their hearts ceasing to beat. An elite jonin from Kirigakure had just been obliterated with a single slap. An unprecedented fear surged through every Kirigakure shinobi present, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Was the one stationed in Konoha's camp truly a Kaga-level powerhouse? Were Kaga-level shinobi truly this terrifying? Dato, the elite jonin of Kirigakure, finally understood why the Konoha shinobi they had intercepted had been looking at them with such strange expressions. Those had been looks of pity. Run! Dato screamed in terror, turning and fleeing in the opposite direction. At that moment, only one thought consumed him: escape. Missions. The honor of Kirigakure, none of it mattered in the face of survival. His instincts screamed that attacking Konoha's camp had been a mistake of catastrophic proportions. They had provoked something far beyond their reckoning. If that being could annihilate Mufang with a single strike, it could do the same to him. The 10 Chunin from Kirigakure had long since been paralyzed with fear. Now, they turned and fled, wishing their parents had blessed them with an extra pair of legs. You dare disturb this sovereign's meditation and think to leave unscathed? A cold, resonant voice echoed once more, carrying an oppressive weight that struck the fleeing shinobi like a thunderbolt. Their souls quivered, their bodies suddenly weighed down as if burdened by 10,000 pounds. They could not take another step. In the next instant, a deep blue flame materialized in the air, blooming like an ethereal flower. Its radiance was mesmerizing, the flames undulating like serene ocean waves, spreading outward in gentle ripples. This was the third unique flame activated by Lin Tian, the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th among the heavenly fires. As the ripples of this flame brushed against one of the Kirigakure Chunin, boom! The man's body ignited from within, blue flames erupting outward. In less than a second, he was reduced to ashes, scattered upon the wind without so much as a scream. Boom! Boom! The ripples of the heavenly fire continued to expand, and one by one, the Kirigakure Chunin were incinerated into nothingness. What is this? A chill shot up from Dato's feet to the crown of his head, his terror reaching its zenith. Could such a horrifying ninjutsu truly exist? Was this some kind of genjutsu? But he had no time to ponder. A ripple of eerie flames spread through the void, surging toward him like the creeping shadow of death itself. Under the imminent threat of annihilation, Datong's latent potential erupted. His hands formed seals at an unfathomable speed, managing to unleash a technique just before the flames reached him. Suiton, Daibakufa's Simp. This was an A-rank ninjutsu, into which Datong poured every ounce of his chakra, capable of conjuring an ocean from nothingness. Yet, what he faced were the otherworldly flames. The roaring deluge that erupted from his mouth was instantly obliterated, vanishing without even a splash, as if it had never existed. Boom! The ripple of flames expanded. And in an instant, the elite jonin of Kirigakure, Datong, was reduced to ashes before he could even scream. Another one-shot annihilation. This. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinnosuke froze mid-step, their expressions stiffening. Lin Tian remained seated within the tent, unseen, yet every single Kirigakure shinobi had been obliterated in mere moments. Ahem. If Kirigakure's forces dare act recklessly again, they will meet a gruesome end, Sarutobi Shinnosuke coughed dryly, breaking the suffocating silence. Meanwhile, amidst the tall grass not far from Konoha's camp, a Kirigakure censornin lay hidden, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at the colossal fissure stretching toward him. Was this a natural disaster? Or man-made destruction? Through his sensory abilities, he realized the chakra signatures of every Kirigakure shinobi had vanished. Completely. Utterly. There was only one explanation: their entire squad had been annihilated. And most terrifying of all, he had sensed no Kage-level chakra fluctuations from Konoha's camp. What in the world just happened? Even if a Kage had intervened, the battle couldn't have ended this swiftly. Gritting his teeth, the censornin amplified his perception, probing deeper into Konoha's camp. In that instant, his body convulsed violently, drenched in cold sweat. His sensory chakra, like a drop of water merging into an endless ocean, or an ant attempting to shake a towering tree, was utterly insignificant before the overwhelming presence he encountered. An unfathomable spiritual force loomed before him, a towering, radiant figure, its gaze piercing through his very soul with icy disdain. Swish! Before he could react, the boundless spiritual energy trembled, diverting but a wisp of its power to trace back along his sensory link. Thud. The censornin's eyes dulled instantly as he collapsed, lifeless. A mere insect dares to spy upon this emperor? Within Konoha's camp, Lin Tian sat in serene meditation, his long hair cascading loosely, his expression undisturbed. Thus, Kirigakure's dispatched squad was utterly eradicated. After this incident, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinnosuke took no further chances. They ordered their subordinates to fortify their defenses. Any Kirigakure shinobi spotted would be met with immediate attack, barred from approaching the camp at all costs. What? The entire squad annihilated. Half a day later, when the dispatched ninja squad failed to return, the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist camp sent scouts to investigate. What they found, however, were only cold corpses. This news swept through the Hidden Mist camp like a storm, igniting fury in everyone's hearts. In the world of shinobi, it was an unspoken rule that envoys were not to be slain during conflicts. Konoha's actions were nothing short of provocation, costing them 2 elite jonin. How could they swallow such humiliation? After the initial rage subsided, they calmed down. The squad they had sent was no ordinary force. Even if a Kaga-level opponent from Konoha had struck, annihilating them completely, without even a sensory ninja escaping, was unthinkable. Had Konoha's reinforcements already arrived, lying in ambush? Given the gravity of the situation, the Hidden Mist leadership decided against reckless action. They would first report to the Mizukage before making any further moves. Report to the Mizukage? Why trouble with such formalities? A chilling laugh suddenly echoed through the camp. Tonight, we, the inheritors of the 7 ninja swordsmen, will raid Konoha's camp and extract their secrets. The 7 ninja swordsmen. At the sound of that sinister voice, the high-ranking officers of the Hidden Mist camp felt a surge of exhilaration. In the Hidden Mist village of the Land of Water, there existed formidable warriors, those who bore the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Each wielded a legendary blade tailored to their deadly techniques, renowned for their brutality and efficiency in completing high-risk missions, far surpassing ordinary elite jonin. They stood at the threshold of Kaga-level strength, their infamy widespread across the shinobi world. Had members of the 7 ninja swordsmen arrived at the front lines? The camp leaders turned toward the voice but saw no one. Honorable sirs, a genin rushed in, bowing hastily. Kurira Koshimaru, Imuri Ringo, Jinpachi Minashi, and Raiga Kurisuki have arrived at the camp. They are currently resting and have requested not to be disturbed. The Hidden Mist officers could only smile wryly. Though the 7 ninja swordsmen belonged to their village, their temperament was notoriously volatile. Answerable only to the Mizukage, it was no surprise they showed little regard for others. Yet, the arrival of 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen at the front lines was an unexpected boon, significantly bolstering their forces. Such a force could rival even a true Kaga-level opponent. Combined with their mastery of assassination techniques, even a Kage would struggle to defend against them. It seems we cannot stop these 4. Very well. With their strength, if not to slay Konoha's Kage, they will at least uncover the truth of their camp's defenses. CH-10 and the Hidden Mist leadership quickly reached a decision. They would dispatch 20 CH-9 as support, accompanying the 4 swordsmen in their night raid on Konoha's camp. A night raid required precision over numbers. Only then could its full effect be realized. As night fell, the pale moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold glow over the eerily silent battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the night deepened, ghostly figures emerged from the Hidden Mist camp, swiftly advancing toward the Konoha encampment. Upon closer inspection, the 4 leading figures stood out with their distinctive appearances and attire, each bearing uniquely crafted ninja swords, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Hey, tonight, let us uncover whatever secrets Konoha is hiding. Grinning savagely, the 4 exuded unwavering confidence. They had abandoned their current missions upon hearing rumors of Konoha's secrets, rushing here with singular purpose. As for Konoha's elite shadow-level shinobi, even if the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, were to appear, they were certain they could hold their own. The only complication would be if Konoha's reinforcements had already arrived and lay in ambush nearby. Thus, they proceeded with caution, dispatching sensory ninja to scout ahead before advancing. Yet as they drew closer to the Konoha camp, an unsettling realization dawned. There were no signs of. Not even a single Konoha shinobi in sight. This was hardly the scene of an awaiting rescue force. Could it truly be that Konoha's camp holds only 9 ninja and 1 shadow-level fighter? The 4 swordsmen exchanged puzzled glances. If that were the case, how had the Hidden Mist squad from earlier been utterly annihilated, with not even their sensory ninja escaping? My curiosity about Konoha's secrets only grows. Let us begin. Among the 4, the relatively normally dressed Raiga Kurisuki smirked coldly, forming hand seals. Hidden Mist jutsu. Whoosh, thick, rolling fog surged forth, obscuring vision as the chilly night breeze carried it across the battlefield, creeping steadily toward the Konoha camp. This was one of Raiga's signature techniques, reducing visibility drastically while leaving his own sight unaffected. With this jutsu, his assassinations were near flawless, making it ideal for a night raid. Following Raiga's lead, The other 3 swordsmen concealed their presence within the mist, advancing silently. The 20 accompanying Ch-Nin trailed far behind. This operation relied on the Elite Four. The lesser ninja would only risk exposure. Shrouded in the mist, the swordsmen moved like phantoms. Utterly silent, undetectable even to J-Ni. Hey, you hidden mist fools never learn when to stop. We've been waiting for you here on Lord Lian Tion's orders. Before they could reach the camp, a cold voice sliced through the night, startling the concealed swordsman. Konoha ninja had already detected them and were lying in wait? Impossible. Then, another voice rang out. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom. A howling gale erupted, violently dispersing the thick mist and exposing the 4 swordsmen in an instant. Upon the hillside ahead, a group of 10 Konoha shinobi led by Minato Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi, including Makoto, stood with cold gazes fixed upon them. Damn it, we've truly been exposed. Since concealment was no longer an option, the only recourse was annihilation. So it's just Konoha's Minato Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi? Where's that Kaga-level powerhouse from your camp? This won't be much fun otherwise. I doubt these Konoha brats even recognize the names of the 4 of us. The 4 mist swordsmen, realizing their cover was blown, unsheathed their legendary blades. Sinister grins twisting their faces as surges of potent chakra erupted from their bodies. Together, these 4 could contend with a Kaga-level opponent without difficulty. Though Minato and Shinosuke were formidable, they were hardly a concern, let alone the other Konoha shinobi. Yet, as the mist swordsmen brandished their weapons, a flicker of mockery passed through the eyes of the Konoha ninja. So what if they're the mist sword inheritors? Everyone, consume the pills. End this swiftly, don't let them near the camp. Minato commanded with a sweep of his hand. In unison, every Konoha shinobi, Makoto included, retrieved a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, overwhelming chakra erupted from them, kicking up swirling dust from the ground. What? The smug expressions of the 4 swordsmen froze, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. With the pill's effects, every Konoha shinobi's power surged dramatically. Minato and Shinosuke's strength skyrocketed to Kaga level. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Wind release, Wind Blade. Wind release, Vacuum Cannon. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Empowered by the pills, the Konoha forces unleashed a barrage of jutsu without hesitation, forcing the swordsmen into frantic evasion as fury and disbelief roared within them. What in the world is happening? How did their strength suddenly escalate an entire tier? And 2 of them reached Kaga level in an instant. Is this Konoha's secret weapon? Greed flared in the swordsmen's eyes. They were no fools. Having earned their titles among the 7 ninja swordsmen, they were cunning enough to grasp the significance immediately. Intriguing. 2 Kaga-level opponents are troublesome, but not unbeatable. They must still have more of those pills on them. Rather than retreating, the swordsmen's bloodlust and avarice surged. Brutal and ruthless by nature, they would stop at nothing to seize what they desired, traits that had led most of their kind to become missing. Now, witnessing the terrifying potency of these pills, they would not leave without uncovering their secrets. Longsword technique, Earth Spider Stitch. Blunt sword, Decapitating Carver. Blast sword, Exploding Foam. Lightning sword, Fong. The 4 formidable swordsmen steadied their footing, pairing off in twos as they brandished their ninja blades, unleashing powerful jutsu to assail both Minato Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi. Behind them, 20 Mist Village Chunin surged forward as reinforcements. The fierce battle between the Mist Shinobi and the Leaf Ninja erupted instantaneously. On the Leaf's side, including Makoto, 5 individuals briefly attained the chakra reserves of Jonin, while 3 others reached Chunin levels. They plunged into the ranks of the Mist Chunin with ferocity akin to wolves amidst sheep, painting the battlefield in crimson. Even Makoto, who lacked extensive combat experience, found herself overwhelming Chunin effortlessly under the influence of the potent chakra granted by the ingested pill. The relentless screams of agony sent shivers down the spines of the 4 swordsmen. Moreover, Shinosuke's formidable earth-style techniques proved a relentless nuisance, compounded by the ever-looming threat of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Was this the effect of those mysterious pills consumed by the Leaf Shinobi? Within a mere 10 minutes, all 20 Mist Chunin lay motionless in pools of blood. At this moment, the 4 swordsmen, locked in combat against the Leaf's 2 shadow-level warriors, felt their hearts lurch in dread. Disaster. Already at a disadvantage, they knew their fate was sealed if the remaining Leaf Ninja joined the fray. Yet, as they fought, their peripheral vision caught the 8 Leaf Shinobi collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, their once overwhelming chakra receding like a retreating tide. The swordsmen, sharp as ever, seized upon this observation, their spirits soaring. Could it be that the pill's effects were temporary? As if confirming their suspicions, The shadow-level chakra emanating from Minato and Shinosuke began to wane drastically. No, the pill's duration is ending. Both Minato and Shinosuke paled. These four swordsmen were no ordinary jonin. They stood at the threshold of shadow-level prowess. Though the pills had granted them dominance, eliminating such opponents swiftly had proven impossible. Now, with the effects fading, the impending backlash threatened to seal their defeat. Haha, so that's it. Those pills boost your chakra, but only for a limited time. The swordsmen erupted into triumphant laughter. Once these two reverted to mere elite jonin, what was left to fear? Everyone, rally your spirits. Makoto, rising unsteadily from the ground, produced a small pouch. Lord Regine mentioned that to prevent further interruptions, he left behind some spare pills he no longer needed. Let's take them and finish this. She hesitated, examining one pill. Though, he did warn that genin consuming these would gain jonin-level chakra, but the strain might be unbearable. Perhaps it's best not to. This pill seems to still be extremely potent. It would be suitable for Lord Hokage, but the rest of you, forget it. This violent pill, however, can be given to you all. Makoto retrieved various differently colored pills from her pouch, carefully examining each one for a long moment. Damn. The four mist swordsmen staggered in unison, nearly being sent flying by Minato Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi. Who is Lord Liantian? And those things are called pills? Moreover, Makoto has so many of them, and their effects grow increasingly terrifying. With this many pills, they could probably just bludgeon us to death. The Konoha shinobi were equally stunned. They never imagined that Lien Tian had entrusted Makoto with such an arsenal. Without hesitation, the 7 Konoha ninja accepted the pills Makoto had selected for them. Instantly, their chakra surged once more, and with fierce battle cries, they charged forward, launching a coordinated assault. Reinvigorated by the pills, they fought with renewed vigor, working in tandem with Minato and Shinosuke to once again suppress the mist swordsmen. Seizing the opportunity while their comrades kept the enemy occupied, Minato and Shinosuke swiftly retreated to Makoto's side, each taking a pill suited for them before rejoining the fray. Don't worry, everyone. If the effects wear off, just take turns coming back to me for more. Lord Liantian gave me plenty, Makoto said, her eyes curving into delighted crescents. Helping Liantian brought her immense joy. The mist swordsman nearly spat blood and fury upon hearing her words. Damn it, are they trying to grind us into the dirt? This Lord Liantian who supplied the Konoha shinobi with these pills. Was he the powerhouse overseeing the Konoha forces? A bone-chilling dread seeped into the four swordsmen. Just what kind of existence was Liantian? The sheer potency of these pills defied all conventional wisdom in the shinobi world. Instinct told them that the repeated setbacks suffered by the mist forces were undoubtedly due to Liantian's influence. Unfortunately, they would never have the chance to uncover the truth. With Minato and Shinosuke restored to Kage-level strength, the Konoha side held an overwhelming advantage. Supported by the 7 other shinobi, they relentlessly hammered the mist swordsmen into submission. The most critical factor was that whenever a Konoha ninja's pill effects waned, they would immediately rotate back to Makoto for another dose before charging back into battle, fresh and unstoppable. In contrast, the mist swordsmen, drained from the prolonged and intense combat, found their chakra reserves dangerously depleted. The widening gap in stamina made them no match for their Konoha adversaries. At this rate, they were doomed. That Kunoichi must die, and we must uncover the truth about Lien Tian. A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the mist swordsman. Makoto had become the linchpin of this battle's outcome. If they could eliminate her and seize that pouch, the Konoha shinobi would no longer pose a threat. Whoosh. Amuri Ringo, her lanky limbs concealed beneath a mask, her wild brown hair like straw, exchanged a glance with her comrade Raiga Kurisuke. Seizing an opening, she unleashed a burst of power to hold off Shinosuke while Raiga made his move. He left a watery clone in his place, while his true self, wielding the long blade sewing needle, charged toward Makoto. Yet at that very moment, whoosh, a flash of yellow light streaked by as Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared before him. Bending slightly, Minato thrust forward a chakra-infused glowing sphere aimed directly at his abdomen, the Rasengan. Courier Kushimara had no time to react, completely caught off guard by Minato's sudden appearance. The impact struck him like a boulder, sending him spinning through the air with a pained scream. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he crashed violently onto the ground. Heh. We anticipated your attack on Makoto. Did you really think we'd be unprepared? Minato straightened, pulling a kunai embedded in the ground, one marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, and smirked coldly. What? The remaining 3 swordsmen paled, their pupils contracting in shock. So Minato had foreseen their move and seized the opportunity to cripple their comrade in a single strike. Courier Kushimaru, now grievously wounded, could barely rise, rendered utterly powerless. With one of their own neutralized, the three swordsmen felt their morale plummet. Already outmatched by the Konoha shinobi, losing an ally sealed their fate. Retreat flickered in their minds as they fought defensively, backing away. But Minato and Sarutobi Shinosuke, discerning their intent, refused to relent, leading the Konoha forces. They pursued with overwhelming momentum, pressing their advantage mercilessly. The mist swordsmen were terrified. With those mysterious pills, these 10 Konoha shinobi seemed as formidable as an entire army. They simply couldn't compete. Tired? Just take turns stepping back and replenish with a pill, Mikoto chimed in cheerfully, her smile sending a shudder through the remaining swordsmen, nearly provoking internal injuries from sheer frustration. This isn't fair. The battle raged on for another 10 minutes until one of the mist swordsmen, Black Zetsuraiga, met his end, impaled by Shinosuke's earth spear technique, his dying scream distracting another, Uno Hanajinpachi, who was instantly obliterated by Minato's flying thunder god strike. I surrender. Spare me. And I swear I'll never set foot in the land of fire again. The last standing, no Ainuri, trembled violently, raising his hands in surrender. Lord Raiden has decreed, those who disturb his meditation shall perish without mercy. Yet his plea was met with the combined assault of 9 Konoha shinobi, sealing his fate in a brutal demise. Thank the heavens for Lord Raiden's pills. Without them, this would have been disastrous. With the last swordsman slain, the Konoha team exhaled in relief, only to be hit by waves of excruciating pain, their bodies pushed to the brink from the chakra-boosting pills. After a brief rest, they rose, ready to return to camp. Spirits high. Let's go. The mist won't dare send more fools to their deaths after this. The assailants this time were none other than 4 of the renowned mist swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, each a formidable force in their own right. Yet, they were all slain without a single casualty on our side, nothing short of a miracle. After providing you with so many elixirs, you took this long just to eliminate a few worthless foes? A cold, indifferent voice suddenly echoed, freezing the 10 Konoha shinobi in their tracks. Turning toward the source, they beheld Lin Tian, clad in flowing white robes with his long hair cascading down, standing silently before them. His hands were clasped behind his back as he hovered effortlessly in the air, his deep, piercing eyes brimming with icy detachment. Lord Lin Tian. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinosuke exchanged bitter smiles. What they had considered a glorious victory was, in Lin Tian's eyes, utterly unsatisfactory. These corpses littering the ground are an eyesore. The stench of blood disturbs my meditation. Return them to where they came from. Lin Tian extended his right hand, raising it calmly toward the battlefield. Instantly the earth trembled as the 20 fallen mist shinobi and the 4 swordsmen, along with their weapons, defied gravity and levitated into the air. With another flick of his wrist, Lin Tian enveloped the 24 corpses in a surge of immense chakra, launching them skyward like rockets until they vanished from sight. Having completed his task, Lin Tian turned away without another word, retreating to the Konoha camp and leaving the stunned shinobi behind. Return them to where they came from. Did Lord Lin Tian just rain corpses upon the mist camp? Under the cool moonlight, the battlefield was bathed in a silvery glow, as if veiled in a delicate shroud. Meanwhile, in the mist camp, lanterns blazed brightly. Inside one of the tents, 6 elite mist jonin sat together, awaiting the return of their 4 swordsmen. The mist swordsmen were infamous across the shinobi world, each a powerhouse in their own right, their skills rivaling those of Kaga-level fighters. With 4 of them dispatched to infiltrate the Konoha camp under the cover of night, even if the enemy had laid traps. The mist shinobi were confident in their safe return, along with the intelligence they sought. Tonight, the secrets of Konoha would be unveiled by the hidden mist. Even if the swordsmen failed to uncover Konoha's secrets, they would at least confirm the identity of the Kaga-level guardian stationed at the camp. Thus, the mood among the mist jonin was relaxed, so much so that they hadn't even deployed sensor shinobi for reconnaissance. I wonder how things are progressing now. Lord Raiga Kurasuki is a master of the hidden mist technique. Konoha must have been caught completely off guard. Haha. Perhaps the Kaga-level guardian has already been assassinated. That would minimize our losses. As laughter filled the tent, boom. The piercing sound of sonic booms suddenly approached from afar, rolling ominously over the hidden mist camp like thunderclaps. A violent gale erupted out of nowhere within the camp, causing all the tents to shudder violently as if divine retribution had descended. Before the shinobi of the hidden mist could even react, a bloodied corpse plummeted from the sky, crashing with terrifying precision into the tent where 6 elite mist jonin were gathered. Thud. Like a meteorite, the body smashed through the tent, overturning tables before finally slamming onto the ground. It was Dai Hong, a hidden mist chunin who had accompanied the 4 swordsmen on their night raid against the Konoha camp. The 6 elite Jonin scrambled back in alarm, their expressions freezing in horror as they recognized the mangled remains. The cheerful atmosphere shattered instantly. Their dispatched Chunin had returned as a corpse, hurled from the heavens. The sheer shock of the sight sent chills down their spines. This must be Konoha's doing. Did they counterattack our camp? Just as they snapped back to their senses and prepared to call for reinforcements, another shadow flashed before them. Thud. Thud. This time, 2 more bloodied corpses crashed down right at their feet. 2 more hidden Mist Chunin. The sight forced the words back down their throats, leaving their minds blank with disbelief. What in the world is happening? But it didn't end there. Thud. 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 3 more corpses rained from above. One even crushing an unlucky Jinin beneath it, sending him coughing blood. The dull impact reverberated like a hammer against the hearts of the 6 elite Jonin. An invisible dread began creeping through the entire hidden mist camp. Above them, the thunderous explosions continued, as if the gates of the underworld had been thrown open. Damn it! Where are the Sensornin? Scan the area, now? Have Konoha shinobi infiltrated us? Roared Tenmei, his eyes bloodshot, as if only sheer volume could suppress his rising terror. Yet before his voice even faded, thud, 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 thud. For more corpses smashed into the camp, toppling tents and sending waves of panic through the ranks. Temi-sama, we detect no intruders. I sense nothing either. Same here. The Sensornin stammered in panic, their voices trembling. And then thud, 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 thud. Corpse after corpse rained down, crashing into the camp like a macabre downpour. The mist shinobi stood frozen, their breaths stolen by the horror unfolding before them. A bone-deep chill surged from their feet straight to their minds. A rain of corpses. A literal rain of corpses. Moreover, they had all followed the Mist 7 swordsmen to launch a night raid on the Konoha camp's Chunin. Every single one of our Mist 20 Chunin is here now. Even Zhong Tianming, a seasoned shinobi who had weathered hundreds of missions, trembled faintly at this moment, rendered speechless alongside his 5 companions. 20 Chunin corpses, descending from the sky in such a manner. What, then, of the Mist legendary 7 swordsmen? Perhaps this was some unknown ninjutsu employed by Konoha shinobi, deliberately crafted to intimidate us, to shatter our morale. With Minato Namake's strength, eliminating these Chunin would not be difficult. The 4 swordsmen, surely they are unharmed. Zhong Tianming forced a strained smile onto his face, attempting to reassure himself. But before he could finish, boom. Another thunderous roar echoed above the camp as a dark figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly before him. His expression froze once more, his heart lurching violently. This time, the corpse that had fallen was none other than Raiga Kurisuke, one of the 7 swordsmen. The look of sheer unwillingness etched onto Raiga's lifeless face reflected in the widened eyes of every onlooker, leaving them utterly aghast. Even Raiga Kurisuke, one of the 7 swordsmen, had been slain. How was this possible? This was a near-Kaga-level shinobi. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more shadows descended from the sky, landing before them with crushing finality. Kushimaru Kuriarare, Jinin Akabino, and Jinpachi Munashi, the remaining 3 swordsmen. The mist camp fell into an eerie silence, as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, stifling all sound, even their very breath. Long after the thunderous echoes had faded, the mist camp remained deathly still, its occupants petrified, unable to process the horror before them. Retreat. Fall back 10 miles now, and send word to the Mizukage at once. After what felt like an eternity, Zhong Tianming's voice finally shattered the silence, hoarse and desperate. Every shinobi dispatched to raid Konoha's camp had been annihilated in mere moments, just like the earlier squad, their corpses callously hurled back. This was no mere feat of a Kaga-level shinobi. Fear, a terror unlike anything he had ever known, gripped Zhong Tianming, chilling him to the bone. Konoha's camp was not just mysterious, it was utterly, horrifyingly unfathomable. He wished only to flee as far as possible. Zhong Tianming's command broke the suffocating stillness, sending the mist shinobi into a frenzied scramble. Even they recognized this as the most prudent decision he had ever made. Soon, under the cover of night, the mist forces withdrew 10 miles before daring to regroup. From then on, they would not act without orders from the 3rd Mizukage. They really did retreat. Atop a distant peak, Minato Namikaze observed the mist camp's movements, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though the toll of multiple soldier pills weighed heavily upon him, he had pushed through, gathering intelligence despite the strain. Lin Tian's terrifying methods had indeed struck fear into the hearts of the Mist ninjas, likely deterring them from any further attacks. Hopefully, the next fortnight would pass peacefully. After all, he knew that with Lin Tian's arrogance, he probably couldn't be bothered to intervene in the war between Konoha and the hidden Mist village. Swish. Namake's Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting back to Konoha's camp. 5 more days slipped by. During this time, the side effects of the medicinal pills taken by Konoha's shinobi had subsided, and they resumed their usual vigilance, strictly prohibiting anyone from disturbing Lin Tian's secluded cultivation. As they had speculated, the Mist Ninjas remained inactive, seemingly abandoning their offensive and even beginning to withdraw, a development that brought them some relief. At the same time, they privately wondered, if Lin Tian already knew where the Poria Coco's grass was, why did he insist on staying on the battlefield for another month? Within Konoha's camp, Mikoto remained as diligent as ever. In addition to tending to Lin Tian's daily needs, she devoted herself to rigorous training. The foundation-building elixir Lin Tian had prepared for her contained potent medicinal properties, accelerating her chakra refinement at an astonishing rate. Inside a tent, Mikoto sat immersed in the elixir, her body absorbing its essence as Lin Tian channeled a surge of Do Qi to suppress its volatile energy. Your strength is still too weak, Lin Tian remarked before turning to leave for his own meditation. Lord Lin Tian, why are you helping me train? Mikoto gazed at his retreating figure, her lips trembling slightly as she mustered the courage to ask, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. This was a question she had long wanted to voice but had never dared to. Because this emperor finds your perseverance commendable. With proper guidance, you may prove useful in the future, Lin Tian paused, answering indifferently. As the heavenly emperor, those he had taken under his wing in the Dochi continent were all individuals of extraordinary willpower. Though their innate talents might have been ordinary under his tutelage, they had soared to unparalleled heights, becoming peerless powerhouses. Mikoto's relentless dedication within the camp had stirred something within him, evoking memories of his past in the Dochi continent, hence his decision to intervene. So, it was just that after all. I really was overthinking things. Hearing his response, Mikoto's delicate face paled. Mist gathered in her eyes, unshed tears glistening as a deep sense of loss settled in her heart, her last shred of fantasy shattered. Of course, someone like Lord Lin Tian could have any woman he desired. Why would he ever take interest in someone as ordinary as me? Ah, so my answer displeases you? At that moment, Lin Tian turned leisurely, his gaze lingering on Mikoto's figure submerged in the emerald elixir. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips, the alluring curves of her body, the delicate contours veiled yet faintly visible beneath the shimmering liquid, all reflected in the depths of his eyes. And no, not at all. Suppressing the ache in her heart, Mikoto quickly shook her head. Under Lin Tian's scorching gaze, her heart fluttered like a startled deer. Involuntarily recalling the day's scene, Lord Lin Tian, I must apologize for that day. That day? Hearing this, a smoldering intensity ignited within the depths of Lin Tian's profound eyes. With a mere lift of his hand, a surge of spatial energy swirled forth, eliciting a startled gasp from Mikoto as ripples danced around her. Her body, unclothed and vulnerable, was lifted effortlessly from the pit, drifting toward him. Lord Lin Tian. I. Mikoto's mind blanked, her face burning with embarrassment. Stripped bare before him, she instinctively attempted to shield herself with trembling hands, though her slender, alluring figure remained impossible to conceal. Before she could gather her thoughts, she found herself enveloped in a familiar, formidable embrace, so tight it nearly stole her breath. Are you referring to that day, when you played with fire? Lin Tian's deep voice resonated in her ears, sending a shiver through her heart. Played with fire? Your fire, Lord Lin Tian. Raising her gaze to meet his, Mikoto saw the blazing intensity within his dark eyes. Slowly, her hands lowered, bearing herself completely before him. Lord Lin Tian, if you harbor flames within you, I willingly offer myself to quench them. With newfound courage, her lips parted, exhaling fragrant breath as she spoke these words. Simultaneously, her delicate arms reached out, encircling his neck, an unprecedented act of boldness, driven purely by instinct. For she sensed this might be the beginning of an unbreakable bond between them. From the moment she encountered Lin Tian, she had felt herself plunging into an abyss, unable and unwilling to escape. Though he had shown no overt affection, she found solace in this state, preferring it to future regrets. Even if it left her scarred, she would embrace it willingly. Beneath her gentle exterior lay an unyielding resolve, one that had drawn her to Kushina as a kindred spirit. Lin Tian, his long hair cascading freely, studied the woman in his arms, his blood simmering with restrained fervor. His dominant hand explored the breathtaking landscape before him. A soft whimper escaped Mikoto as overwhelming sensations coursed through her, igniting a heat that painted her fair skin in rosy hues, like blossoms unfurling. Trembling yet resolute, she bit her lip, surrendering to the waves of passion. As emotions overwhelmed her, Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the storm within. With a dark chuckle, Lin Tian swept her into his arms, carrying her toward the waiting bed. Soon, the tent was alive with fervent motion, brimming with the warmth of spring. Lord Uchiha's visit to Makoto's tent seemed unusually prolonged this time. Outside the Konoha encampment, Minato Namikaze cast a fleeting glance toward Makoto's quarters, his brow furrowing slightly. He had long accepted his inferiority to Lord Uchiha and relinquished any claim to Kushina Izumaki, genuinely wishing for her happiness with him. Yet now, as Lord Uchiha remained secluded with Makoto for an extended duration, Minato couldn't suppress a twinge of discontent. A lone man and an unmarried woman, confined together in intimate quarters, especially considering Makoto's well-known admiration for Lord Uchiha. What might transpire between them? Minato, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Even Kushina hasn't voiced any objections. What grounds have you for complaint? Shinichi Sarutobi, arriving for guard rotation, placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and continued philosophically. For a shinobi of Lord Uchiha's caliber, what beauty in the ninja world wouldn't be within his grasp? This is but natural, more so when both parties are willing. If anything, Makoto being a distant relative of the Uchiha clan suggests their family stands to benefit greatly from this union. Minato blinked, then shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, how could ordinary standards apply to someone of Lord Uchiha's transcendent power? With a swift shunshin, Minato departed the camp. Though reconnaissance confirmed the gradual retreat of Kirigakure forces, vigilance remained imperative until Konoha's reinforcements arrived. As dusk painted the sky, Lord Uchiha finally emerged from Makoto's tent with characteristic composure, eliciting knowing glances among the Konoha shinobi. In subsequent days, Makoto's absence from training sessions and shuriken practice, apparently due to physical constraints, only confirmed their suspicions. The revelation spread through the camp like wildfire. The Uchiha elders would surely erupt with excitement upon learning this news. In these times, even the most tenuous connection to Lord Uchiha could make Konoha's elite clamor for favor. A unanimous resolution crystallized among the shinobi. Henceforth, Makoto would receive deference surpassing even that accorded to the third Hokage. Though absent, Makoto's rapidly intensitating chakra fluctuations, soaring at a meteoric pace, left the camp's inhabitants awestruck. At this rate, she would soon possess chakra reserves rivaling AJ Nen's. As peaceful days flowed by, an unusual tranquility settled over the battlefield. Then, during meditation, Lord Uchiha's eyes snapped open. Twin pools of profound wisdom radiating brilliant light. The Tukaho herb has matured. Rising, he vanished instantaneously, materializing moments later amidst a secluded mountain forest. With a gesture, spatial restraints dissolved, revealing the familiar earthen mound where destiny awaited. Upon closer inspection, 2 dark wild grasses had grown remarkably taller on the earthen slope compared to a month ago, swaying in the wind and releasing an enchanting fragrance. The Poria Coco's herbs had just ripened. As medicinal catalysts, they needed immediate use lest their efficacy diminish and affect the quality of the Poria Azure elixir. Lin Tian plucked the 2 herbs midair, storing them in his spatial ring before returning to the Konoha camp. The Poria Azure elixir ranked among the finest even within the 8th-tier pills, demanding Lin Tian's undivided attention during this refinement. This emperor shall enter seclusion. Maintain vigilance and do not disturb me. His imperious and frigid voice resonated in the ears of every Konoha shinobi, sending a shiver down their spines as they instinctively turned toward the source. Yet all they glimpsed was Lin Tian's figure vanishing into the forest behind the camp. Stay alert. Secure the perimeter. With Lin Tian's command, neither Namikaze Minato nor Sarutobi Shinichiro dared lower their guard, swiftly organizing defensive measures. Though the mist forces had gradually withdrawn from the battlefield, their own numbers were insufficient. Any sudden crisis would be difficult to handle comprehensively. Boom. Not long after, a scorching wave surged from the forest behind the camp, accompanied by an intoxicating medicinal aroma. Could Lord Lin Tian be refining pills during his seclusion? The Konoha shinobi trembled inwardly, their eyes alight with yearning. I wonder what kind of pill he's crafting this time. Disaster strikes. At that moment, a panicked Konoha Nin, stationed at the front lines, rushed toward Minato and Shinichiro. The mist forces have returned. In this time, it seems the rock shinobi from the land of Earth are with them. What? Minato and Shinichiro's expressions darkened instantly. Not only had the mist army reappeared, but they had also allied with the rock forces. A dreadful premonition seized their hearts. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, both men dashed out of the camp. Minato, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, teleported to the battlefield's highest vantage point. Scanning the horizon, his pupils constricted. At the edge of his vision, two distinct shinobi armies advanced like tidal waves, their numbers exceeding 400. Damn it. So the Mist Village never truly retreated. They conspired with the Rock Village in secret. Gritting his teeth, Minato teleported back to relay the dire news. The Mist and Rock have joined forces? The Konoha shinobi felt their blood run cold. Among the 5 great nations, outright alliances were rare, even during wartime. Against the Mist alone, they might have stood a chance with the pills Lin Tian had bestowed upon Mikoto. But with the Rock now involved, how could they possibly resist? Everyone, take action immediately. We must not allow them to disturb Lord Lin Tian's alchemy. Our only goal is to hold out until Lord Lin Tian completes his pill refinement. Minato Namikaze glanced at the forest behind the camp and shouted decisively. Yes. The Konoha ninjas responded in unison, mobilizing swiftly to defend against the combined forces of the 2 great shinobi villages. Though the overwhelming presence of the enemy forces instilled a deep sense of crisis, not a single soul wavered in retreat. This was the direct order conveyed to them by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Konoha must seize every opportunity to earn Lord Lin Tian's favor. Moreover, once Lord Lin Tian emerges, what threat do the armies of 2 villages pose? Lord Lin Tian! Mikoto rushed out of the tent, her delicate face pale upon hearing the news. Without hesitation, she retrieved the pouch containing the pills Lord Lin Tian had casually tossed to her and distributed them among the Konoha shinobi. A tense, foreboding atmosphere, thick as an impending storm, spread across the battlefield. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains 20 miles from the Konoha camp, the forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure advanced rapidly. Lord Tenmei, our scouts have confirmed, there are no Konoha reinforcements nearby. Their camp lies just 20 miles ahead. A Kirigakure censornin reported urgently. Excellent. Tenmei, an elite jonin of Kirigakure, waved his hand. Continue the advance. He then dashed toward 2 towering figures at the heart of the army. Lord Hiruzen, Lord Saisui. The Konoha camp is 20 miles ahead. The 2 middle-aged shinobi, one bearing Kirigakure's forehead protector, the other Iwagakure's, exuded an oppressive aura with every movement. Their eyes gleamed with sharp anticipation. Konoha's secrets will soon be ours. Today we shall uncover the identity of the mysterious powerhouse stationed in their camp. Increase the pace. Greed flickered across their faces as they exchanged glances. Watching their retreating figures, Tenmei allowed a faint smile to surface. Saisui, though officially an elite jonin of Kirigakure, his true strength rivaled that of a Kage. Hiruzen, an elite jonin of Iwagakure, wielded a Kekkei Genkai, placing him on par with genuine Kage-level combatants. Ever since Kirigakure's 4 swordsmen had launched their failed night raid on Konoha's camp, only to be returned as corpses, the allied forces had withdrawn 10 miles. Reporting the incident to the 3rd Mizukage while covertly gathering intelligence. Yet, according to their intel, Konoha's forces remained unchanged, still just 10 shinobi, with no reinforcements in sight. The 3rd Mizukage was utterly shaken. On this battlefield, Konoha's strongest, Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi's son, were merely elite jonin. How had they achieved such a feat? Was this Konoha's hidden secret? Driven by insatiable ambition, the 3rd Mizukage ultimately issued the order, advance and crush Konoha's camp. However, considering the potential heavy losses of confronting Konoha alone, they decided to share intelligence about the Leaf Village with Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. The Tsuchikage immediately mobilized frontline forces alongside Koku, merging with Kirigakure's army. Their earlier withdrawals from the battlefield had merely been a feint to lull Konoha into complacency before launching a decisive assault, today being the chosen day of attack. Both sides had deployed Kage-level combatants alongside numerous elite shinobi, confident in their ability to overwhelm Konoha's defenses and uncover its secrets. Advancing relentlessly across the battlefield, within 2 hours, the combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure caught sight of Konoha's encampment in the distance. Then, the Kage-level warriors swayed on from Kirigakure and Iwagakure's Koku narrowed their eyes toward the forest behind Konoha's camp. A colossal emerald pillar of light erupted skyward, piercing the clouds. A fragrant aroma billowed forth, permeating the battlefield. With just a single breath, every pore in their bodies seemed to awaken, their chakras subtly surging. Miraculous. Exhilarating. An unprecedented sensation spread through the shinobi of both villages. This must be Konoha's secret. After the initial shock, greed flickered in Koku's eyes. The very reason Iwagakure had set aside its grievances to ally with Kirigakure was the sheer magnitude of Konoha's hidden power. The Third Shinobi War's localized conflicts had already drawn their attention, with Konoha producing extraordinary warriors like the 4 monsters of the Leaf. Even without Kirigakure's shared intelligence, Iwagakure would have investigated soon enough. Suten's gaze mirrored that avarice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, figures materialized Konoha's 10, led by Minato Namikaze, Shinosuke Sarutobi, and Mikoto. Charging forth in unison. Barring the path of the allied forces, the 10 erupted with overwhelming chakra, stirring dust from the earth. What? Kaga-level chakra fluctuations. Suetun and Koku froze, stunned by the sheer intensity radiating from Minato and Shinosuke. Though renowned on the battlefield as elite jonin, Minato, the Yellow Flash, and Shinosuke, when had they ascended to Kaga level? Why had no intelligence forewarned them? And beyond those two, 5 others among the 10 emitted jonin level chakra. Not another step. With Minato and Shinosuke at the helm, the 10 roared, surging toward the allied forces. Hands blurred in rapid seals as they prepared their assault. At this critical juncture, there was no need for superfluous words, only to muster every ounce of strength to hold back the allied forces of the 2 great shinobi villages. Buying time until Lin Tian succeeded in refining the medicinal pills. Within Konoha, Lin Tian had repeatedly undertaken the alchemical process, each time causing tremendous disturbances. Yet the duration was never excessively prolonged. Don't slaughter them all, capture one alive. They must harbor Konoha's secrets. Suetun and Kek-gon exchanged glances before their eyes simultaneously fell upon the dense forest behind the Konoha encampment, from which surged a towering emerald pillar of light. The fact that Konoha's 10 shinobi charged forth despite such overwhelming numerical disadvantage could only mean they were guarding something within that forest. What could possibly lie hidden there? Understood. Shinobi from both villages surged forward, clashing violently with Konoha's 10. Boom. The battle erupted instantly, Konoha's elite against the combined might of 2 great forces. Doton, Gamen Kai. Doton, Ganseki no Jutsu. Doton, Ganchar. Sarutobi Shinosuke's hands blurred through seals before slamming onto the earth. The ground trembled as formidable earth-style techniques erupted, annihilating 8 or 9 IWA and Kiri Ch Nin in an instant. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash, moved with lethal grace, his flying thunder god technique marking enemies like a reaper claiming souls. Yet, despite their prowess, Suetun and Kek-gon were no lesser adversaries. Shikuten, Kek-gon, though merely an elite Nin of a Wagakure, exuded an eerie, inexplicable aura, without forming a single seal. His fist struck a Konoha shinobi, one whose chakra had been forcibly elevated to Nin level through pills, sending the man flying. The victim's agonized scream was cut short as his body withered grotesquely, moisture evaporating at a horrifying pace until nothing remained but a desiccated husk. Kekkei Genkai. Both Minato and Shinosuke tensed. They recognized it. This Nin, Kek-gon, wielded a bloodline limit. His power was unmistakably Kaga level, and Suetun of Kirigakure was no less terrifying. His chakra equally formidable. With a single strike, 2 Konoha shinobi fell lifeless. The combined forces of Kiri and IWA numbered well over 400. With 2 Kaga-level combatants leading the assault, Konoha's ordinary shinobi stood little chance. 3 perished almost immediately. Forced to redirect their focus, Minato and Shinosuke engaged the 2 monstrous foes, granting their remaining comrades a fleeting respite. Each Konoha shinobi clenched multiple pills between their teeth. The moment one's effects waned, another was swallowed, forcing their chakra to surge, sustaining their desperate defense against the relentless onslaught. This was a battle with no retreat. All they could do was endure until Lin Tian emerged. Yet even so, the allied forces pressed forward, their advance inexorable. Within moments, 2 more Konoha warriors fell. Has Lord Lin Tian not yet succeeded? Mikoto's gaze darted anxiously toward the forest behind the encampment. Lord Lin Tian. Hearing Mikoto's words, both Zuoshue and Behu Lai, who were engaged in battle with Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinosuke, had subtle shifts in their expressions. Was this Lin Tian the person these Konoha shinobi were willing to defend with their lives? Could he be Konoha's secret? At this thought, the 2 formidable warriors grew excited, their attacks becoming even more ferocious, forcing Minato and Shinosuke to retreat. The allied forces of the 2 villages once again surrounded and overwhelmed the 2 Konoha shinobi. Only Minato, Shinosuke, and Mikoto remained, desperately holding back the relentless tide, teetering on the brink of collapse. Though Mikoto had made rapid progress and bolstered her chakra with elixirs, she was still no match for the savage onslaught, her strength nearly spent. The secret of Konoha must lie within that forest. Show no mercy, kill them, then advance, Zuoshue commanded coldly. Seeing the Konoha shinobi guarding the forest despite their hopeless disadvantage, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. What kind of person could inspire such unwavering loyalty? Boom. With Zuoshue's order, the allied forces, who had hitherto held back, unleashed their full might. As they intensified their assault on Makoto, they surged toward the forest. Humph! Who dares disturb Lord Lin Tian? Fire release! Majestic dragon flame! Just as Makoto paled in alarm, a resonant voice rang out. A colossal fire dragon materialized, its scorching waves devouring a dozen mist shinobi. TCH, Uchiha Fugaku, you arrived rather quickly. Eager to curry favor with Lord Lin Tian, are we? Almost simultaneously, another voice echoed through the battlefield. 8 trigram 64 palms. Crash! A surge of violent chakra erupted, sending a dozen rock shinobi flying. Uchiha clan, Hijie clan, Zuishue and Beihulai stiffened, utterly stunned. Who the hell is Lin Tian? To think even Konoha's Uchiha and Hijie clans would rush to the battlefield for him. Uchiha Fugaku, Hijie Hayashi, weren't you both supposedly on missions outside the village? What brings you to Lord Lin Tian's side? Another icy voice cut through the chaos as a colossal demonic ape descended from the sky, crushing swathes of mist and rock shinobi beneath its weight. At this moment, the enemy forces froze in disbelief. No way. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has come personally? Just who is this Lin Tian? The mist and rock shinobi turned to see a contingent of Konoha warriors, their forehead protectors gleaming, carving through their ranks. Among them, a tall young man with crimson eyes, 3 tomos spinning wildly, stood out starkly, as if no jutsu or attack could escape his sight. Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Beside him, 3 elite Uchiha Jonin moved with terrifying prowess, dominating the battlefield with effortless supremacy. In addition, Hyuga Hizashi, with his pure white eyes and flowing long hair, led 3 other Hyuga clansmen. Utilizing the Byakugan alongside the Hyuga gentle fist style, their prowess was formidable, sending numerous mist and stone shinobi flying. The most astonishing sight, however, was the summoned Enma, the Monkey King, transforming into a massive golden staff wielded by a single figure, sweeping through the battlefield with devastating force. This figure not only displayed immense taijutsu mastery, but also unleashed an endless array of powerful ninjutsu, unmistakably revealing his identity, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Accompanied by 5 masked ANBU operatives, Hiruzen joined the fray. The elite Jonin of the Mist and Stone forces scrambled to counterattack, their faces twisted in shock and fury. The title of Kage was one of only 5 in the entire shinobi world, representing not just overwhelming strength but also supreme authority. In times of war, the Kage typically commanded from the rear, strategizing and directing forces rather than plunging into the battlefield. Yet here was Hiruzen, personally leading the charge. Moreover, Konoha stood as the most powerful village in the shinobi world, home to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, both possessing legendary dojutsu Kekkei Jinkai. Though their relations with Konoha's leadership were strained, a poorly kept secret across the lands. Now their clan heads had taken to the battlefield alongside Hiruzen, all for the sake of a man named Lin Tian. Konoha's elite and leadership had mobilized in full force. This was sheer madness. Damn it. Just who is this Lord Lin Tian they speak of? Zabuza and Haydn trembled inwardly. Hiruzen, renowned as the Professor, was a master of countless jutsu and currently at the peak of his prime. Facing him alone was daunting enough. But now they also had to contend with the heads of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Whether these two had officially reached Kage-level chakra reserves was uncertain. But with their dojutsu, their combat prowess was undeniably on par with the Kage. Adding to their woes, Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Shinizuke, both Kage-level combatants, were already engaged with them, shattering any advantage they might have held. Hokage-sama, father, Makoto, Minato, and Shinizuke cried out in exhilaration. They were stunned. After sending word back to the village, they never expected reinforcements of this caliber, small in number, yet each a force to be reckoned with. Hold the line at all costs. Do not let the mist or stone shinobi disturb Lord Lin Tian. Hiruzen roared, golden staff in hand, his gaze sweeping toward the distant forest. Upon learning of Lin Tian's presence on the battlefield and the Mist's forces stirring, how could he remain idle? He knew these shinobi posed no threat to Lin Tian, but the chance to prove himself before such a figure was not one he would pass up. Thus, he had rushed here personally, arriving just in time. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would beat him to the battlefield. Under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the elite shinobi of Konoha surged forth like a razor-sharp blade, cleaving through the combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure, scattering their ranks and alleviating the pressure on Uchiha Makoto and her comrades. Were it not for the overwhelming numbers of the Mist and Stone armies, which exceeded 400, the battle would have already concluded. This cannot continue. Our allied forces are sustaining heavy losses. We must act swiftly, growled Azuki, his voice laced with urgency. Zuoshui, deploy your Jinchuriki. We will hold off Konoha while the tailed beast host leads the breakthrough. Zuoshui, locked in fierce combat with Namikaze Minato, darkened at the command but gave a subtle nod to Zhang Tianming, an elite Kirigakure Jainin nearby. Understanding the unspoken order, Zhang Tianming vanished in a flicker of Shunshin, slipping away toward the rear of the battlefield amidst the chaos. Kirigakure had mobilized not only a vast contingent of elite shinobi but also brought forth their ultimate weapon, the Jinchuriki, in pursuit of Konoha's secrets. Boom. Not long after, a wave of terrifying, destructive chakra rippled across the battlefield, sending a jolt of alarm through Sarutobi and his forces. Their eyes snapped toward the source, a figure wreathed in crimson chakra, streaking toward the fray like a blazing arrow. Thud. 3 elite Uchiha Jainin were sent flying, caught off guard by the monstrous force. Behind the rampaging Jinchuriki, 5 Kirigakure elites followed in swift pursuit. Damn it, it's the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi's heart clenched as he realized the beast's trajectory, straight toward the forest behind Konoha's camp. Their entire purpose here was to prove themselves before Lin Tian. And now, of all times, he was refining elixirs, a process he despised being interrupted. If the Kirigakure forces breached the forest, their efforts would be in vain. Roar. Just as Sarutobi prepared to intercept, another deafening roar shook the battlefield, a tidal wave of malevolent chakra saturating the air. This chakra, the Ninetales? Konoha's forces stiffened in recognition. Sure enough, a crimson-haired figure streaked across the battlefield, her blazing aura halting the Three-Tails Jinchuriki in its tracks. Beside her stood 3 others, 2 smaller figures flanking a larger one. Who dares disturb Lord Lin Tian? Have you lost the will to live? The voice thundered across the battlefield, and Hizuki and Zuoshui's faces twisted in disbelief. Even the 4 monsters of Konoha have come for Lin Tian. The mist and stone shinobi trembled. The 4 monsters had risen to prominence in recent skirmishes, their potential limitless. Though not all had reached Kaga-level strength, their abilities were nothing short of terrifying. For instance, the wood-release Kekkei Genkai exclusive to Hashirama Senju, or the perfect control over the Nine-Tails chakra as a Jinchuriki, or even the prodigious taijutsu mastery of a young Might Dai. From any perspective, it's highly plausible that the 4 oddities of Konoha could all ascend to Kaga level, or even surpass it in the future. Daring to disturb Uncle Lin Tian with so many people, I won't forgive you. Kurama, lend me your power. Uzumaki Kushina glared at the partially transformed Three-Tails Jinchuriki before her and let out a fierce cry. The 4 oddities of Konoha had left the village to gather medicinal herbs for Lin Tian. Upon receiving urgent intel from the village, they rushed back immediately. Now, the scent of herbs wafted through the forest. How could they not realize Lin Tian was refining elixirs? Very well. Kurama's voice resonated within Kushina. In an instant, whoosh. Like a surging tide, the Nine-Tails chakra enveloped her petite frame, swiftly weaving behind her into the colossal form of a 9-tailed fox. Its frigid gaze locked onto the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. The 5 elite Kirinin following the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, poised to breach the forest, recoiled violently under the overwhelming chakra pressure, their eyes wide with disbelief. By the heavens! Uzumaki Kushina has harnessed the Nine-Tails chakra to such an extent. This is undoubtedly Kaga-level power. Controlling tailed beast chakra was one thing. Wielding it with such mastery was another entirely. Their own Three-Tails Jinchuriki paled in comparison. Boom. With another battle cry, Kushina lunged forward. The massive Nine-Tails phantom slammed into the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, sending him flying, utterly outmatched. You will not disturb Lord Lin Tian. Would release. Piercing Thorn's technique? A youthful voice rang out as potent chakra surged skyward. The earth trembled, and wooden spikes erupted from the ground, impaling a dozen Kiri and IWA shinobi. Scalding blood spilled forth. It was Tenzo of the 4 oddities. His childlike face burned with fury as he channeled immense life force into his wood release. The agonized screams struck the allied forces like lightning, leaving them frozen in terror. Impossible. This boy, barely 8 years old, radiates chakra nearing Jonin level. Might Dai, fighting alongside Tenzo, was no less formidable. His peerless taijutsu allowed him to challenge Jonin despite his youth. 8 gates released formation. Gate of view, open. A booming declaration echoed as Might Dai's chakra materialized, propelling him into the fray like an unstoppable force. Thanks to the nourishment of Lin Tian's elixirs, Might Dai could now effortlessly activate the 8 inner gates up to the gate of view, sustaining it for a considerable duration. The overwhelming surge of chakra sent shivers down the spines of the mist and stone shinobi, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Another Kage-level powerhouse. Counting those enhanced by the elixirs, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Shinnosuke, and Uzumaki Kushina, who could harness the Ninetales chakra, the Leaf alone boasted 7 Kage-level warriors. How many such figures existed across the entire shinobi world? Yet here stood 7 from Konoha, all deployed on the battlefield. How could anyone hope to contend? The recent skirmishes had erupted precisely because Konoha lost 2 of its Kage-level elites, the White Fang and Shimura Dans, leaving them seemingly weakened. But now, the opposite was evident. Konoha appeared mightier than ever. These 7 titanic figures stood like unshakable mountains, crushing the mist and stone's ambitions to breach the forest. Clearly, this surge of power stemmed from that enigmatic figure, Lin Tian. Why else would Konoha mobilize all its strength for him? The mist's Wushui and the stone's Beihuli shared this realization, their gazes drifting toward the distant forest. Above it, storm clouds churned, lightning flickering with divine wrath, while an intoxicating fragrance thickened the air. Retreat. The order echoed simultaneously from both commanders. The situation was undeniable. Despite outnumbering the Leaf with over 400 shinobi, the presence of 7 Kage-level opponents rendered victory implausible. Even their three-tails Jinchuriki, attempting a desperate charge, had been thwarted by Kushina. Their plan had failed utterly. Why spill more blood in vain? Relieved, the mist and stone forces withdrew, leaving behind 70 corpses as elite J-Nin covered their retreat. Though they couldn't break Konoha's line, disengaging posed no issue. The Leaf shinobi halted pursuit, knowing annihilation was impractical. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens roared. The earth quaked violently. Pebbles, grass, corpses, and kunai defied gravity, lifting into the air. A suffocating, primordial aura erupted from the forest, engulfing the battlefield like the awakening of something monstrous. You are too loud. The voice, resonant as celestial judgment, rolled across the battlefield, freezing every shinobi in terror. Primordial fear surged from the depths of their souls, spreading through their entire beings, making their hearts tremble with dread. That sound, it unmistakably came from the direction of the forest. By the heavens, why does my body feel so heavy? I can't move either. It's as if my limbs are weighed down. The allied forces of the hidden mist and hidden stone shivered in terror, their bodies stiffening as though trapped in quicksand. Even the 2 Kage-level powerhouses, Mizukage and Tsuchikage, were no exception. As they cautiously turned their heads, their pupils contracted violently. The dark clouds and lightning that had shrouded the forest had vanished. In their place, a colossal beam of energy pierced through the heavens, connecting sky and earth, churning the very fabric of the atmosphere. A suffocating, overwhelming presence swept across the battlefield. Then, from within that radiant pillar, a figure emerged, a man clad in flowing white robes, his dark hair cascading freely. His eyes, deep and luminous, gleamed with divine light, as though a deity had awakened and descended upon the mortal realm. Loose stones and lifeless bodies, defying gravity, orbited around him like celestial bodies drawn to a star, amplifying his majestic aura. Is that the Lord Lin Tian the Leaf shinobi spoke of? He can fly. The Mizukage of the hidden mist and the Tsuchikage of the stone wore expressions of utter shock, though no trace of chakra emanated from this figure. The sheer magnitude of his presence eclipsed it entirely, pressing upon their chests like an insurmountable mountain, stealing their breath away. Compared to Lin Tian, they were mere mortals gazing up at an untouchable god. What manner of being is this? Lord Lin Tian. The Leaf shinobi bowed in reverence, though their hearts quaked with awe. Their instincts screamed that the man before them now seemed even more unfathomable than before. Hidden mist, hidden stone. A glacial light flickered in Lin Tian's otherwise serene eyes. The petty wars of the shinobi world had never concerned him. He had always observed from above, disinterested. But today, as he refined the supreme Poria Azure elixir, the clamor of battle had invaded his sanctuary. Worse still, the mist and stone forces had dared to encroach upon the forest, even attempting to breach it with the three-tails Jinchuriki. The Poria Azure elixir was a pinnacle-grade 8th-tier pill, and he possessed only one set of ingredients. Failure was not an option. These insignificant ants dare to provoke an emperor? A cold smirk curled Lin Tian's lips. The floating debris around him disintegrated into dust, scattering like ashes in the wind. The Leaf shinobi shuddered, casting pitying glances at the mist and stone armies. Lord Lin Tian sounds displeased. In an instant, whoosh. In the next instant, Lin Tian's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear right beside Uzumaki Kushina. What? The combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure were utterly stunned. What kind of speed was this? Uncle Lin Tian. Uzumaki Kushina's face lit up with exhilaration. Within her, the Ninetales instantly suppressed all its chakra, cowering in terror. The last encounter with Lin Tian had left it psychologically scarred. Looks like the Three Tails Aisabu is about to have a bad time, the Nine Tails thought with malicious glee. This QB. Inside its Jinchuriki. The Three Tails Aisabu sensed the Nine Tails trembling uncontrollably and was utterly bewildered. The tailed beasts were all creatures of immense brutality, harboring deep hatred toward humans. Among them, Kurama, with the most chakra, also bore the greatest malice. How could it be reduced to such fear? Could it be because of Lin Tian? At that moment, Lin Tian raised a single finger, pointing toward the partially transformed Three Tails Jinchuriki. The air rippled as if space itself trembled. Thud, before the horrified eyes of all. The Jinchuriki's body exploded without even a chance to resist, flesh and blood scattering across the battlefield. Roar. A deafening bellow shook the earth as an overwhelming surge of tailed beast chakra erupted, forming a colossal figure that crashed onto the battlefield. A savage aura rolled outward like a tidal wave. There it stood, a monstrous gray turtle with 3 lobster-like tails, its body studded with jagged horns, patches of crimson flesh exposed. Its right eye tightly shut. Its low, rumbling growl brimmed with exhilaration. By the heavens, the Three Tails has been unleashed. The Kirigakure shinobi paled in horror. Ever since the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had distributed the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations, their village had expended tremendous effort to seal Aisabu within a Jinchuriki. Fine then. Let the Three Tails deal with this freak while we make our escape. Zabuza and H-Key shared the same thought, their instincts screaming at them to flee the battlefield immediately. Ha! I'm free at last. Aisabu roared with manic joy, drunk on liberation. You wretched humans, as thanks, I'll send you straight to hell. Before it could finish, boom. A crushing force of spatial energy engulfed the beast, lifting its massive body into the air as if it weighed nothing. What? Terror seized Aisabu as it thrashed wildly. But its struggles were futile, like an ant trying to topple a mountain. Instead, its gargantuan form was dragged inexorably toward the battlefield. The Kirigakure and Iwagakure forces could only gape as the Three Tails' colossal frame blotted out the sky above them, casting a monstrous shadow before crashing down with earth-shaking force. A tempest howled across the battlefield as Aisabu's titanic form loomed overhead, an unstoppable force of nature suspended above the armies, a harbinger of annihilation. Lin Tian successfully refined the Poria Coco's blue elixir, and upon consuming it, his strength surged back to the 6-star Dozun level. His mastery over spatial energy expanded exponentially, making it effortless to restrain the Three Tails' colossal form with spatial force. The mere chakra of a Three Tails was no match for him. Lin Tian stood majestically against the heavens, his long black hair dancing in the wind like a deity descending from the divine realm. His deep, icy eyes radiated an unfeeling dominance. With a mere flick of his wrist, boom. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the Three Tails' massive body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the earth with devastating force. The resulting shockwave roared across the battlefield, shaking the very foundations of the land. The deafening impact sent tremors through the earth, while billowing dust clouds blotted out the sky. As the dust gradually settled, the Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and others widened their eyes in disbelief. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the Three Tails' furious roars. The impact had left the beast dazed, its colossal form embedded in a newly formed crater. Deep fissures spider-webbed outward, and beneath its body, crimson blood pooled into a gruesome river, the metallic stench thick in the air. The Konoha shinobi trembled, their lips twitching in shock. Tailed beasts, revered as instruments of war due to their immense chakra, had now been reduced to mere tools, blunt weapons in Lin Tian's hands. This godlike display shattered their understanding of power. A single strike had obliterated at least 40 to 50 IWA and Kiri shinobi. Those who narrowly escaped the impact were thrown to the ground by the aftershocks, their faces drained of color, paralyzed by terror. Too strong far beyond, even Kaga-level Mizukage-level shinobi, Sueshue of Kirigakure, wiped the still warm blood of his comrades from his face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A profound sense of helplessness consumed him. For the first time, he realized, allying with Iwagakure to wage this war had been a grave mistake. They had provoked someone they should never have crossed. Hubei Lai of Iwagakure shared the same regret, his fury directed at Sueshue. Had it not been for Kirigakure's instigation, would they have fallen into such ruin? Boom. At that moment, Lin Tian, hovering midair, raised his palm once more. Simultaneously, the Three Tails' gargantuan body was seized again by overwhelming spatial energy, lifted high above the combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure. Not good. Everyone, unleash your jutsu. Block his attack. Sueshue and Hubei Lai scrambled to their feet, shouting in desperation. It was clear this was only the beginning. This man named Lin Tian continued to wield the body of the three-tailed Aisabu to suppress them. Upon hearing the voices of these two individuals, the shinobi from both major hidden villages snapped into action, a shadow of death looming over their hearts. They immediately unleashed all their chakra, their hands weaving intricate seals with lightning speed, activating their ninjutsu. At this moment, escape was no longer an option. Their only choice was to resist Lin Tian's merciless assault with their techniques. Originally, the combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure numbered over 400 shinobi. After relentless battles, their numbers had dwindled to around 300. Now, as they simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, the spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. How dare fireflies challenge the brilliance of the moon? A cold smirk curled on Lin Tian's lips as he swung his hand downward once more. The colossal form of the three-tailed Aisabu plummeted like a meteorite once again. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Earth release, Earth-style return. Earth release, Earth spear. At this moment, the Iwagakure shinobi all formed seals, unleashing defensive ninjutsu. The earth surged and coalesced into towering earthen barriers, densely interwoven, shielding their figures completely. Water release, violent water wave. Water release, water wall. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Led by Mizu of Kirigakure, the Mist Shinobi unleashed their techniques. Surging waves erupted from thin air, cascading like waterfalls above them. Among them, S-rank and A-rank offensive jutsu took the form of roaring water dragons, charging toward the descending three-tailed Aisabu. The combined forces of the two great hidden villages, united in purpose, unleashed their ninjutsu in a desperate attempt to withstand Lin Tian's onslaught. This was a war, Lin Tian alone against the alliance of two great hidden villages. Roar. Their powerful technique struck the three-tailed Aisabu, eliciting a piercing shriek from the beast. Yet, none of it could halt the inexorable descent of its massive form. What were mighty ninjutsu or bloodline limits in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power? They were utterly insignificant. Boom. The water dragons and waterfalls evaporated instantly. The earthen walls crumbled into dust. The three-tailed Aisabu's gargantuan body crashed mercilessly onto the ground. The agonized screams drowned beneath the deafening impact. The earth trembled violently. As the billowing dust settled, a vast crater had been carved into the battlefield once more. This single strike had claimed the lives of at least 50 to 60 Kirigakure and Iwagakure shinobi, their bodies torn asunder in a gruesome spectacle. Even Mizu, a Kaga-level powerhouse of Kirigakure, had not been spared, crushed to death in an instant. A Kaga-level warrior, annihilated just like that. The remaining shinobi of Iwagakure and Kirigakure staggered back, collapsing to the ground in despair as they gazed upon the figure hovering in the sky. Before Lin Tian, they were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Every act of resistance, utterly futile. Boom. Once more, Lin Tian raised his hand, and the three-tailed Aisabu's colossal form ascended into the air, only to descend again in another devastating suppression. This was their doom. Boom. Boom. The battlefield quaked, the earth splitting apart beneath the relentless onslaught. The colossal form of the three-tailed Aisabu was repeatedly lifted into the air by Lin Tian before being hurled down upon the combined forces of the hidden mist and hidden stone, creating massive craters that scarred the earth like the aftermath of missile strikes. The deafening roar of destruction shook the heavens, leaving the shinobi of both villages utterly shattered in spirit. Their will to fight extinguished as they fled in desperate terror. Yet no matter how swiftly they ran, none could escape Lin Tian's merciless suppression. Agonized screams, desperate pleas for mercy, and the thunderous impacts of Aisabu's massive body colliding with the earth intertwined into a symphony of death, chilling the battlefield to its core. Lin Tian's expression remained as unreadable as still water, his eyelids not even flickering. Under this divine-like annihilation, all ninjutsu proved futile. Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin alike were crushed like insects, while even Kaga-level warriors met their end without leaving behind intact corpses. Squelch, squelch, flesh splattered, scalding blood staining the earth, forming rivulets that spread across the battlefield. A shriek tore through the air as a hidden stone shinobi was pulverized into the soil. His bloodline limit never given the chance to manifest before death claimed him. A gale held past, carrying the thick stench of blood, causing the Konoha shinobi to shudder, their nerves numbed by the sheer horror. Was this war? No, this was no war. This was slaughter. A one-sided massacre. Lin Tian alone had annihilated the entire allied forces of the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone. The scale of this loss would surely leave the Mizukage and Tsuchikage weeping in despair. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Fugaku Uchiha, and Hayashi Hyuga exchanged bitter smiles. Their rushed rescue attempt now seemed laughable in comparison. Did Lord Lin Tian even need their aid? Their desperate bid to earn favor had failed spectacularly. In just 2 minutes, over 300 shinobi from the allied forces had vanished, their shattered remains absorbed into the earth, leaving behind only a battlefield riddled with devastation. The Three-Tails Aisabu, battered into unconsciousness from repeated impacts, had already begun to dissipate, its chakra fading. Before succumbing to darkness, it finally understood why even the Nine Tails, the mightiest among them, had trembled in fear. Lin Tian was no mere man. He was a god, more terrifying than the legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Without sparing Aisabu a glance, Lin Tian flicked his wrist dismissively, hurling the immobilized beast away with spatial force like discarded trash, its massive form crashing through distant forests. Hiruzen, Fugaku, Hayashi, and Minato Namikaze twitched at the sight. Another tailed beast, cast aside so casually. Lord Lin Tian, Hiruzen began cautiously, though we arrived hastily. We did manage to gather some of the medicinal herbs you requested. The 4 eccentric figures of Konoha approached, each holding a cloth sack. Uncle Lin Tian. Uzumaki Kushina's delicate face broke into a radiant smile. Her sack was the largest and bulging the most, filled with an assortment of medicinal herbs. As she opened it, a rich, aromatic fragrance wafted out, a testament to her deep concern for Lin Tian's affairs. Lord Lin Tian, from now on, I can also gather herbs for you, Mikoto said, her voice tinged with exhaustion from the side effects of the elixirs, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. My strength has grown considerably now. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes lit up, and she quickly grasped her dear friend Mikoto's hand. Amidst the battle against the allied forces of the 2 great shinobi villages, she hadn't even noticed Mikoto's arrival. Lin Tian extended his spiritual senses and immediately discerned that these herbs could be used to concoct elixirs beneficial to the Konoha quartet, including the star-shattering pill. However, having already restored his strength to the 6-star Dozun level in one breath, he no longer required them. For instance, the Poria Coco's azure pill, such elixirs could only be consumed once. Any further intake would be futile. He needed higher-grade pills now. After a brief search through the vast repository of his mind, Lin Tian retrieved several 8th-tier pill recipes and identified the missing ingredients. Your current strength is still lacking. Follow me back now. This emperor shall temper you, he declared. Then, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he added, as for you, upon returning, immediately dispatch people to gather these herbs. With a surge of his immense spiritual power, Lin Tian imprinted the images of the required herbs directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Understood. I shall arrange it as soon as I return to the village, mobilizing both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans to assist in the search, Hiruzen replied. However, Lord Lin Tian, please bear with me. It will likely take over half a month for me to reach the village. We are currently at the border of the Land of Fire, after all. Unlike Lin Tian, who could traverse the skies effortlessly, Hiruzen had no such luxury. The journey from the village to this distant battlefield had already consumed half a month. Half a month? Lin Tian's voice was light, almost dismissive. This emperor shall carry you through the skies. It will take less than half a day. Carry us. Through the skies? The group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of his meaning. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Tian's body. Twin beams of mysterious energy shot into the heavens from his back, unfurling into colossal wings that blotted out the sky. The majestic silhouette was accompanied by the resonant cries of dragons and phoenixes, the wings of the heavenly demon phoenix clan. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mikoto had witnessed these wings before, the rest of the Konoha shinobi gasped in shock. As a 6-star Dozun, Lin Tian wielded formidable spatial manipulation. Channeling this power, he enveloped all the Konoha ninja present in an invisible force. With a single mighty beat of his wings, a tempestuous gale erupted beneath them, lifting the entire group into the heavens like a rock ascending to the celestial realm. Aha! Save for Mikoto, none of the Konoha shinobi had ever experienced such speed. Their terrified screams echoed across the boundless sky, lingering like an indelible mark upon the wind. Lin Tian soared through the skies with the majestic wings of the heavenly demon phoenix clan, harnessing formidable spatial energy to carry all the Konoha shinobi. Like a tempest, they traversed vast distances, and within mere hours, the bustling silhouette of Konoha village emerged on the horizon. With each powerful beat of his wings, violent gusts swept through the village, stirring dust and debris, sending tremors of alarm through the entire settlement. Amidst the turmoil of the shinobi world, Where conflicts among the 5 great villages had erupted and Kaga-level figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen had departed, Konoha remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Shinobi from the ANBU and the Uchiha clan's military police force rushed to the village gates, their nerves taut as they braced for an unknown threat. By the heavens, look! What is that? It's Lord Lin Tian, the Hokage, and Namikaze Minato, along with Sarutobi Shinosuke, straining against the howling winds. The ANBU and police forces lifted their gazes, their pupils contracting in shock. There, Lin Tian stood, his wings outstretched, exuding an aura of divine majesty as if a deity had descended upon Konoha. Relief washed over them as they realized it was no enemy. With a flick of his hand, Lin Tian released the Konoha shinobi, letting them descend from the skies, while he himself soared toward his stone fortress with a single powerful flap of his wings. Lord Lin Tian is terrifyingly powerful. Even seasoned figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hige Hizashi were left pale and breathless, struggling to process the sheer speed at which they had been transported from the front lines back to Konoha, all in less than half a day. Minato, Shinosuke, come. Lord Lin Tian has issued a new mission. I'll sketch the required medicinal herbs in the office. You two must locate them immediately, without pausing to rest. Hiruzen vanished in a flicker, leaving Minato and Shinosuke no choice but to follow in haste. That old fox Hiruzen, does he think he can complete Lord Lin Tian's mission alone? Not a chance. Fugaku and Hizashi, seething with irritation, immediately rallied their subordinates and gave chase, their frantic movements leaving the village guards utterly bewildered. Didn't Uncle Lin Tian mention something about tempering us? Uzumaki Kushina grinned at Might Dai, his son, and tense. Tempering? Doesn't that mean we'll get to spend a long time with Lin Tian? Lord Lin Tian, will you reignite the blazing passion of our youth once more? Might Dai clenched his fists, tears shimmering in his eyes as he stared fervently toward the stone fortress. The sight sent shivers down Kushina and Tenze's spines, prompting them to retreat hastily, leaving only a mortified Might Dai behind, too young to have inherited his father's eccentric exuberance. As the 4 eccentrics of Konoha hurried toward Lin Tian, Uchiha Makoto remained behind, watching quietly. She stood still, reminiscing about the events of the past month on the front lines. A satisfied smile graced her delicate features, radiant and breathtakingly beautiful, before she joyfully returned home. When Uzumaki Kushina and the others arrived outside Lin Tian's castle, he merely took the medicinal herbs they had gathered and then shut the door on them. Soon, the fragrance of brewing elixirs rose from within the castle. The skies darkened, thunder roared, yet the stone fortress remained utterly unshaken. Is Uncle Lin Tian refining pills for us? The sheer magnitude of the phenomenon left Uzumaki Kushina and the other 3 momentarily stunned, forcing them to wait patiently outside. Within a mere hour, the pill-induced lightning in the sky dissipated. A pill exuding an intense aura of vitality shot out from the stone fortress, soaring straight toward Tenzo, who instinctively caught it. You've managed to gather quite a few herbs this time. Tenzo, this is the limitless pill. If you can find the ingredients to refine 2 more of these in the future, consuming them will allow you to wield would release at the level of Hashirama Senju, perhaps even surpass it. A calm, indifferent voice echoed from within the castle. Might Dai was utterly dumbfounded, while Uzumaki Kushina widened her lovely eyes in shock. Would release at the level of Hashirama Senju? Hashirama Senju, who was he? The god of shinobi, a legend who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world with his terrifying Kekiai Jinkai, would release. Tales of his prowess still circulated throughout the lands. And Tenzo could reach that level? Whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, 2 more pills shot out from the castle, landing in the hands of Might Dai and his son. These pills, when consumed and diligently cultivated, will minimize the adverse effects of the 8 gates. The same detached voice spoke again, causing Might Dai's breathing to quicken with excitement. What about me, Uncle Lin Tian? Do I get a pill? Uzumaki Kushina hurriedly asked. With the 9 tails sealed within you, diligent training alone is sufficient for now. Pills are of no use to you at this stage. If you have questions, you may seek my guidance. Lin Tian's indifferent response made Uzumaki Kushina's eyes curve into delighted crescents. The pills were secondary. What truly thrilled her was that Lin Tian had permitted her to approach him. The 4 of them soon departed, eager to immerse themselves in training. For the time being, they would remain within the village, prioritizing their cultivation. Indeed, Lin Tian intended to temper the 4 oddities of Konoha. Though the village's higher-ups were actively scouring the lands for rare herbs on his behalf, the only ones who had truly earned his recognition thus far were these 4. As his cultivation gradually recovered, the herbs he required grew increasingly rare and potent. To procure them in the shinobi world, formidable strength was essential, especially with the emergence of powerful antagonists as the original plot unfolded. Time flowed swiftly, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian, deep in meditation within his castle, suddenly opened his eyes. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his lips. To think that in such a short time, this little one has grown so much. You haven't disappointed me, Uchiha Shursui. Lin Tian rose to his feet and vanished without a trace. Within the confines of Konoha village, upon the vast training grounds, numerous shinobi stood gathered, their murmurs weaving through the air as they observed 2 diminutive figures at the center. One was a masked figure with ashen hair and listless, fish-like eyes, Hatake Kakashi. The other, astonishingly, was a mere 4-year-old child adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem upon his attire, Uchiha Shursui. The two were engaged in a fierce bout of shuriken jutsu. Ordinarily, a child of 4 within Konoha would scarcely have mastered chakra extraction, let alone possess the skill to spar with a prodigy like Kakashi, who had already ascended to the rank of Nin by the tender age of 6. Such a pairing should have seemed ludicrous, even laughable. Yet not a single spectator dared to scoff. Instead, their eyes brimmed with awe. For within the crimson depths of Uchiha Shursui's 4-year-old eyes, the tomo of his Sharingan whirled with frenetic intensity. No matter the angle or trajectory of Kakashi's shuriken, each was intercepted and deflected with pinpoint precision. Every offensive maneuver was not only anticipated but preemptively countered. Yes, the 3-tomo Sharingan. Ever since Lin Tian had bestowed the pregnancy spirit pill upon Shursui over 2 months prior, the boy had awakened his Sharingan directly at the 2-tomo stage. And mere days ago, it had evolved further into the 3-tomo form. To most Konoha shinobi, the 3-tomo represented the pinnacle of the Sharingan's power, a rarity even among the Uchiha clan's elite. And here stood Uchiha Shursui, a child of 4. None could deny the terrifying potential that lay within him. Barring unforeseen calamity, he would undoubtedly surpass even the clan's legendary strongest, Uchiha Madara himself. Witnessing the Uchiha clan's sudden acquisition of such a monstrous talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen was driven to near madness. Lord Lin Tian, what manner of abomination have you created? The thought sent waves of shock through every shinobi present on the training grounds. Damn it! Kakashi launched 8 shuriken in rapid succession, their deadly arcs slicing toward Shursui, only to be effortlessly parried by the child's kunai. A tremor of frustration ran through Kakashi's body. He was meant to be Konoha's most dazzling genius, graduating from the academy at 5 with elite genin prowess, his name destined to echo across the shinobi world. Yet now, his radiance had been utterly eclipsed by others, reducing him to mediocrity. His former classmate, the so-called dead last Might Dai, once incapable of even basic ninjutsu, now surpassed him in every aspect. No matter how relentlessly Kakashi trained, Guy remained an insurmountable peak, now renowned as one of Konoha's 4 freaks. Then there was Tens. Near his age, yet wielding the legendary wood release, another who outclassed him completely, also counted among the 4 freaks. Being surpassed by a peer was already difficult for him to accept, but being overtaken repeatedly made it utterly unbearable. Kakashi knew the architect of this humiliation, Lin Tian. Compounded by his father's suicide, which had dealt him a devastating blow, the mounting resentment festered within him, gradually twisting into hostility toward Lin Tian. Thus, he turned his gaze upon Uchiha Shursui, the one favored by Lin Tian. He sought to defeat Uchiha Shursui, to prove that he could triumph over the genius nurtured by Lin Tian. That was why he had proposed a shuriken-throwing duel with the young Uchiha. Yet now, to his bitter dismay, he realized that even the youngest of Lin Tian's prodigies, 4-year-old Uchiha Shursui, was proving beyond his reach. The boy's 3-tomo Sharingan rendered him impervious, deflecting every shuriken Kakashi hurled. Boom. Just as Kakashi's focus wavered, the 4-year-old Sharingan spun wildly, casting a dizzying illusion, a swirling mass of black crows. No, a genjutsu. Kakashi bit down hard on his tongue, dispelling the disorientation in an instant, only to find Shursui's kunai already pressed against his throat. Gasps. The gathered ninjas erupted in shock. Disbelief etched across their faces. Kakashi had truly lost to a mere 4-year-old? It was unthinkable. I lost, Kakashi muttered, his voice hollow, his fist trembling. Defeat weighed upon him like a leaden shroud. With slumped shoulders, he turned to leave. But then his body stiffened. Before him stood a towering figure, exuding an aura as formidable as a demon god. Lin Tian. Kakashi's pupils contracted, his fists clenching involuntarily. This was the man who had orchestrated his downfall. who had cultivated monsters like Shui. Lord Lin Tian has arrived. The observing ninjas bowed deeply, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even young Shui gazed at Lin Tian with reverence. Despite his tender age, he understood that everything he possessed was a gift from this man. So you despise me, don't you? Lin Tian's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, his piercing eyes seeming to see through Kakashi's very soul. Kakashi remained silent, his knuckles whitening. What if I told you I could resurrect the White Fang of Konoha? Lin Tian's voice was calm, almost indifferent. Boom. Those words struck Kakashi like a thunderbolt. His mind reeling. Lin Tian could bring back the dead? The suicide of the White Fang had plunged him into darkness. Now, Lin Tian's words were a blinding light, shattering the shadows in his heart. Lord Lin Tian, I beg of you. Kakashi's hostility crumbled instantly, his voice trembling with desperate hope. Find these herbs. If you succeed, perhaps one day, I shall restore the White Fang to life. A wisp of soul energy flickered from Lin Tian's brow, embedding knowledge deep within Kakashi's mind. In Kakashi's mind, a medicinal herb exuding an intense fragrance faintly emerged. What is this? Kakashi widened his eyes. Despite undergoing inhuman training since childhood, he knew absolutely nothing about herbs. Just remember it. Must I repeat myself? Lin Tian snapped. Although Kakashi was a beloved character in the original story, and Lin Tian had quite liked him while watching the anime, that was merely appreciation. As the Heavenly Emperor, he acted solely according to his will. If Kakashi failed to find it, then it was simply fate. Destiny had not favored him. And no, I wouldn't dare. Even Lin Tian's soft, cold rebuke pressed upon Kakashi like the weight of Mount Tai, making his breath grow labored. Then go. Without another word, Lin Tian vanished in a flash, returning to the stone fortress, leaving Kakashi standing alone, wide-eyed, desperately trying to recall the herb's appearance. After a moment, he sprinted back toward Konoha. Who could fathom the depths of his sorrow since his father, Hatake Tsukumo, had taken his own life? And with the four freaks of Konoha overshadowing his genius, it had fueled his hatred toward Lin Tian. Yet Lin Tian's gesture had instantly unraveled one of the knots in his heart, stirring immense gratitude, even admiration. A thought flickered in his mind. What if I, like the four freaks, sought Lin Tian's favor? Would I grow as strong as them? No. Perhaps even stronger? Clenching his fists, he swore silently. Lord Lin Tian, just watch. I will prove that I am far more of a genius than the four freaks. In his haste, Kakashi failed to notice the watchful eyes of the High-GA, Uchiha, and ANBU ninjas tracking his every move. It was no surprise. Lin Tian was Konoha's most critical figure, a force like a ticking bomb. After single-handedly intimidating Kirigakure and its forces the previous day, his actions now held the power to sway the village's fate. Thus, even someone as seemingly unrelated as Kakashi became a subject of intense scrutiny. Of course, none of these observers would dare monitor Lin Tian up close. Provoking the Heavenly Emperor's wrath would spell doom for all of Konoha. Go. Report this to Lord Hiruzen at once. An ANBU operative commanded. Simultaneously, news of Lin Tian granting Kakashi the herb of resurrection spread like wildfire to the ears of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan's elders, and the High-GA's High Council. What? Lord Lin Tian claimed he could resurrect Hatake Tsukumo? And he told Kakashi? In the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes bulged, his jaw slack with disbelief. Though he had heard of the Edo Tensei, a forbidden jutsu capable of resurrecting the dead, one created by his teacher, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, it was not true revival, but rather summoning souls back to the mortal realm. Yet, from Lord Lin Tian's words, it seemed he intended to fully and completely resurrect the deceased, a technique far more advanced than Edo Tensei, surpassing it by 100-fold. Had Lord Lin Tian truly grown powerful enough to manipulate life and death itself? Suddenly, Hiruzen staggered, nearly collapsing, but was swiftly steadied by an ANBU operative. Lord Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen? What's wrong? I'm fine. Quickly, summon the medical ninja. Yes, my lord. In an instant, an ANBU operative vanished, reappearing moments later with two medics carrying a stretcher. Hiruzen Sarutobi was swiftly lifted onto it and rushed to Konoha's hospital, drawing gasps and murmurs from onlookers. How could the Hokage, renowned as the village's strongest, suddenly fall ill? In truth, it was not age or frailty that afflicted him, he was still in his prime. Rather, the recent upheavals since Lin Tian's arrival, the cascade of shocking events, and the constant tension of serving under such an unpredictable force had taken their toll. Each tremor of Lin Tian's will sent ripples of dread through Hiruzen, and the relentless strain had culminated in something akin to acute cardiac distress, flaring at the slightest provocation. Today's revelation had simply been too staggering, even by his recent standards. As Hiruzen was rushed to the hospital, several high-ranking members of the High GA and Uchiha clans were also admitted, suffering similar symptoms, all induced by sheer terror. Fortunately, the ANBU acted swiftly to suppress the news. Had the villagers learned that their revered Hokage and elite shinobi had been hospitalized from sheer fright, morale would have plummeted, casting doubt on Konoha's safety. In a hidden fortress, the leaders of Awagakure and Kirigakure gathered around a stone-carved table. Their expressions were grim, their spirits crushed beyond measure. And who could blame them? Reports from the front lines spoke of a single man, Lin Tian, who had single-handedly annihilated their combined forces. Throughout the three great shinobi wars, only a handful had ever achieved such overwhelming victories. Legendary figures like the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and a select few of the early Kage. But to decimate entire battalions without so much as a scratch? That was a feat matched only by the god of shinobi himself, Hashirama Senju, and his eternal rival, Madara Uchiha. Now, with Konoha harboring a force comparable to Hashirama, the standing of Awagakure and Kirigakure hung by a thread. Lin Tian had to be eliminated, at any cost. But first, they needed intelligence on this man. Violence is certainly not an option. As for seduction, the elders of the Hidden Rock village immediately cast their gazes upon a doe-eyed maiden from the Terumi clan in the distance. During the training of the four weirdos of Konoha, Lin Tian returned to his stone castle. No sooner had he arrived than he noticed a small yet resolute figure sprinting toward him from a distance. The figure belonged to a mere 4-year-old, still tender in appearance. But his eyes, those distinctive Sharingan eyes of the Uchiha clan, burned with unwavering determination. Uchiha Shisui understood all too well that his current achievements, surpassing even the village's so-called prodigy Kakashi at such a young age, were solely due to the elixirs bestowed upon him by this man named Lin Tian. Though young, Shisui could discern from the expressions of his clansmen that this man before him was not merely strong, he was something beyond human comprehension, a being akin to a deity. Thus, after defeating Kakashi and witnessing Lin Tian's divine prowess once more, Shisui's heart swelled with the desire to follow him. Though he knew he could never match Lin Tian's footsteps, he had secretly memorized the location of his dwelling, naively believing that persistence alone would grant him even greater power, far beyond merely awakening the three-tomo Sharingan. Lord Lin Tian, please accept me as your disciple. With unshakable resolve, Uchiha Shisui knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground in the most reverent and devout manner, as if worshipping a god. Lin Tian's deep gaze flickered briefly over Shisui before he wordlessly vanished into the stone castle. Lord Lin Tian, panicked at being ignored, Shisui scrambled forward, intent on pursuing him inside. But suddenly, an overwhelming force descended, forming an invisible barrier that sent him hurtling backward. Might Dai landed gracefully upon a rock, his voice icy. Lord Lin Tian wishes to see no one. Leave. As one who had truly benefited from Lin Tian's guidance, Guy acted solely in accordance with his master's will. If Lin Tian refused an audience, it fell upon his disciple to enforce that decision. Lord Lin Tian will see me. Why else would he have granted me those elixirs? Battered and bruised from Guy's strike, Shisui struggled to his feet, yet his resolve remained unbroken. With a resolute thud, he knelt once more in the distance, his youthful eyes blazing with determination. Uchiha Shisui, how amusing. Within the castle, Lin Tian allowed himself a faint smile before closing his eyes tightly. A surge of immense energy erupted around him, followed by a series of thunderous roars that shook the very foundations of the fortress. Above, a colossal storm cloud materialized, crackling with countless bolts of lightning that illuminated the darkened sky as if it were midday. Soon, the heavens themselves resonated with Lin Tian's voice, as though a god were speaking. If you can find the elixir, I shall accept you as my disciple. In an instant, the image of a blade of grass flashed through Uchiha Shisui's mind, sending tremors down his very soul. Overwhelmed, he was flung backward by the sheer force of this immense will, stumbling several steps before barely managing to steady himself. Is this the power of Lord Lin Tian? He thought, awestruck. Just a single utterance sent me flying this far. Filled with both shock and an insatiable thirst for strength, Shisui swiftly departed. But then, a thunderous voice boomed once more, louder than before, reverberating with such intensity that eardrums throbbed and hearts pounded beyond endurance. Shisui froze mid-step, his body no longer obeying his will. This emperor despises those who lurk in the shadows, eavesdropping. As the words fell, Uchiha Ryo, who had been hiding behind a boulder, broke into a cold sweat, his face twisted in terror. Ever since Shui had received Lord Lin Tian's elixir, the Uchiha clan's treatment of Shui and his father had improved drastically, so much so that Ryo had even been promoted to deputy captain of the security force. All because they had secured Lord Lin Tian's favor. Ryo had come here hoping to secretly aid Shui in strengthening his bond with Lin Tian. If Shui could become Lin Tian's disciple, like the four monsters of Konoha, then Ryo's own status as Shui's father would undoubtedly rise. At this rate, even the position of Uchiha clan head would be within reach, just a matter of time. But he had forgotten one crucial detail: Lord Lin Tian's perception surpassed all others. Begone! Before my patience wears thin. The voice roared like thunder once more, sending Ryo tumbling down the hillside in a clumsy, rolling heap. A series of panicked yelps echoed before abruptly cutting off. Ryo had scrambled away faster than a hare, as though lingering another second would mean certain death. With the father and son gone, Lin Tian closed his eyes, deep in contemplation. The herbs gathered by the four monsters and Konoha's shinobi were no longer sufficient. Though the village had many ninjas, acquiring greater quantities, especially rare and precious ingredients, required more hands. And as the Celestial Emperor, how could he stoop to such menial tasks himself? It seems I must remind Hiruzen and the clan heads to allocate more resources, more people, to gather herbs for my alchemy. With that thought, a wisp of his spiritual energy surged into Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. The poor Hokage, still recuperating under the care of medical need, jolted upright as if struck by lightning the moment he received the message. Lord Lin Tian, what? What do you require? As Lin Tian's voice resonated within the Sea of Souls, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled uncontrollably. It was not due to any physical ailment, but rather because every time Lin Tian sought him out, misfortune followed. With Lin Tian's temperament, the slightest defiance could bring calamity upon the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even if the entire village mobilized, they might still stand no chance against Lin Tian's might. Such a ticking time bomb was someone Hiruzen dared not offend in the slightest, nor even entertain the faintest thought of resistance. You seem rather unwell, came Lin Tian's teasing voice through the ethereal expanse. This was the first time Hiruzen had ever heard Lin Tian speak with such civility. His tightly wound nerves unwound slightly as he stammered, Lord Lin Tian. If there is anything you require of me, please, command me as you will. I require many medicinal herbs. Their forms have been imprinted into your mind. Seek them out. Lin Tian's voice was unhurried, and within Hiruzen's consciousness, images of countless rare and exotic herbs materialized, many of which he had never before encountered. This many. Hiruzen instinctively furrowed his brow, but the memory of Lin Tian's terrifying power silenced him instantly. What is it? Do you refuse to serve this emperor? Lin Tian's voice carried a trace of displeasure, sending a violent shudder through Hiruzen's body. And no, not at all. It's just, gathering so many herbs would require an enormous number of hands. Our Hidden Leaf village, before he could finish, a fragrant pill appeared in his palm. Consume it. Lin Tian commanded. Do not forget, you serve this emperor. Gazing at the pill, Hiruzen's mind conjured the indolent, repulsive visage of the fire daimyo. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the pill. Indeed, with a godlike figure like Lin Tian backing him, what did the fire daimyo matter? What were the laws of the land of fire? All were illusions. Only power, pure, unadulterated strength was real. Immediately, a surge of immense energy flooded his limbs and meridians, coiling like a dragon through his veins, purifying every vessel and channel. His already considerable chakra reserves swelled at an astonishing rate, more than doubling in magnitude. This is impossible. With just a cursory assessment of the chakra now surging within him, Hiruzen was rendered speechless. Among the Kage, he bore the title professor precisely because of his vast chakra reserves, enabling him to wield large-scale jutsu with ease. And precisely because of this, he understood better than most how excruciatingly difficult it was to expand one's chakra capacity. Yet now, a single pill had granted him such an unfathomable boost, not only in chakra, but in overall power, bringing him to the threshold of the legendary Super Kage level. Such rapid advancement could only be described as monstrous. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that his own body had undergone a profound transformation, elevating his condition to its optimal state. Gratitude to the Emperor for the elixir. In recent days, Sarutobi Hiruzen had witnessed far too many instances where seemingly hopeless individuals, upon consuming Lin Tian's miraculous pills, experienced meteoric rises. Even as the esteemed Hokage, he couldn't help but yearn for the opportunity to sample one of Lin Tian's elixirs himself, now that his wish had finally been granted. Words could scarcely capture the joy swelling within his heart. By serving this emperor, your strength shall only continue to ascend, Lin Tian's voice echoed once more. In the past, such words would have been met with Hiruzen's derision and scorn. Yet now, having beheld countless miracles and personally undergone such a staggering metamorphosis, his attitude toward Lin Tian had shifted to one of reverence and adoration. No one, not even this elder who so frequently extolled the will of fire, could resist the allure of becoming a peerless powerhouse. Where once fear and trepidation had dominated his emotions, now only awe remained. The surrounding medical ninja observed Hiruzen's transformation with astonishment. Years of practice in the healing arts had honed their ability to discern the subtleties of a person's physiological state. Could this be the work of Lord Lin Tian? Truly, Lord Lin Tian's prowess knows no bounds. The pill Sarutobi-sama ingested must have been bestowed by him. If only I could partake in such a treasure, even once would render this lifetime fulfilled. Envious gazes flickered among the medical team, unmoved by their marveling. Hiruzen swiftly dismissed the onlookers and hastened back to the Hokage residence. Without delay, he issued an urgent summons for all Konoha shinobi to return to the village, recalling even those engaged in covert missions. Simultaneously, he commanded his subordinates to meticulously transcribe the medicinal ingredients from his memory, dispatching teams to scour the land for these rare herbs and reagents. The mission was classified as an unprecedented S-rank priority. As for the requests of their erstwhile clients, a dismissive chuckle, such trivialities would no longer be entertained. Initially, the shinobi harbored reservations about this herb-gathering endeavor. However, upon learning that Lord Lin Tian would reward those who procured exceptional quantities with his legendary pills, their hesitation melted into fervent enthusiasm. After all, by now, the entire village had borne witness to the wonders of Lin Tian's elixirs. If even the likes of Might Dai and Might Dai, once deemed hopeless, could ascend to such heights, perhaps even reaching Kaga-level prowess, what heights might they themselves achieve? To serve Lord Lin Tian was an honor they embraced wholeheartedly, for who among them did not crave power? Within the opulent halls of the Land of Fire's royal palace, Crash, the daimyo, seated upon his lofty throne, shattered the table before him with a furious strike, his face contorted in rage. What in blazes has Sarutobi Hiruzen been doing these days? Why has he ceased dispatching shinobi for missions? Why are our borders left unguarded against those rogue ninja factions? He rose unsteadily to his feet, his bewilderment plain. A subordinate with a rasping voice cautiously interjected, it seems, it has something to do with a man named Lin Tian. Lin Tian? The daimyo's eyes bulged, his white whiskers bristling. Gather every scrap of intelligence on this individual. And furthermore, summon Lin Tian to my presence at once. With a scowl, he waved his subordinate away, his mind churning with unease. Since the establishment of the Land of Fire, the daimyo has held absolute authority over this land. Even the Hidden Leaf Village, representing military might, must obey the daimyo's commands. Wherever he orders them to strike, they strike without question. Though the Hidden Leaf may appear prosperous and flourishing, nurturing countless elite shinobi, as long as the Land of Fire maintains its iron grip on resources like food and finances, the shinobi have no choice but to serve. This is one of the key reasons the great daimyos have so firmly controlled their hidden villages. The daimyo, well versed in such manipulation, has relentlessly driven the Hidden Leaf Village in recent years. Yet now, to his astonishment and rising anger, Hiruzen Sarutobi dares to defy him. Lin Tian? You want him to come before you, Lord Daimyo? The subordinate's voice trembled slightly. From what I've heard from the Leaf Shinobi, even the esteemed Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, must personally go to greet Lin Tian. Otherwise, the entire village faces annihilation. Oh, is that so? Far from alarmed, the daimyo's lips curled into a fascinated smile. How intriguing. Most intriguing. Very well, let this Lin Tian come before me. I shall see for myself what capabilities this so-called Lin Tian possesses. But the subordinate attempted to protest, only to be silenced by the daimyo's piercing glare. Realizing the futility of changing his lord's mind, the subordinate sighed and swiftly departed by carriage for the Hidden Leaf Village. Lin Tian, fascinating. Watching his subordinate's retreating figure, the daimyo's smile deepened with quiet calculation. After all, beneath the might of the Leaf's elite, shinobi lay a village tamed to his will. This Lin Tian would be no different, brought to heel just as smoothly. Such was the advantage of controlling the village's sustenance and treasury. Recalling the art of manipulation inherited from his predecessors, the daimyo allowed himself a smug chuckle. Within the stone fortress, Lin Tian sat in deep meditation. An aura of profound and enigmatic energy swirled around him, its rapid rotations casting dazzling radiance through the dim halls, illuminating the fortress as if under midday sun. The four oddities of the leaf guarded the perimeter, each immersed in their own silent training, motionless as sentinels. You must be weary. The summer heat lingered as Uchiha Mikoto approached with light, hurried steps, carrying a small bucket of chilled mung bean soup she had prepared at home. Since that day when she had subtly bared her heart to Lin Tian, her feelings for him had only deepened. Though his demeanor remained aloof, even the faintest smile from him made every effort worthwhile. And then there was, that night. This must be love, she mused quietly, her fingers brushing her abdomen. Yes, after their passionate union, she now carried his child. What name shall I give you? Mikoto caressed her belly, lost in tender reverie. The memory of their fiery embrace resurfaced unbidden, painting her delicate cheeks a soft, rosy hue. It must be said, ever since the news of her relationship with Lin Tian spread to the Uchiha clan, the entire Uchiha clan was shaken. Almost everyone applauded Mikoto's bravery, hailing her as the hero of the Uchiha. Following this, her quality of life improved exponentially, with over a dozen servants assigned to her, her treatment rivaling that of a crown princess in the Huaxia kingdom. After all, who could blame her for clinging to such a powerful figure? Mikoto, come in. At that moment, Lin Tian's voice resonated softly, followed by a thunderous rumble as a massive stone bridge materialized out of thin air before the stone castle. Though the group had some understanding of Lin Tian's divine abilities, witnessing such a spectacle still left them utterly stunned. To manipulate stone and construct a bridge with a mere thought, only a handful in the entire shinobi world could achieve such a feat. Dazed for a moment, Mikoto was about to step onto the bridge when an unfriendly voice abruptly interrupted. Lin Tian, the daimyo of the Land of Fire wishes to see you. Gather your belongings immediately and proceed to the royal palace. No sooner had the words been spoken than the four eccentric figures of Konoha surrounded the audacious samurai in an instant. What do you think you're doing? I am the daimyo's personal guard. Laying a hand on me is no different from assaulting the daimyo himself. Even the Kaga-level shinobi of Konohagakure serve our daimyo. Who do you think you are? From what I've heard, Lin Tian doesn't even qualify as a genin. The royal guard sneered, accustomed to lording his status over shinobi. In his eyes, figures like Lin Tian were nothing but insignificant specks. Just as the samurai believed he had intimidated the shinobi, he noticed something unexpected. The four shinobi before him wore expressions not of anger, but of pity. Huh? The samurai was bewildered. He had anticipated fury, yet what greeted him was sympathy. What was going on? Ridiculous. Your daimyo is but a mere mortal. How dare he presume to summon this emperor? Lin Tian's thunderous voice boomed across the sky. Before the samurai could retort, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked down from the heavens, striking him directly and leaving his body paralyzed. The samurai's face twisted in disbelief. He had seen shinobi wield lightning techniques, but never had he witnessed someone command the very forces of nature so effortlessly. Could this man be even stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen? At that thought, he wasted no more time, scrambling away from the stone castle in sheer terror. Now he understood why those shinobi had looked at him with such pity. Mikoto, enter. The samurai's intrusion did nothing to dampen Lin Tian's mood. As his voice reached her, Mikoto felt a gentle force envelop her body, lifting her effortlessly. A strange, dreamlike sensation washed over her as she was carried toward the stone castle. Watching Mikoto flying into the castle, her face radiant with a blissful smile, Uzumaki Kushina did not show even a trace of disappointment. Instead, she clenched her fists in exhilaration and silently prayed for Mikoto's happiness. Mikoto, you must be happy. And I, Kushina, cannot fall behind either. I must work even harder. One day, I too will earn Lord Lin Tian's favor like you. At this thought, a delicate blush graced her flawless cheeks. Had Namikaze's Minato witnessed this scene, one could only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. Might Dai Tenzo. And Might Dai observed quietly, fully aware that earning Lord Lin Tian's favor was no simple feat. It was a matter left to destiny. Inside the stone castle, Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks flushed a deep wine red as she gazed adoringly at the aloof man in white before her. His every movement seemed to tug at her heartstrings, leaving her utterly enchanted. Even now, the tender memories of their past affection replayed vividly in her mind like scenes from a film. In terms of strength, influence, lineage, and more, Lin Tian was the most exceptional romantic prospect imaginable. I must continue my secluded cultivation. You may leave the mung bean soup and go, Lin Tian stated coolly. Though not entirely indifferent, he could sense Mikoto's affection. Yet, as the celestial emperor, he had long transcended such earthly attachments. Mikoto hesitated, her hand resting on her stomach as if she wished to speak. But before she could, a palm gently pressed against her, followed by the rich aroma of medicinal herbs flooding her senses, sending a shiver through her body. Take this elixir and consume it daily, Lin Tian said calmly, his tone carrying both the frost of an emperor and an undercurrent of tenderness. Lord Lin Tian, though his gaze remained detached. Makoto detected a flicker of something deeper within his eyes. You carry my flesh and blood within you, I have known for some time. The elixir I bestow upon you is of the 5th rank, ensuring the child is born with the strength of a jonin. His words sent shockwaves through Makoto's heart. Born with jonin-level strength. Such an unprecedented phenomenon had never occurred in the entire shinobi world, where prodigies were born every year. Lord Lin Tian. Makoto attempted to speak again, but Lin Tian's voice, firm as a command, interrupted her. Name him Sasuke. SAS. Sasuke? Lord Lin Tian. What a wonderful name. Makoto lowered her head, caressing her belly before nodding resolutely. Rest assured, Lord Lin Tian, I will take good care of him. And please, do not forget to drink the mung bean soup. With that, Uchiha Makoto turned and stepped out across the stone bridge. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Tian shook his head imperceptibly. Truthfully, Makoto's pregnancy had taken him by surprise. Yet it also sparked curiosity. Would the child she bore grow to become the second protagonist of the original tale, Sasuke? Naming him thus was but an experiment to confirm his suspicions. The mung bean soup is quite delightful. At this moment, Lin Tian picked up a spoon and took a few sips. Indeed, it was exquisite, sweet, and refreshing. Even a seasoned powerhouse like him, who had witnessed countless grand occasions, had never tasted such a delectable dessert. The land of fire, the royal palace. What? How audacious of Lin Tian to show such blatant disrespect to this daimyo. The daimyo of the land of fire rose in fury, his face contorted with rage. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, clutching a freshly delivered report from Konoha. Seeing the missive, the daimyo's temper eased slightly, and he eagerly inquired, quickly, what does Sarutobi Hiruzen say? Lord Daimyo, this. The subordinate hesitated. But the daimyo snatched the scroll from his hands. The contents, however, only served to infuriate him further. On the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen had pinned only 2 words, too busy. Too busy. Too busy, my foot. Had the daimyo been one to curse, he would have unleashed a torrent of expletives. Moreover, it was evident that Hiruzen had spared only the barest moment to reply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dismissed the matter with such blatant indifference. Humph. It seems you no longer wish to remain Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The daimyo slammed his fist on the table, pacing restlessly before halting abruptly. Very well. It appears we must appoint a new Hokage. Who among you seems suitable? The daimyo refused to believe that replacing the Hokage wouldn't resolve this nuisance. Yet soon, he realized his naivety. His appointment scrolls were sent to Namikaze Minato only to be returned unaccepted. To Uchiha Fugaku likewise rejected. To Hijie Hayashi again, refused. No matter which promising shinobi you nominated, the response was invariably the same. We humbly decline. Worse still, reports indicated these individuals were fervently searching for something called medicinal herbs. What in the world is happening? Utterly baffled, the daimyo had no choice but to order his retinue to prepare his carriage and set off for Konoha. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this Lin Tian. Just who was this enigmatic figure whose mere presence had turned everything upside down? Why had these once ambitious men forsaken even the title of Hokage? The Hokage residence. News of the daimyo's arrival swiftly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who met it with utter indifference. Let him come if he wishes. A single pill from Lord Lin Tian had granted him an unprecedented surge in power, compared to the exhilaration of such strength. The meager satisfaction of being Hokage paled into insignificance. As for the will of fire, the daimyo? To hell with them. No longer would he sacrifice himself for their sake. If he were to pledge loyalty, it would be to the awe-inspiring Lord Lin Tian alone. In this regard, Hiruzen stood firm in his principles. Cough. What was that about integrity? Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Before Lord Lin Tian's miraculous pills, capable of instantly elevating one's power, all else was but triviality, mere paper tigers. What nonsense about Hokage sacrificing for the hidden village, what rubbish about Hokage bearing the burden of saving the world. Let all these juvenile delusions perish. Don't be fooled by Hiruzen Sarutobi's constant prattle about the will of fire, his sanctimonious lectures to those naive little ninjas about comrades being their greatest strength, or his poetic drivel about sparks flying where leaves dance. It's all utter hogwash, merely brainwashing tactics concocted by him and the Konoha elders to maintain control. Now that he has tasted the thrill of sudden, overwhelming power, how could he possibly be satisfied with the petty prestige of being Hokage? In his eyes, nothing matters more than currying favor with Lord Lin Tian. As for the daimyo, when useful, he represents the divine mandate of the sovereign. When not, He is nothing but worthless filth. Just as Hiruzen dismissed the thought with indifference, a group of armored samurai descended upon the Hokage's residence. The daimyo of the Land of Fire emerged from his palanquin, supported by an attendant. Yet, unlike the bustling Konoha he had seen before, the streets were eerily deserted, no open eateries, not a single ninja in sight. The daimyo's slender brows furrowed in bewilderment. What in the world is going on? After his attendant stopped a hurried ninja for answers, the truth became clear. Days ago, Hiruzen had dispatched nearly every Konoha shinobi to gather rare herbs for this Lord Lentian. With the ninja gone, the village's economy had withered, leaving it a ghost town. Just who is this Lentian? The daimyo flicked open his fan, eyes glinting with suspicion. Before arriving, he assumed Lentian was merely a powerful shinobi. Now, it seemed far more complicated. Let us see for myself. With a snap of his fan, the daimyo strode toward the Hokage's office. Normally, his arrival would warrant a grand reception. Even the Hokage himself would greet him. Yet here he was, forced to enter unceremoniously. The indignity ignited a smoldering fury within him. Daimyo-sama, didn't I tell you? I'm busy, too busy. Before the daimyo could voice his outrage, Hiruzen's dismissive voice cut through the air, outright expelling him. How dare you speak to the daimyo like that? Two samurai roared, incensed. Their lord, a figure of supreme nobility, had graced Konoha with his presence, only to be met with outright disrespect the moment he arrived. The daimyo's face darkened, veins throbbing in his temples, his eyes blazing with wrath. Even patience had its limits. The next few words seemed to be forcibly squeezed through his clenched teeth. Tell me. Why? Sorry, but I don't even have time to explain. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly departed the Hokage's residence with his subordinates, leaving the daimyo and his entourage bewildered in the wind, their long sleeves fluttering, faces etched with confusion. Not only had Sarutobi Hiruzen utterly disregarded his dignity, but he had also blatantly ignored him, the sovereign of the Land of Fire. The daimyo, accustomed to unquestioned authority, now seethed with fury, his face turning an even deeper shade of livid purple. Was it all because of Lentian? The daimyo's rage simmered dangerously. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, no. Lord Sarutobi, it appeared he was searching for some medicinal herbs, likely for Lentian's sake. A subordinate cautiously suggested. Just for herbs, he dares defy my orders? The daimyo, unaccustomed to defiance, felt control slipping through his fingers. To the Uchiha, he snapped, his brow furrowing. If Sarutobi wouldn't heed him, surely the noble clans of Uchiha and Hijie wouldn't dare. Half an hour later, the daimyo stood rejected at the gates of both the Uchiha and Hijie compounds, his expression darkening like storm clouds. To his disbelief, they treated him with the same indifference as Sarutobi, their eyes even flickering with faint impatience. I refuse to accept this. The daimyo's stubborn pride flared. He, who had always been the one to reject others, now found himself spurned at every turn. Determined, he ordered his carriage to the Akimichi, Nara, and even Yamanaka clans. Yet, to his outrage, these clans refused even an audience, shutting their doors firmly. Even when tempted with the promise of the Hokage's seat, their resolve remained unshaken. Absurd. Compared to the surge of power, what is a mere Hokage title? Moreover, the daimyo was but a figurehead, a crown when revered, mere weeds when discarded. And none of these clans were fools. News of the daimyo's provocation against Lord Lentian had spread. To receive him now would be to oppose Lentian, an unthinkable defiance. Finally, as the daimyo arrived at the gates of a minor clan in Konoha, its leader greeted him with a courteous smile, welcoming his esteemed presence. Humph, so not everyone dares scorn my authority. The daimyo, battered by repeated rejections, felt a flicker of warmth, like sunlight piercing through bitter cold. But his relief was short-lived. In an instant, clansmen ensnared him and his retinue in a web of chakra threads, binding them tightly. As the restraints tightened, the daimyo's fury burned so intensely, he nearly gnashed his teeth in frustration. Presenting the daimyo as a gift to Lord Lentian would surely allow our Nightfire clan to regain its former glory. The clan leader gazed at the tightly bound daimyo, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. If only we could be bestowed with a few elixirs, that would be splendid indeed. His sinister chuckle echoed as visions of the Konoha four freaks flashed through his mind, those who had soared to prominence solely through Lord Lentian's miraculous pills. If only they could emulate such success. Take them away. With a grandiose wave, the Nightfire leader and his clansmen hastily carried the daimyo and his entourage toward the stone fortress. Along the way, many recognized the once mighty daimyo. Yet most shinobi wisely averted their gaze. From the moment the Fire Country's daimyo dared provoke the exalted Lord Lentian, his fate had been sealed. None would risk offending a being capable of single-handedly challenging the combined might of Kirigakure and Iwagakure. At that very moment, thunder roared across the heavens. Silver bolts of lightning slashing through the gloom, illuminating the sky as bright as day. Seated upon a meditation mat within the stone fortress, Lin Tian's pristine robes billowed around him, stirred by the overwhelming aura radiating from his form. Countless fragments of stone orbited him with a thunderous hum, accelerating until they spun like a tempest. Yet amidst this maelstrom, Lin Tian remained still, eyes shut, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to fortify his being. Having ascended to the 6-star Dozun realm, he now sensed the elusive threshold of 7-star Dozun, yet it loomed like an insurmountable chasm, an immense wall barring his path. Breaking through would demand more than mere alchemy and cultivation. Abruptly, the swirling stones halted midair as Lin Tian's eyes snapped open. With a mere glance, the suspended debris returned seamlessly to the fortress walls, a testament to his divine prowess. Standing atop the stone citadel, his cold gaze pierced the azure sky. Brows furrowed in contemplation. For the first time, his progress had met true resistance. Then, his senses, extended across a 1,000-meter radius, detected an intrusion. Mere seconds later, the Konoha 4 freaks sprang into action, their figures darting forward in a blur. As they landed, a group of shinobi unceremoniously dumped the bound daimyo onto the ground like discarded refuse. A clan elder inhaled deeply before speaking in a reverent, trembling voice. "Lord Lin Tian, this daimyo of the Fire Country has been rallying forces against you. We have captured him and present him for your judgment." Several clansmen kept their heads bowed, not daring to look up. This wasn't out of respect, but because they could distinctly feel an overwhelming pressure pressing against their chests like Mount Tai, making it difficult to breathe. Raising their heads was out of the question. Even speaking normally felt like an arduous task. "Oh, bring the daimyo before me." Lin Tian's voice rang out. The 4 wooden leaf freaks exchanged glances and, in a flash, appeared before the clansmen, instantly transporting the daimyo to the stone castle. So fast. Is this the power of Lord Lin Tian's elixirs? Incredible. If only we could obtain such elixirs too. Trembling at such divine prowess, the clansman's eyes burned with fervent desire. Kneel before Lord Lin Tian. At the foot of the stone castle, the daimyo and his samurai were mysteriously freed from their bonds. The 4 wooden leaf freaks coldly commanded them to kneel. As the symbol of the land of fire's nobility, the daimyo naturally refused, his face etched with arrogance. The surrounding samurai likewise sneered, their noses turned upward, utterly dismissive of Lin Tian. Seeing this, Might Dai's eyes flashed with fury, ready to strike, but Lin Tian's languid voice intervened. "Stand down for now." "Yes." Might Dai, and Kushina obeyed without hesitation, stepping back. "Lin Tian, stop your theatrics. Show yourself if you dare." The daimyo, having suffered repeated humiliations in Konoha, had long lost his patience. His anger had eclipsed his reason. Hearing this, the 4 wooden leaf freaks, familiar with Lin Tian's temperament, gazed at the daimyo as though he were already dead. In all their time serving Lin Tian, those who provoked him met only one fate, death. Without exception, 2 samurai, seething with rage, charged forward. In terms of strength, these warriors were on par with elite Jainin. After enduring countless indignities in Konoha, their fury had reached its peak. Now freed, they sought vengeance. "If you can even reach me, I'll bow my head to you." "How about that?" Lin Tian's mocking voice echoed. The massive boulders outside the stone castle suddenly stirred to life, morphing into stone golems that lunged at the samurai. "What? Earth release?" No earth release technique is this powerful." The samurai swung their swords, but their supposedly unbreakable blades shattered against the unyielding stone, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief. Even the defiant daimyo gaped in shock. If mere rocks possessed such might, what of Lin Tian himself? Regret now flooded the daimyo's heart. He had long speculated about the extent of Lin Tian's power, but never had he imagined it would surpass all expectations. He was already beginning to regret his impulsive decision to rush to the hidden leaf village without the protection of the 12 guardian ninja. One careless move could cost him his life. As he frowned in contemplation, several samurai were sent flying by a single punch from the stone golem, hurtling through the air like kites before crashing dozens of meters away. These warriors, possessing the strength of elite jonin, were defeated before even setting foot on the stone castle. Waves of bitter resentment surged within them, instantly extinguishing the flames of their once towering arrogance. "Lord Daimyo, is this all your men are capable of?" Lin Tian's mocking voice drifted lazily from within the stone fortress. The words reverberated with an overwhelming aura of chakra, vibrating painfully in the ears of the samurai, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the daimyo himself had to cover his ears. Shock rippled through them. How could mere words carry such power? Just how strong was Lin Tian? Your saviors have arrived? Lin Tian's voice came again. As everyone puzzled over his words, several figures descended with swift, rustling movements. In the distance, 12 silhouettes gradually emerged. Some wore samurai attire, others monk robes, and a few were clad in civilian clothing, yet each bore the same fiery emblem at their waist, marking them as members of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Indeed, these were the legendary guardians sworn to protect the daimyo's life and safety. In the original story, Sarutobi Asuma, the third Hokage's second son, and Chiriku, the abbot of the Fire Temple, had once been part of this elite group, until they were slain by Haiden. Though the manga did not delve deeply into their history, the anime's original content revealed that internal strife had ultimately torn them apart, splitting them into two factions, Asuma's pro-Hokage faction and Kazuma's radical faction. Their violent conflict led to the dissolution of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Who would have thought they would witness the full assembly of the 12 Guardian Ninja here? From within the stone fortress, Lin Tian observed their arrival, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Given the current timeline, the 12 Guardian Ninja had not yet fractured, hence their complete presence. As for their strength, each was a master among elite jonin. The Thunderstyle 4, in particular, could unleash their ultimate technique, Thunderstyle Secret Art, Thunder Dream Thunder. Capable of reducing an entire village to ashes in an instant, a jutsu of at least S-rank potency. The 12 Guardian Ninja? I've never heard of them. They're a secret organization directly under the daimyo's command, tasked with his protection, similar to the Hokage's ANBU. But every member is a formidable warrior. After so many days of training, it's been a while since we've had a real fight. I'm looking forward to this. Let's see who's stronger, the 12 Guardian Ninja or us, the 4 freaks of Konoha. Might Dai and his companions exchanged light-hearted banter, their faces betraying not a trace of fear. Upon seeing his guards arrive, the daimyo could no longer contain himself and rushed toward them in a rather undignified manner, as if seeking solace in their presence. Lin Tian made no move to stop him, allowing the daimyo to reunite with his 12 Guardian Ninja. The moment he reached his protectors, the daimyo visibly relaxed, the sickly pallor of his frightened face gradually fading. You arrived just in time. Seize this traitorous wretch, Lin Tian, at once. The daimyo spat furiously, emboldened by the presence of his elite guards. With their support, he was certain Lin Tian would be subdued. His mind raced with plans after dealing with Lin Tian. He would turn his wrath upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan, the High clan, and all those who had dared slight him. The 12 Guardian Ninja exchanged glances before charging toward the stone fortress with astonishing speed, each taking a calculated and unpredictable angle of approach. Individually, they were formidable warriors, seasoned by countless battles, and together, their combined strength could decimate an army of 1,000 elite shinobi. Yet, to Lin Tian, they were nothing more than insignificant insects. An overwhelming force radiated outward from the stone fortress, an invisible shockwave of raw power that sent the charging guardians hurtling backward before they could even react. The sheer force of the impact flung them mercilessly, some crashing into stone, others smashing through trees, and a few carving deep trenches into the earth as they skidded to a halt. Battered and bruised, they struggled to rise, their faces twisted in bewilderment and disbelief. None had even glimpsed Lin Tian's technique before they were struck by that incomprehensible force. Was such power even humanly possible? Who granted you permission to enter without my leave? Lin Tian's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating in the ears of each guardian. Now, the 12 Guardian Ninja understood. This man was no ordinary foe. As the young captain of the Guardians, Sarutobi Asuma furrowed his brow, his mind racing to analyze the implications of what had just transpired. But before he could formulate a strategy, a towering figure appeared behind him. A father? Asuma's voice wavered with emotion as he recognized the imposing silhouette. Yet in the next instant, smack! A sharp, resounding slap struck his face, the force of it stunning everyone present. Even the daimyo gaped in shock. Asuma, kneel and apologize to Lord Lin Tian. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was stern, his palm still red from the force of the blow. What? Asuma stared at his father in stunned silence. As the second son of the third Hokage, Asuma trained relentlessly day and night, striving to become a worthy guardian shinobi. Upon hearing of the daimyo's peril, he rushed over immediately, only to be met not with his father's encouragement but a stinging slap across the face. What in the world was happening? And now he was being ordered to kneel before Lord Lin Tian, who had shown grave disrespect to the daimyo. Asuma was utterly bewildered, having just returned from a mission and thus unaware of recent events in Konoha. Lord Hiruzen, Guardian Shinobi Kazuma frowned, instinctively questioning why before Kazuma could finish. Sarutobi Hiruzen cut him off angrily. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag Asuma into it. Quickly, Asuma, kneel before Lord Lintian. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Hiruzen's forehead. Having spent these past days with Lord Lintian, he knew all too well the man's temperament, a capricious force of nature. If provoked into a rage, and if Asuma were harmed, the regret would haunt him for the rest of his life. Why? Why should I kneel? Lintian harmed the daimyo. Asuma, still disoriented, began to protest, only for Hiruzen to raise his hand for another strike. But before the blow could land, an overwhelming force sent both father and son staggering back several steps. Spatial manipulation? Hiruzen thought inwardly, awestruck. Such terrifying power. Lord Lintian has grown even stronger in just these few days. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma paled with fear, realizing the sheer magnitude of Lintian's strength. Since the Daimyo's 12 guardians have come, Lintian's voice echoed once more, they shall not leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I grant you 5 minutes. At these words, Hiruzen's sweat intensified. He couldn't fathom the horrors that would unfold should Lord Lintian unleash his wrath. Humph. Playing tricks. The guardian shinobi sneered. Exchanging glances before charging forward with lightning speed, their bodies wreathed in crackling arcs of electricity. They were the Thunderbolt 4 of the 12 guardians, masters of lightning release. Lightning release, thunderclap dash, lightning release, binding current, lightning release, charging surge. Their movements were blindingly fast, covering 50 to 60 meters in the blink of an eye. Just as the Konoha 4 prepared to intervene, Lintian's calm voice cut through the tension. Might Dai. Thrilled to be called upon, Might Dai grinned widely. 8 gates formation, gate of injury, open. Under Lintian's tutelage, Guy had long surpassed his peers, achieving elite Jonin strength at a young age. With the gate of injury unleashed, an oppressive aura, one befitting only Kaga-level warriors, erupted from him, forming an impenetrable barrier of sheer physical force that halted the Thunderbolt 4 mid-charge. What is this power? How? No. Impossible. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Might Dai, not only were the Thunder-style 4 stunned, but even the distant feudal lord, Asuma, and the others froze in shock. At present, Might Dai was merely 6 or 7 years old, though he stood guard here. None had taken the boy seriously until he opened the gate of injury. Suddenly, they realized that the one they had overlooked possessed such formidable power. The crucial question was, how old was this child? Perhaps only the term little monster could describe him. Instinctively, the Thunder-style 4 felt a surge of unease. And at the same time, their curiosity toward Lin Tian intensified. What kind of terrifying strength must Lin Tian possess to have nurtured such an abnormal prodigy? Coupled with the earlier expression and attitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Gulp. The 4 swallowed hard, their throats dry with dread. Don't just stand there. Witness the explosion of my youthful vigor. A sudden, eccentric shout pierced the air as Might Dai, wreathed in emerald steam, transformed into a streak of blazing green light, hurtling toward the Thunder-style 4 at blinding speed. Though the 4 wielded Thunder-style chakra and were renowned for their swiftness, their speed was utterly eclipsed by Might Dai's. Before they could react, his feet were already at their faces, sweeping down with devastating force. A bone-shattering crack resounded as one of them was sent flying, his body violently embedded into the earth, rendered immobile. The remaining 3 attempted to retaliate, but within moments, they too were sent sprawling by Might Dai's relentless strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The once feared Thunder-style 4, renowned among the Guardian Ninja, now lay scattered like broken kites, crushed beyond recovery. By the time Might Dai landed, the battle was already over. From the moment he struck to the battle's conclusion, barely 2 seconds had passed. None present had even glimpsed his movements before the Thunder-style 4 were utterly dismantled. You're too weak. Send someone stronger. The most crushing blow came when Might Dai casually dismissed them as feeble. Immediately, several Guardian Ninja surged forward, only to be halted by Kazuma's outstretched arm. If a mere student guarding him is this formidable, do you truly believe we stand a chance against Lin Tian himself? Among them, Kazuma remained composed. His words brought a sobering silence over the Guardian 12, their gazes darkening as they turned toward the distant stone fortress. Now, they finally understood why the esteemed Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had reacted with such intensity. I'll leave this to you. I must take my leave. The feudal lord, sensing the dire turn of events, sought to flee, tossing out the excuse before turning to escape. Trying to run? Swish. Might Dai descended, blocking the feudal lord's path. I wasn't running. Just answering nature's call. Cornered, the feudal lord feigned innocence, his face twisting into a pitiful expression as he scrambled for an excuse. From the moment of his birth, The daimyo had never been in such a wretched state, not only rejected by the great noble houses, but even his last hope, the 12 guardian ninja, proved utterly incapable of defeating even the underlings of his adversaries. The mere thought of it filled him with an overwhelming sorrow, as though the very foundation of his worldview had been shattered. What do you intend to do with the daimyo? Several guardian ninja immediately positioned themselves beside him, their eyes darkening with solemn resolve. Meanwhile, Asuma furrowed his brow, torn between conflicting loyalties. Asuma, if you still hold any regard for me as your father, stand by my side, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He cherished his son deeply and could not bear the thought of Asuma facing annihilation at the hands of Lord Lin Tian for choosing the wrong side. If you kneel and apologize to Lord Lin Tian, he may yet show you mercy. Asuma, do not forget, you are one of the 12 guardian ninja. Your duty is to protect the daimyo. Now that his life is in peril, will you abandon your sworn brothers? Kazuma interjected swiftly. Asuma was the strongest among them, and without him, their forces would be severely diminished. Of course, Kazuma cared little for Asuma's fate. His only concern was bolstering their chances of victory. Huh. So now you wield morality as your banner? Lin Tian's voice dripped with scorn. Yet before true power, such ideals are meaningless. We, the 12 guardian ninja, embody the will of fire, something a man like you could never comprehend. Kazuma declared with lofty righteousness. Even in death, we shall defend the daimyo to our last breath. Inspired by his words, the other guardian ninja rallied, their spirits rekindled as they swiftly encircled the daimyo in a protective formation. Just as Asuma hesitated, torn between loyalty to his comrades and his father, a distant scream pierced the air. Ten's wooden roots coiled tightly around a captured figure. At the sight of him, the guardian ninja froze, their expressions twisting with fury. The very man who had urged them to sacrifice their lives for the daimyo, Kazuma, had vanished like a burst bubble, leaving behind only a shadow clone. The captured ninja was none other than Kazuma himself. Having witnessed the terrifying might of Might Dai, Kazuma had sought escape. He had devised this scheme, using a shadow clone to rally his comrades against Lin Tian while he fled unnoticed. So much for defending the daimyo to the last. One of the guardians spat in disgust. A wolf in sheep's clothing. To think you were capable of such treachery. The guardian ninja seethed, their glares burning with enough hatred to consume Kazuma whole. As for the daimyo, who had clung to a sliver of hope for survival, the sight of this betrayal plunged him into darkness, his vision fading as he collapsed, unconscious. The guardian ninjas frowned, seized the daimyo's sleeve, and unceremoniously tossed him before the stone fortress like discarded refuse before dropping to their knees with a thud. Lord Lin Tian, we were deceived by that wretch Kazuma into opposing you. We beg for your mercy. Yes, all of this was Kazuma's doing. As members of the 12 guardians, our duty was to protect the daimyo, but we were blind. Kazuma's voice trembled as he hastily defended himself. This was all their idea. I only meant for them to pay respects to Lord Lin Tian. It has nothing to do with me, my lord. Under the shadow of death, their selfish natures were laid bare as they groveled for mercy. Pathetic. A figure capable of nurturing a mere 6 or 7-year-old child into a Kaga-level powerhouse, could such a being possibly lack even an ounce of strength? Likely. A single finger would suffice to annihilate them all. You. Witnessing this, Asuma felt his spirit crushed by profound disillusionment. Where was the famed will of fire? Where was the vow to stand together in life and death? Glancing at his own father, the Hokage, who had long abandoned his principles. Asuma, who had always aspired to dedicate his life to Konoha, suddenly questioned his own choices. Asuma kneel. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew increasingly frantic, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. You spineless cowards. You may fear Lord Lin Tian, but I, Sarutobi Asuma, do not. The Sarutobi clan inherits the Hokage's will. How could it be so easily broken? With a furrowed brow, Asuma drew twin blades from his waist and, in an instant, shot toward the stone fortress like an arrow loosed from a bow. He would see for himself just what manner of deity this so-called Lin Tian was, the one who struck terror into the hearts of so many. The 4 monsters of Konoha exchanged glances, preparing to intervene, but Lin Tian's voice echoed in their ears. There is no need for you to act. At these words, they stood down. By then, Asuma had already closed the distance to the fortress, mere steps away from Lin Tian himself. Just as he neared, a deafening rumble erupted. Countless fragments of stone barred his path, while an unseen force sent him hurtling backward as if swatting a fly. Before Lin Tian, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Hiruzen, fearing for his son's safety, leaped forward and caught Asuma in his arms. Between Asuma's lips now rested a pill exuding an intoxicating fragrance. What is this? Hiruzen stammered, overcome with emotion. This emperor admires those with unyielding conviction, those who never forsake their principles. Your spirit has moved me, Asuma. This 6th grade elixir is my gift to you. Lin Tian's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Asuma, unwilling to accept charity, attempted to spit out the pill, only for Hiruzen to swiftly press it down his throat. Instantly, a cooling energy surged through Asuma's meridians, purifying his very essence, as if he had been reborn anew. His most immediate sensation was the rapid surge of chakra within his body, whether due to Lin Tian's transmigration or not. Asuma was notably older than his original counterpart in the story, yet he had already distinguished himself with numerous battle achievements. Now an elite jonin, he had collaborated multiple times with the Guardian Ninja, deftly averting crises each time. Yet, what frustrated him was that his strength had plateaued at the pinnacle of jonin level. As if an insurmountable barrier stood before him, preventing him from crossing the threshold into Kage-level prowess. As the second son of the Hokage, he was constantly under scrutiny. His perceived mediocrity meant that no matter how hard he trained, he remained confined to the rank of an elite jonin. He had resigned himself to never touching the realm of Kage until now. The moment he swallowed that pill and felt his power skyrocketing, Asuma could only describe his emotions as a mix of shock and euphoria. Shock, because years of relentless training paled in comparison to the potency of Lin Tian's single pill. Euphoria, because he had finally breached the threshold of Kage-level strength. The sheer exhilaration was intoxicating, as if a raging inferno within him could erupt at any moment. Yet, the realization that this power came from Lin Tian, someone whose guardian ninja status made him a political adversary, left Asuma frowning in conflicted unease. After all, his duty as a guardian ninja was to protect the daimyo. Now, he found himself indebted to the very person he was supposed to oppose. But the thrill of this newfound strength was undeniable. Torn between duty and desire, he sank into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched with barely contained elation. His gratitude toward Lin Tian overwhelming. He could clearly sense that Asuma had just stepped into the realm of Kage-level power, a monumental leap that only someone like Hiruzen could truly appreciate. The gap between an elite jonin and a Kage was not merely a matter of effort, it was a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Yet, what mattered most to Hiruzen was not the power itself, but the implicit recognition behind Lin Tian's gift. When news had spread of Lin Tian bestowing pills upon the Uchiha clan, not only had their rivals, the High-Ga, seethed with envy, but even Hiruzen himself had felt a pang of resentment, suspecting Lin Tian favored the Uchiha. Now, this gesture dispelled his doubts entirely. Thud, without hesitation. Hiruzen, long past caring for dignity, dropped to his knees, dragging the still conflicted Asuma down with him. We thank Lord Lin Tian for this divine gift. Before they could fully kneel, an unseen force lifted them back to their feet. The sight of the Hokage himself prostrating before Lin Tian, his face alight with gratitude, sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. Even the daimyo, accustomed to an unshakable hierarchy, felt his worldview shatter. Damn, the exalted Hokage, bowing to an outsider? You must understand. The Hokage stands as the mightiest warrior of Konoha village, and his kneeling carries profound significance. In truth, what they fail to realize is that Sarutobi Hiruzen has long ceased to care about the title of Hokage. What truly matters to him is power. Father, you? Asuma was equally startled, sensing something amiss, as if his father had fallen under some sinister influence. Foolish boy, Asuma, having long abandoned any pretense of restraint. Hiruzen began indoctrinating his son with fervor. Consider this. How many years did you toil to reach the rank of jonin? How many more to break into the elite tier? And without Lord Lin Tian's elixir, how many decades would it take you to even glimpse the threshold of Kage-level strength? Asuma opened his mouth to protest. But the weight of his father's words rendered him speechless. Do you know how swiftly Might Dai ascended to jonin? Mere days. And Might Dai. The eternal genin, how long did it take for him to manifest Kage-level prowess? A fortnight. No more. Hiruzen's voice dripped with exasperation, as if lamenting wasted potential. The assembled guardian ninjas stood frozen, jaws slack with disbelief, as if each could swallow an egg whole. The daimyo, too, widened his eyes in shock. Silently pondering, could this miraculous elixir be the very one Asuma had just consumed? Such potency? Among them, none was more astounded than Asuma himself. You've struggled for years, yet your efforts pale before a single pill crafted by another. Hiruzen's agitation grew, his voice rising. Now, Lord Lin Tian favors you, bestowing this gift upon your talent. Do you comprehend how many would kill for such an opportunity? What meaning do oaths or ideals hold before absolute power? None. And tell me, was your suffering worth it, when a mere pill could eclipse it all? At first resistant, Asuma gradually succumbed to the logic of his father's words. Indeed. Why endure endless hardship when another could ascend effortlessly with a single pill? What folly to cling to hollow ideals like the will of fire or the guardian ninja's duty. Before Hiruzen could press further, Asuma dropped to his knees, reverence etched upon his face. My deepest gratitude, Lord Lintian, for this divine gift. Witnessing this, the remaining guardian ninja cast aside their scruples, prostrating themselves in unison. The sight of Asuma's sudden ascension had ignited an insatiable envy within them. Why pledge loyalty to a daimyo who endangered their lives, when Lord Lintian offered the path to immeasurable strength? Only a fool would hesitate. Hey, you'd abandon your lord so easily. Helpless, the daimyo watched his forces crumble before Lintian's overwhelming presence, his desperate cries falling on deaf ears. No one listened. No one cared. As cold sweat drenched his brow, the daimyo cursed his own folly. Why had he ever provoked this demon in human guise? As the daimyo of the Land of Fire was preparing to stealthily escape from the stone castle, seeing no movement above, an icy voice suddenly echoed through the air. Having provoked this emperor, do you truly believe you can simply leave, daimyo of the Land of Fire? The moment the words fell, the daimyo trembled like a mouse cornered by a cat, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. What do you want? The daimyo stammered, his tongue tied in fear. It's simple, Lin Tian's voice resonated. You shall unconditionally provide gold, provisions, and other necessities to the Konoha shinobi searching for medicinal herbs. Furthermore, you will deliver over half of your nation's annual treasury revenue to Konoha village. Though the lives of Konoha's shinobi mattered little to him, Lin Tian knew that without full bellies and lined pockets, none would fight for him. Besides, it wasn't his wealth being spent. The daimyo understood all too well the implications of such a demand. Before Lin Tian could speak further, Might Dai's chilling glare bore into the daimyo, intensifying his trembling and filling his eyes with sheer terror. This daimyo? No, this subordinate shall arrange it at once. The daimyo nearly misspoke in his panic, barely catching himself before turning and fleeing in disgrace. In his wake, a faint stench lingered, evidence that the daimyo had soiled himself in fear. Ugh, how foul. Several guardian shinobi covered their noses, waving their hands in disgust. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, they dropped to their knees, pleading desperately for Lin Tian's miraculous elixirs, something they had long coveted. I leave this to you. This emperor has matters to attend to elsewhere. Yet Lin Tian paid them no heed. Crimson wings unfurled from his back, and in an instant, he soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. So fast, we couldn't even glimpse Lord Lin Tian's face. The guardian shinobi stared in stunned silence, awestruck by his divine prowess, their kowtows growing even more fervent. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma watched with deep yearning in their eyes. This time, Lin Tian had no particular destination in mind. Having restored his strength to the peak of 6-star Dozone, just a step away from 7-star Dozone, he knew this final barrier was as vast as an insurmountable chasm. Remaining confined within the stone castle would not suffice for his breakthrough. He intended to wander aimlessly, seeking any opportunity that might aid his ascension. Though the shinobi world harbored beings capable of ending him, he was confident in his current power, enough to dominate the entire realm. Even if outmatched, he could escape in an instant, untouchable by any. First, to the Uchiha compound. Let us see how Makoto fares. With a mere thought, Lin Tian materialized before the Uchiha estate. The compound stood eerily empty, most of its shinobi dispatched in search of medicinal herbs for him. The Uchiha clan had thrown themselves wholeheartedly into serving Lord Lin Tian, even abandoning their police duties without hesitation. Pregnant Uchiha Makoto had just awakened from a sweet dream, where she and Lord Lin Tian walked hand in hand toward a blissful marital future. She wondered how Lord Lin Tian's training was progressing now. Gently caressing the life within her womb, a tender smile graced Makoto's lips. Perhaps Lord Lin Tian was unaware, but she was actually carrying triplets. Makoto, a melodious yet gentle voice called out as Kushina, carrying a basin of water, knocked on the door. My dear friend, what brings you here? Makoto opened the door and, upon seeing her close companion Kushina, immediately embraced her warmly. Kushina leaned down, pressing her ear against Makoto's belly to listen to the faint stirrings within. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, and she whispered in a hushed tone, Makoto, when you and Lord Lin Tian did it hurt? Kushina, you. Makoto's cheeks instantly burned scarlet at Kushina's unexpected question, while Kushina herself turned equally flustered. Of course not. Makoto covered her mouth, suppressing a laugh as she decided to tease her naive friend. Just kissing, why would that hurt? Phew. Kushina exhaled in relief, patting her chest. You scared me. I thought having a baby meant taking off clothes and hugging tightly. So it's just kissing? That's a relief. Yes, just kissing is enough. Makoto burst into laughter at Kushina's adorable innocence. If it's just kissing, then thank you, Makoto. Kushina's already flushed face deepened in color as an idea struck her. Abruptly setting down the basin, she dashed out the door. Wait, you're not actually. Realizing the potential for a misunderstanding, Makoto tried to call her back, but Kushina had already vanished. Just outside, Kushina collided with Lin Tian, who had come to visit Makoto. Lord Lin Tian. Kushina's face burned even brighter. Kushina, why is your face so red today? Having spent enough time with her, Lin Tian had softened his usual icy demeanor. Lord Lin Tian, I have a secret to tell you. Kushina hesitated, then steeled herself with determination. Gulping nervously, her heart pounded like a startled deer. Very well, but if you're playing a trick on me, there will be consequences. Lin Tian teased, leaning closer. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen or others witnessed this scene, their eyes would have widened in disbelief. Never had they seen Lord Lin Tian so approachable and devoid of his usual imposing aura. As Lin Tian's face neared, Kushina's heartbeat quickened. Taking a deep breath, she shut her eyes tightly and planted a firm kiss on his lips. Then, like a startled rabbit, she bolted away, shrieking in exhilaration as she ran. I'm carrying Lord Lin Tian's child now. I'm carrying Lord Lin Tian's child. Haha. I succeeded. Haha. I'm so happy. The onlookers immediately cast envious glances, while Tian Lin and Makoto, who had stepped out upon hearing the commotion, were left utterly speechless. For heaven's sake. Kissing doesn't lead to pregnancy, people. In a dimly lit basement reeking of dampness, numerous researchers bustled about in haste, meticulously analyzing an orb-like object. Under the scrutiny of sophisticated instruments, the orb was dissected, some fragments crushed into fine particles, others liquefied, before being swiftly transported via a precision conveyor belt to an electronic device. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted. Before the device could complete its analysis, it detonated violently, sending sparks flying in all directions. A powerful shockwave whipped up a fierce gust, nearly knocking the surrounding personnel off their feet. Though prepared, the researchers were left disheveled and grim-faced by the blast. This makes the 35th attempt, remarked a seasoned jutsu researcher impassively, jotting notes in his logbook as if the outcome had been anticipated. Who would have thought the so-called elixir from Ru would harbor such immense energy? How goes the research? A chilling voice slithered through the darkness as Orochimaru, serpentine in appearance, emerged from the shadows. His gaze fixed on the ruined equipment, his brow furrowed. Another failure, I presume? Had Tian Lin been present, he would have been astonished to recognize the object as his own 8th-grade chi-transforming pill. Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. The researcher replied deferentially. This marks the 35th trial. No matter how much we reinforce the instruments, they still explode. Based on my estimation, the energy compressed within this pill rivals at least a B-rank jutsu, though its chakra is far more condensed. However, if I may ask, my lord, why such keen interest in these pills? Orochimaru did not answer directly. Instead, he posed a thought-provoking question. All my life, I have devoted myself to the study of jutsu, every technique across the world. It was my ambition to refine the second Hokage's arts and forge my own. Yet one day, a certain individual made me realize that all my prior research was mere child's play. Tell me, what would you do in my place? The researcher's eyes gleamed with sudden realization. My lord, do you speak of Tian Lin? A cryptic smile curled Orochimaru's lips. Precisely. Ever since learning of Danzo's demise, Orochimaru had discreetly planted informants within Konoha. His investigations revealed that Danzo had been slain by a man named Tian Lin, a figure who had bestowed these very pills upon several shinobi, each of whom experienced dramatic surges in power, attaining terrifying levels of strength. Upon hearing this news, Orochimaru, in his astonishment, dispatched more spies to the Hidden Leaf Village to gather the information he sought. Eventually, he obtained some mysterious pills. These pills were subjected to relentless analysis by his researchers day and night, yet each experiment ended either with exploding instruments or the pills inexplicably dissipating into thin air. Not a single trace of their composition remained, let alone any tangible results. Thus, this marked the XXDH attempt. Initially, Orochimaru dismissed the so-called pills as mere variations of the Akimichi clan's secret spices, akin to their chili or curry pills. However, as his research deepened, he realized that despite his vast knowledge of ninjutsu, he could not unravel the secrets of these pills. Undeniably, this revelation delivered a profound shock to his worldview and ignited an intense curiosity about this enigmatic figure known as Lord Lin Tian. It seems I must pay a visit to the Hidden Leaf Village after all these years. Orochimaru smirked coldly, his crimson tongue flickering ominously. But before that, I shall prepare a grand gift for Lin Tian. With a sinister chuckle, his hands swiftly formed a series of seals, Edo Tensei. 3 massive coffins emerged from the trembling earth, rising slowly. Orochimaru was no fool. Anyone capable of striking fear into the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, these 3 coffins would serve a crucial purpose. Swish. In an instant, Orochimaru and the coffins vanished without a trace. Hidden Leaf Village. Unaware, or perhaps indifferent, to Orochimaru's machinations, Lin Tian was engaged in playful banter with Mikoto. Upon learning that Mikoto had visited the medical center and was expecting triplets, his joy knew no bounds. He lifted her in exhilaration, spinning her around in sheer delight. Though Lin Tian was the celestial emperor, he had once cherished familial bonds in his past life. This rare warmth of kinship was something he would never dismiss with cold detachment. Of course, Mikoto's unwavering devotion played no small part. Had she not been so steadfast, she might never have won his affection. Take good care of the children. I must depart for a while. As Lin Tian prepared to leave, his keen senses abruptly detected an ominous presence. His expression darkened instantly. Orochimaru? The ultimate antagonist of the original tale. I shall personally entertain you. Lord Lin Tian, what's wrong? Mikoto, noticing the sudden shift in his demeanor, instinctively sensed danger. Fear not. Stay here. No being in this world has yet been born who can harm me. With a faint smile, his wings unfurled behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized at the village gates, just 10 paces away from Orochimaru and his disguised entourage. So, you are Lin Tian? A horse. Chilling voice slithered through the air as Orochimaru's serpentine gaze locked onto him. An overwhelming sense of lethal threat radiated from this man. No, overwhelming was an understatement. The air grew thick, suffocatingly so. Daring to address this sovereign by name, you are already a dead man. Lin Tian's voice was calm, yet to Orochimaru's ears, it resonated like thunder. Kh. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. Orochimaru sneered, his pallid face twisting as a grotesquely elongated tongue flicked out, repulsive and vile. With a swift motion, his hands formed a series of seals, killing snakes of destruction. At his command, countless serpents surged through the air, lunging toward Lin Tian. Impatient, aren't we? Lin Tian's lips curled into a frigid smile. A single, disdainful scoff escaped him. That scoff alone sent tremors through the very fabric of space. An unimaginable force erupted from him, rippling outward with devastating intensity. The sheer power distorted the air itself, producing sharp, keening shrieks. In the next instant, the oncoming serpents were obliterated, reduced to nothing but crimson mist, a macabre spectacle of gore. What? How is this possible? Orochimaru's brow furrowed. He had nurtured those serpents with painstaking effort, yet Lin Tian had shattered them with nothing more than a sound. Shock gripped him, and the arrogance in his heart wavered. Initially, Orochimaru had dismissed Lin Tian entirely, confident in the strength of his reanimated shinobi, elite warriors of Kaga-level prowess. But now, his assumptions had been naive. As he pondered, a chilling presence materialized mere inches before him. The moment his eyes met that cold, imperious face, an invisible weight crushed down upon him, like a mountain pressing against his back, stealing his breath. Is this the aura of true power? Though the shinobi world had no formal concept of aura, Orochimaru, through years of research into chakra and jutsu, had discerned its existence. Every shinobi possessed an intangible presence, one that, when unleashed, could overwhelm an opponent through sheer force of will. It was why weaker shinobi sometimes triumphed over the mighty in moments of desperation. He, too, wielded such an aura, sinister, oppressive, and potent enough to birth his own psychic techniques. Yet Lin Tian's aura was something else entirely. It eclipsed his own completely. The implications of such dominance were not lost on Orochimaru. Under this suffocating pressure, his movements slowed, his reflexes dulled. You disappoint me, came the icy verdict. You are far too weak. The words drained the color from Orochimaru's face. Before he could react, a devastating palm strike sent him hurtling backward, flung aside like nothing more than an insect. Orochimaru's style, body replacement. The figure struck by Lin Tian dissolved into viscous fluid. And in the next breath, Orochimaru reappeared behind him. Orochimaru, once a prodigy of the Hidden Leaf Village in his youth, had been personally instructed in ninjutsu by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, standing as a paragon among shinobi. Yet now, upon hearing the words "you're too weak," his heart seethed not only with fury but also with bitter resentment. It was akin to a genius who had achieved worldwide acclaim suddenly realizing that all his accomplishments were mere trifles that others could effortlessly replicate. The sheer magnitude of that fall was unimaginable. Summoning jutsu, Manda. His hand seals, fueled by rage, accelerated dramatically. In an instant, an intricate summoning array sprawled across the ground, followed by a billowing mist. From within emerged the colossal, obsidian-scaled serpent, Manda, Lord Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could utter a command, he was stunned to witness Manda's massive form trembling with unmistakable unease. Yes, trembling. Manda, you. A foreboding sensation gripped Orochimaru. My lord, forgive me, but I cannot fight alongside you. This man, he is terrifying. With those words, another surge of mist enveloped the battlefield. The mighty Manda, freshly summoned, dissolved the contract without even engaging in combat, retreating back to the Snake Sage's lair. Watching his longtime ally abandon him so abruptly, Orochimaru was momentarily speechless. Oh, since you've come, don't even think of fleeing. A chilling taunt echoed as Lin Tian casually reached out. With a mere gesture, the serpent attempting to escape was violently yanked back through the void, hurled through the air with earth-shaking force. Its massive body crashed through countless trees, sending plumes of dust and debris spiraling into the sky. The power of a Dozun, manipulating spatial forces at will. When Manda finally regained his senses, his vision blurred, he realized he had not escaped at all. His serpentine form shuddered once more. As summoned beings, they were far more attuned to the presence of overwhelming power than humans. The sheer terror emanating from that distant figure left Manda with no desire to fight, yet now, even flight was denied to him. He had been forcibly retrieved from the very fabric of space itself. Damn it all. Manda nearly cursed aloud, his gaze toward Orochimaru now brimming with resentment. Yet Orochimaru felt a twisted satisfaction, though it was quickly overshadowed by shock. Lin Tian could manipulate space itself? Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation. We are no match for him. With escape impossible, Manda steeled himself for battle, grudgingly standing alongside Orochimaru. Though they had fought together many times, the serpent had never truly respected the shinobi. Orochimaru, too, had no other choice. Despite Manda's cowardice, the threat before them demanded cooperation. In a flash, he landed atop Manda's head, swiftly unsealing a scroll to summon several shinobi while weaving hand signs for the forbidden technique. As the earth trembled, 3 massive coffins erupted from the ground. Upon their lids were inscribed the characters, first, second, and hidden. These were no ordinary warriors. The impure world reincarnation, is it? How intriguing. The essence of the impure world reincarnation is a summoning technique, a spatial invocation. With Lin Tian's current power, he could easily prevent Orochimaru from performing the summoning. However, he was quite eager to see just how far his own strength had progressed. As Lin Tian anticipated, the coffins creaked open one by one, revealing the figures within. There stood Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage who founded the entire Hidden Leaf Village, and Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage who created countless forbidden jutsu and possessed the space-time technique, Flying Thunder God. As for the third figure in the coffin, Lin Tian couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. It was none other than Danzo, the leader of Root, whom he had effortlessly obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Yes, Danzo. Of course. Danzo and Orochimaru had long conspired together within the Hidden Leaf, orchestrating numerous schemes. It was highly likely that the original Konoha crush was their joint machination. With Danzo's demise, Orochimaru, his close associate, naturally turned him into a specimen for the impure world reincarnation. Fascinating, for Kage-level opponents at once. Faced with such formidable figures from the shinobi world, Lin Tian felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a spark of curiosity flickered in his eyes. In the original timeline, the reincarnated first and second Hokage summoned by Orochimaru possessed only a fraction of their true power, likely hovering around Kage-level strength. Orochimaru, who had expected Lin Tian to cower in fear at the sight of his impure world reincarnation, narrowed his pale eyes coldly upon seeing Lin Tian's reaction. Humph. So stubborn until the bitter end. Very well, let me show you the true might of this technique. Even Manda, whose body had been trembling moments ago, steadied itself under the influence of the reincarnation jutsu, its fighting spirit reignited. Humph, let me show you my true power. The memory of its earlier humiliation made Manda seethe with rage. At that moment, the first, second, and Danzo slowly opened their eyes. Where are we? Hashirama Senju frowned, the crisp air and familiar scenery giving him the illusion of returning to the past. Brother. Tobirama Senju was startled, then quickly assessed his own body. If I'm not mistaken, someone has summoned us from the Pure Land using the impure world reincarnation. Haha. I, Danzo, have returned to life. Danzo burst into maniacal laughter. He knew this had to be Orochimaru's doing. He had always believed Orochimaru would resurrect him after his death, but before his elation could fully settle, his gaze landed on his old nemesis, Lin Tian, standing in the distance. The memory of being annihilated with a single palm strike flashed through his mind. Lin Tian, you never expected this, did you? That I, Danzo, would be revived, and in this reincarnated body, no less, one with infinite regeneration and boundless chakra. Danzo roared with laughter before scanning the battlefield for Orochimaru. Only then did he notice the first and second Hokage standing beside him. His excitement surged even higher. As expected of Orochimaru, he even summoned the first and second Hokage. You are Danzo? Tobirama immediately recognized the man beside him, after all. He had once been the squad leader of Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the others. Danzo? Hashirama blinked, then seemed to recall something. Where is Hiruzen? Hiruzen must have been slain by this young man before us as well. Danzo's shifty eyes darted about as he began hurling all manner of slander at Lin Tian, Lord First and Second Hokage. You must understand, this Lin Tian has slaughtered over half of Konoha's population. Even Hiruzen and I fell to his blade. Lord Orochimaru had no choice but to employ the impure world reincarnation to stop this menace. Upon hearing this, the first and second Hokage's furious gazes immediately locked onto Lin Tian in the distance. There are two methods to control reanimated shinobi, one through suppression via talismans, the other by allowing autonomous action. The latter often unleashes far greater power. Knowing this, Danzo deliberately provoked them. So that's how it is. The first Hokage's voice rumbled like distant thunder. How despicable. We cannot allow the village we built with our own hands to be destroyed by such a villain. The legendary founder's eyes burned with righteous fury, their glacial stares piercing through Lin Tian like the bitterest winter winds. Orochimaru watched this development with immense satisfaction. Not only did it spare him the trouble of using control talismans, but it would also allow the reanimated Hokages to fight at their full potential, something his direct control could never achieve. Lin Tian merely shrugged with sublime indifference. As the Heavenly Emperor, fear was foreign to him, even when facing 4 Kaga-level opponents simultaneously. Come then, his voice flowed like undisturbed waters, mirroring his impassive expression. Let this Emperor witness your so-called strength. Danzo sneered inwardly. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. The first and second Hokages wield power akin to deities. Even diminished by reanimation, their might remains formidable. Brother, Tobirama exchanged a glance with Hashirama. In the space between heartbeats, the second Hokage materialized before Lin Tian. His legendary Flying Thunder God flashing forth, a technique that had claimed countless shinobi lives throughout history. His movement transcended speed, bordering on teleportation itself. Only then did Lin Tian notice the kunai engraved with space-time formulae that had flown past him earlier, its trajectory disguised as a passing bird. Truly worthy of the second Hokage, Lin Tian mused aloud. Yet his hand moved faster still, intercepting Tobirama mid-strike and seizing him in an unbreakable grip. Heavenly Dragon's Grasp. Tobirama found himself completely immobilized. As he attempted to channel chakra, he discovered his meridians in complete disarray, incapable of even basic ninjutsu, let alone his signature techniques. The spectator's eyes widened in collective disbelief. The second Hokage, whose Flying Thunder God techniques were the stuff of legend, whose name every village child knew, subdued in an instant? The sheer impossibility of the scene drew gasps from all present. What style? What dragon jutsu? A resonant voice cut through the tension. Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi himself, had finally entered the fray. Hashirama Senju, revered as the god of shinobi, performed hand seals with such dazzling speed that the movements became a blur to the naked eye. A thunderous impact echoed as an enormous wooden dragon, its colossal maw gaping wide, lunged viciously towards Lin Tian. Simultaneously, the dragon's massive body coiled like a serpent, its movements deceptively agile despite its size. In the blink of an eye, the dragon ensnared Lin Tian within its crushing embrace, siphoning away his chakra mercilessly. The onlookers exhaled in quiet relief, reassured by the legendary prowess of the shinobi god. After all, the wood dragon technique was one of Hashirama's signature jutsu, a merciless ability that drained its victims' energy, leaving them powerless. If it could consume even half of Lin Tian's chakra, their chances of victory would rise dramatically. Yet, Hashirama's seasoned eyes, hardened through countless battles, widened in disbelief. A deafening explosion erupted as unimaginable force swelled within the dragon's body, tearing it apart in a spectacular burst of embers, scattering like celestial fireworks. The released energy surged back into Lin Tian's form, leaving nothing but dissipating embers in its wake. Surveying the stunned expressions around him, Lin Tian smirked faintly, casually tossing Tobirama aside like discarded refuse. It seems the legendary Senju brothers are underwhelming. A sharp scoff cut through the air. Tobarama's discarded form dissolved into bubbles, revealing it as a water clone. His true self materialized beside Hashirama in an instant. Courtesy of the Flying Thunder God technique. Their movements were a blur, too swift for ordinary eyes to follow. Clang! 3 razor-sharp shuriken appeared in each brother's grasp. And in the next breath, they vanished, only to reappear behind Lin Tian, striking in perfect unison. With the Flying Thunder God's near-instantaneous teleportation, their assault was nearly unavoidable. Impressive speed. Lin Tian remarked, his voice calm, betraying neither fear nor panic. Before their blades could descend, his palms lashed out faster than even the Flying Thunder God. Earth-rank combat skill, Dragon Flame Palm. Twin spirals of scorching fire erupted from his hands, engulfing the brothers in a vortex of searing heat. Though Hashirama and Tobarama had braced for Lin Tian's swift retaliation, his attack outpaced their reflexes, striking true before they could evade. With 2 muffled pops, the flames erupted violently, illuminating the dim sky as bright as day. The bodies of Tobarama Senju and Hashirama Senju shattered like clay, fragments scattering everywhere except for their heads. However, the formidable effects of the Edo Tensei quickly manifested. Their broken bodies rapidly regenerated. Yet at that moment, Lin Tian struck again with another palm strike. Earth-rank battle skill, Blazing Palm. This legendary technique from the Dochi continent unleashed its might once more. A monster scale, carrying terrifying force, surged toward the two with overwhelming ferocity. Never had they encountered such a devastating wind-style technique. Both were sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing violently into solid rock, utterly immobilized. So strong. Just how powerful was Lin Tian? Hashirama and Tobarama exchanged a horrified glance, their bodies feeling as though they were on the verge of disintegration. Despite the Edo Tensei suppressing their full strength, they still possessed Kaga-level power. Yet this man named Lin Tian had effortlessly defeated them. Had they not been in their reanimated forms, they would have been reduced to bloody mist under that single strike. It seems, to eliminate this brat, we'll have to exert real effort. Tobarama's brow furrowed. With a swift hand seal, his shuriken multiplied into countless clones, attacking Lin Tian from all angles. Meanwhile, Hashirama formed another seal, unleashing the Water Dragon Jutsu. A torrential flood surged across the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Tobarama activated Water's Severing Wave, darting through the currents to seek an opening for the kill. Seeing that even the first and second Hokage were no match for Lin Tian, Danzo panicked. His hands blurred through seals as he unleashed Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere, and Wind Release, Gale Cutter, providing support from the sidelines. Manda, let us go. Orochimaru, fully aware of Lin Tian's prowess, drew the Kusanagi sword and charged forward atop the colossal serpent. For Kaga-level warriors and a summoned beast all converged upon Lin Tian, determined to annihilate him here and now. Yet instead of fear, a faint smirk curled at Lin Tian's lips. Ganging up on me? In a flash, he evaded the heart of their assault. The mist wind-style techniques cleaved a distant mountain in half. With the profound rank battle skill, Explosive Step, his speed became ghostly. And behind him, a pair of golden wings materialized, formed entirely of Dochi. Purple cloud wings. You've had your turn. Now, it's mine. Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar. Lin Tian's aura surged as he unleashed a deafening roar, the sound reverberating like the combined fury of lions and tigers. It carried the overwhelming might to shatter metal and crush souls, a dominion that demanded submission. The sound surged and roared like a tiger's howl through the mountains, its powerful sonic waves instantly transforming into terrifying undulations, descending upon Orochimaru and his companions like an oppressive dome. Orochimaru and the others immediately felt as though a mountain was crushing down upon them. The overwhelming pressure left them gasping for breath, their reaction slowed to a crawl. Even figures like Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, faced with such a fearsome sonic assault, found themselves suppressed in a way they had never experienced before. Clutching their ears in desperation, they soon realized that this earth-rank combat technique was not something they could easily withstand. One by one, they were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Even the colossal Manda collapsed with a thunderous crash, vomiting a torrent of blood like a volley of arrows. By the time Hashirama, Tobarama, and the others staggered to their feet, Lin Tian hovered in the air like a deity, an indomitable war god whose mere presence exuded an insurmountable pressure. Standing there in silence, he radiated an aura of invincibility. This kid is far too powerful. Tobarama panted heavily, while beside him, Hashirama furrowed his brows in frustration. Damn it. Under the constraints of the Edo Tensei, I can't enter Sage mode. Otherwise, I could defeat him. Though the Edo Tensei was formidable, it was not true resurrection, and thus, Certain supreme techniques remain beyond reach, perhaps its only flaw. Tobarama's eyes narrowed before shifting toward Danzo. Danzo, tell us everything you know about Lin Tian. Hearing this, Hashirama understood. His brother was preparing for one final stand. Brother, you should listen as well. Tobarama said with a faint smile, his gaze sharper and more focused than ever before. Lin Tian is the greatest threat to Konoha. We must eliminate him to restore peace to the village. Hashirama nodded solemnly. Truthfully, since ascending to the Kage level, they had rarely bothered with gathering intelligence on their enemies, such caution had seemed beneath them. But after exchanging so many blows, they finally realized that pride had to be set aside. Only by meticulously analyzing their opponent could they secure victory. Danzo quickly briefed them on Lin Tian's abilities. When they heard how he had subdued the Nine Tails in mere strikes and wielded the Three Tails as a weapon to slaughter Kirigakure shinobi, both Hashirama and Tobarama were stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of power is this, to treat tailed beasts as mere playthings? Watching them dissect his abilities, Lin Tian smirked coldly but made no move to interrupt. He was on the cusp of breaking through to the seven-star Dozun realm. And this rare opportunity to battle four of the shinobi world's strongest warriors was a precious chance he couldn't afford to waste. Just then, a series of sharp whistles pierced the air as several figures arrived swiftly at the village gates of Konoha. The identities of the figures were varied. Some were shinobi from the ANBU, others from the Uchiha clan, and still more from the High clan. All had been drawn by the commotion at the village entrance. Lord Tian, are you all right? Swish, swish, swish. In no time, four figures landed before Lin Tian, none other than the infamous Konoha 4, Might Dai, Kushina, and Yamato. This emperor? How could anything possibly be amiss? Lin Tian responded with a faint smile. Relieved to see him unharmed, the four exchanged glances before shifting their focus to the distance. Their eyes widened in sheer astonishment upon recognizing the opponents Lin Tian had been facing, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and Danzo. Not just them. Everyone who had arrived was equally stunned. Who could have imagined that the brutal battle at Konoha's entrance involved the first and second Hokage? More crucially, Lord Lin Tian had engaged them in combat, yet remained unscathed. Amidst their shock, curiosity arose. What forbidden technique could have summoned the first and second Hokage? And furthermore, hadn't Danzo perished? How was he alive again? Questions swirled in their minds, but the moment they spotted Orochimaru, everything became clear. So, it was all Orochimaru's doing. Just then, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Asuma Sarutobi arrived in a flash. When Hiruzen took in the battlefield, his shock was immeasurable, especially upon seeing Orochimaru. His disbelief reached its peak. HM? Hiruzen, you're alive? At the sight of Hiruzen, Tobarama frowned, his sharp mind instantly realizing the deception. Damn it. Exchanging a glance, Danzo and Orochimaru swiftly acted, embedding curse seals into the napes of Tobarama and Hashirama. The once lively eyes of the two Hokage dulled instantly, now mere puppets under their control. To think you'd act so quickly. Orochimaru and Danzo surveyed the crowd, sensing the precariousness of their situation. Instinctively, they took a few steps back. This was, after all, Konoha's territory, and Orochimaru was a rogue ninja marked for death. Lin Tian alone was formidable enough now. With these additional obstacles, escape seemed the only viable option. Teacher, who would have thought we'd meet here today? Orochimaru smirked coldly, intending to appeal to sentiment. But before he could continue, Hiruzen shook his head, his hands already weaving seals. Orochimaru, who gave you the right to oppose Lord Lin Tian? Hearing this, Orochimaru, who had hoped for his teacher's mercy, froze in shock, his eyes widening like a startled cat. Teacher, you're not. Whoever stands against Lord Lin Tian stands against me. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen cut him off sharply. It's time to purge this disgrace. In Hiruzen's eyes, Lord Lin Tian surpassed all else. Eliminating Orochimaru was not just justice, it was the perfect opportunity to earn Lin Tian's favor. Just as Sarutobi, Hiruzen was about to take action, the Uchiha and High clans, who had traveled from afar, immediately objected. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and declared, Lord Hokage, you cannot monopolize the great merit of slaying Orochimaru. Our Uchiha clan arrived here first. No sooner had he spoken than High-Ga Hayashi and High-Ga Hizashi stepped forward, retorting, Fugaku, your words are most disagreeable. How can you claim the Uchiha arrived first when it was clearly our High-Ga clan? If merit is to be measured, ours should be the greatest. Upon hearing that Lin Tian had appeared at the village entrance and engaged Orochimaru in battle, both clans had rushed over in haste. Their goal was simple, to assist before anyone else and earn favor in Lord Lin Tian's eyes. However, much to their displeasure, their rivals had arrived as well. igniting a fierce competition for recognition. The prospect of receiving elixirs from Lord Lin Tian, which could instantly elevate a shinobi to Kaga-level strength, was too great an opportunity to miss. Hige Hayashi, how dare you speak so presumptuously? Since when does the Hige clan have any claim here? Step aside. You blind fools. Fugaku spat, his face twisted with impatience. Fugaku, are you declaring war on the Hige? Hayashi countered sharply, refusing to yield. The two rival clans bickered openly, each vying for the chance to impress Lord Lin Tian, hoping to secure his favor and perhaps even his legendary elixirs. Even Hiruzen could not resist joining the fray. As the Hokage, the credit rightfully belongs to me. Watching the clans squabble over unclaimed victory, Orochimaru and Danzo exchanged exasperated glances. Were they truly so confident in defeating the first and second Hokage? Enough. A faint, yet commanding voice cut through the chaos. A single word, just 2 syllables, silenced them instantly. The Uchiha clan head, the Hige clan head, and even the Hokage, revered as the professor of shinobi, fell into obedient stillness, like chastened schoolchildren. Only when the bickering ceased did Lin Tian allow a faint smile. Orochimaru, show me what else you have. Entertain me, and perhaps I shall let you leave unharmed. Suppressing his fury, Orochimaru clenched his teeth. Though a proud and arrogant researcher of forbidden jutsu, he was forced to endure for the sake of his ambitions. Lin Tian, do not celebrate prematurely. With that, Orochimaru hurled his Kusanagi sword forward, while the reanimated first and second Hokage, bound by his cursed seals, lunged at Lin Tian. Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Senju Tobirama materialized behind Lin Tian, poised to draw his kunai for an attack. Yet before he could strike, Lin Tian's foot sent him hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, Senju Hashirama, who had been weaving hand seals to unleash a grand-scale ninjutsu, was likewise kicked away with brutal force by Lin Tian. Boom, boom. Merely a second had passed. Yet both the second and first Hokage, who had charged at Lin Tian, were already defeated, their bodies flung aside like broken kites. They crashed through multiple towering trees before finally coming to a halt. The battle had ended before it even truly began. Everything happened too swiftly. The onlookers gaped in shock as the shattered forms of the first and second Hokage rapidly regenerated. Their minds echoed the same thought. Too fast. Too fast. Unbelievably fast. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had glimpsed the threshold of Kaga-level strength, failed to perceive Lin Tian's movements. No, not even the faintest trace of his actions. Nearby, Asuma stood dumbfounded, utterly clueless as to how the two Hokage had been repelled in an instant. Still want to fight? Another gust of wind howled, its force stinging the stunned face of Orochimaru. Before he could react, a blazing hand pierced straight through his chest. Thud. Without even seeing Lin Tian's attack, Orochimaru collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes slowly closing. This emperor can still sense your presence. Such petty tricks won't deceive me. Lin Tian smirked coldly. In the distance, a white-scaled serpent dissolved into mist, reforming into Orochimaru, now pale-faced, breathing raggedly, his combat strength utterly depleted, though his snake substitution had spared him fatal damage. It had drained his chakra to the brink. Uchiha Fugaku, Hige Hayashi, and Hige Hizashi exchanged glances before swiftly encircling Orochimaru, cutting off any escape. Yet despite knowing his fate was sealed, Orochimaru's eyes burned with bitter defiance. I refuse to accept this. Orochimaru gasped weakly. Oh? And why is that? Lin Tian's interest was piqued. Lord Lin Tian, Orochimaru is cunning beyond measure. Do not fall for his schemes. Are you implying Lord Lin Tian is foolish? Hayashi, I've never seen such blatant provocation. And how often have the Uchiha whispered slander against the Hige under Lord Lin Tian's rule? The Uchiha and Hige clans bickered once more, until Lin Tian's icy glare silenced them. I once studied your elixirs, Lord Lin Tian, Orochimaru rasped, his voice thick with resentment. They grant ninjas immense power in an instant. Recently, I developed the cursed seal, a technique that achieves the same. I challenge you. Let us see which is stronger, your elixirs, or my cursed seal. With a single hand seal, Orochimaru recalled Hashirama and Tobirama back into their coffins. A cursed seal? Intriguing. Lin Tian chuckled. And what shall we wager? Truth be told, Orochimaru's challenge had genuinely sparked his curiosity. Which holds greater power, the elixirs of the Dochi continent or the cursed seals developed by Orochimaru? In the original narrative, the power of the cursed seal was extracted by Orochimaru from Yugo's body, an unstable form of sage energy capable of granting terrifying strength for a short duration. In the original story, Sasuke, marked by this seal, entered Stage 2 and managed to halt Naruto, who had already manifested 3 tails of the 9 tails. This alone illustrates the extraordinary potency of the Cursed Seal. However, the Cursed Seal also carries severe side effects. Once its power dissipates, the user is left utterly exhausted, their body drained. Moreover, those bearing the seal are compelled to submit to Orochimaru's dominion. While the amplification effect is formidable compared to Lin Tian's elixirs, it likely only matches the potency of a 6th-grade pill. If I, Orochimaru, happen to win, you must let me leave, Orochimaru declared, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. This was his latest research achievement, a technique that could temporarily elevate a mere genin to the strength of an elite nin. Though his Edo Tensei had proven no match for Lin Tian, his pride convinced him that in this field, he could surpass him. Indeed, ever since hearing of Lin Tian's elixirs producing AJ nin within days, Orochimaru had been eager to prove his own superiority. As a fervent scholar of ninjutsu, he harbored immense pride in his research. And if you lose? Lin Tian inquired with a faint smile. If I, Orochimaru, am defeated, I shall serve as your eternal subordinate. Orochimaru's gaze burned with fervor. But in my eyes, defeat is impossible, for my cursed seal is invincible. Orochimaru is about to suffer a crushing defeat. The might of Lord Lin Tian's elixirs is common knowledge. Orochimaru is clearly just trying to curry favor. Imagine Orochimaru reduced to being Lord Lin Tian's servant. What a sight that would be. I can't wait to see their confrontation. The onlookers murmured among themselves, brimming with curiosity. The efficacy of Lin Tian's elixirs was undeniable. Who would dare challenge it? Very well. Then let this sovereign witness the might of your cursed seal. Lin Tian mused. As for the method of comparison, we shall each select test subjects and pit their enhanced strength against one another. How does that sound? Agreed. Orochimaru accepted without hesitation. Just as he was about to speak further, a timid voice interjected. Lord Lin Tian, my Akimichi clan also possesses secret medicinal pills that enhance our clansmen. I wish to participate in this trial. The speaker was a rotund figure. Resembling a sphere from afar, Akimichi Chza, the current head of the Akimichi clan. How intriguing. Lin Tian was amused. The Akimichi clan's spice pills and curry pills were renowned for their formidable amplification effects. But how would they compare to his elixirs? He was eager to find out. Akimichi Chza, you. The Uchiha and Hige clans, witnessing the Akimichi's interference, immediately shot him furious glares. How could they not see that Akimichi Chuza, under the guise of testing the potency of elixirs, was actually currying favor in Lord Lin Tian's eyes to garner his attention? The competition among these clans had already reached a fever pitch, and now the Akimichi clan was stepping in, clearly aiming to claim their share of the spoils. Forgive my bluntness, but the Akimichi clan also seeks to rise through this opportunity. Akimichi Chuza smirked shamelessly, his audacious words provoking fury in Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. The Akimichi clan has always been loyal to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen began, intending to suppress Chuza's arrogance, but the latter cut him off with a glare. Apologies, but the Akimichi clan no longer wishes to serve the Hokage. Our allegiance now lies with Lord Lin Tian. A weak and incompetent Hokage cannot lead our clan to glory. In the original narrative, the Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans clung to the Hokage's coattails, ensuring their prosperity, even surpassing the prestigious Hyuga clan in influence. Now, with an even greater power to align with, only a fool would remain loyal to the Hokage. Hiruzen seethed momentarily before calming himself. After all, he too now served Lord Lin Tian. The affairs of Konoha were no longer his concern. Still, Chuza's blatant disrespect rankled him, but there was nothing he could do. Akimichi Chuza, do your best. At that moment, members of the Yamanaka and Nara clans also joined the fray. United in purpose, if the Akimichi clan could secure benefits from Lord Lin Tian, they too might bask in the reflected glory. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Noichi, I know exactly what you two are scheming. Chuza scoffed, utterly unimpressed. Chuza, you. Shikaku and Inoichi exchanged glances, their minds racing with unspoken calculations. Suddenly, Shikaku seemed to have an epiphany and hurried to Lin Tian's side. Lord Lin Tian, you must be troubled over how to test the elixir's potency. I have an excellent proposal. So quick. Shikaku, you. Inoichi and Chuza were stunned by Shikaku's swift move to ingratiate himself. Oh, what is your suggestion? Speak. Watching these once proud figures grovel like eager lapdogs filled Lin Tian with quiet satisfaction. If your idea pleases me, I shall reward you with a 7th-grade elixir. Gasps rippled through the crowd, their gazes burning with envy and longing as they fixed upon Shikaku. Lord Lin Tian is bestowing another elixir, but alas, not upon us. Shikaka, barely able to contain his delight, grinned widely. Since we are testing the elixir's effects, why not select 3 disabled individuals who have never trained in ninjutsu? 3 trials, measuring strength, speed, and explosive power. I have no objections, Lin Tian replied with a faint smile. Nor do I. Orochimaru curled his lips into a sinister smirk. If it's raw power you seek, nothing surpasses the secret elixirs of my Akimichi clan. Akimichi Chza nodded in solemn agreement. Very well, since there are no objections. Narashikaka began, only to be interrupted by the laughter of Yamanaka and Oichi. No need to search further. My Yamanaka clan has already located them. With that, 9 disabled citizens of Konoha, led by Inoichi, lined up before the assembly. Determined to earn favor, Inoichi had strained himself, using his mind-reading jutsu the moment Shikaku voiced his thoughts. Swiftly preparing for this moment. Excellent. Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction. He had to admit, their efficiency was impressive. With a flick of his wrist, 2 radiant pills materialized in his palm, exuding an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. These are divine elixirs, refined by this sovereign mere days ago. They possess the power to rebirth one's very essence. Consume them. The pills landed in Shikaku and Inoichi's hands, their faces alight with awe. Without hesitation, they swallowed the gifts. Lord Lin Tian is bestowing elixirs already? Envious gazes burned around them. Such a rare opportunity, snatched by these 2. Those who serve me, Lin Tian, shall never go unrewarded. His voice resonated in every ear, igniting a fire within the disheartened shinobi. Each silently vowed to prove their worth and earn his favor. Suddenly, agonized screams pierced the air. Shikaku and Inoichi writhed in torment, their faces pallid as a foul stench emanated from their bodies. Overcome, they bolted toward a nearby stream to cleanse themselves. The keen-eyed observers noted the transformation. Their bodies had undergone a metamorphosis, as if reborn. Have they ascended to elite Janine level? And this, from just 2 pills. Fists clenched in determination. As they cleansed themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you shall oversee the trial. Lin Tian declared calmly. Hearing his name, Hiruzen cast a smug glance at the scowling Uchiha Fugaku and Hijie Hayashi before bowing deeply. As you command, Lord Lin Tian. He then organized the 9 disabled citizens into 3 groups. 1 for cursed seals, 1 for Akimichi elixirs, and the last for Lin Tian's divine pills. Keh. I shall prove the supremacy of my cursed seals, Orochimaru sneered confidently, elongating his neck to sink his fangs into a subject, branding them with his mark. Swiftly, under the fermentation of the cursed seal's power, the disabled villager became covered in dark, intricate patterns. Sprouting a pair of demonic wings from his back, transforming into a veritable minor demon, instantly reaching his second state. At this moment, Chza Akimichi produced a chili pill and forced it down the subject's throat. Despite the pill's severe side effects, he cared little for the subject's survival. Upon swallowing it, the disabled villager's body swelled several times in size, and faintly, butterfly-like wings emerged from his back, presenting a grotesque and terrifying sight from afar. In raw strength, none can rival the Akimichi clan, Chza declared with unshakable confidence, basking in the astonished gazes around him. Then, both Orochimaru and Chza turned their attention toward Lin Tian in the distance, eager to witness his next move. Very well, I shall grant him a 6th-tier beast core. Lin Tian mused, conjuring a radiant pill in his palm and feeding it to the disabled villager. A miracle unfolded instantly. The sharp hiss of rapidly regenerating bones echoed as the villager's body convulsed, bathed in a golden radiance. A new leg sprouted where there was none, and his once non-existent chakra surged into an overwhelming torrent, particularly in his arms, which thickened more than 2-fold. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted from him, rippling outward and bending the surrounding trees like reeds in a storm. The onlookers gasped. The once powerless cripple now radiated an aura of terrifying might. This beast core, forged from the blood of colossal summoning beast Lin Tian had recently acquired, granted its consumer instantaneous, monstrous strength. However, its fatal flaw lay in its exclusivity. Only those devoid of any prior power could ingest it without being obliterated by its overwhelming force. How horrifying. Chza and Orochimaru exchanged uneasy glances, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they observed the transformed villager. Even the other 2 subjects, one branded with the cursed seal, the other fueled by the chili pill, turned their heads in stunned disbelief. The next moment, the 3 clashed in a brutal contest of raw power. Orochimaru's subject was the first to be sent flying. The chili pill's 100-fold strength initially dominated, but its fleeting vigor soon waned. leaving its user helpless before the beast core-enhanced villager, who effortlessly hurled him aside. First round, Lin Tian's victory. Orochimaru's face paled with disbelief. Losing to Lin Tian was one thing, but to CHZA Akimichi? This is unacceptable. Even the chili pill wasn't enough? CHZA muttered, brow furrowed in confusion. It multiplies strength 100-fold. A life-burning stimulant is but a fleeting spark, Lin Tian remarked coolly. My beast core awakens the dormant potential within. Drawing from the very essence of humanity. There is no comparison. Lin Tian smiled faintly, his words sending tremors through their hearts. And indeed, how could they not tremble? Both were masters in refining the spicy pills and extracting cursed seal energy. Yet their methods relied either on consuming life force in exchange for explosive potential or suddenly absorbing natural energy to empower themselves. They had certainly attempted to awaken the body's innate energies, be it spiritual or physical, but without exception, all had failed. Especially the Akimichi clan, who had delved far deeper into the research of secret medicines, experimenting for generations upon generations, accumulating the sweat and toil of countless ancestors before barely achieving their current accomplishments. Yet, in awakening the body's latent potential, they had made no progress whatsoever. Now, witnessing Lord Lin Tian's elixir, one that effortlessly awakened the body's innate energies while possessing terrifying regenerative properties, their minds could only reel in astonishment. Never mind the immense effort Orochimaru had poured into his cursed seal research. The Akimichi clan's decades, even centuries, of labor represented an incalculable investment. None of them had succeeded in unlocking the body's primordial power. Yet Lord Lin Tian had achieved it with such ease? How could they not be shocked? How could they not be awed? At first, they had merely assumed Lord Lin Tian was simply powerful, his elixirs extraordinary. But after this comparison, they suddenly felt like amateurs flaunting their meager skills before a true master. Especially Orochimaru, who now saw his decades of research as utterly wasted. He had once prided himself on his cursed seals, but Lin Tian's elixir made him acutely aware of the chasm between their understanding of the world's energies. Not just a gap, but an abyss separating heaven and earth. Seeing their despondent expressions, Lin Tian smirked coldly. The Dochi continent had an ancient history, with pill-refining clans forming countless sects. Their wisdom accumulated over millennia through the efforts of innumerable cultivators. How could the meager efforts of the Akimichi clan or Orochimaru's cursed seals ever compare? Orochimaru, concede. I am thoroughly convinced. From this day forth, I shall serve as Lord Lin Tian's vassal, attending to your every need. After just this one contest, Orochimaru had glimpsed the depth of Lin Tian's mastery. His thirst for knowledge and power made even servitude seem a worthy price. He was truly humbled. Though 2 more contests remained, Orochimaru knew with absolute clarity that continuing would only lead to further defeat. Seeing Orochimaru's surrender, Akimichi CHZA also waved his hand. Aye. Akimichi CHZA also concede. My clan bows in admiration. These were no empty words, but the genuine reflection of Akimichi CHZA's heart. As a clan that revered explosive strength, they held power, and those who wielded profound knowledge in the highest esteem. And Lin Tian, without question, embodied both. Witnessing both Orochimaru and Akimichi CHZA submitting, Lin Tian offered a faint smile, his piercing gaze settling upon Orochimaru as if to see through his very soul. Orochimaru, from this day forth, you shall serve as my vassal. However, should you dare betray my trust, I trust you are aware of the consequences. At these words, Orochimaru's body trembled uneasily, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow, his fear palpable. Why yes, esteemed Lord Lin Tian, he replied cautiously, bowing his head. In truth, Orochimaru was no ordinary shinobi content with subservience. It was his insatiable thirst for knowledge and power that had led him down this path. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a pill from his waist and handing it to Orochimaru. This is a pill of my own creation, the Metamorphic Rebirth Pill, a 6th-grade elixir. Consume it. Orochimaru accepted the pill with reverence, its potent aroma intoxicating. With but a single whiff, a refreshing energy surged through his limbs, cleansing his very being, a sensation he had only ever experienced when shedding his serpentine skin. From his youth, Orochimaru had studied the habits of the white-scaled serpent, molding his cultivation in its image. Each time he shed his skin, it heralded a new pinnacle of strength. This sensation, long absent, now returned with even greater intensity. Thanks to Lord Lin Tian's gift. Overcome with exhilaration, Orochimaru shut his eyes in rapture. In truth, the time for him to seek a new vessel had drawn near. His current body faltering. Yet, With the pill's consumption, such concerns vanished, his mind wholly consumed by the ecstasy of breakthrough. Ah, Lord Lin Tian has bestowed another pill. How I yearn for such a treasure. If only we too could receive one. The gathered shinobi watched with envy, particularly Uchiha Fugaku and Hijie Hizashi. Their desire nearly palpable. Meanwhile, members of the Akimichi, Namanaka, and Nara clans harbored their own schemes, pondering how to earn Lord Lin Tian's favor. Having tasted such benefits before, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma exchanged uneasy glances, silently resolving to prove their worth before their lord, lest they lose their chance at such divine gifts. Amidst the envious stares, a sudden explosion of energy erupted from Orochimaru, scattering serpent skins across the ground. A golden radiance flashed as his eyes slowly opened, his serpentine pupils now traced with golden patterns. Bearing the faint semblance of a dragon, Orochimaru could distinctly sense that he had shattered the shackles of his power, ascending to the pinnacle of Kage level. Only a thin veil now separated him from the realm of Super Kage. And all this, achieved by a single pill from Lord Lin Tian. Lord Lin Tian. Words cannot express my gratitude. After lingering in the euphoria of his breakthrough, Orochimaru finally regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with newfound brilliance. Gazing at Lin Tian, he was overwhelmed with heartfelt appreciation. If his earlier submission had been a mere stratagem, now it was genuine devotion. For years, Orochimaru had exhausted every effort, delving into forbidden arts in his relentless pursuit of strength. Yet, Lord Lin Tian had surpassed his days of arduous cultivation with just one pill. This unexpected boon filled him with such elation that submission became inevitable, coupled with the terrifying power Lin Tian had just displayed. Reverence and admiration were now etched upon Orochimaru's face and engraved in his heart. You are now my servant, bound to me, Lin Tian declared, his piercing gaze locking onto Orochimaru. Bestowing this pill upon you is only natural. I will not tolerate a feeble follower tarnishing my name. Do you understand? Under that gaze, Orochimaru felt an oppressive force so immense it stifled his breath. Why yes, I understand, he murmured, lowering his head slightly. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Good. In that case, join the Konoha Four Freaks. Obediently, Orochimaru moved to stand beside them, now one of Lord Lin Tian's guardians. Though the Konoha Four Freaks couldn't resist taunting him, Orochimaru endured it without protest. Let us return. I grow weary, Lin Tian announced, preparing to depart. Then, a timid voice interrupted. A ninja from the Akimichi clan knelt abruptly. Lord Lin Tian, please accept me. Akimichi ch may. I swear to serve you faithfully, if only you would grant me a pill. The gathered ninjas had been coveting the pills. And with this plea, others followed suit, dropping to their knees in desperate supplication. Their collective plea was clear. They would do anything for the chance at such power. Lin Tian dismissed them without a second thought. Absurd. He had rewarded Orochimaru for his innate talent and strength. These kneeling ninjas, though skilled, held no worth in his eyes. With a swift unfurling of his violet cloud wings, Lin Tian soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. So, fast. If only we could move like Lord Lin Tian. Gasps of a rippled through the crowd as they stared at the empty sky where he had been. Only after lingering for some time did they disperse at their clan leader's orders. The Konoha Four Freaks, no, now 5, exchanged glances before hastening back to the stone castle. Seated cross-legged upon a stone within the stone castle, Lin Tian gradually closed his eyes and entered a meditative trance. It must be said, after the battles with Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Danzo, he had gained entirely new insights into combat, the universe, and battle aura. He faintly sensed that these revelations could help him break through the shackles of the 7-star Dozun realm and ascend to its heights. Thus, as soon as the conflicts concluded, he swiftly returned to the stone castle to immerse himself in deep meditation. A wisp of pale green strange fire began to circle him slowly, like a vigilant guardian, shielding him from harm. Meanwhile, as the ninjas of Konoha hurriedly searched for medicinal pills, the Third Great Ninja War, perhaps due to Lin Tian's arrival, underwent subtle changes, prolonging its duration. Since the day the combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure were routed by Lin Tian's overwhelming power alone, no other hidden village dared to target Konoha. However, the great nations, restless as of late, noticed something peculiar. Konoha, once teeming with powerful ninja forces, had ceased accepting missions commissioned by feudal lords and ninja leaders. Moreover, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had drained the nation's treasury, funneling vast sums of money and provisions into Konoha as if possessed. This was highly unusual. Typically, hidden villages sustained their finances and supplies through ninja missions, with mission revenues accounting for over 80% of a village's income. Even during wartime, when ninjas were deployed to the front lines, no village dared to sever this crucial financial lifeline. Yet Konoha had done precisely that, resorting to the Land of Fire's treasury for funds and supplies. There could only be one explanation: civil war had erupted within Konoha. Of course, the elders of other villages had also heard whispers of Konoha ninjas searching for medicinal pills. Still, to them, the theory of internal strife seemed far more plausible. Thus, the leaders of Sunagakure, Chiyo, Ibiz, and the fourth Kazekage Raza, whose impoverished land of wind bordered the Land of Fire, convened with Awagakure's third Tsuchikage Noki to discuss an invasion plan. Though Awagakure had suffered losses at Lin Tian's hands, their desperation to reclaim dominance aligned perfectly with Sunagakure's long-standing covetous gaze upon the Land of Fire. The war strategy was swiftly decided. Raza's eyes swept over the treaty before he signed it with a flourish. Sunagakure will deploy our elite puppet brigade. I trust Awagakure won't falter. Rest assured, Kazekage, Noki replied with a chilling smile. We of Awagakure honor our word. The Land of Fire's territory shall be split evenly between us. Just as the two leaders sealed their agreement, a Sunagakure Special Forces ninja materialized, his expression grave. Quicksand. What news? Raza rose abruptly. Our Sunagakure Special Forces have successfully infiltrated the vicinity of Konoha village. However, what baffles us is the complete absence of any Konoha shinobi guarding the perimeter. Rie-se frowned, his subordinates utterly perplexed by this anomaly. What? How is this possible? Raza and Noki rose abruptly, their eyes widening in disbelief. Both veterans of countless battles. They had covertly entered Konoha before and knew well that its outskirts were heavily fortified, hundreds of hidden sentries, spatial barriers, and stationed shinobi. Yet now, the Sunagakure forces traversed the area as if it were barren land. How could this not shock them? Could it be that Konoha is truly embroiled in internal strife? Raza's gaze sharpened. If so, this presented an unparalleled opportunity. No, the likelihood is slim. This may well be a ploy orchestrated by that cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen, Noki mused, his seasoned instincts urging caution. After all, such abnormality defied reason. A fair point. Raza nodded slightly before proposing. Then, Lord Noki, shall we investigate together? Our joint plan between Suna and IWA remains unchanged. With my gold dust and your particle style. Even if we encounter an ambush, we can retreat unscathed. An excellent suggestion. I have no objections, Noki agreed firmly. The journey to Konoha is brief. Let us depart under the cover of night. With swift preparations, the two Kage took flight under Naka's lightweight rock technique, soaring toward Konoha with remarkable speed. By nightfall, they had reached the village's outskirts. Summer nights retained a faint glow, allowing them to scour the surroundings for hidden Konoha shinobi. Yet their search yielded nothing, confirming one unsettling truth. Konoha's defenses had indeed vanished. Though exhilarated by this discovery, unease gnawed at them. What could have compelled Konoha to abandon even its outermost guards? As they pondered, a squad of Konoha shinobi came into view, hauling a heavily laden crate. Raza, with his keen eyesight, peered curiously, only to nearly burst into laughter. The crate was filled with thick, black soil. Amused by the absurdity, he failed to notice the fresh medicinal herbs buried within. Soil? What in the world are these Konoha shinobi up to? Naka's bewilderment deepened. Are they burying someone? Just then, the squad handed the soil to a waiting shinobi at the gates, announcing, "We've retrieved the herbs requested by Lord Lin Tian. Please verify." The Konoha ninja carefully examined the image for a moment before nodding emphatically. Indeed, it's the gold-silver herb. You found the right one. With that, he carefully stored the offered herbs in a small pouch. Lord Starry Sky, about Lord Lin Tian's elixir. The voices of the herb-gathering ninjas lowered slightly, their expressions tinged with pleading. You are the group that has collected the most herbs so far, but others are close behind. Whether you receive Lord Lin Tian's elixir depends entirely on your efforts. The ninja referred to as Lord Starry Sky cleared his throat softly. You are the group I have the highest hopes for, the most likely to earn Lord Lin Tian's reward. Do not disappoint me. At the mere mention of the elixir, the ninjas immediately perked up, their spirits soaring. Without hesitation, they turned and swiftly departed to continue their search. Lord Lin Tian? Elixirs? What are these things? Nearby, Raza and Noki exchanged bewildered glances before shifting their attention to the recently delivered herbs, hoping to gather some clues. Secret technique. Sand hand. Raza swiftly formed hand seals. And in an instant, countless grains of sand coalesced into a massive hand, sweeping toward the Konoha ninjas with terrifying speed. The Konoha shinobi had no time to react before the sand hand was upon them, poised to claim their lives, until a furious roar shattered the tension. Who dares to steal the herbs required by Lord Lin Tian? The earth trembled violently as towering trees erupted from the ground, instantly dispersing the sand hand. Would release ninja? Raza, still controlling the remnants of his technique, gaped in shock from a distance. Beside him, Naka's brow furrowed deeply. A descendant of the god of shinobi? But I heard no clansman could awaken would release anymore. Yet their astonishment did not end there. Tenzo, what's the matter? A sly, serpentine voice slithered through the air as Orochimaru materialized, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Oh, Orochimaru, isn't he Konoha's S-rank missing mean? Why is he in the village? And by the looks of it, serving as a guard for this Lin Tian? Raza was rendered speechless. If the appearance of a wood-release user was shocking enough, the fact that Orochimaru, a notorious rogue, would emerge for the sake of Herb spoke volumes. Just who is this Lin Tian? Noki muttered, his frown deepening. He knew Orochimaru's temperament well. Few could command his loyalty. Why were they all so fixated on these herbs? It must be for refining some kind of elixir, but why would Hiruzen Sarutobi allow his subordinates to gather herbs for Lin Tian? Raza's mind reeled with unanswered questions. Gate of injury, open. Gate of injury, open. Just as the two were lost in thought, two bursts of emerald light erupted, illuminating the darkened sky like daylight. Might Dai and Might Dai suddenly appeared, blocking Raza and Naka's path. Apologies, but you've been discovered. Kaga level. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the newcomers, Raza and Noki were utterly stunned. Konoha had only a handful of Kaga-level shinobi. How had two appeared here at once? Moreover, their faces were unfamiliar, and one of them was alarmingly young. Before Raza and Noki could fully process their shock, Might Dai and Might Dai exchanged a glance and lunged at them. Their speed was extraordinary, especially with the gates of injury activated, granting them terrifying Kaga-level prowess. Before Raza could react, Might Dai's flying kick swept toward him. As the fourth Kazekage, Raza swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a solid wall of gold dust before him. Yet with a thunderous crash, the supposedly impenetrable barrier shattered into countless fragments. What? Raza's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this seemingly prepubescent boy to possess such devastating power, enough to obliterate his gold dust wall. His hands blurred through seals again, molding the gold dust into a massive hand that swiped at Might Dai. But the boy's speed was too great. The sluggish golden hand couldn't even graze him. As Might Dai broke through the golden onslaught, poised to deliver a crushing blow, Naka's voice rang out from afar. Dust release. Dust wall. Countless particles coalesced into a conical barrier, barely intercepting Might Dai's kick. Meanwhile, Might Dai had already materialized soundlessly behind the two Kage, his hands weaving seals at blinding speed. In an instant, countless clones of himself appeared, multiple shadow clone technique. Let's retreat for now. Though Might Dai and Might Dai were formidable, their threat level was manageable. But if that would style user and Orochimaru arrived, escape would be impossible. Right. Raza's hands flew through seals as he attempted a summoning jutsu, only for another voice to cut through the air. Wood style, wooden spikes. The earth trembled as a colossal tree erupted, its hardened wooden spears shooting toward Raza and Noki like arrows. Dust release. Dust flow wall. Noki, battle-hardened, formed seals with practiced speed. A massive wall of dust surged forth, intercepting the wooden assault. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world. Naka's sharp gaze swept over the approaching shinobi, his hands moving even faster. A devastating force crashed down, fracturing the earth and collapsing the surrounding rock formations. The arriving Tens and Orochimaru frowned, stepping back. The Might duo also retreated. When they recognized the intruders as the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure and the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. A chilling glint flashed in their eyes. Swish. A melodious voice, as radiant as the celestial flames on the horizon, descended abruptly upon a nearby tree, revealing even Kurama's Jinchuriki Kushina. Upon witnessing these figures, Raza and Noki, sensing their formidable strength, furrowed their brows in astonishment. No wonder they were stunned. They had merely intended to seize the herbs of Konoha's shinobi for research, yet unexpectedly attracted such formidable adversaries. If my memory serves me correctly, you are the eternal Genin, Might Dai, correct? To think you've attained Kaga-level prowess, Noki remarked coolly, his sharp gaze fixed upon Might Dai. He was deeply intrigued by the transformation that had elevated a perpetual Genin to such heights. Indeed, I am Might Dai. All my achievements are bestowed upon me by Lord. Dai replied, his voice trembling with gratitude, tears shimmering in his eyes. Everything I possess, Might Dai, is also a gift from Lord, Dai added fervently. He showed me the true meaning of youth and passion. Overcome with emotion, father and son embraced, their eyes brimming with tears. Ahem. Tenzo and Kushina exchanged exasperated glances, while the newly arrived Orochimaru observed with amused curiosity, musing at the simplicity and earnestness of this father-son duo. Though their antics were peculiar, Raza and Noki exchanged a glance of sheer disbelief. Who is this, capable of elevating an eternal genin to Kaga-level strength? And these others, they too seem indebted to him, bound by unwavering loyalty. Surrounded by these 5 anomalies, escape seemed impossible. And here we were plotting an invasion of Konoha. With just these 5, our combined forces from IWA and Suno would be hard-pressed to prevail. No wonder Konoha requires no guards. What do we do now? Raza's heart sank. The 4th Kazekage reduced to such a pitiable state. We fight with everything we have, Noki declared, his expression grave. In an instant, Naka's hands flew through seals, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A devastating conical force erupted, sweeping toward the 5. Unfazed, Tenzo mirrored the motion, would release, great forest technique. Having trained under Lord, he had grasped the essence of would release, though not yet rivaling the god of shinobi. Surpassing the first Hokage was merely a matter of time. Now, he stood at the threshold of Kaga-level power. Countless trees surged from the earth, their branches and leaves twisting like claws, lunging at the duo. The dust release collided with the wooden barrier, its momentum forcibly halted. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 figures encircled them from all directions, leaving Raza and Noki on the verge of tears. Damn it. We just wanted to snatch a few herbs and gather some intel. Was it really necessary to send 5 Kaga-level experts after us? All right then, one of them taunted. Shall we duel one-on-one, or would you prefer a brawl? If it's one-on-one, it'll be all of us against you. If it's a brawl, well, it's still all of us against the 2 of you. Kushina, perched on a tree branch, burst into laughter, her mirth so intense she nearly doubled over. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she gasped in alarm. Oh no, I mustn't jostle the baby. She tenderly caressed her belly, relieved to find no signs of distress. Ever since that day she had shared a kiss with Lord Lintian, Kushina had been utterly convinced she was carrying his child. From daily training to missions in search of medicinal herbs, she took every precaution, terrified of harming the precious life within her. She had even sought advice from Makoto on prenatal care and nurturing the baby. Makoto, realizing Kushina had taken her earlier just to heart, tried to explain, but the sheer devotion in Kushina's eyes made her relent. She could only gently caution Kushina against such single-minded passion. Yet at those words, Kushina bristled like an affronted cat and stormed out of the Uchiha compound. Whether out of jealousy or some other emotion, none could say. Kushina, don't worry. Leave this to us. You can rest if you need to, Tenz offered, frowning slightly at her visible tension. Unversed in matters of intimacy, the others also believed a mere kiss could lead to pregnancy. Their reverence and envy for Kushina, now bearing Lord Lintian's heir, was palpable, and secretly, she basked in their attention. That's right, Lady Kushina. We've got this, came Might Dai's earnest voice. Only Might Dai had any real understanding of such matters, but seeing Kushina's unwavering devotion to Lintian, he held his tongue. As for Orochimaru, newly arrived and utterly bewildered, he pieced together fragments of the conversation with quiet curiosity. Meanwhile, Raza and Naka's minds raced, evaluating every possible escape route. Now, Noki, ever the seasoned warrior, sees the slightest lapse in their opponent's focus. His hands flew through seals, dust release, light and boulder technique. Simultaneously, sand swirled beneath Raza's feet, lifting him skyward. Trying to flee? Tin's voice was icy as his hands formed another seal. Would release. Wooden spears. Countless branches hardened into deadly projectiles, raining down like a storm of arrows. At the same time, colossal serpents erupted from Orochimaru's palms, lunging forward. Might Dai and Might Dai stood vigilant at the periphery, poised to crush any last hope of escape. For those audacious enough to covet Lord Lin Tian's medicinal herbs, no mercy would be shown, even if their adversaries were Kaga-level shinobi from Awagakure and Sunagakure. Thud, thud, wooden spikes pierced through Raza and Naka's chests, only for their bodies to dissolve into bubbles, mere shadow clones. Clones? Tin's brow furrowed as he and the others scanned their surroundings in astonishment. Yet the 2 Kage had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the real Raza and Noki, concealed beneath the earth, crept forward cautiously. Relieved to have shaken off the pursuit of 5 Kage-level opponents, faint beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads in the dim light. Who could have imagined that Konoha now harbored so many Kage-level warriors, 5 appearing at once? All they had wanted was to seize a few herbs. Was it truly necessary to dispatch 5 Kage-level shinobi after them? And the chilling realization that all 5 were under the command of a man named Lin Tian sent an icy shiver down their spines. As village leaders, they understood better than anyone the immense difficulty of nurturing a single Kaga-level shinobi. Just who was this Lin Tian? Capable of forging so many elite warriors with such terrifying ease? Their conventional wisdom challenged, their curiosity about Lin Tian's origins deepened. Perhaps the shinobi world would soon witness the rise of another figure like Uchiha Madara? Noki, nearing 80, grimaced at the memory of trembling before Madara's Mangeki Sharingan alongside his master. His fists clenched tightly. If this were true, they had to act swiftly. Act swiftly? Are you mad, Noki-sama? Raza snapped, his voice laced with fear. Though he had never laid eyes on Lin Tian, the mere thought of him had shattered his courage. He has only created 5 Kaga-level shinobi so far. But given more time, that number could multiply. Naka's words plunged Raza's heart into despair. Indeed, if 5 protectors could become 10 or 20, we must return alive. This became their final resolve. They had to deliver this earth-shattering intelligence to their villages. As for launching an assault on Konoha? Preposterous. With 5 Kaga-level warriors already revealed, and who knew how many more lurking in the shadows, such military might rendered any thought of attack ludicrous. And let us not forget, Lord Lin Tian himself remained unseen within Konoha's walls. Only fools or madmen would dare wage war against them now. Raza nodded, his body trembling slightly in the face of the unknown, often the most terrifying adversary. The two crawled underground for an indeterminate length of time before Raza finally released his earth-walking technique. The strongest Kazakage and the venerable elder from Iwagakure cautiously confirmed the absence of danger before daring to emerge. What is that foul stench? Noki, with his keen sense of smell, suddenly caught a whiff of something. Only then did he notice Raza's lower garments were soaked. He wet himself. Ahem. I merely passed through a puddle earlier. Just a puddle. Raza hastily covered himself, awkwardly shifting the topic. If I Haven team is calculated, we should be several hundred meters from Konoha, in some desolate wilderness. Sigh. At last, we've escaped the siege of those 5 monsters. His voice carried lingering dread as he exhaled deeply. Indeed, 5 monsters. Even the proud Noki, uncharacteristically, did not refute. Gazing at the star-studded sky, he too released a long breath. To be alive is truly a blessing. Against Orochimaru alone, he might have stood a chance. But with 2 practitioners of the 8 gates, and 1 wielding would release, even with Raza's golden sand, confidence in victory was scarce. Fleeing had been the wisest choice. Yet, what of the medicinal herbs delivered to Lin Tian? Seizing the moment of distraction, Raza discreetly discarded his soiled undergarments and pulled on his trousers. If his subordinates learned their revered leader had wet himself in fear, years of carefully cultivated faith would crumble in an instant. I suspect those herbs are tied to the elixirs they often mention, Noki mused, his decades of experience lending weight to his reasoning. If we could obtain such elixirs, everything would fall into place. I have a hunch that even Might Dai, the so-called eternal genin, reached Kaga-level strength because of them. Earlier, survival had eclipsed deeper thought. Now, with danger behind them, Noki's mind sharpened. So, if we secured these elixirs, we too could cultivate multiple Kaga-level warriors, just like Konoha? Raza's eyes burned with fervor, only to dim moments later. But even knowing this, how could we possibly challenge Lin Tian? Especially with those 5 monsters guarding him. The shinobi world brims with Kekkei Genkai and esoteric jutsu. If we cannot confront them directly, it does not mean we are powerless against Lin Tian. And have you noticed? Lin Tian never appeared. This suggests 2 possibilities. Either he is merely a pill-forging shinobi, leveraging elixirs to recruit talent, or again, Noki's voice lowered. He is so formidable, so absurdly powerful, that he deemed this entire affair beneath his notice. Noki furrowed his brows in contemplation. If the first possibility held true, they could simply abduct Lin Tian and claim him as their own. However, the second scenario presented a far more intricate challenge. Yet every human has their vulnerabilities. Did you catch what that girl mentioned earlier? Something about flesh and blood. Raza's eyes gleamed with sudden realization. That girl, I recognize her. She's Kushina, from the Uzumaki clan. Are you suggesting? In an instant, their gazes locked. I see determination flashing between them. These were men who had ascended to the rank of Kage, hardly opponents to be underestimated. Though their infiltration of Konoha had ended in failure, retreat was not in their nature. Let's move. Swift as shadows, Raza and Noki departed, their paths diverging towards Sunagakure and Iwagakure. By dawn the next day, weary yet resolute, they arrived at the newly established joint headquarters of their villages. Teams of elite shinobi, masters of espionage and intelligence, were swiftly assembled and dispatched toward Konoha. Their mission, to unravel the enigma of Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Reikich's residence. The absence of Konoha in the Third Great Shinobi War was deeply unsettling. Intelligence reports confirmed that Suna and IWA had already begun their maneuvers. The towering Third Reikich, still in his prime, set a stack of critical documents onto his desk and rose to his full height. His piercing gaze shifted toward the shadows. A. B. It's time for the AB combo to take the field. Hi. The future Fourth Reikich, A. And the young but formidable killer B materialized instantly, nodding in grim unison. Mizuki's office. The newly appointed Yagura, youthful and not yet ensnared by Akatsuki's machinations, studied the intelligence reports delivered by Kiri's ANBU. A faint crease formed between his brows before he closed his eyes in contemplation. Lord Yagura, shall we deploy the 7 ninja swordsmen? A subordinate ventured cautiously. Every other village has set their sights on Konoha. If we delay, we risk being left with nothing. The 7 swordsmen. Yagura mused. Observing the elite operatives who had materialized behind him, their legendary blades glinting. After a weighted pause, he gave a decisive nod. Your mission is twofold. Eliminate Konoha's forces. And verify the rumors regarding those medicinal pills. And bring Lin Tian to me. Alive. Hi. The 7 ninja swordsmen answered as one. In the original timeline, the latter half of the Third War had been a brutal conflict between Konoha and the combined forces of Suna, IWA, Kiri, and beyond. This era marked Konoha's heaviest losses, second only to the devastation of the Fourth War. A crucible of blood and steel, where the shadows of ambition stretched long over the shinobi world. Countless ninjas lost their homes and everything during this era. Of course, it also gave rise to 2 Sharingan wielders and the rise of the Yellow Flash. The Sharingan belonged to Obito and Kakashi, while the Yellow Flash was none other than Minato Namikaze. Within the stone fortress, Lin Tian, who had been secluded in deep meditations, sensed the shifting tides of the ninja world and slowly opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed within them. Aha, so the time has finally come? After days of secluded cultivation, Lin Tian could distinctly feel that his comprehension of battle chi, the world, and the nature of power had ascended to an entirely new level. The green lotus core flame flickered with an eerie, ghostly cyan glow, emitting a soft puff as its scorching radiance illuminated the dim stone fortress like daylight before fading once more. It hovered around Lin Tian like a loyal guardian, while beneath him, a lotus throne materialized out of thin air. This lotus throne was a treasure born alongside the green lotus core flame, capable of calming the mind and enhancing one's sensitivity to the fire elements within the world's natural energy. It was a rare cultivation artifact for any cultivator. Originally, the lotus throne had not existed. It manifested only recently as Lin Tian's cultivation deepened alongside the green lotus core flame. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within them before vanishing back into their unfathomable depths. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian, whose icy expression had remained unyielding for so long, finally allowed a trace of softness to surface. Indeed, after such prolonged seclusion, he had broken through from a 6-star dozun to a 7-star dozun. Every movement now carried explosive power, and even his gaze held an unfathomable depth. As if concealing a mysterious and unpredictable flame, my strength has recovered a little more. Lin Tian smiled faintly to himself. But the search for medicinal ingredients must be hastened. Only then can this emperor fully restore his peak strength and shatter the void itself. As he pondered, his keen eyes abruptly sharpened, sensing an approaching presence. Him, of all people? A faint smile touched Lin Tian's lips. This visitor was no ordinary figure. Go back, Obito Uchiha. Lord Lin Tian will not see you. Even if you kneel here until death, he will not grant you an audience. Standing atop a stone, Tenzo gazed down with slight pity at the young ninja kneeling below. Clad in Uchiha attire, the boy wore an orange-tinted goggles and a forehead protector. His overall appearance somewhat comical. No, I, Obito Uchiha, do not give up so easily. Lord Lin Tian will surely acknowledge me. The youthful yet resolute voice rang out as Obito stubbornly met the gaze of Tenzo, a ninja roughly his own age, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. Obito, you should really go back. Lord Lin Tian is in seclusion. He wants to see you. Nearby, Might Dai, unable to bear the sight, offered a gentle reminder. These days, following Lord Lin Tian had hardened his heart like stone, yet for some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Toby, who was also at the bottom of the class, he suddenly felt a profound sense of kinship. No, I shall remain kneeling. Uchiha Obito shook his head resolutely, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. No one noticed the faint glimmer of envy that flickered in his gaze as it lingered upon Might Dai. It was only natural for Obito to feel this way. Kakashi, Danzo, and Kushina had all been classmates once, with Guy and himself occupying the very bottom of the rankings, the so-called dead last of their generation. When he first heard that Might Dai had caught Lord Lin Tian's favor, suddenly awakening chakra and later ascending to the rank of Jonin, even reaching Kaga-level strength, his heart swelled with longing and exhilaration. After being branded as the dead last, he had resigned himself to a bleak future as a shinobi. But the miracle that befell Might Dai illuminated the path ahead, rekindling his hope. Thus, he dreamed of emulating Guy, of becoming Lord Lin Tian's disciple, perhaps even receiving a miraculous pill like he had. Originally, he had planned to gather the herbs Lord Lin Tian sought before presenting himself, so he might have a proper reason to approach. But then, by chance, he witnessed Rin confessing her feelings to Lord Lin Tian under the cover of night. Perhaps, he thought, if he too became Lord Lin Tian's student, Rin might look upon him with favor. Driven by these twin desires, he had come here, leading to this very moment. Go home, Kushina said, her voice tinged with pity. Lord Lin Tian will not see you. No, Uchiha Obito insisted. He will see me. And if he refuses, then I shall remain kneeling until he summons me. I may be the dead last, a failure, but I believe that even the slowest bird can soar if it flies first. Witnessing Obito's resolve, Danzo, Might Dai, and the others exchanged silent sighs before shaking their heads and returning to their training. These past days, too many shinobi had come with the same hopes as Obito. Some persisted for a day, others for 3, even a week, yet none had moved Lord Lin Tian. Surely, Obito would meet the same fate. Then the rain came, torrential, relentless, pounding upon Obito's kneeling form. Yet he did not waver, his gaze unshaken, his posture unbroken. The storm raged through the night, and so did he kneel. The storm raged through the day, and still he knelt. The earth itself yielded beneath him, the ground hollowing into a deep depression from his unwavering vigil. One day passed without an audience, then 2, then 3. Before he knew it, 7 full days had elapsed, and Uchiha Obito remained like a statue, unmoving, unyielding. For Rin, whom he cherished, to shed the title of dead last, to become strong enough to protect his comrades. For these reasons, he endured. Within the stone fortress, Lin Tian observed Obito's perseverance with clarity. Though he held affection for this tragic yet indomitable figure from the original tale, he wished to test his resolve. And to his surprise, Obito had endured far longer than expected. Just as Uchiha Obito was on the verge of collapse, a man clad in white suddenly descended. A warm surge of chakra filled his limbs, sending tremors through his body. Uchiha Obito, your unwavering resolve has moved this emperor. Bathed in the comforting energy surrounding him, Obito felt as though he were immersed in a rejuvenating hot spring, an indescribable euphoria. As the chakra coursed through his meridians, his weakened body instantly restored itself, bringing him to peak condition. So powerful. Every pore in Obito's body seemed to awaken, astonished by Lord Lin Tian's prowess. His jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. Though he had long heard tales of Lord Lin Tian's might, witnessing it firsthand surpassed all expectations. In that moment, reverence and admiration swelled within him, making the week-long kneeling ordeal utterly worthwhile. Here, I bestow upon you a 6th-grade foundation establishment pill. Let us see what miracles may unfold within you. With a faint smile, Lin Tian casually produced a pill and handed it to Obito. Is this the legendary elixir often spoken of among Konoha shinobi? Obito's eyes shimmered with awe and fervor, his voice trembling. No wonder. Countless would fight tooth and nail for such a treasure, yet he alone had been granted this fortune. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded slightly. This emperor does not deceive. Kushina, Danzo, and Might Dai watched with eager smiles. The last time Lord Lin Tian had gifted a pill to Uchiha Shursui, the boy had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at merely 4 years old, humiliating the prodigy Kakashi. What wonders, then, would manifest in Obito? As they pondered, Obito swallowed the pill and immediately convulsed, releasing cries of ecstatic agony. Moments later, Danzo chuckled, weaving hand seals to summon a wooden ladle. He poured water over Obito's head, washing away the foul sweat and residue expelled by the pill. As the murky fluids dissipated, what emerged before them was a reborn Uchiha Obito, his skin now lustrous as jade. His features refined, his very essence transformed. Now, Obito could unmistakably sense his chakra reserves more than doubling. But the true marvel lay in his eyes, twin tomos spun within his irises. Indeed, after consuming the foundation establishment pill, Uchiha Obito had awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan. Though the pill's transformative effects were profound, they were a one-time boon. Subsequent doses would yield diminishing returns. I've awakened the Sharingan? Overwhelmed by the newfound clarity in his vision, Obito trembled with exhilaration beyond words, overwhelmed with the urge to leap forward and embrace Lin Tian. Yet deterred by his impassive expression, the young man awkwardly rubbed his hands together, suppressing his emotions. I truly don't know how to repay you. Lord Lin Tian. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito understood better than most the rarity of awakening the Sharingan, let alone achieving the two-tomo stage. Apart from Uchiha Shirisue's monstrous feat of unlocking the three-tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 4, he might very well be the most promising shinobi in the entire Uchiha lineage. This sovereign merely wished to conduct an experiment with you. Lin Tian remarked with a cold chuckle, his tone devoid of warmth. The Foundation Establishment pill can only refine your body. Your path forward depends on yourself. Understood. Obito dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing several times before bidding farewell. He couldn't wait to share this joyous news with Rin. Watching Obito's retreating figure, Lin Tian shook his head with a bitter smile. Memories of his past life in the Dochi continent surfaced, how he, too, had once been as devoted to someone. Whispering that girl's name even with his dying breath, the thought inevitably led him to reminisce about his beloved wives from his previous life. I wonder how you all are faring now. Lin Tian sighed, a fleeting trace of longing crossing his mind. Hokage residence. Piles of battlefield reports lay neglected on the side as Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly reviewed and registered mission scrolls dedicated to gathering medicinal ingredients for Lord Lin Tian. As Lin Tian's foremost general, Hiruzen naturally prioritized his lord's affairs. After all, the rewards of Lin Tian's elixirs far surpassed a decade of arduous cultivation. Such a privilege was not something Hiruzen would ever yield to the Uchiha or High-GA clans. Lord Hiruzen, should we truly ignore the infiltrations by shinobi from hidden villages? If they uncover the situation here, it could spell disaster. A masked ANBU member frowned, unable to suppress his concern as he watched Hiruzen disregard the urgent war missives. And what of it? Hiruzen shot the ANBU a dismissive glance. Our mission is to assist Lord Lin Tian in procuring herbs and catalysts. Understood? Though the ANBU wished to argue further, he swallowed his words and sighed, forming hand seals with his teammates before departing to continue their search. Once the ANBU had left, a cunning smile crept across Hiruzen's weathered face. Fools. Do these nations truly believe they can lay hands on Konoha? With the recent surge of Kage-level warriors forged by Lord Lin Tian's hand, any invading force would face overwhelming resistance, even if enemy troops besieged the village. The combined might of the 5 Konoha Guardians, empowered by Lin Tian's elixirs, alongside the Uchiha and High-GA elites, would be more than enough to repel them. And should Lord Lin Tian himself take action, Konoha stood invincible. Even if Konoha village lacked such formidable strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of excessive vigilance. For him, compared to the authority bestowed by the Hokage title, he preferred true power, and only Lord Uchiha could grant that supreme strength. In an open training ground within Konoha, numerous returning shinobi gathered to witness the spectacle. At opposite ends stood 2 figures. One wore a windbreaker in the standard Uchiha attire, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, while the other, silver-haired and masked, gazed with solemn intensity. Nearby, a young girl, beautiful yet visibly nervous, clutched her hands in excitement, torn over whom to cheer for. Indeed, these 2 figures were none other than Uchiha Obito and the so-called prodigy, Hatake Kakashi. Their clashes had become routine, with Obito always ending in defeat, while Kakashi maintained his icy demeanor, as if victory were merely expected. Yet this time, Kakashi's expression betrayed unease, an unusual tension. Truthfully, Kakashi had been reluctant to accept Obito's challenge. Rumors had spread days prior. Lord Uchiha had bestowed upon Obito a rare elixir, artificially forging a genius with the two-tomo Sharingan. Now, the title of prodigy had long been overshadowed by others, Might Dai, Uchiha Shirsui, and even the wood-style user Tenzo, each enhanced by those very elixirs, each using Kakashi as their stepping stone. And now, Obito, freshly empowered, sought to test his newfound strength against him. Kakashi could only sigh in resignation. He had considered refusing, but Rin's pleading left him no choice, though he still bore the title of genius. It had been ages since anyone truly acknowledged it, a bitter truth he could neither deny nor escape. He resented Lord Uchiha for this upheaval. Yet the promise of his father's revival tempered that hatred. His emotions were a tangled storm. Kakashi, you've crushed me time and again. Today, witness the might of Obito. Clenching his fists, the two-tomo Sharingan flared to life. Though Lord Uchiha had merely granted him the elixir, Obito proudly considered himself a disciple. Seeing the activated Sharingan, Kakashi's instincts screamed danger. Drawing a kunai, he muttered, I won't hold back either. Then, a searing, tearing sound split the air. Dazzling lightning illuminated the dim sky like daylight. Kakashi's signature technique, the Chidori, erupted in a brilliant display. Wow, so cool. To materialize chakra, truly befitting the genius ninja Kakashi. But can we still call Kakashi a genius now? Many of his peers have surpassed him. It's said that Uchiha Shursui already possesses Kaga-level strength. Wait, Shursui is only 4 years old, isn't he? Murmurs of astonishment and admiration filled the air, though the topic soon shifted to other shinobi. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Kakashi's faint smirk stiffened, his fists clenching tighter. This was all Lin Tian's doing. With a swift motion, several kunai shot forth in a triangular formation as Kakashi lunged toward Uchiha Bido. Yet Ibido, his two-tomo Sharingan gleaming, merely offered a faint smile. Under the spinning crimson gaze, Kakashi's movements, once blindingly fast, now appeared sluggish, as if moving through molasses. In an instant, one hand seized Kakashi's wrist while the other drew a kunai. The piercing screech of Chidori died abruptly, silenced mid-cry. Kakashi, now restrained by Ibido with a kunai pressed against his chest, wore an expression of stunned disbelief beneath his usual aloof mask. Had he been defeated in a single move? Silence. Deafening silence. How glitch. I really thought Kakashi would turn things around. I wish I could beg Lord Lin Tian for one of those pills. The gathered shinobi quickly lost interest, dispersing with bored sighs. After witnessing the miracles performed by Might Dai, Uchiha Shursui, and others, they had grown numb. The fact that Lord Lin Tian's pills could elevate the weakest to surpass geniuses had been proven time and again. Your movements are too slow, Ibido remarked, withdrawing his kunai. Seeing Kakashi's shocked expression, the resentment he had harbored under the shadow of Kakashi's genius finally dissipated. Turning away, he resolved to train even harder to repay Lord Lin Tian's gift of the pill. Oh, Ibido, see, could you ask Lord Lin Tian for a pill for me too? Rin cast a fleeting glance at Kakashi before hurrying after Ibido. Rin's gaze used to linger only on him. With a bitter chuckle, Kakashi sheathed his kunai and sprinted toward the distant cliffs. He would prove himself, even without Lin Tian's aid, that he was still a true genius shinobi. Konoha, the Uzumaki clan's compound. This is the place, right? Several shinobi clad in Kumobikure attire landed silently, their sharp eyes scanning the area. Yes, this is Kushina's residence. Lin Tian seems quite fond of her. If we capture her, we'll be the greatest contributors to Kumo's war against Konoha. A Jonin nodded eagerly before signaling with a flick of his hand. Whoosh. Lightning-like armor crackled to life around the Kumo shinobi, enhancing their speed. In mere seconds, they closed the gap of several kilometers. The Uzumaki compound was now surrounded. In the distance, unaware of the impending danger, Kushina had just purchased some baby essentials from a modest store, diapers, formula, and the like. The thought of her child's arrival drawing nearer brought a sweet smile to her lips. And she murmured dreamily, Lord Rin, this is the fruit of our love. I will cherish him dearly. As she basked in her tender reverie, the voice of the Ninetales echoed in her mind. Lady Kushina, I sense peril nearby. Should we, ever since witnessing Rin's terrifying might that day? The Ninetales had treated Kushina with utmost deference, not daring the slightest defiance. And now, with Kushina carrying Rin's child, the beast had grown even more cautious. Someone dares to threaten me and my child? Kushina's expression sharpened. Thick, liquid-like chakra surged from her body, swiftly enveloping her in the Ninetales cloak, a protective shroud of raw power. Tailed Beast Transformation, Stage 1. The hidden cloud shinobi, poised to strike, froze in shock at the sight. This. Kushina is the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and she has complete control over it. The Ninetales is the most untamable of all the tailed beasts. How is this possible? Stammered one of the Cloud Jainin, his voice trembling. The sheer magnitude of Kushina's revelation left the enemy momentarily paralyzed. Retreat. Retreat now. A Jinchuriki who can fully harness the Ninetales' power is beyond our capabilities. The Cloud Squad leader's earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. I don't know how the Leaf managed this, but we must flee, immediately. It was the 40th year of Konoha's founding, and while the great villages still struggled to master the tailed beast's power, the emergence of a Jinchuriki who wielded it flawlessly spelled disaster for their enemies. Yes, sir. The remaining Cloud shinobi wasted no time, scrambling to escape. But before they could take more than a few steps, a tempest of Ninetales chakra surged toward them. Several shinobi widened their eyes in horror as the beast's tails, sharp as spears, pierced through their chests. Screams tore through the air as bodies crumpled from rooftops, lifeless. The survivors trembled violently, their legs carrying them away in frantic desperation. Who could have guessed their target was the Ninetales Jinchuriki? And worse, one who had mastered its power completely. Running? Kushina was no pushover, and the Nine-Tails' bloodlust only amplified her own. With another flick of its tails, more cloud shinobi fell, their lives extinguished in an instant. The commotion had now alerted the entire Konoha village. Countless shinobi from various clans peered out, eager to discern the source of the disturbance. Upon confirming Kushina's safety, they collectively exhaled in relief, though a pang of sympathy arose for the unfortunate cloud ninjas. Who told you? To provoke that girl recklessly? Even I wouldn't dare cross Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head wryly. Rumor has it she's carrying Lord Lin Tion's child. An ANBU operative murmured under his breath. Yes, I'm aware, but that's merely her own delusion, Hiruzen replied, suppressing a chuckle. The girl believes a mere kiss can lead to pregnancy, so she's convinced herself she's expecting. She's even bought prenatal supplies. Truly, unnoticed until now. Namikaze Minato, who had long harbored feelings for Kushina, clenched his fists so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. His heart ached. Kushina adores you so deeply, Lin Tion. Yet you remain indifferent? And Kushina, why can't you see my heart? The more he dwelled on it, the more Minato resented the injustice Kushina endured. Meanwhile, Kushina's kunai had pierced the chest of the last cloud jonin. Dispelling her tailed beast transformation, she gazed coldly at the corpses and laughed scornfully. You dare covet Lord Lin Tion's child? As she turned to leave, a frigid voice echoed from the distance. Chakra cannon primed. Target locked. 3, 2, 1. Fire. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the dusk like midday. A colossal chakra-forged projectile hurtled toward Kushina at terrifying speed. In that instant, both Kushina and the Nine-Tails within her sensed an unprecedented, overwhelming threat. Even Konoha's strongest shuddered. Had Lin Tion been present, he would have recognized the weapon, a scaled-down version of the chakra cannon from the 10th Naruto movie, capable of annihilating the moon. Though less potent here, its destructive force remained formidable. Indeed, such a cannon could obliterate a small nation in moments, though its lengthy charging time and conspicuous nature limited its deployment. As the projectile neared Kushina, poised to reduce her to dust, a figure materialized abruptly. A single hand reached out. Earth-rank combat technique, Dragon Claw Grasp. With that motion, the solidified chakra blast was seized mid-air, then casually hurled toward the distant sea. Boom. Towering waves surged violently, rising over 100 zhang high as if to devour everything along the shore, while the earth trembled with tremendous force. Everything happened too swiftly, many hadn't even registered the danger before being thrown to the ground by the quaking earth. Above the sky, a figure clad in white hovered in the void like a deity descending from the heavens. His piercing, profound gaze, his robes fluttering gracefully in the wind, and the faint yet unmistakable divine aura radiating from him all marked him as extraordinary. This was none other than Lin Tion. Having sensed Kushina in peril, he had summoned his violet cloud wings and rushed to her aid. Are you unharmed? Kushina steadied herself with effort, her heart warming at the sight of that familiar, aloof figure. I knew you'd come for me, she thought with quiet delight. And no, I'm fine. Her eyes darted mischievously before she deliberately swayed backward, feigning a fall. Yet Lin Tion made no move to catch her. Off balance, Kushina tumbled straight off the rooftop with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Diapers, undergarments, and other prenatal supplies scattered in disarray as she clutched her head, glaring indignantly at the man who had ignored her plight. Lord Lin Tion, you. This emperor? What about this emperor? Lin Tion feigned innocence. Didn't you know I'm carrying your child? Kushina flailed her arms in frustration, furious at his indifference. But then, her gaze dimmed. What use was anger? She was the one who loved Lin Tion, not the other way around. Before Lin Tion could respond, a figure suddenly interposed itself between them. Minato Namikaze apologized to Kushina. Minato's eyes burned with fury. He could endure no more. Why should this emperor apologize? Kushina's affections are her own. They concern this emperor not. Lin Tion smiled faintly. This emperor reigns as the celestial sovereign. Do not impose your mortal sentiments upon me. You. Crack. Minato clenched his fist until his knuckles whitened, yearning to defend Kushina's honor. Yet his strength was no match. Minato, if you dare lay a hand on Lin Tion, I'll sever all ties with you. Kushina's voice rang out, resolute and unyielding. The words struck Minato like a thunderbolt, freezing his limbs and plunging his heart into an abyss. He had believed his intervention might sway her. But now he saw the truth. Kushina's heart had always belonged to Lin Tion alone. Minato stood speechless, his lips parting and closing soundlessly before he finally shook his head in bitter resignation and vanished from the scene, fleeing the place that had become his heartbreak. Minato was a good boy. What a shame, murmured an onlooker among the gathered shinobi. If I had to choose between Lord Lin Tian and Minato, I'd pick Lord Lin Tian without hesitation. Don't you think the way he smirked just now is utterly dashing? The speaker was a Kunoichi, her face flushed with infatuation. Absolutely. He's incredibly handsome. Another female ninja beside her sparkled with admiration. The male shinobi surrounding them could only watch these twittering maidens with envy and resentment. At that moment, Lin Tian's gaze pierced through the dense forest, settling upon a group of Kumogakure shinobi rapidly weaving hand seals in the distance, engaged in some unknown ritual, concealed deep within the woods. Their hiding spot would have eluded ordinary ninjas, yet Lin Tian detected them instantly through their chakra signatures. Hiruzen no Jutsu? Suddenly, Lin Tian understood the source of the terrifyingly massive chakra artillery shell. These cloud shinobi were employing the legendary space-time ninjutsu capable of transporting objects across tens of thousands of kilometers. Hiruzen no Jutsu. No doubt, they had used this technique to summon the devastating chakra cannon, only to be thwarted when he effortlessly intercepted its projectile. Now, they were hastily preparing to retreat. In the original narrative, this very jutsu had transported Tsunade and the fourth Reikage to the final battlefield, proving pivotal in the war. Heh. A cold smirk curled Lin Tian's lips as crimson wings unfurled behind him, beneath the violet mist of his purple cloud wings. He soared toward the Kumogakure shinobi with blinding speed, covering kilometers in an instant. In the distance. Damn it. Someone's flying toward us, unbelievably fast. Is it a flying ninja from Konoha? No. Konoha's aerial units aren't this swift. The Kumogakure shinobi, mid-ritual to teleport the chakra cannon away, widened their eyes in shock. Various nations had trained specialized flying shinobi for aerial combat, Konoha included, though their numbers were few. During the Fourth Great Shinobi War, these airborne units had spearheaded assaults, prized for their unmatched speed and surprise attacks. Before the Cloud Ninjas could process their disbelief, a figure descended with a whoosh, clad in snow-white robes. His presence exuded an icy, suffocating aura. Instinctively, the Kumogakure shinobi staggered back, their breaths turning ragged. This one. He's strong. We need to be careful. One of them gulped hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Raiden, Chidori Nagashi. Raiden, Rari no Tama. Two Jonin unleashed their lightning techniques, one sending jagged current spiderwebbing across the ground, the other hurling a crackling sphere of concentrated electricity straight at Lin Tian. Pathetic insects. Unmoved by their desperate assault, Lin Tian's expression remained frigid. With a mere flick of his hand, an overwhelming gravitational force seized both attackers by their throats, lifting them effortlessly. The fearsome lightning, inches from his robes, dissipated into nothingness. The remaining Kumogakure shinobi stared, their shock deepening at the stranger's terrifying prowess. Just then, two more figures landed beside them, one towering and robust, the other slender and slight, one crackling with lightning, the other wielding a longsword, his right arm etched with the character. Both adorned in the attire of Kumogakure. These were none other than the future Fourth Reikage, A of the Lightning Country, and Killer Bee. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, the legendary AB combo. To encounter the AB combo here was unexpected. Gazing at the distant figures, Lin Tian offered a faint smile. His countenance as serene as ancient waters, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. This man is formidable. At that moment, a sharp, lightning-like gaze settled upon Lin Tian, and for the first time, a flicker of fear surfaced within those piercing eyes. Beside him, Killer Bee, clad in sunglasses, silently tucked them into his waistband and gave a solemn nod. We must be cautious. Neither was a fool. Anyone who could traverse from Konoha so swiftly and secure victory in a single move was undoubtedly at least Kaga level in strength. Lightning release chakra mode, activate. Crackle suddenly. Blinding arcs of lightning surged forth, enveloping A in an armor of radiance, illuminating the dim sky as if it were midday. Killer Bee's brow furrowed as he drew a kunai from his waist, his body swiftly cloaking itself in the viscous chakra of a tailed beast, clearly entering a partial transformation. Though Killer Bee was barely 10 years old, he was already hailed as a prodigy among prodigies within Kumogakure, inheriting the power of the Eight Tails. Even if he couldn't fully control it, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Together, A and Killer Bee, the AB combo, stood as one of the strongest duos in Kumogakure's history, having executed countless missions without a single defeat. In an instant, both entered their peak states. The overwhelming killing intent that surged toward him barely elicited a flicker of amusement from Lin Tian, who merely curled his lips with detached indifference. Whoosh! A's speed defied comprehension. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Lin Tian. The lightning release chakra mode had heightened his cellular activity, granting him a form of instantaneous movement. In this state, his attacks and mobility could only be described as inhuman. Even Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God technique paled in comparison. Lariat. His movement was too swift. The concentrated lightning chakra coalesced around his elbow like a hammer of steel. As his strike neared its mark, a cold smirk tugged at A's lips. This brat is nothing special. Yet his triumph was short-lived. His grin froze as his pupils contracted violently. Lin Tian's fist had already lashed out, swifter than his own. Profound Tier Advanced Battle Skill 8 Extremities Fist. The punch was devastating. Wreathed in searing flames, and in an instant, A was sent hurtling backward. Boom! Like a kite severed from its string, it was flung dozens of meters away, smashing through countless trees before carving a monstrous trench into the earth. Everything happened too swiftly. The Cloud Ninjas couldn't even perceive how the two had struck before witnessing the outcome. To their astonishment, their supposedly invincible prodigy from the Night Moon clan, I, was sent flying with a single blow. Crack! Lin Tian showed no mercy. With a firm grip, he snapped the necks of the two Cloud Ninjas in his grasp. Their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground, blood staining the earth and filling the air with its metallic stench. Only then did Killer Bee's attack arrive, a massive tail from the Eight Tails, slicing through the air with a piercing howl, its terrifying force undeniable. Humph! Lin Tian smirked, his expression serene and unshaken. Without retreating, he raised a single hand and effortlessly caught the gargantuan tail, despite its 100-meter length dwarfing his own stature. The sheer absurdity of the scene left onlookers gasping in disbelief. What? How is this possible? This is beyond ridiculous. Did he just stop the Eight Tails' tail with one hand? Am I hallucinating? Murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd, each witness struggling to process the sight before them. Even Killer Bee, now firmly restrained, furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the man's monstrous strength. Is this all the infamous AB combo has to offer? How disappointing. Lin Tian's mocking voice rang out before he swung the tail like a whip, hurling the tailed beast form of Killer Bee through the air, blood streaming from his nose. Boom. The sheer momentum sent Killer Bee crashing into a distant hillside, the impact carving out a massive crater as his head buried deep into the earth. Only the protective chakra cloak of his tailed beast form spared him from fatal injury. I flashed to his brother's side. Relief washing over him upon confirming Killer Bee was unharmed. With a thunderous explosion, Killer Bee shattered the remnants of the hill and stood beside I. Their expressions now grim with realization. That brief exchange had revealed much about their opponent's capabilities. His strength is at the pinnacle of Kaga level. I's body crackled with intensified lightning chakra. But against the two of us, he's nothing more than trash. Tactics, Plan A, Killer Bee nodded. Unsealing a summoning scroll to materialize 8 swords, 6 gripped in his hands, the remaining 2 wielded by his tails. In the next instant, both vanished. When they reappeared, one loomed above Lin Tian, the other behind him. With Ice Body Flicker technique enhancing their speed, their movements bordered on teleportation. Yet, no matter how fast they were, Lin Tian was faster. In the world of Do Chi, Lin Tian had witnessed countless prodigious cultivators and survived numerous life and death battles. The antics of these two were merely amusing to behold. At the very moment they closed in on Lin Tian, he moved. A single punch unleashed countless phantom fists. Earth-rank combat skill, Myriad Fist returned to origin. This technique could instantaneously deliver 3,245 punches, each one ferocious and brimming with explosive force. The very air trembled under the overwhelming barrage of fists, the sheer power tearing through space like a tempestuous child at play. Killer Bee and A, who had believed their strikes would land, were stunned by the mysterious figure's speed, far surpassing their own. Before they could react, an unbearable pressure surged toward them, followed by an unrelenting storm of fists. When had Killer Bee and A ever encountered such an unorthodox jutsu? For a fleeting moment, they froze. But years of battle-hardened instincts compelled them to retreat. Alas, it was too late. Both were struck by countless fists, the tremendous force hurling them backward like broken kites, crashing dozens of meters away. When they staggered to their feet, their faces were swollen and bruised, comically resembling pig heads. The protective chakra cloaks and lightning armor shielding them bore visible cracks, a testament to the devastating power behind those phantom fists. How could Konoha harbor someone this strong? A.'s heart sank as his brow furrowed. His speed surpasses even mine. I've never heard of him before, Killer Bee mused, equally troubled. Could he be a secretly cultivated shinobi of Konoha? Never had they faced such an overwhelming opponent. Though they had brushed with death before, never had the threat felt so absolute. Is this all you've got? Lin Tian remained composed, his expression one of mild disappointment. I must say, in terms of speed, this emperor surpasses you, A. It's not over yet. Prideful men like A and Killer B would not tolerate such humiliation. Lin Tian's disappointment was the greatest insult of all. If even an uncle couldn't endure this, how could an aunt? Lightning release. Lariat. A's body surged with lightning chakra, transforming into a blinding streak as he closed the distance in an instant, aiming a devastating tackle at Lin Tian. His speed now eclipsed his previous display. The lariat was a high-level ninjutsu of the Yatsuki clan, combining monstrous wrist strength with blinding speed to deliver a fatal blow. Just as A's arm was about to lock around Lin Tian's throat, the latter smirked coldly and struck with a single palm. Yes, just a single palm. Mystic rank high-tier combat skill, Chi Palm. This seemingly ordinary palm strike unleashed an unimaginably terrifying air pressure, forming an invisible wall of force. Crunch. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the charging Yatsuki AI collided head-on with the unyielding barrier, his body sent flying backward with countless fractures across his limbs. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced behind him. Yatsuki AI had closed the distance to within a single step. His legs crackling with concentrated lightning release chakra as he delivered a devastating downward kick, the Raikage signature technique. Lariat, guillotine drop, a move of terrifying destructive power. A shadow clone. Lin Tian mused inwardly. Truly worthy of Yatsuki AI, the fourth Raikage from the original tale. Even he had been deceived by the shadow clone technique earlier. But it mattered not. With effortless grace, Lin Tian raised a single fist. Boom. The earth erupted as if struck by precision demolition. Shockwaves radiating outward from Lin Tian's feet with apocalyptic force. The ground collapsed instantly into a massive crater, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. Yet at the epicenter, Lin Tian stood completely unfazed. Is this all the strength you possess? The mocking words hung in the air as Yatsuki AI, eyes blazing with fury, landed dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, Killer B had already assumed his battle stance. In the next instant, both warriors charged toward Lin Tian at blinding speed. Executing the Hidden Cloud Village's secret taijutsu technique, lightning release, lariat twin-swinging guillotine. A dual-pronged assault where both attackers simultaneously deliver crushing lariats with identical force. Designed to decapitate the enemy in a single motion. The lethality of this technique was absolute. No survivor had ever been recorded. Even the tireless Beige, Kisame Hashigaki, had narrowly escaped death from this very move in the original timeline. Getting serious now? For the first time, Lin Tian sensed genuine threat emanating from the brothers. Yet his expression remained as serene as a tranquil lake. Green Lotus Core Flame. Alien fire surged to life within his palm, its radiance transforming the darkened sky into blinding daylight. The moment the otherworldly flames appeared, the ambient temperature skyrocketed. Vegetation within the vicinity instantly vaporized into ashen mist, while more distant objects began melting under the intense heat. An armor of alien fire coalesced around Lin Tian's form. Lightning release, lariat twin-swinging guillotine. Yatsuki AI and Killer B unleashed their full power, hurtling toward their target. Two forces of catastrophic destructive potential collided like opposing elements, water and fire, yin and yang, ice and flame. The resulting explosion defied imagination. Boom. A shockwave of inconceivable magnitude erupted instantly. The searing white light from the thermal expansion swallowed the battlefield whole, obscuring all visibility. Dust and debris filled the combat zone like a macabre meteor shower, only to be liquefied moments later by the alien fire's apocalyptic temperatures. Observers from hidden villages across the land immediately relayed the confrontation to their respective leadership. Any entity capable of withstanding the full might of the AB combo commanded immediate attention from every major power, though these political ramifications would become relevant only later. As the blinding radiance faded, the dust clouds gradually dissipated. Lin Tian stood in the distance, the green lotus core flame dancing and flickering in his palm. His entire being unmarred by even the slightest wound or speck of dust. Far away, the severely injured Yondaime Raikage and Killer B simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes brimming with disbelief and unwillingness. Yes, they had lost, and lost miserably. No, impossible. No one could possibly withstand the combined assault of the two of us. The Raikage's face was deathly pale, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Just now, I clearly felt an immense barrier forming there. No matter what, I couldn't break through. Killer B frowned slightly. It seems the only way to defeat this guy is you. Hearing this, the Raikage's expression shifted before he let out a long sigh. Indeed. If they wanted to defeat the man before them, the only option left was to unleash the full power of the Eight Tails. Meanwhile, the Kumonin nearby had finally completed the preparations for the heavenly transfer technique. The leading Jonin exchanged a glance with the two. Understanding the signal, the Raikage and Killer Bee vanished in an instant, reappearing within the barrier circle of the heavenly transfer formation. Lin Tian made no move to stop them. Watching as the Kumonin prepared to escape via the heavenly transfer technique, he smirked coldly and reached out with a single grasp. The power of a 7-star Dozun, spatial lock. With that single motion through the void, the Raikage, Killer Bee, and the other Kumonin, who had been moments away from teleporting, were forcibly dragged back into reality. Screams erupted as the Kumonin looked around in confusion, realizing their surroundings hadn't changed, only to see Lin Tian's cold, arrogant face. Their momentarily eased hearts clenched in terror once more, their eyes widening in shock. Hadn't they just activated the heavenly transfer technique? How had it failed? The heavenly transfer technique was typically used to transport objects rather than people, as the violent spatial turbulence during transit could tear a human body apart. However, Kumo had recently developed a special armor that, when worn by shinobi, could protect them from being shredded by the spatial currents. Even with the protection of the lightning armor and Killer Bee's tailed beast cloak, they would struggle to avoid injury in the turbulence. Yet, what they couldn't comprehend was, they had failed to teleport. The heavenly transfer technique had never failed before. Thinking of leaving? Not so simple. How does my spatial lock feel? Lin Tian smiled faintly. These people had dared to attempt harm upon his Kushina. For that alone, he would make sure the Kumonin understood. Those under Lin Tian's protection were untouchable. Whoever dared lay a finger on them would face retribution 100-fold. What kind of monster are you? The Raikage's voice trembled with desperation. Before Lin Tian, even standing upright felt like an impossible luxury. The oppressive aura weighed upon his chest, making even breathing a struggle. And this terror, it was something no human could possibly achieve. A monster? I am no monster. Lin Tian chuckled softly, reaching out once more through the void. I am an existence akin to a god. In the distance, several Kumobikure shinobi suddenly sensed an overwhelming force before being seized in Lin Tian's grasp. In an instant, the terrifying heat of the Azure Lotus underground flame reduced them to ashes. No, not even ashes remained, for not a single trace was left behind. Witnessing this, A and Killer Bee widened their eyes in shock. What kind of horrifying power did those flames contain? To turn someone to dust with just a touch? You are far too weak. It bores me. I'll give you a few seconds. Leave now. Lin Tian calmly withdrew the Azure Lotus underground flame into his spatial pouch. Upon hearing this, A and Killer Bee, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, exhaled in immense relief, as if granted a pardon, and immediately turned to flee. However, wait. Lin Tian's voice rang out again, freezing them in their tracks. Beneath them, a foul stench arose, the unmistakable scent of fear. Great Emperor, is there anything else? A stammered, his tongue nearly tied. Beside him, Killer Bee gulped audibly, his throat dry. No further orders. Just a reminder, change your undergarments when you return. The stench is unbearable. Why yes. A and Killer Bee exhaled shakily. Once hailed as prodigies of Kumobikure, they had never suffered such humiliation. Yet, compared to survival, dignity and pride meant nothing. Also, I hope you grow stronger next time. Being invincible is truly a lonely existence. Lin Tian chuckled. A and Killer Bee dared not respond, nor even glance back as they sprinted away, terrified the monstrous being might change his mind and leave them with no escape. Against such a foe, they stood no chance. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Tian smirked, clasping his hands behind his back. The current A and Killer Bee, still young and unrefined in their teamwork, were far from their peak. Killing them now would be as effortless as crushing ants, hardly entertaining. Better to let them grow stronger, to make the game more amusing. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had they fled than several figures descended, the 5 Kekkei Genkai of Konoha. Ever since Lin Tian bestowed medicinal pills upon Orochimaru, the Serpentine Man had become the 5th monster, though unlike the others whose freakishness lay in power, his was more aesthetic. Lord Lin Tian. It went without saying, this battle had left Lin Tian unscathed. If anything, the 5 pitied the fleeing Duel. To oppose such a monster, what a trial they had endured. Among them, Kushina's expression was the most complex. Her fists clenched, her beautiful eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Although Lin Tian treated her coldly, after witnessing him rush out for her without hesitation, she could only describe her emotions as profoundly moved. Kushina, don't overthink it. This emperor was merely curious. Lin Tian's voice soon cut through like frost, chilling her warmth. Ah, Lord Lin Tian. I understand. Kushina's spirit wilted like frostbitten leaves, her fists clenching tightly. I know. You can never like someone like me. Clumsy, scatterbrained, and nowhere near as gentle and obedient as Makoto. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible, like the hum of a mosquito. From afar, Minato Namikaze, who had just arrived, felt his heart twist painfully at her words. A sharp crack echoed as his fingers dug into his palm, nearly piercing through. "Let us return," Lin Tian responded indifferently, as though her heartfelt confession had never reached his ears. The four companions sighed inwardly. Lord Lin Tian excels in every aspect. If only he weren't so icy in his dealings. But then again, geniuses of his caliber are often like this. Lord Lin Tian, Kushina, undeterred by his silence, mustered her courage once more. She threw her arms around him, tears glistening in her eyes. "Please, give me a chance. I'll prove myself worthy." The others exchanged glances before discreetly withdrawing, leaving the two standing alone. Silly girl. Lin Tian had always been weak to tears. The sight of Kushina's pitiful, trembling expression softened his stern demeanor, coaxing a rare smile from his lips. Gently, he brushed away her tears with his fingertips. "Don't cry. Look, your makeup is ruined." The faint scent of his masculinity, coupled with his unexpectedly tender tone, left Kushina wide-eyed, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. "Lord Lin Tian, you're so kind." "Foolish child, these fallen cloud shinobi, they are this emperor's gift to you." Lin Tian tilted his head slightly, his usually impassive face softening with warmth. "Lord Lin Tian, you." Suddenly, Kushina realized he wasn't as distant or fearsome as she had imagined. This emperor? What about this emperor? Her tears only flowed harder, and Lin Tian sighed, wiping them away with resigned fondness. Kushina flung her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace before their lips met in a fervent kiss. The heavens wept, heavy raindrops cascading like scattered pearls. Yet the downpour parted around the entwined pair. Their silhouettes etched against the storm, a vision of romance so poignant it stirred envy in onlookers' hearts. "If this is what brings you happiness, then I, Minato, shall harbor no regrets. After all, he is extraordinary. Perhaps only someone like him is worthy of you." Drenched and distant, Minato Namikaze could only watch, offering silent blessings as his heart clenched painfully. The moment their lips touched, time itself seemed to freeze, his world reduced to a single, breathless instant. Whoosh! The rain poured down, splashing in all directions as Lin Tian tightly embraced Kushina, darting like an arrow toward the stone castle where they would spend a romantic night. "Bless them, Minato." Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly, stepping forward to pat Minato's shoulder. Yes, Minato clenched his teeth, his heart filled with reluctance. Yet he could only nod helplessly in acceptance. "I'll find you a good girl," Hiruzen smiled. The rain washed over Minato, blurring the line between tears and raindrops in his eyes. Further away, at the Uchiha residence, Uchiha Mikoto gently touched her belly, gazing up at the distant figures with a sweet smile. She clenched her fist in silent encouragement. "Kushina, for love, you must give it your all." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Kumogakure Vanguard forces, what? Konoha has a monster of such terrifying strength? The third Raikage stood abruptly upon hearing the report from A and Killer B, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. "Even the two of you are no match for him?" "Indeed. His abilities are extraordinary, his attack and movement speed far surpass mine, even with the lightning release chakra mode activated." A frowned, analyzing the encounter. "Moreover, his techniques are peculiar, unlike any ninjutsu of this world. If I had to compare, they resemble the abilities of monks." As he spoke, he recalled the moment Lin Tian struck, unleashing countless phantom fists, a sight eerily similar to certain monk techniques. "What? He surpasses even your speed?" The third Raikage size darkened. No one needed an explanation to grasp the implications. A's speed had already reached supersonic levels. To exceed that would mean breaking the sound barrier, something beyond human capability. Additionally, he wielded a mysterious fire release ability, Killer B added, pulling out several swords nearly melted into molten metal from his waist. The heat of those flames was several times higher than the Uchiha's great fireball. If we hadn't acted swiftly, we'd have been incinerated. At the sight of the half-melted blades on the table, the third Raikage shuddered in astonishment. Having clashed with the Uchiha clan for years, he was well acquainted with their fire release techniques, yet never had he witnessed such devastating power. Could he be a Kekkei Jinkai user, with abilities tied to fire release? The third Raikage speculated. Possibly. Killer B nodded slightly in agreement. "I think so too," it concurred. "It seems our plans to attack Konoha must be postponed." The third Raikage mused. "Until we uncover the truth about this man, we hold our forces. The other villages are already stirring anyway." Sniff. A strange smell. Did someone wet themselves? Ahem. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." I too have business elsewhere." Killer B and Yondaime exchanged awkward glances, their cheeks flushing crimson before vanishing like the wind. Upon the seat, A faint trace of moisture lingered, drawing a peculiar gaze from the third rakeage. Dawn. The sky gradually unveiled the first pale hues of morning. Within the stone fortress, a soft rustling sound stirred. Then, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden slowly opened her eyes, her tender gaze settling upon Lin Tian, who sat in deep meditation beside her. A quiet warmth lingered in her expression. Upon the warm stone bed, a faint trace of blood silently bore witness to the passion of the previous night. Yet, despite the allure of such a peerless beauty, Lin Tian remained unmoved, his eyes unopened, as though it were merely an ordinary occurrence. But for the woman, it was anything but. This was the first time she had surrendered herself to another, the first time she had willingly given everything for someone. Recalling the fervor of the night before, Kushina felt as though she were dreaming. Though she and Lin Tian shared no formal bond, her love was steadfast and resolute. Once she chose to love, she would throw herself into it without hesitation, even if Lin Tian treated her with the same indifference as always. This emperor possesses medicinal pills to restore your vitality. Consume them. Lin Tian finally opened his eyes, his tone detached. Kushina nodded firmly, accepting the pill with a faint blush blooming across her cheeks. She knew Lin Tian's temperament. Though his exterior was icy, his heart burned warmer than most. It was merely his pride that kept him from showing it. That, you don't have to take responsibility. I did this willingly. Clutching the pill tightly, Kushina hesitated before speaking. This emperor never intended to. Lin Tian's blunt reply drew a laugh from Kushina. If you weren't going to take responsibility, why give me medicine? Why conjure a soft bed? And why were you so gentle last night? Don't you care for me? Lin Tian was momentarily speechless. Though he often referred to himself as this emperor, after his experiences in the Dochi continent, a hidden chivalry and tenderness had taken root in his soul. While he claimed no responsibility, in truth, he cared for Kushina more than he would ever admit. A true peerless expert was not merely defined by strength, it was the balance of might and compassion that allowed one to conquer inner demons and shatter the shackles of cultivation. See? You have nothing to say. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her face alight with triumphant delight. For some reason, seeing Lin Tian at a loss filled her with joy, as though all the grievances of his coldness had melted away. This emperor has no intention of responsibility whatsoever. Lin Tian insisted stubbornly. Back in the Dochi continent, there had been another lively girl like this. Kushina reminded him of many memories, and of that girl. In any case, this young lady never intended to hold you responsible. Kushina burst into laughter, her voice light and carefree as she spoke. With a bold and unrestrained stride, she descended the stone castle. I'll go prepare some soup for you. As Kushina departed, the other four eccentric figures of Konoha exchanged peculiar glances. No sooner had she left than Hiruzen Sarutobi and several members of the ANBU arrived at the base of the stone castle, their faces alight with excitement. Only when Lin Tian's voice echoed did they dare to enter. Lord Lin Tian, we have gathered the majority of the rare medicinal herbs you requested. However, we recently stumbled upon this. Hiruzen unfurled a scroll and presented it to him. Illustrated upon it was the likeness of a peculiar flame, one that seemed to match the tortoise spirit earthfire Lin Tian had long sought. Tortoise spirit earthfire? Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Originally, he had sketched the forms of the 12 unique flames merely on a whim, hoping to test his fortune in the shinobi world. Never had he expected Hiruzen to uncover traces of one. This tortoise spirit earthfire ranked 13th among the unique flames. Resembling a colossal tortoise, its body bristled with fiery spikes, and its maw bore fangs as sharp as blades, a fearsome, monstrous entity wreathed in a sinister brown flame. In terms of power, it surpassed even his current Azure Lotus Heartfire. With such a flame, his cultivation speed would advance further, and he could refine even more extraordinary elixirs. Where is it? Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. It was discovered by an ANBU jonin near the border of Amigate Cure, Hiruzen explained. According to his account, he encountered a massive summoning beast carrying this peculiar flame in its jaws. However, the creature seemed unable to withstand the flame's terrifying power and was ultimately reduced to ashes. The ANBU attempted to retrieve it, but the scorching heat proved unbearable even from a distance, forcing him to abandon the effort. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Shinobi from other villages have also taken notice of the flame's extraordinary nature and have dispatched numerous forces to investigate. Lin Tian nodded faintly. It seems the sovereign must intervene personally. Lord Lin Tian, the area is heavily occupied by enemy forces. If Konoha were to mobilize, it would require considerable time. I fear. Hiruzen hesitated. No. This time, only a handful will suffice, Lin Tian countered. However, when the sovereign subdues the flame, I will require a few to stand guard. Where's the guide? I am the guide. An ANBU shinobi stepped forward, his voice trembling with exhilaration. To serve Lord Lin Tian was an unparalleled honor. Excellent. You shall accompany me. What are your names? Lin Tian acknowledged. Just the few of us? The ANBU members exchanged startled glances. The notion was undeniably audacious. Though they trusted in Lin Tian's might, a sliver of unease lingered in their hearts. Before Lin Tian could respond, Hiruzen chuckled from the side. The divine prowess of Lord Lin Tian is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Upon hearing this, several ANBU members immediately realized their mistake and were about to apologize when Lin Tian waved his hand with a smile. Lead the way. Understood. The ANBU ninja nodded and was just about to depart from the stone fortress when Lin Tian suddenly grabbed his arm. The ANBU members' eyes widened in astonishment. Behind Lin Tian, a pair of fiery wings unfurled, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Even from a distance, they could distinctly feel the terrifying aura emanating from him. Wow. He can actually grow wings. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's terrifying. I wish I could have such majestic wings like Lord Lin Tian. The ANBU members gasped in awe, their eyes filled with shock and envy, though they had witnessed Lord Lin Tian flying before. This was the first time they had observed it up close, truly a sight that dazzled their eyes. Follow me. With a single motion, Lin Tian spread his purple cloud wings and reached out into the void. The ninjas felt an immense force pulling them, and the next moment, they were soaring through the sky with him. The speed was so fast it was nearly instantaneous. Glancing down, the ANBU members saw Konoha village thousands of meters below, now shrunk into the size of a fist, and some nearly lost their composure in fright. Steady your minds. Lin Tian's voice rang out at just the right moment, calming the ANBU members. They took deep breaths and focused their spirits. A journey that would have taken 3 days on foot was completed in merely 2 hours. Upon arrival, they found the mist and stone ninjas engaged in fierce close combat, each vying for control of the strange flame. Both sides had deployed significant forces, a dark sea of at least 1,000 ninjas, with high-ranking and mid-ranking shinobi making up the majority. Swish! The moment Lin Tian landed, he plunged into the fray with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, his strikes claimed the lives of several high-ranking ninjas. His movements were so swift that the others barely had time to react before their comrades fell lifeless. Instantly, the battling mist and stone ninjas turned their attention toward Lin Tian. With bloodshot eyes, they lunged at him in unison. To obstruct me from absorbing this flame is a crime punishable by death. Lin Tian unleashed a palm strike, transforming it into countless fist phantoms. The violent barrage claimed more lives, and with another motion, a storm of palm phantoms surged forth, wiping out another wave of enemies. Earth-rank technique. Myriad fists returned to origin. Earth-rank technique. Myriad palms returned to origin. Both the mist and stone forces suffered devastating losses, losing more than half their numbers in an instant. Who is this man? He's unbelievably strong. Where did he come from? I don't see any village insignia on him. Even our high-ranking ninjas are no match for him. Gasps of astonishment and fear rippled through the crowd. Gradually, they regained their composure, no longer daring to charge forward recklessly. Ridiculous. Charging forward now would be courting death. Witnessing Lord Lin Tian effortlessly dispatch numerous Chunin and Jounin, the ANBU ninjas could only describe their emotions with astonishment and terror. Humph. As both sides gradually quieted down, Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to waste words on these insignificant ants. Crushing them held no amusement whatsoever. His gaze shifted to the distance, where a searing brown flame raged violently upon the ground. It was evident that no living creature could survive within its vicinity. Even vegetation had been reduced to bubbling liquid under its scorching heat. From afar, Lin Tian could already feel the blistering intensity radiating from this peculiar flame, enough to sear flesh. So this is the cold spirit turtle flame, ranked 13th among the mystical fires. With a mere gesture, he summoned the cold spirit turtle flame into his palm. Its terrifying heat was instantly neutralized by the green lotus core flame manifesting within his body. Casually tossing a few medicinal pills to the ANBU ninjas, Lin Tian closed his eyes and began absorbing the mystical fire in full view of everyone. Since reaching the 7-star Dozun realm, he had comprehended the principle of tempering one's mind. Public cultivation served as a whetstone for his resolve, hence, he harbored no reservations. That flame appeared in his hand? Is this some secret technique? Who knows? But why has he closed his eyes? No matter the reason, eliminating him will surely yield immense rewards. If I'm not mistaken, this brat must possess a Kekiai Genkai related to fire. Observing Lin Tian's closed eyes, the Kirigakure and Awagakure ninjas sensed opportunity, their lips curling into cold smirks. The fear instilled by his arrival had now completely dissipated. Boom, boom. 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 Deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession as the lead ANBU ninja suddenly shouted, "Protect Lord Lin Tian. Consume the explosive pills." The ANBU swiftly swallowed the pills. And in an instant, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through their veins, invigorating every fiber of their being. It was an indescribable euphoria, like a recluse stepping into a world of birdsong and blossoms after years of isolation. Their chakra reserves expanded at a staggering rate. Within moments, they transcended from standard Jounin to elite Jounin, perhaps even Kaga level. This sudden dominion over power was intoxicating, a sensation of absolute mastery. Before they could savor this abrupt ascension, the foolish Kirigakure and Iwagakure forces lunged forward. Though we are few, with Lord Lin Tian's pills. The lead ANBU's hands blurred through seals, swayed on, super water dragon jutsu. Fueled by monstrous chakra, the technique's potency defied reason. A colossal tidal wave materialized midair, crashing down upon the enemies like a cataclysmic deluge. What was once merely an A-rank technique now rivaled the destructive might of an S-rank ninjutsu. Countless towering waves, each over 100 zhang high, coalesced into the forms of colossal dragons, descending like enormous hands crashing down from the heavens. Piercing screams erupted as numerous shinobi were instantly swept away by the deluge, violently hurled against unyielding boulders, their lives extinguished beyond any hope of revival. Other ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, erecting earthen walls in desperate defense. Yet the overwhelming might of the water dragons shattered their barriers effortlessly, reducing them to clouds of dust scattering in the wind. The ANBU operative who had unleashed this water-style technique allowed a faint, satisfied smile to grace his lips. Who would have thought that the elixir bestowed by Lord Lin Tian would grant such formidable power? His comrades, witnessing this display, clenched their fists in anticipation, their bloodlust ignited. "I shall remain here to guard Lord Lin Tian," the lead ANBU declared with a smirk. "To experience the thrill of wielding Kaga-level techniques, this alone makes my life worthwhile." "Then we leave it to you." The others, having awaited this moment, brandished their kunai and surged forward. Previously constrained by their limited chakra and strength, they had never been able to unleash their full potential. But now, with Lord Lin Tian's miraculous pills elevating them to Kaga-tier prowess, they would not squander this fleeting opportunity. They understood, of course, that the effects were temporary, making every second all the more precious. Like wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, these enhanced ANBU operatives carved through the ranks of the mist and stone shinobi with terrifying efficiency. Every passing second claimed more lives, as even elite J-nin proved no match for their overwhelming might. The once formidable force of over 2,000 had dwindled to mere hundreds in mere moments. What in the world is happening? How did they suddenly become so powerful? The surviving mist and stone shinobi stood bewildered. They knew the capabilities of Konoha's ANBU. A lead among them might rival J-nin, but none should possess such devastating power. Then, realization struck. Those mysterious pills they consumed. "If I'm not mistaken," a cunning Miss J-nin murmured, his eyes glinting with calculation, "they must have ingested something akin to the Akimichi clan's secret pills. Such power comes at a cost. Let us hold our ground. Once the effects wear off, the backlash will cripple them. Then, we strike." His words soothed the trembling nerves of his comrades, their fear giving way to grim resolve. On the opposing side, the stone shinobi reached the same conclusion, opting to encircle rather than engage, waiting for the inevitable moment when their enemy's borrowed strength would fade. In their eyes, though these individuals possessed formidable strength, their numbers were few. And the potency of their drugs came with equally terrifying side effects. Given enough time, victory would inevitably be theirs, though it was a pity about the comrades lost earlier. Apologies, but within the duration of the drug's effect, we'll have already crushed you. Several ANBU ninjas sneered, their kunai glinting with the cold sheen of wind-released chakra, sharpening the blades to a lethal edge. Kill. At the command of their leader, the ANBU operatives split into multiple paths, lunging toward the mist and stone shinobi. Wherever they passed, agonized screams erupted, blood splattered in all directions, and the thick stench of iron instantly saturated the battlefield. In the hands of these shadow-level ANBU, even the elite forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure were helpless against the one-sided slaughter. Corpses piled higher, and blood flowed so freely it resembled a crimson river. And then, reinforcements from both sides arrived. Swish, 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 thud, thud, thud. 7 figures descended from all directions, some short, some towering, some burly, but each wielded a razor-sharp longsword. These were the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, an elite unit tasked with special missions, undefeated in history. Meanwhile, Iwagakure had dispatched 7 shinobi clad in distinctive stone attire, the character for explosion emblazoned on their waists. Strapped to each was a massive pouch brimming with detonative clay. Had Lin Tian opened his eyes, he would have recognized them instantly, the Explosion Corps, Iwa's elite squad. In the original timeline, Deidara had once been a member, honing his explosive techniques under their tutelage. For the sake of that mysterious flame, both Kirigakure and Iwagakure had deployed their finest. However, the moment the reinforcements arrived, they noticed their target had already been seized by a bizarre man. More unsettling, behind this strange figure stood several blood-soaked Konoha ANBU, surrounded by the corpses of the fallen. This situation doesn't seem right. The wielder of the blast word Kabutawari, Amuri Ringo, let out a sinister chuckle. Oh ho ho, fresh meat, fresh meat. This batch looks particularly strong. Beside her, the wielder of the longsword Nuabari, Kushimara Kuriere, joined in with a twisted grin. Don't just focus on the flesh, Ringo. Drink some blood too, wouldn't he want you malnourished, hee hee. Enough chatter. Let us finish this quickly. The impatient voice belonged to Aitsuki Mangitsu, his shark-like teeth glinting. The 7 swordsmen had never failed a mission. Though their target had slaughtered many, to them, he was merely a slightly stronger shinobi, a marginally more challenging foe. With their combined might, annihilation was assured. We shall not let you advance a single step further. A voice brimming with battle fervor rang out as several ANBU operatives descended, their eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. Upon recognizing the familiar masks of Konoha's ANBU, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist collectively let out a derisive snort, nearly doubling over with laughter. Countless ANBU had fallen to their blades. What threat could these few pose? Charge. Aitsuki Suigetsu chuckled darkly, his longsword humming with eager anticipation. In the next instant, the 7 figures surged forward like arrows loosed toward the ANBU. Yet, as they closed the distance, an unsettling realization dawned upon the swordsmen. These ANBU exuded an aura far surpassing that of mere jonin. Initially dismissed as insignificant, their proximity now revealed an alarming truth. Each radiated the unmistakable presence of Kaga-level shinobi. Fall back. Suigetsu, possessing a unique sensory ability, raised a hand to halt his comrade's assault, opting instead for retreat. Though their battle lust burned fiercely, his command left them no choice but to comply. Perching once more upon the branches, their brows furrowed with grim tension. Since when had Konoha amassed such an assembly of Kaga-level elites? Suigetsu's gaze darkened, his grip tightening around the trembling Kubikirib Ch Suigetsu. Are you certain your senses aren't deceiving you? A comrade questioned skeptically. If true, the implications were staggering. 4 Kaga-level operatives stood before them. How? A hidden village's Kaga tier forces rarely exceeded 5 or 6. The 7 swordsmen themselves, though formidable, only brushed that threshold through their blade's augmentation. My perception is infallible, Suigetsu murmured, his eyes shifting to the corpses strewn below. The fire of battle in his gaze flickered, replaced by dawning horror. These fallen shinobi. Their deaths occurred within the last half hour, in rapid succession. You understand what this means. A collective gasp escaped the swordsmen as the weight of his words settled upon them, their stares now laden with dread. Just then, surviving Kirinin arrived, recounting the earlier slaughter in harrowing detail. The revelation struck like lightning. These ANBU had ingested some mysterious drug, bestowed by a meditating figure among them. Specialized enhancers? Suigetsu's voice trembled with disbelief. From that man in meditation? Pa. Near Konoha dogs, how formidable could they be? Amuri Ringo sneered, exchanging a glance with Kushimara. Let us, the demon duo, test these nameless whelps. Proceed with caution, Suigetsu warned, though his words carried the weight of foreboding. Without absolute certainty, Suigetsu Aitsuki would never strike. In combat, he was cautious and deliberate, unlike Amuri Ringo and Kushimara Kuriere, who were the opposite, reckless and bloodthirsty. Upon receiving approval, Amuri and Kushimara flashed forward, charging towards several ANBU ninja from Konoha. I'll handle them. The one who stepped forward was a tall, lean ANBU ninja. His name was Tenma, a former orphan taken in by Konoha. Due to his outstanding mission performance, he had been transferred to the ANBU, serving directly under the Hokage. For decades, his strength had stagnated at the level of a standard jonin, never reaching elite jonin, let alone the threshold of Kaga level. On every mission, he had been the weak link. But the elixir bestowed by Lord Linton had abruptly propelled him into the Kaga level. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body, filling him with boundless anticipation for the future. His gratitude toward Lord Linton was immeasurable. He would willingly serve him even as a beast of burden. Humph, a nobody. Amuri curled her lips in disdain, darting toward Tenma at blinding speed, her explosive blade, Kiba, already swinging down. This was Amuri's signature swordsmanship. Before consuming the elixir, Tenma would have been instantly defeated by such an attack. But now, his eyes flashed as he leapt into the air, effortlessly evading Amuri's strike while rapidly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball barrage. A torrent of dense chakra gathered in his throat before erupting outward. Countless massive fireballs, each like an apocalyptic bomb, blasted forth. A jutsu that should have been C-rank now unleashed A-rank devastation. The sight of these enormous fireballs stunned not only Amuri but the rest of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Even the explosion core from a Wagakure in the distance. Unthinkable that an unknown ANBU could wield such power. Amuri and Kushina scrambled to dodge in panic. But the fireballs were too vast. Scorching flames still struck Amuri's shoulder, hurling her backward as her clothes caught fire. I actually repelled the 7 ninja swordsmen. Tears welled in Tenma's eyes as he watched the two retreat. He knew all too well, without Lord Linton's elixir, he was nothing. The other ANBU nodded subtly, equally astonished. The background characters, had finally seized their moment, however fleeting. All of this was thanks to Lord Linton's grace. That was just carelessness. Now I'll get serious. Amuri's expression darkened. And Kushina beside her radiated icy killing intent. For the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, losing to a nameless nobody was an unbearable disgrace. With that, Amuri and Kushina exchanged a glance before attacking from the left and right. Facing their assault, Tenma remained unfazed. The elixirs of Lord Linton bestowed upon them not merely a fleeting surge of power, but also an unshakable composure that remained steadfast even amidst cataclysmic upheavals. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Intense chakra coalesced once more at the back of his throat, and a ferocious, colossal fire dragon surged forth. Its blazing radiance illuminating the darkened heavens in an instant, turning night into day. The flames engulfed the entire battlefield in a vast, scorching inferno. Damn it! Faced with such an overwhelming assault, Mangitsu Hzuki and Fuguki Suikazan had no choice but to evade, their frustration palpable. Yet, in the next moment, Tianhuan swiftly formed another set of hand seals, wind release, gale cutter. A technique he had once struggled to master now flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. A terrifying gale. Brimming with frenzied force, fanned the already raging flames, expanding their reach exponentially. What had once been 100 square meter blaze now stretched several times wider, while the flames, initially only waist high, roared skyward, fueled by the wind's relentless fury. Hzuki and Suikazan soon realized, to their horror, that there was no escape. The inferno swallowed them whole, their bodies wreathed in fire as agonized screams tore from their throats. They writhed helplessly, consumed by the merciless flames. The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, witnessing this devastation, scattered in retreat. Some initially attempted to counter with water release techniques. But the sheer magnitude of the opponent's chakra, the overwhelming ferocity of the flames, amplified further by the combined elemental assault, rendered their efforts futile. Despite unleashing 2 colossal techniques in succession, Tianhuan felt no exhaustion, only a slight depletion of his chakra reserves. In the distance, Hzuki and Suikazan still thrashed within the flames, desperate for survival. Who could have imagined that a mere background character could wield such terrifying power? That even the legendary 7 swordsmen would falter before him? Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, water shark missile. Water release, giant water orb. True to their Kirigakure heritage, Hzuki Mangitsu, Hoshigaki Kisame, and the others swiftly formed hand seals, summoning torrents of water to quell the flames and rescue their comrades from the inferno. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a glint of steel flashed. A shadowy ANBU operative materialized soundlessly behind Mangitsu, a kunai humming with razor-sharp wind-release chakra. Body flicker technique? Mangitsu's expression darkened. Against a mere Jainin, his senses would have sufficed. But this foe had stepped into the realm of Kaga level. His perception faltered. Hydrification technique. Reacting instinctively, Mangitsu dissolved into water, his form liquefying just as the kunai sliced through, cleaving the liquid mass harmlessly in two. Fortunate as he was, his comrades were not so lucky. The lethal kunai pierced straight through the bewildered Hoshigaki Kisame's chest, in white, outred. A wet, sickening thud echoed, amidst the crimson spray of blood. Suikazan Fuguki never even realized how he met his demise. Without so much as a scream, his massive frame collapsed heavily to the ground, extinguished beyond revival. The sequence unfolded with blinding speed. By the time Hzuki Mangitsu ordered the retreat, only 4 of the legendary 7 swordsmen remained standing. The inferno had claimed the lives of Mubuki and Ringo, while the ANBU's sudden assault had felled Fuguki. Damnation! Mangitsu's heart churned with indescribable complexity as he beheld his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the ANBU operatives regrouped around Lin Tian, their lips curling with subtle triumph. Their exhilaration was palpable. To engage the famed seven without sustaining injuries while eliminating 3 of their number? Such a feat would send shockwaves through the entire shinobi world. And all of this, they knew, was bestowed by Lord Lin Tion's grace. Their gazes drifted toward the meditating figure still wreathed in emerald radiance, evidently absorbing the mystical flames. Whoosh, 5 figures materialized. Orochimaru, Tens, Kushina, and the Might Duo had arrived. When Mangitsu's eyes fell upon this assembly, his pupils dilated with unprecedented shock, particularly when he witnessed the undisguised reverence in Konoha's S-ranked Orochimaru's eyes. What manner of being was this flame-absorbing entity? To command even the arrogant Snake Sanin's deference? Retreat immediately. This is catastrophic. Mangitsu's instinct screamed, but his realization came too late. What style? Thorn murder technique? Ten's hands flashed. The earth trembled as colossal wooden tendrils erupted, ensnaring the remaining swordsmen. What style? That boy wields Hashirama's legacy? Mangitsu liquefied his form, evading the deadly embrace. His companions weren't so fortunate. Their bodies crunched into crimson mist beneath the crushing vines. The distant IWA collectively gasped, never having witnessed what release of such magnitude. As they turned to flee, the green beasts of Konoha barred their path with a sonic boom. Simultaneously, Kushina landed before the water-natured swordsman. What demons are you people? Mangitsu's voice cracked. First, insignificant nobodies had slain 3 of the 7. Now came wood-style users, 8 Gates Masters. Even the legendary Orochimaru paying homage, and this red-haired kunoichi radiated unmistakable danger. His mind reeled. Just what cosmic power did that meditating figure upon the rock command? To wield such terrifying forces?